Hashtag C140, such a waste. Because of this, Chu Yan was only slightly injured. Song Tai, with the respect of your identity, you actually attacked a disciple in the Qi refining realm, you have no shame. Seeing that Chu Yan wasn't seriously injured, Elder Wu breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his head and glared in the direction of Lan Yizong, and shouted in a deep voice. Humph! Wu Fa, today, this evil barrier must die. Song Tai, who was dressed in blue, saw that Chu Yan was only slightly injured, his face became even gloomier, and he shouted through gritted teeth. When you started your winning streak as a disciple of the Blue Clothes sect, didn't you smile very happily? Why, you are only allowed to kill our 3 major sects from the Blue Clothes sect, and we are not allowed to fight back. Humph! Shameless to your level, it is really a lesson. Elder Wu Feng sneered. In today's battle, your blue-clothed sect destroyed the iron law of the sect. In this matter, my Ling Tian sect will definitely report it to the Hongye sect of the Red Leaf Empire, and your blue-clothed sect will be destroyed by waiting. As soon as these words came out, the 3 elders of the blue-clothes sect suddenly changed their expressions, their whole bodies were shocked, and their faces were as white as paper. At this moment, Song Tai regretted greatly in his heart. Just now, seeing Chu Yan beheading dozens of blue-clothed sect disciples in an instant, his anger and blood attacked his heart, and he shot angrily, but he forgot the iron law of sect warfare. The Red Leaf Empire, which was founded on the basis of sects, is controlled by the imperial power of the sect and the Red Leaf sect, and has established 3 iron laws of sect war for the hundreds of kingdoms it rules. One of them is that in the sect battle, the disciples can go up and challenge, but any sect elders and disciples are not allowed to go down, otherwise the whole sect will be wiped out. Now, Song Tai was stunned, his eyes were blood red, and the sky turned upside down in the sea of consciousness, like a scene of extinction. At this time, Ling Tianzong Wu Fa and He De were blushing and looked at Chu Yan with bright eyes. This black-robed young man not only established his prestige in the first battle, but also forced Song Tai, the elder of the Blue Clothes sect, to take action against him. In this way, if the Blue Clothes sect was destroyed by the Red Leaf sect of the Red Leaf Empire, then the Luoyang kingdom would take advantage of the situation to attack. You can devour the kingdom of Yundan in one fell swoop. It couldn't be better. Therefore, when Wu Fa and Zhong De looked at Chu Yan, the more they looked, the more they liked it, and their eyes lit up again and again. After a long time, the blue-clothed sect Songtia elder on the opposite side slowly recovered from the shock. A pair of blood-red eyes looked at the 3 sects on the opposite side and the black figure, and said solemnly, Humph! As long as you kill all of you. No one in the Red Leaf sect will know about this. After speaking, Song Tai turned around abruptly, facing Qin Jiang of the Tiger Roar army and all the disciples of the Blue Clothes sect, shouting loudly. It's about the life and death of the Blue Clothes sect and the kingdom of Yundan, everyone obeys the order and fights with me. At the same time, on the Luoyang kingdom side, the leader of the 3 major sects and General Zhong De of the Mad Bull army frowned at the same time, and the killing intent surged out of their bodies. The next moment, General Zhong De pointed the spear in his hand, urging the giant bull beast to rush out, and the roar sounded like thunder. Crazy Bull Legion, attack! The black tide rolled, and people screamed and neighed, and the wind and clouds moved, and they followed closely. The tens of thousands of warriors of the Mad Bull Legion, like a black torrent, dashed towards the sea of yellow clouds facing E. Kill! Kill, kill, kill. The iron hooves were flying, the sound of killing was loud, and countless murderous auras and infuriating chi surged towards Jiuxiao, smashing away large clouds. The distance of a few thousand steps was just a blink of an eye for both cavalry. The next moment, the 2 torrents of black and yellow collided fiercely, and countless figures and beasts flew over. The sword, light and sword intent brought the cold light in the sky, and nearly 100,000 troops from both sides were strangled together. Kill! 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 human voices, hoarse neighs, demon roars, screams, and gas bursting into one piece, stumps like clouds, blood like rain. The warrior with blood-red eyes, his body is full of blood, as long as there is still a breath, he will rush forward to kill, constantly waving the weapon in his hand. On the battlefield with such a big plan, life is even more worthless than weeds. With every breath, every blink, countless figures fell. For a moment, in the area where the Zonman battle had just been fought, at this time, countless corpses had been buried and blood flowed into rivers. 30 miles outside of Mafeng City has completely turned into a battlefield soaked in flesh and blood, stretching for dozens of miles, and killing are the only ones. The General Zhong De of the Mad Bull Legion and Qin Jiang, the General of the Tiger Roar Legion, have already fought together. The violent infuriating Qi poured out and attacked the opponent frantically, like two red-eyed monsters, fighting again and again. Around them, countless light groups appeared, but the warriors on both sides sacrificed their martial spirits and attacked and killed each other. Not far away, among the three major sects, Chu Yan stood on the side with cold eyes, looking at the battlefield in front of him, but his blood was boiling. After just swallowing a second-grade qi and blood pill, in a moment, the injury in the body has become serious, and the true qi is running as before. Sun Jia and Su Xing, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Chu Yan, watching the battlefield in the distance. They were also excited. Senior brother Chu, you challenged more than 30 Blue Clothes sect disciples by yourself just now. It's a shocking feat. It's amazing. Sun Jiao looked at Chu Yan, and his eyes shone with brilliance. That's right, if it wasn't for Brother Chu's attack, my three major sects would be disgraced today. In this battle, Brother Chu is like a god. Su Xing also smiled and praised. Originally, the two knew that Chu Yan was powerful, but they did not expect it to be so powerful. Sun Jia and Su Xing were both in the qi refining realm, and they didn't even reach the 9 heavens. In this way, with a cultivation like his own, I am afraid that 100 of them are not Chu Yan's opponents. Haha, it's nothing. In the future everyone will cultivate together, and they will become stronger and stronger. Chu Ren's blood boiled, and he laughed back. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed out loud at the same time. Not far away, quite a few disciples from the other three sects looked towards Chu Yan, their eyes filled with awe. Of course, there were also several disciples who knew Chu Yan, and their expressions were different. Chu Yan took out a qi refining pill and swallowed it down, but his eyes kept staring at the battle situation on the battlefield. At this time on the battlefield, the armies of the two countries are still fighting frantically, and some people are still falling, and their blood is splashing. The morale of the Luoyang kingdom was like a rainbow, and the offensive was fierce, but the Yundan kingdom, the battle of the backwater, everyone was dead, extremely tenacious, and it was indistinguishable for a while. Looking at the soldiers who kept falling down, Chu Yan's heart was tumbling, and his heart ached. These are all materials for burning corpses and refining qi. What a waste. After a warrior dies, the longer the time, the less blood and qi is preserved in the body, and the less pure qi that can be refined by burning the corpse. Looking around, at this time, there are nearly 10,000 corpses of soldiers from the two countries lying on the battlefield. #C141, the war is on. Looking around, at this time, there are nearly 10,000 corpses of soldiers from the two countries lying on the battlefield. Chu Yan's cultivation at this time was in the middle stage of qi refining realm. But with the passage of time, when all the qi and blood in these corpses are lost, it may not even be able to refine 1/10 of the true qi. This, heartache. Now Chu Yan, there are 3 ways to improve his cultivation. One is to cultivate qi through the cultivation method, which is to improve by swallowing the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The second is to swallow the medicinal pills and wait for the medicinal power to be transformed into true qi. The third is to burn the corpse to refine the qi. Among the three methods, the fastest one is to burn corpses to refine qi, and the amount of refining increases as much as possible, which is several times, or even 10 times faster than the other two methods. Thinking of this, Chu Yan was restless, and walked back and forth. Finally, he raised his eyes, looked at Elder Wu, and walked away. Elder Wu, disciple Chu Yan, request to fight. Chu Yan bowed his hands and said to Elder Wu Fa. You. When Elder Wu Fa saw that it was Chu Yan, his expression was slightly startled, and he frowned in doubt. Ordinary sect disciples can't hide when they see such a bloody battlefield. And this Chu Yan actually volunteered to fight, which surprised Elder Wu Fa. You must know that no matter how strong the individual's combat strength is, in the face of the fierce and chaotic fighting battlefield, he may be killed at any time by the light of the sword that he does not know where he is. This is completely different from fighting alone, and you may die at any time. Don't worry, you see, the blue-cloaked sect on the opposite side has not yet shot. The three major sects I wait for are different from ordinary warriors. The main opponent I wait for is the blue-cloaked sect of the Yundan Kingdom. Seeing that it was Chu Yan, Elder Wu Fa smiled softly and explained patiently. Wu Fa nodded secretly to Chu Yan's killing intent. Yes, Elder. Hearing Elder Wu's explanation, Chu Yan showed disappointment and could only nod his head. Back at Sun Jia and Su Xing's side, Chu Yan raised his eyes to look at the battlefield in the distance, watching the soldiers fall one by one, and suddenly felt anxious again. Every night, a large number of soldiers lost their lives and fell to the ground. Every night, a large amount of qi and blood disappears between the heaven and the earth. Chu Yan, if you really want to fight, I have a way. Seeing Chu Yan's anxious look, Su Xing couldn't help but smile and whisper. What? You have a way? Hearing this, Chu Yan glared at Su Xing and asked anxiously. Su Xing was startled, looking at Chu Yan's excited look. Shenring finally told Chu Yan what she thought. After a while, Chu Yan released his eyes, looked at Su Xing's son Jia with a smile on his face, and nodded heavily. Su Xing's method was amazing, and the three of them acted immediately. Immediately, the three figures quietly disappeared from the Ling Tianzong crowd, and quietly touched the battlefield. Among the reeds by the lake, the three figures were excitedly taking off the clothes on the three corpses, putting them on their bodies indiscriminately, and looking up from time to time. Yes, these three people are Chu Yan, Sun Jia and Su Xing. They came up with a strategy to go to the battlefield, which is to sneak into the battlefield as soldiers with the soldiers of the Mad Bull Legion who pretended to be dead. But when the three of them just sprang out of the reed group and were ready to rush to the battlefield with excited faces, a figure stood in front of the three of them. This person is the elder of Ling Tianzong, Wu Fa. After returning to Ling Tianzong from Chu Yan, Elder Wu put down a hanging heart. You must know that Chu Yan is the only disciple of Ling Tianzong with extraordinary talent. When Chu Yan came to challenge, Elder Wu already regretted it. Therefore, after Chu Yan returned to the formation, Elder Wu separated a trace of divine consciousness and kept hanging on Chu Yan. Therefore, the top-secret plan of the three was clearly known to Elder Wu. At this time, seeing that the three were really going to the battlefield, they rushed out to stop them. Elder Wu, I am determined to fight. For a moment, Chu Yan gritted his teeth and said, No, the battlefield is dangerous, and anything can happen. When Elder Wu heard the words, he decisively refused. Just kidding, put you on the battlefield? Even if you came here today and died with thousands of Ling Tianzong disciples, you can't let anything happen to you. Extraordinary talents are much rarer than 8-star martial spirits, or even 9-star martial spirits. In the future, they may be the backbone of revitalizing sects. If one accidentally dies on the battlefield, then the elder himself should not do it. Moreover, the old guys in Zonli had to eat themselves raw. Elder Wu, with my strength, facing warriors below the Qi refining realm, I have the power to protect myself. Chu Yan still did not give up and said firmly. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a minute, the Blue Clothes sect should take action soon, then, eh? Before Elder Wu finished his words, a deafening cry of killing suddenly came from the battlefield in the distance. The four turned their heads to look at the same time, but in the distance, a large blue figure flocked to the direction of the three major sects like a tide. It was all the disciples of the Blue Clothes sect of the Yundan Kingdom who rushed out. Not good. The Blue Clothes sect has taken action. After Elder Wu finished speaking, he flashed away and rushed back in the direction of the three major sects, already 1,000 steps away. Chu Yan's face was startled, looking at the blue tide-like crowd of tens of thousands, and then turning to look at the bloody battlefield. Chu Yan suddenly became excited. Go! Kill the enemy! The two of you are by my side. With a loud shout of excitement, Chu Yan's figure unfolded and rushed towards the battlefield. In the distance, in front of the three major sects of the Luoyang Kingdom, Elder Wu shouted loudly, waving his hands. The three sects moved in unison, and tens of thousands of disciples rushed towards the Blue Clothes sect. Just like Ling Tianzong, Huashuanzong and Shuiyue Pavilion also released the task of Zongmen battle in the Zongmen. Therefore, no matter which disciple of the three major sects, as long as they kill the disciple of the enemy sect, they can get a lot of rewards. Therefore, whether it is Ling Tianzong, Huashuanzong, or Shuiyue Pavilion, every disciple is excited at this time, waving spiritual treasures, and rushing towards the opposite side. Wu Yun, go protect Chu Yan and the ninth prince Su Xing. Watching the large group of sect disciples rush out, the elder Wu Fa of Ling Tianzong said to a middle-aged man beside him. Yes, elder. The burly middle-aged man, with a strong body and strong energy, is an outer sect elder of the 9 heavens of innate realm. This time he came with Elder Wu to fight in the sect, and he has been by Elder Wu's side. After handing over his orders, Wu Yun dodged and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a few miles away from the battlefield, on top of a hill, a general in gold armor frowned slightly, and then he said to the 2 soldiers in black armor behind him. The 2 of you, hurry up and protect the 9th prince. Remember, if the 9th prince has any damage, the 2 of you don't have to come back. Hearing this, the 2 black-armored soldiers were shocked. They quickly raised their hands to take orders, turned around, and rushed towards the field. 9th prince. I hope your vision is correct. After the black-armored warrior left, the golden-armored general jumped into the battlefield and muttered to himself, then turned around and headed towards Mafeng City. At this time, on the battlefield, the Blue Clothes sect of the Yundan Kingdom and the 3 major sects of the Luoyang Kingdom had already collided. #C142 Corpse Collector. At this time, on the battlefield, the Blue Clothes sect of the Yundan Kingdom and the 3 major sects of the Luoyang Kingdom had already collided. 20,000 sect disciples strangled each other, and in an instant, they were intertwined with the battlefield of the army. Most of the disciples of the 4 sects are below the Xiantian realm, only the Qi refining realm, but there are still hundreds of them who have reached the Xiantian realm. These hundreds of people are all inner disciples of the 4 sects, even core disciples, and their strength is naturally not weak. On the battlefield, the killing efficiency of these hundreds of people is obviously much stronger than that of other disciples. Often, a large number of ordinary warriors are killed when they make a move. Chu Yan was wearing the clothes of an ordinary soldier and holding the clear sky sword. At this time, his eyes were red, and his body was covered in blood. Now, in Chu Yan's Rakshasa space, hundreds of corpses have been piled up, occupying about 1/10 of the space. There seems to be a certain relationship between Chu Yan's Rakshasa Wuji Ju and Rakshasa space. The last time Chu Yan's Rakshasa Wuji Ju broke through to the 4th floor, the Rakshasa space was nearly 100 times larger. This surprised Chu Yan. However, looking at the large corpse in front of him that was not in the Rakshasa space, at this time, Chu Yan still felt that the space was not enough. Therefore, while beheading the enemy, Chu Yan picked them up. When encountering those with high cultivation and those who had just died, he kept replacing them in the space. Kill. Suddenly, the 3 cavalry warriors of the Tiger Roar Legion rushed towards Chu Yan, their spearheads flashing with cold light, and they uttered a roar of air, enveloping the cultivation of the Qi refining realm, and the impact of the war horse. The power is really not small. Draw sword. The Haotian sword swept out, and before the 3 iron cavalry rushed to the front, they were directly killed by Chu Yan's 3-sword energy, and blood spattered on the spot. With the sword drawn, Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked around. Not far from him, a disciple of the innate realm of the Blue Clothes sect was fighting alone against 100 Berserker Legion soldiers. In his hand, a long spear with an innate spiritual treasure was swaying, and countless spears were scattered. Ordinary Qi-refining warriors have almost no one-shot enemy, but they have been stabbed in countless holes by his innate spiritual treasure spear. The domineering and violent disciple of the innate realm of the Blue Clothes sect was stared at by Chu Yan's eyes. The 2 cyclones in the body were running wildly, and Chu Yan put down the beast iron mask of the black armor and completely blocked his face. Not only to hide his identity, but also to block the changes in skin color when the Rakshasa body is running. For this blue-clothed sect Xiantian realm disciple not far away, Chu Yan intends to kill with one attack. If he can't kill him with one move, when he reacts, he will fight with him. At that time, it will definitely attract the attention of other Blue Clothes sect disciples or elders. From the beginning of killing many disciples of the Blue Clothes sect, the Blue Clothes sect elder angrily looked at the situation of his own shot. If the Blue Clothes sect discovers him, he will frantically besiege him, then. Thinking of this, Chu Yan has to be more careful. The right hand is holding the Haotian wooden sword tightly, and the left hand is holding up the palm. The 2 cyclones in the body rotate to the extreme. The Rakshasa body unfolds, slowly approaching the target, like a hunting monster. Killing intent is looming. 100 paces, 50 paces, 20 paces, 10 paces. When the 2 Mad Bull Legion soldiers in front of Chu Yan spit blood and fell, his eyes were completely empty, and he finally faced the blue-clothed sect Xiantian realm disciple. At this time, after beheading the 2 soldiers in front of Chu Yan, he was turning around and swinging his spear to sweep out a few spear beams. The back door opened wide, which was a good opportunity. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the long-suppressed infuriating energy suddenly burst out, and his feet stepped on again and again. Swish! An afterimage was left on the spot, and the main body had reached the front of the innate realm powerhouse less than half a meter. Chu Yan was not anxious at all, leaving an afterimage again, and his body flashed to the position 10 steps behind the disciple of the innate realm of the Blue Clothes sect again. Wang Ting, holding the innate spirit treasure, just swung a spear and killed 3 enemy soldiers. He was about to turn around when suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of him, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, only half a step away, almost half a step away. I'm about to meet my face. Suddenly, looking at the beast iron mask, a pair of cold eyes, Wang Ting's whole body hair exploded instantly, subconsciously pulled away and flew back, flashing towards the rear. Explosive sword style. At this time, 10 steps behind him, a sword chi surged out. The sword is like a tidal wave, the sword gas turns into a red light, the sword whistling sound is earth-shattering, a sword is pierced, the spark bursts into the air, and a trace of anxiety permeates the air. Puff! A sword shattered his body, instantly breaking Wang Ting's body, protecting infuriating chi, burning through his heart, leaving an empty, translucent hole. The second-level disciple of the innate realm of the Blue Clothes sect, Wang Ting, died. Swish! Chu Yan quickly waved his hand, put away Wang Ting's body, dodged, disappeared 100 steps away, and immediately escaped. Flicking the blood on the wooden sword, Chu Yan hid on the battlefield, scanning his eyes like electricity, looking for the next target. On the battlefield, the killing is repeated. Chu Yan is like a ghost, wandering all over the battlefield. All the enemies whose cultivation level exceeds the 8th level of Qi refining realm have become his targets. A fresh life appeared in front of Chu Yan, and then died. Where Chu Yan passed, either the sword light appeared, or the corpse disappeared. There was chaos on the entire battlefield, everyone was fighting for survival and killing, and no one paid attention to Chu Yan, who was wearing ordinary warrior clothes. The Rakshasa space keeps accumulating. Chu Yan's heart is getting more and more excited. With these corpses, not only can the cultivation base be able to break through and improve, but the secret technique of Taiju can also continue to break through. At that time, the cyclone in the body will be divided into 4 and 4, and one's own strength will be doubled again. Although, the increase in the number of cyclones will double the required amount of true Qi, but this is not too difficult for Chu Yan, who has a flame martial soul with the swallowing attribute. Burning corpses and refining Qi is a special ability brought to you by the flame martial spirit. And the white tiger martial soul brought him an improvement in his comprehension. Then, there are still 3 groups of martial spirits in his body that have not fully awakened. What strange abilities will they bring to him? This makes Chu Yan look forward to it. Kill. A warrior from the first level of the Blue Clothes sect Xiantian sect passed by Chu Yan, and the long sword in his hand drew a sword energy and slashed towards Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan, who was fully aware of his consciousness, was prepared for a long time. With a dodge, he escaped the sweep of sword energy. The blue-clothed sect Xiantian realm disciple was suddenly stunned, with a dull look on his face. Unexpectedly, the black-armored warrior in front of him was able to escape his sword move. An ordinary warrior could have such a cultivation. Then, a scene that shocked him even more appeared. A sword light appeared out of thin air, smashed through the void, between light and dark, like a shuttle between reality and illusion, turned into a shocking rainbow, and faced it. What? Unable to resist, the blue-clothed sect Xiantian realm disciple hurriedly waved his sword to resist and raised his sword to greet him. Boom! The sword glow with a hint of red light instantly smashed the long sword in his hand, and he passed through the blue robe without any hesitation, leaving a blood hole in the chest. Putting away the corpse, Chu Yan dodged and left again. #C143 Hunt down the target. Putting away the corpse, Chu Yan dodged and left again. This is the 10th Xiantian realm powerhouse, killed by Chu Yan. At this time, he has been drenched in blood, like a blood man. Raising his eyes and swiping around, Chu Yan was looking for Sun Qiu, and Su Xing Sun Jia had a special shadow spirit. As long as he was careful and didn't take the initiative to attack, ordinary people wouldn't be able to spot him at all. However, only the 9th Prince Su Xing, who only had the 4th level of Qi refining realm, made Chu Yan a little worried. Therefore, from time to time, Chu Yan will check the situation of the two to determine whether they are safe. However, when he swept the 3 familiar auras around Su Xing, Chu Yan immediately woke up. With Su Xing's identity, there were naturally people around him to protect him, but it was extremely safe. Sun Jia and Su Xing, who also found Chu Yan, hurried over. Senior brother Chu, the situation is not very good. It seems that the army of the Yundan kingdom has reinforcements. I saw that a large number of their soldiers rushed out from time to time in the colorful forest to join the battle. Su Xing looked anxious and looked at Chu Yandao. Chu Yan turned his head to look, and saw that the original blue-clothes sect camp in the distance, the grove that was shrouded in multicolored brilliance. At this time, the stream of light of various colors overflowed, and the multicolored brilliance continued to flow. Every time the colored light is blown out, a wave of figures rushes out of the colorful woods, giving people a feeling of continuous flow. Is it a teleportation formation? Chu Yan frowned slightly, remembering the thick teleportation beams refined by the elders of Ling Tianzong when he participated in the Golden Horn competition of Zongmen. If the colorful blue-cloaked sect formation is really a teleportation formation, then this battle in the Luoyang Kingdom will be dangerous. Those who rushed out of the colorful formation were mostly soldiers of the Tiger Roaring Legion. As soon as these new forces enter the battlefield, they will have a huge impact on the combat situation in a certain area. In the past, the defeat of the Luoyang Kingdom was only a matter of time. While thinking about it, suddenly, the 5 cavalry in the distance rushed towards this side, and the whistling gust of wind swept past. No, senior brother Chu, the leader of the Tiger Roar army has come over. At this moment, Sun Jie's expression changed, and he suddenly exclaimed. Su Xing and Chu Yan looked up fiercely, and saw the 5 golden iron cavalry, like 5 golden lightnings, rushing towards them quickly. Wherever they passed, countless black-armored warriors of the Mad Bull Legion were thrown flying, and their flesh was sprayed. These 5 people were extremely fast, and in less than 10 breaths, they rushed over 600 or 700 steps. Chu Yan remembered that this person's strength was similar to that of General Zhong De of the Mad Bull Legion. He had been fighting against Zhong De all the time. For some unknown reason, now he was leading the team to rush to kill. At that time, when Chu Yan was injured and thrown away, it was Zhong De who rushed out and rescued himself. At that time, Zhong De's infuriating qi was running, and Chu Yan clearly felt that General Zhong De's cultivation was in the 9th heaven of the innate realm. In this way, Qin Jiang, the leader of the Tiger Roar Legion, should also be in the Xiantian realm 9 heavens. Danger! Chu Yan was shocked. Seeing those cold eyes staring straight at him, Chu Yan knew that this Qin Jiang was coming for him. A warrior in the 9th level of the Xiantian realm is already extremely difficult to deal with, and with the 4 generals around him, Chu Yan has no chance of winning. You two go quickly, they are coming for me. Chu Yan looked solemn and looked at Sun Jia and Su Xingdao. Although Chu Yan is not sure to defeat the opponent, but with his own movement technique of stepping on the snow, it is no problem to deal with it. Therefore, Chu Yan planned to separate from Sun Jia and Su Xing first, but the 2 of them were too weak, and it was very easy for them to be damaged by such a strong opponent. Chu Yan turned to look at the 3 familiar figures in the vicinity of Yu Zhanyu, and the light flashed in his eyes. Although I don't know the names of these 3 people, Chu Yan's consciousness has been hanging on Su Xing's body. Of course, the 3 of them have been protecting Su Xing since the beginning of the battle. You 3, quickly protect them from leaving. Chu Yan shouted in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, his body was surging with true qi, and he was about to unfold his body technique to lead Qin Jiang away. Senior brother Chu, be careful too. Su Xing saw that the 5 golden cavalry, with amazing momentum, was getting closer and closer, and naturally he was no match for his own strength. Come on. It's better to return to Desert Wind City. Chu Yan finished in a hurry, but suddenly his eyes widened, and his figure suddenly swayed. Boom! At this moment, Qin Jiang, who was 100 steps away, waved a golden saber, and a golden saber light cut towards the place where Chu Yan was standing. The sharp sword light and the terrifying domineering aura brought out the boundless power of Jin Rui and slashed wildly. The 9th level celestial warrior in the congenital realm is only 1 step away from the real martial realm. Even if it is a casual strike, it is extremely powerful, and the attack of the Qi-refining realm warrior is like the difference between heaven and earth. This sword light, the golden light is flowing, the true energy is like a tide, the sword energy is radiating in all directions, with the killing intent, the momentum is like a big river rushing, and it is violent like thunder. This knife, even if it is a martial artist of the innate realm 5th layer, is absolutely unstoppable. The sword light shone, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Chu Yan. Break! The violent drink sounded, and a black figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd, and suddenly punched the majestic sword light. Boom! The fist strength and the swordmane collided violently, exploded with a bang, and the turbulent energy swept through. The figure that suddenly rushed out was one of the three who protected Su Xing, and it was one of the Ling Tianzong deacon elders sent by Wu Fa, the elder of Ling Tianzong, to protect Chu Yan and Su Xing. This person, like Chu Yan, is dressed in black robes, about the middle of the year, with a majestic figure, full of infuriating energy, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the innate realm. Originally, Wuhun had been following behind Chu Yan to protect him secretly, but later found that Chu Yan's strength was amazing, and every time he made a shot, he was extremely cautious, and he would kill with a sword. Therefore, Elder Wuhun, who gradually felt relieved, surrounded Su Xing more. However, seeing that Chu Yan was in danger at this time, he immediately stepped in to help and smashed Qin Zhang's sword light with one punch. Humph! Today, convenience can't stop me, Qin Jiang, from killing this son. Qin Jiang, who rushed forward, roared angrily when he saw his sword light being shattered by a black-robed man. Go and stop this person and help me kill Chu Yan. When the four generals around Qin Jiang heard the words, they agreed loudly, turned their heads, and killed Elder Wuhun. The four Tiger Roar Legion generals, all of whom are above the seventh heaven of the innate realm, are extremely powerful. The four of them joined forces to attack Wuhun. Even Wuhun, who had reached the peak of the 9 heavens in the innate realm, still had a very solemn expression on his face. Chu Yan, hurry to the direction of Elder Wu Fa. After Wuhun finished speaking, he jumped up and pounced on the 4 rushing warriors, banging his fists repeatedly, smashing countless fist marks. When the 4 warlords saw the fist marks coming from the sky, they immediately abandoned their horses to dodge, stepped off the war horse, and when they jumped away, they were smashed into rotten meat by Wuhun's fist marks. Seeing this scene, the 4 of them immediately bullied themselves and fought against Wuhun, fighting 4 against 1, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while. Swish! After unfolding the Qianshan stepping on the snow, Chu Yan brought out an afterimage, disappeared on the spot, and headed towards the depths of the battlefield. Behind him, riding a golden armor, galloped on a horse, with a mighty power, the golden sword in his hand swung the sword light from time to time, slashing at the black figure that kept flashing. #C144 3-foot Qingfeng, cut off the floating life. Behind him, riding a golden armor, galloped on a horse, with a mighty power, the golden sword in his hand swung the sword light from time to time, slashing at the black figure that kept flashing. However, although the sword light is fierce, but under Chu Yan's full strength, he has achieved nothing. Chu Yan's figure kept flashing, and he searched all over the battlefield, but did not find the figure of Elder Wu Fa at all. Suddenly, when I looked up, I saw that above the sky, the Elder Wu Fa of the Ling Tian sect was fighting with the Elder of the Blue Cloth sect, and the sky was full of energy. Heaven? This is troublesome. While dodging, Chu Yan glanced at the battle in the sky, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. The real martial artist can fly in the sky, so Chu Yan has no way to get close. Only on your own. Chu Yan glanced back, and Qin Jiang, who was still chasing after him, couldn't help but want to kill. Ling Tianzong had 2 elders this time, one Wu Fa and one Wu Yun, who couldn't get out now, and that General Zhong De. Chu Yan turned around a few times and didn't see it. Therefore, Chu Yan can only rely on himself. Break sword style. Immediately, his consciousness unfolded and locked onto Qin Jiang, who was 100 paces away behind him. The infuriating, dazzling sword light, with the sound of the wind whistling from the sword, greeted the sword light from Qin Jiang. Boom! The swords collided, and there was a thunderous sound. Chu Yan only felt a huge force coming, surging like a flood, unstoppable. He couldn't resist this power at all. Chu Yan's body was shocked, and he groaned, and the whole person was knocked back more than 30 steps by the energy, and then he stood firm. The qi and blood in the body were churning, and the infuriating qi was chaotic, impacting Chu Yan's internal organs, causing Chu Yan's old wounds that had not been fully healed to recur. In the first attack against Qin Jiang, Chu Yan was injured. Xiantian Realm 9 Heavens, so strong. Chu Yan took out a second-grade qi and blood pill, swallowed it, and looked at Qin Jiang, who was rushing towards him with a solemn expression. The strength of this person is the strongest person Chu Yan has encountered so far, and he is a whole big realm away from himself. Compared with the warriors of the second and third levels of the Xiantian realm that he killed before, his strength is several times stronger. More than. Chu Yan, you beheaded more than 30 talented disciples of my Blue Clothes sect. Today, I want you to be wiped out, body and soul. Qin Jiang abandoned his horse and stood in front of Chu Yan. The murderous aura in his body was condensed as if it were real, and he stared at Chu Yan with a pair of cold eyes. Destroyed in ashes? Destroyed in body and soul? Chu Yan's eyes were cold, looked at Qin Jiang, and said softly. Want to kill me? Just you, it's not enough. Qin Jiang heard the words, the killing intent in his eyes was even stronger, and snorted coldly. Humph. In front of me, being so arrogant is really courting death. Suffer to death. Qin Jiang shouted loudly, and swung the golden saber in his hand, his whole body surging with true energy, condensing towards the golden saber held high, and then slammed it out. This knife, the momentum is monstrous, the true qi is like thunder, the knife qi is turbulent, and the sharp qi is coming. Seeing the attacking sword light, Chu Yan frowned, and he used the Qianshan treading snow movement technique, turning into 2 afterimages, instantly dodging the opponent's attack. He just fought against Qin Jiang and made his old injury relapse. And now this knife is obviously much stronger than the one just now. Of course, Chu Yan will not fight recklessly. Humph. Want to hide? Swish. 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 Qin Jiang stared at him, waving the golden saber in his hand continuously, and waving the saber energy towards Chu Yan's afterimage, trying to kill him with one knife. In the 9 heavens of the innate realm, spiritual consciousness and cultivation are by no means comparable to those in the qi refining realm. I saw his sword light chasing 3 inches behind Chu Yan. He almost slashed Chu Yan's robe several times. All directions were filled with sword light, like a forest of swords, constantly crushing towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan turned his body technique to the extreme, constantly moving and dodging, like a dead leaf in the gust of wind, dancing with the wind, but the trace was hard to find. After a while, as Qin Jiang gradually became familiar with Chu Yan's movement, every knife he swiped would hit Chu Yan's next foothold. As a result, Chu Yan's situation immediately became critical. No, if it goes on like this, you will die under his knife. Chu Yan's mind was agitated, and while dodging, he kept thinking about ways to retreat from the enemy. At this time, Chu Yan still had a secret skill that he did not use. Too decisive. However, with Qin Jiang's cultivation, even if Chu Yan used Tai Yuan Qi Palm, he believed that he would only be able to block his true qi half-breath time at most. Half time. Not enough time to escape. Therefore, Chu Yan wants to use this half-breath time to display his strongest sword. The 6th Sword of Thunder 13 Swords, the sword-rushing style. This 6th sword, Chu Yan has also practiced before, but, with the sword intent that he has just touched the small perfection realm of sword intent, he cannot exert its power at all. With only moves without sword intent, there is no power. The sword intent small perfection realm is the initial stage of the sword intent great perfection. Since Chu Yan realized the sword intent in the clear sky sword last time, he has never made a breakthrough in the way of sword intent. At this time, facing the situation of life and death, Chu Yan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. separated a ray of divine consciousness and probed towards the wooden sword in his hand. His face was dignified, and his mind was up and down. Chu Yan had tried it before, but as soon as his consciousness entered the clear sky sword, the sharp sword intent in the wooden sword would twist his consciousness into powder. Chu Yan knew that this was the reason why his sword intent was not enough to resonate with the sword intent in Hao Yan's sword. Moreover, the pain of being strangled by the consciousness made Chu Yan not dare to try it easily. At this time, in the face of Qin Zhang's pursuit of Xiantian realm Jizongshan, and there is no foreign aid, Chu Yan can only use all his cards to fight Ba. The heart moves at will, the sword moves with the heart. Holding the clear sky sword, Chu Yan's body is surrounded by sword intent like the wind, and a cyclone of sword intent rises. The wind blew, the sword roared, and for a time, in the whole space, the loud sound of the sword resounded through the sky. I want to go to the end of the world with a sword, and the 3-foot green front will be broken. A melodious voice sounded, traveling through the ancient times, and resounding in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, the divine consciousness that penetrated into the wooden sword passed through the faint void in the wooden sword, like a blue dragon, cruising in a sea of fog. In the misty sea of fog, nothing could be seen clearly, but wisps of bright light flashed across the sea of fog from time to time. Chu Yan controlled the consciousness and rushed towards the nearest bright light. Immediately, at the moment when the divine sense touched the bright light, an amazing sword chi burst out. The sword chi condensed and did not disperse. Go straight to the 9 heavens. The sword points to the sky. Destroyed, can last forever. In an instant, Chu Yan, who was sluggish on the spot, woke up instantly, and 2 bright sword lights shot out from his eyes. Crushing sword style. Sword rushing, the sky. Breaking it, eternity. After muttering to himself, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth rose slightly, and a light smile appeared on his heroic face. Slowly turning his head and looking to his side, there was a shocking sword light and Qin Jiang with a gloomy face. Chu Yan moved. Raising the sword, the wind and clouds moved together, and the sword energy lingering around him quickly merged into a supreme divine sword behind him, with the ancient atmosphere as vast as the sun and the moon. Falling sword. The sword energy was condensed at the tip of the sword tip, and the eternal ancient divine sword behind him fell over. It pointed forward, and a majestic sword force swept past. Within 100 steps, the long swords in everyone's hands began to start. Violent tremors. Chongjian. The sword came out like a tsunami, and the sword energy at the tip of the sword merged with the eternal ancient divine sword behind Chu Yan, rushing out. Boom. The body of the divine sword turned into a fierce light, with the potential to conquer the sky, rubbing against the space, making a huge thunderous sound. Thunder, thunder, 13 swords of the charged sword style. With Chu Yan's violent drink, the eternal ancient divine sword transformed by the sword light sprinted out towards the oncoming sword light, leaving a flash of light illuminating the sky in the void, and it was fleeting. Boom. Jianmong and Daojing collided, and a shocking scene happened. #C145 Punch Sword Style. Jianmong and Daojing collided, and a shocking scene happened. The sword strength released by Qin Jiang, as soon as it touched the sword glow, it shattered, turned into a radiant strength, rushed in all directions, and disappeared without a shadow. And the body of the divine sword transformed by the sword glow, unabated, like a meteor chasing the moon, slashing straight towards Qin Jiang. What? Qin Jiang saw that his sword light was completely broken, his face changed greatly, and his whole body shook in shock. Originally saw that Chu Yan was suddenly sluggish, and withdrew his body technique. With joy, he cut out a knife with all his strength, but he did not expect that Chu Yan, who had suddenly woken up, was smashed with one sword. This, in the blink of an eye, this change is too great. Seeing the sword light coming straight, Qin Jiang's face was dignified, his whole body was surging with true energy, poured into the golden saber in his hand, and suddenly blocked. Clang! Click! Jianmong slashed on top of the long golden sword in Qin Zhang's hand, and made a deafening sound of gold and arrows intersecting. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of breaking, but it was the innate spiritual treasure, golden sword in Qin Zhang's hand. When it was broken into 2 pieces, it was directly cut by Jianmong. Most of the strong sword glow was removed by the golden sword of the innate spiritual treasure level, and only 1 strand remained, but after the golden sword was broken, it was still cut forward. Scoff! Strings of sparks appeared on the golden armor on Qin Zhang's chest, and at the same time a string of sparks shone. Finally, the sword glow was exhausted and disappeared without a trace. Qin Zhang slowly looked down and saw a black sword mark on the golden bra, 3 inches in length. The black mark floated on the golden armor and looked extremely dazzling. How is this possible? Qin Zhang's eyes were sluggish, he blindly glanced back and forth at the sword mark on his chest and the broken knife in his hand, his face was as pale as paper. This is just one more point of arrogance, he is not already cut in 2. Hiss! He took a sharp breath and stared at Chu Yan, who was not far away. Qin Zhang only felt a coldness that penetrated his bone marrow. This child is too terrifying. Even during the battle, he can still break through the realm of sword intent. If it is a few more years, what height will he grow to? No. No, this son must not stay. Qin Zhang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he looked at Chu Yan viciously, his face immediately turned hideous. The tiger roars across the country. Qin Zhang threw away the broken golden sword and stepped out with his right foot. The aura on his body soared into the sky, and a violent and domineering punch burst out. With a punch, the power was startling. With Qin Zhang as the center, the violent energy suddenly rushed to all directions. Several warriors or disciples of the sect who were close were suddenly blown away by these scattered energy, and their bodies were like rags tossed into the air. The sound of beast roaring and tiger roaring in the air. That punch with endless coercion rushed to Chu Yan in an instant. What? Chu Yan's whole body's true chi skyrocketed, and the white tiger martial spirit behind him suddenly rushed out. Thousands of white lights shot out, countless white lights like golden suns, descending into the world. In an instant, everything around him shone. Roar! The white tiger martial soul roared up to the sky, and with a tiger roar, the fist force suddenly burst out, and the beast roar and tiger roar that the original fist force brought with it disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the pressure of the 5 beasts shrouded in Chu Yan disappeared in an instant. On the contrary, after the white tiger's martial spirit roared, 2 white lights shot out from his eyes, shining on Qin Zhang. In an instant, Qin Zhang only felt cold all over his body was as stiff as ice, and beads of sweat rolled down. The coercion of the king of beasts. The coercion of the beast soul god of war. The coercion of martial soul supreme. Chu Yan's eyes were cold, just like the white tiger martial spirit behind him. 2 white lights shot out of his eyes. He held the sword and pointed directly at Qin Zhang. He raised his right hand and shouted softly. Tai Yuan Chi Palm. At this time, the 2 cyclones in Chu Yan's body were spinning like flying. The majestic black infuriating energy rose up, like a black fog, covering everything within 3 steps. At the same time as Chu Yan snorted softly, a black palm print rushed out of the black mist and shot towards Qin Zhang. Boom! Tai Yuanchi palm and Qin Zhang's fist mark collided fiercely, but there was no sound of explosion. The black Tai Yuanchi palm print directly slammed into the air, squeezing the fist to pieces, and the chi strength scattered, and even a part of it was integrated into the Tai Yuanchi palm, still rushing towards Qin Zhang. Clang! A crisp long sword scabbard sounded. When Xinjiang stared dumbfoundedly at the black palm print rushing towards him, a bright light suddenly flashed across the black mist. Haodian sword, intense rushing sword style. The sword pierced through the black fog, as if piercing the top of the sky. The eternal ancient sword body transformed by the sword glow, with the sound of the rumbling sword, shattered the void, and shot out. At the same time, the white tiger mythical beast hidden in the black mist roared up to the sky, and two white rays of light showed through the tiger's eyes and shot on the clear sky sword. Call out. The sword glowed with white light, nearly 10 times thicker, and the sound of swords slamming in the sky was accompanied by the sound of divine beasts and tigers roaring. Bump. Immediately afterwards, the black palm print patted on top of Xinjiang's thick body, protecting infuriating energy, making a muffled sound. Xinjiang's whole body was shocked. Seeing that the black palm print was blocked by his own body protecting infuriating energy, it shattered and disappeared into nothingness. Ha ha ha. A terrifying ant, actually thinking, Xinjiang, who was laughing wildly up to the sky, before he finished speaking, suddenly, his brows wrinkled, his face full of shock. Xinjiang felt the infuriating energy in his body, and suddenly stagnated. The operation was extremely slow, and it was not much different from stagnation. Immediately afterwards, the body protecting infuriating energy in his body disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a sharp sword energy came to kill, and the time was just right. Puff. The blood splattered, and the eternal ancient divine sword body transformed by the sword light passed through Xinjiang's body without any obstruction. Xinjiang, the leader of the 1st Battalion of the Tiger Roar Legion of Yundan Kingdom, died. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, he put away Xinjiang's body, and unfolded the Qianshan, stepping on the snow, and instantly disappeared from the scene. 30 miles away, above Mafing City Tower. A fat old man in a gray robe, his face trembled slightly, his eyes that were originally narrowed into slits suddenly opened, and a ray of light flashed. That's right, that's right. Killing someone in a world, even though it's dangerous. This son is commendable. He reached out and patted his stomach, layers of fat rippling like waves, trembling suddenly and shaking. It seems that this trip is worthwhile. It's worth it. Wait for him when I return to the sect. Finally, a good show begins. Ha ha ha. Before the words were finished, the figure of the fat old man slowly faded and disappeared without end. It seemed that such a person had never appeared in that place. Except for the sound of laughter echoing in the air, everything was calm again. On the battlefield, Chu Yan unfolded his movements and ran towards where Su Xing and Sun Jiao were. At this time, his inner qi was exhausted, his internal organs were trembling, and he had reached the point where the oil was exhausted. The palm and sword just now, coupled with the white tiger martial spirit, almost squeezed out the last strand of true qi from the two cyclones in the body. If Xinjiang is not dead, as long as he punches back, Chu Yan will die on the spot. Now, relying on the small amount of true qi generated by the cyclone in his body, Chu Yan used Qianshan to tread the snow, and quickly retreated to Su Xing and Sun Jia's side, exhaling a long breath. #C146, the end of the war. Now, relying on the small amount of true qi generated by the cyclone in his body, Chu Yan used Qianshan to tread the snow, and quickly retreated to Su Xing and Sun Jia's side, exhaling a long breath. Chu Yan, are you all right? Sun Jia was relieved when he saw Chu Yan coming back. It's okay. Chu Yan nodded and smiled. He took out a Tianyuan pill, and Chu Yan swallowed it. Feeling that the infuriating energy in his body began to recover quickly, Chu Yan turned his head and looked aside. The battle between Elder Wu Yun and the 4 golden armored generals continued, but at this time, there were only 3 remaining of the 4 golden armored generals. Not far away, there was a golden armored body lying there. That Elder Wu Yun was holding a wooden stick-shaped lingbao, and 3 golden armored generals, and the battle was in full swing, evenly matched. After a while, Chu Yan's true energy returned to normal, and he took out the clear sky sword and joined Elder Wu Yun's battle circle, fighting with the 3 golden armored generals. Soon, the 2 died under the stick of Elder Wu Yun, their heads cracked, red and white splashed, and the other was cut into 2 by Chu Yan's sword, and the battle was over. When Elder Wu Yun turned around to rescue a Ling Tianzong disciple, Chu Yan quickly put away the 4 corpses and returned to Suxing again. Chu Yan, the battle situation is not good, in an hour at most, the Mad Bull Legion will definitely retreat. Suxing has been observing the situation on the battlefield. At this time, he said to Chu Yan with a solemn expression. That's right, the Yundan kingdom has used all its troops in ambush this time, with nearly 20,000 more troops, which is extremely detrimental to our Luoyang kingdom. Sun Jiao looked at the colorful forest in the distance. At this time, the colorful streamers were gone, and no one rushed out. He thought that the sect teleportation formation of the Blue Clothes sect had been withdrawn. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar exploded above the sky. Chu Yan and the others were stunned at the same time, and looked up at the sky, only to see black clouds rolling in the sky, a golden light suddenly flashing 10,000 rays of light in the black clouds, and a large wave of air pulled the clouds and rolled up toward the weather waves. Immediately afterwards, a huge golden palm print appeared in the air, and above the sky, a golden trajectory was drawn, and it was slapped on the black cloud. Immediately, the black clouds were scattered and flowed in all directions, and the sky suddenly became clear. Bump! Above the sky, a black spot fell straight down, and the robe was whistled by the wind, and it crashed to the ground, making a muffled sound. Immediately afterwards, another figure slowly descended from above the sky, and at the same time, the majestic true qi burst out and rolled towards the battlefield below. This person is the elder of Ling Tianzong, Wu Fa. After a battle with Song Tai, the elder of the Blue Clothes sect, he killed Song Tai with a golden handprint, and showed his figure in mid-air. Song Tai is dead. Those who descend will not be killed. The thick infuriating energy of the second layer of the true martial realm was like a thunderous explosion, rolling over the entire battlefield. All the warriors and sect disciples who were fighting fiercely were shocked and looked up in surprise. There was silence for a moment, and then cheers like a tsunami of mountains and tsunami swept the audience like a gust of wind and rain. Luoyang will win. Ling Tian will win. For a time, the 3 major sects of Luoyang Kingdom and the soldiers of the Mad Bull Legion were very excited and their morale soared. On the contrary, the blue-clothed sect of the Yundan Kingdom and the soldiers of the Tiger-Roaring Legion had dull expressions on their faces, looking around, and wishing to retreat. Woo! 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 Just when everyone's expressions were different and their sorrows and joys were mixed, 3 magnificent horns sounded suddenly, shaking the whole sky. Kill! Kill! Behind the small lake in the distance, a large black torrent suddenly rushed from a distance, led by one person, riding a demon bull, holding a long spear, and was extremely mighty. It is the general of the 3rd Battalion of the Mad Cow Army of the Luoyang Kingdom, Zhong De. I saw him with tens of thousands of iron cavalry, rushing towards the battlefield all the way, like a black wave, slammed into the rear of the Tiger Roar Legion, and collided with a large black figure. These 15,000 people were the reserve team that Zhong De had secretly hidden after discussing with Elder Wu of Ling Tianzong. At this time, when the enemy army was without a leader, this new force rushed out with murderous aura like a wolf like a tiger, and immediately gave the final blow to the Tiger-Roaring Legion, which was already close to collapse. The addition of this new army made everyone understand that this battle is over. After a while, Hu Xiaojun resisted desperately for a while, and finally showed signs of collapse. First, a few people started to turn around and run away, and then, more people turned around. The defeat was like a mountain, and all the yellow figures began to flee towards the rear, like a piece of yellow sand flying in all directions. He quickly gathered the army on the battlefield, and then, after chasing the defeated soldiers, he covered up all the way. Under the leadership of Elder Wu, the three major sects began to besiege the disciples of the Blue Cloth sect. Suddenly, the scene reversed. A battle that was originally unfavorable to the Luoyang kingdom ended in a great victory for the Luoyang kingdom. At this time on the original battlefield, there were only 300 or 400 disciples of the three major sects left, and there was no chance to hunt down the enemy and get the last chance to exchange rewards. Hundreds of people slumped on the ground, all of them injured and panting violently. At the end of the battle, everyone looked relaxed and happy. It is no wonder that in such a life-and-death battle, more than half of the casualties and injuries, it is a great joy to survive by luck. Ha ha ha, this battle is really fun to kill. Elder Wu Fa laughed and returned to the battlefield first, scanning around. His eyes swept across the three sect disciples present, but his expression suddenly tightened and his face became solemn. Where's Chu Yan? Who saw Chu Yan? Wu Fa cried out nervously and asked the disciple beside him. After Chu Yan's shocking battle and killing more than 30 Blue Cloth sect disciples, Wu Fa was very nervous about Chu Yan's safety. This is genius. Extraordinary level of heaven-defying disciple. No matter how many people die, he can't have an accident. If dead, don't say it's a pity, even if I go back to the sect, I will not feel better. Elder Wu, senior brother Chu, is fine, he's over there. Su Xing raised his hand to the side and quickly reported to Elder Wu. Wu Fa followed Su Xing's fingers and saw that Chu Yan was squatting beside the pile of corpses, turning up and down, covered in blood. Because of his flipping, corpses rolled down from the mountain from time to time. Moreover, whenever there were soldiers who cleaned the battlefield and carried their corpses over and threw them on the mountain of corpses, Chu Yan would immediately run over to check them out. A dead warrior has no divine sense protection in his body. As long as Chu Yan probes his divine sense, he can find out the opponent's cultivation base. So, what is Chu Yan doing? Of course, a corpse with a higher cultivation level is selected as the material for burning the corpse and refining the energy. Originally, under Chu Yan's impulse, he could not wait to directly burn the corpse mountain and refine the whole mountain of corpses. However, when he thought of burning the corpse and refining the qi, there would be a vision of a large amount of spiritual power rushing into the martial soul. Suspected by others. Therefore, we can only suppress the impulse and choose the corpse slowly. Elder Wu Fa dodged and rushed to Chu Yan's side, frowning and asking. Chu Yan, what are you doing here? Chu Yan was stunned, then turned his eyes, and said embarrassedly. I'm looking for a familiar fellow apprentice brother. Elder Wu Fa spoke comfortably, saying. Don't worry, life and death are a matter of life, maybe he went with the army to cover and flee the enemy. Don't worry. After speaking, he turned around and started to clean the battlefield and gather the disciples of the sect. After a while, after more people returned, the legion soldiers cleaned the battlefield, the sect treated the injured disciples, and the others returned to the city. Everyone began to act, most of the army began to return to the city, and the sect disciples also left one after another. Chu Yan, let's go back too. Su Xing and Sun Jia found Chu Yan and said. Hearing this, Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at the corpse mountain beside him, sighed slightly, suppressed the impulse in his heart, and nodded lightly. Desert Wind City, Beiming Mountain. In the room, after Chu Yan took a bath and changed clothes, he sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling agitated. At this time, there were nearly 700 warrior corpses in his Rakshasa space, and more than 30 of them were above the Xiantian realm. With so many strong corpses, after the flame martial soul burns the corpse and refines its energy, how much will his cultivation level skyrocket? #C147 Vulcan Suzaku. With so many strong corpses, after the flame martial soul burns the corpse and refines its energy, how much will his cultivation level skyrocket? Maybe, you can't break through the Qi refining realm in one fell swoop, and rush directly to the innate realm. Thinking of this, Chu Yan became more and more excited. After taking a few deep breaths and calming down a little, Chu Yan's consciousness penetrated into the Rakshasa space and waved out a large pile of corpses. Nearly 700 corpses suddenly appeared in Nuota's room, and the room was almost full. The infuriating spirit revolves, the martial spirit rises, and the moment the flame martial spirit appears, the purple light in the room is brilliant, and the temperature soars. The flame martial spirit of the nearly 2-meter flame body, as soon as it appeared, suddenly rose sharply and swept toward the corpse pile on the ground. In an instant, the flames on the corpse piled into the sky, and the purple air in the room was like a cloud. The tidal stream of Jing Dun's true qi rushed to the flame martial soul in midair, and under the violet light, the pure true qi poured down toward Chu Yan like a waterfall. The two cyclones in Chu Yan's body suddenly spun rapidly, swallowing the pure qi that was pouring in like a tide. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's cultivation began to climb rapidly. Qi refining realm 8th stage middle stage. Qi refining realm 8th stage late stage. Qi refining realm 9th stage middle stage. The peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. The speed at which the cultivation base grows is astonishingly fast, and in a moment, it reaches the bottleneck of the Qi refining realm. Just when Chu Yan thought that he could break through to the innate realm in one fell swoop, suddenly, a mutation suddenly occurred. The massive amount of Jing Dungeon Qi that had been pouring into Chu Yan like a waterfall suddenly stopped at this moment. The flame martial spirit behind him suddenly burst into purple light, emitting thousands of dazzling purple lights, like a star in the sky, dazzling. At the same time, the 7th star red star above the flame martial art suddenly brightened, spurting out a dazzling red light, which instantly brightened. 7-star flame martial spirit. Chu Yan's eyes widened, looking at the flame martial spirit behind him. He couldn't help showing the color of a mad star. At this time, nearly half of the corpse in the room had been incinerated, and a large amount of pure infuriating energy was still pouring towards the flame martial soul. Boom! The purple light was extremely bright and suddenly turned into a 9-colored fire body. With a swish, the purple light disappeared, the silver light bloomed, and the silver light in the room shimmered. The flame martial soul, that originally had a purple fire body, completely turned into a silver flame, which was extremely strange. Just when Chu Yan was shocked, the newly born silver flame suddenly soared, rushing towards half of the unburned corpses on the ground. Immediately, with the moonlight falling, a cold chill suddenly struck. The purple fire above all the corpses was replaced by the silver fire, and the speed of burning the corpses was less than 3 times faster. Silver cold fire. Chu Yan was slightly startled, and knew that the flame martial soul stopped providing himself with the true energy of burning the corpse, but it was for the advancement of the fire body. And looking at the surging momentum of that silver flame martial soul, it seems that this evolution is not over at all. Sure enough, the silver flames burned the corpse on the ground in less than 100 breaths, leaving a gray powder on the ground. And the flame martial spirit in midair has changed a little more. This time, in the flame martial arts, a touch of green appeared. It was the spirit bamboo that Chu Yan started to get in the Sky Valley. As soon as it appeared, the young bamboo in the silver flame suddenly made a crisp sound. The cluster of young bamboos was only 5 delicate bamboo skills, and with the sound of a crisp sound, one of them suddenly broke away from the bamboo body, was quickly burned by the flame martial arts, and quickly disappeared. Immediately, the flame martial spirit burst into flames, and the fire body became thick again, and the few strands of silver flames in the flame quickly grew, turning the entire fire body into golden color. Tweet! The golden flame martial spirit rose into the sky, circling the whole room constantly. A big flame-shaped bird gradually revealed its figure, making bursts of loud chirping sounds, and under the vibration of its wings, thousands of golden lights were scattered. The three-tail feathers, 4 or 5 meters long, fluttered in a colorful streamer, which was extremely gorgeous. Fire. Firebird. Chu Yan was stunned, his eyes kept moving as the firebird circled in the air, his consciousness was sluggish. Wait. White tiger. Firebird. Could it be? Chu Yan's whole body was shocked, and the light in his eyes burst into flames. He looked at the flame bird that was constantly circling in the air, and suddenly felt a burst of dizziness. One of the 4 spirits of eastern China, the southern fire god, Suzaku. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched wildly for a few times, his mind moved, and when he was really angry, a white light suddenly lit up in the room. Roar. 10-star white star, the mighty white tiger divine beast martial spirit, appeared in mid-air. The tiger's eyes flashed with golden light, and as soon as it appeared, the tiger roared in the sky, causing the fiery birds hovering in the air to respond with a loud chirping. For a time, the roaring of the tiger and the chirping of the birds made Chu Yan's eyes glow with gold stars. The white tiger mythical beast treads lightly with its 4 palms and walks in the void. With every step, there is endless killing intent. One of the 4 spirits of eastern China, the god of western killing, the white tiger. Seeing the white tiger mythical beast wandering in vain, Chu Yan suddenly realized. His martial spirit is not from this different world at all, but from the 4 oriental divine beasts that came from his original world. When he came through, he merged with himself and turned into his own martial spirit. Therefore, compared with ordinary martial spirits in the martial spirit world, the spiritual power of heaven and earth required for the awakening of the 4 mythical beasts is 100 times or 1,000 times that of them. Moreover, in his divine sea, there are still 3 martial spirits that have not awakened. It should be Don Shui Xuanhuan, Bai Maqinglong and Middle Earth Qilin. Hiss. Chu Yan gasped sharply and was startled by his own thoughts. Immediately, 2 bright lights lit up from his eyes, like 2 morning stars, emitting bursts of dazzling light. Ha ha ha. I am the left Xinglong, the right white tiger, the former Suzaku, the latter Xuanwu, the middle unicorn, the gods block the gods, the Buddha blocks kill the Buddha, and the world can do whatever I want. Crazy laughter sounded in the room. If it weren't for the seal of the talisman in the room, I'm afraid it could be heard in a radius of 10 miles. After a while, Chu Yan continued to take deep breaths, calmed down a little, and put away the white tiger martial spirit and the vermilion bird martial spirit. As soon as he turned his hand, hundreds of jade talismans appeared in his hands, all collected on the battlefield. Pinch these jade talismans one by one, and piles of spirit stones, primeval stones, secret books, medicinal herbs, spirit grasses, and spirit treasures fell on the ground. After putting everything into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan picked up more than a dozen secret books and read them. Among them, there are 2 books for Xuanhuan high-grade exercises and 3 books for martial arts. The 2 exercises are Imperial Body Heavenly Clock and Tiger Roaring Judgment, which are respectively the exercises used by Wang Xing of the Blue Clothes sect and the General Qin Jiang. The 3 martial arts are 3-stage strike, Gang Feng Lai, and shoot by 10,000 beasts. Chu Yan picked up Imperial Body Heavenly Clock and 3-stage strike and studied it carefully. Chu Yan witnessed these 2 kinds of martial arts and techniques with his own eyes, and was deeply impressed by the power of the 2. Wang Xing's body training method, the Emperor's Celestial Clock, is not only amazing in defense, but also has a spiritual attack. If it is cultivated to a higher realm, it will be an incomparably amazing formidable power. As for the 3-stage strike used by Lei Zhan, Chu Yan looked at it carefully, and he was dumbfounded. Because, although this Lei Zhan is amazing in strength, his comprehension is really poor. He didn't even learn the top-grade Xian level martial arts, 3-stage strike, and he even changed it in a mess, not even 1/10 of the power. Play out. The 3-stage strike is divided into the river section, the blood sea section, and the sky section. The first stage is the first-level realm of boxing, which corresponds to Xiaoqing, Disheng, consummation, and subtle realm. And this Lei Zhan didn't even reach the Xiaoqing realm, which made this high-grade Xian-level cultivation technique dusty. Waste, waste, waste. That Lei Zhan is a pig. Chu Yan shook his head and cursed. The power of this three-stage strike is not only amazing, it is simply terrifying. #C148 Haoyan Sword Upgrade. The power of this three-stage strike is not only amazing, it is simply terrifying. According to the secret book, each stage is 10 times as powerful as the previous stage, and when you practice to the third stage, you can easily smash the body-protecting infuriating chi of the same rank warrior, and it is extremely domineering, and the last stage makes Chu Yan breathe quickly. Stand up. When the last step is completed, no grass can grow within a radius of 10 miles, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Such a powerful boxing technique made Chu Yan very satisfied, and he solemnly put it away and prepared to practice in the future. And that imperial body celestial bell has strict conditions. One is that it requires a martial spirit that is a gold-type vessel, and the other is that it requires a natural divine power physique. Although it is a Xian-level high-grade exercise, Chu Yan can't practice it, so he just put it away first. Next, Chu Yan Shenling for a moment, raised his hand, slowly pulled out the clear sky sword behind him, and held it in his hand. On the battlefield, in the battle with Qin Jiang, Chu Yan cut off Qin Jiang's innate spiritual treasure with one sword, not only because of his own strength, but also has a huge relationship with the Haoyan sword after his ascension. If the clear sky sword at that time had not been infused with spirits, then no matter how high Chu Yan's cultivation was, it would be impossible to cut off the innate spirit treasure. Therefore, after the war, Chu Yan immediately thought of something. That is to infuse the second-order Haoyan sword. The flame martial soul has now awakened, transformed into the Suzaku martial soul. The color of the flame color has turned golden, and it has been upgraded by 2 levels. For some foundations, it is believed that the success rate of the second-order infusion is greatly improved. The last time he made pills in the Chu family and awakened his martial spirit for his eldest brother Chu Zhan, Chu Yan injected spirits for those pills twice, all of which were a success. Therefore, this time, Chu Yan intends to directly infuse the clear sky sword for the second time to raise it to the second rank. If the awakened Suzaku martial spirit didn't even have such ability, then Chu Yan would be out of luck. With a wave of his hand, the coffin furnace slammed to the ground, and a burst of silver light flashed across the furnace. Chu Yan took a deep breath and stared at the clear sky sword in his hand. After a while, he gritted his teeth and put the wooden sword into the coffin furnace. Immediately afterwards, the true chi was activated, and a group of golden flames rose into the air. Among the flames, a golden flame divine bird spread its wings and wanted to fly. Go! Chu Yan's eyes narrowed, and he stretched out his back finger, and the golden fire in his hand flew into the furnace. As soon as he flipped his hand, 20 primeval stones were shaken into the furnace. Chu Yan's spiritual sense was detected, and he quickly controlled the temperature in the furnace. The Haoyan sword was instantly scorched in the Dan furnace, and the whole body turned red, floating in the furnace, trembling slightly. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and established a sense of contact with the coffin furnace, carefully paying attention to the changes in the clear sky sword. At the same time, the vermilion bird martial spirit behind Chu Yan circled a few times above Chu Yan's head, and suddenly spewed out a 3-colored light that shot directly into the coffin furnace. Immediately, in the pill furnace, colorful light circulated, and the Haoyan sword immediately stopped shaking and gradually stabilized. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was running his true energy with his eyes closed, shuddered violently and opened his eyes. The coffin furnace in front of him suddenly vibrated, and at the same time, the true chi in Chu Yan's body rushed towards the coffin furnace. Above the pale furnace, 2 silver lights bloomed, emitting dazzling rays of light, and then, the silver lights disappeared, and they drilled into the furnace and merged with the clear sky sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the furnace cover flipped over, and a silver light shot up into the sky. After circling in the air for a week, it shot Chu Yan blazing. Clang! The silver light was extremely fast, and with a swish, it was inserted on the ground in front of Chu Yan, and the entire sword body vibrated violently. With the vibration of the sword body, circles of sharp energy visible to the naked eye rippled like ripples, hitting the surrounding tables and chairs. Haha, success! Second order, true martial spirit treasure. Haotian sword. As soon as Chu Yan stretched out his hand, he grabbed it towards the clear sky sword, but when Chu Yan gently mentioned it, the clear sky sword did not move at all. Hey! It's so heavy! Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, then, his brows wrinkled, his true energy surged, and he held the clear sky sword again. Clang! When the Haotian sword was pulled off the ground, it made a loud sound of jingling, causing Chu Yan's consciousness to tremble slightly. This? I'm afraid it weighs 10,000 catties. Holding the clear sky sword in his hand, Chu Yan felt it a little, and said in surprise. At this time, the sword body of the clear sky sword could not be seen to be wood at all. At this time, a multicolored brilliance flowed on the sword body, and the whole body was dark, very like an ordinary iron sword. After a little pondering, Chu Yan summoned a large sword of Hotian Lingbao from the Rakshasa space, held it in his left hand, and slashed it fiercely with the clear sky sword. Clang! Click! The thick Lingbao sword was instantly divided into 2, and it was broken into 2 pieces. Hiss! Chu Yan gasped involuntarily, his heart beating wildly. With this sword, Chu Yan could not use even 1% of his true energy. Basically, it could be said that it was entirely by the sharpness of the clear sky sword that cut off the big sword of the acquired spirit treasure. The clear sky sword after the second order spirit infusion, the power has increased more than 10 times, and it can actually cut the spirit treasure. Ha ha ha, it's not bad, I don't know, after the third order spirit injection. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he was excited. With some magic weapons, coupled with the Thunder 13 swords, it is not invincible. Afterwards, Chu Yan put away the clear sky sword and the coffin furnace, sat cross-legged, and sank into the practice. In the sea of knowledge, Chu Yan controlled the consciousness to move towards the 3 light balls, and carefully tried to sense them, but got no response. The white tiger martial spirit is naturally awakened, while the flame martial spirit is awakened by demon fire. What conditions do the remaining 3 martial spirits need to awaken? Chu Yan pondered for a moment, but had no clue. He could only laugh bitterly, and shook his head helplessly. For the next few days, Chu Yan was immersed in cultivation, waiting for news from the sect. In addition to cultivation, cultivation is cultivation. During the day and night, all the time is used to consolidate the cultivation base that is just broken through and prepare for the future breakthrough to the innate realm. In the sect battle, although the Yundan Kingdom and the Blue Clothes sect were defeated, the military operations that the Luoyang Kingdom followed were not smooth. The armies of the 2 countries fought a battle of nearly 500,000 troops 100 miles away from Mafeng City. The Blue Clothes sect was furious after learning of the loss of most of the disciples, and mobilized nearly 50,000 disciples to come to help. For a time, Mafeng City was on the cusp of the storm again, and a dignified atmosphere of the restart of the war swept the entire city. Under this circumstance, none of the 3 major sect disciples left, and they continued to send more disciples to Mafeng City. Just like that, half a month passed in a flash. In the past 2 weeks, the number of disciples of the 3 sects in Baiming Mountain has reached nearly 60,000, and all of them are in a state of war. However, the order to fight was delayed, and everyone was anxiously waiting. For this reason, Su Xing, as the ninth prince, went to Mafeng City and brought back an astonishing piece of news. In Chu Yan's room, 3 people sat around. At this moment, Chu Yan and Sun Jia both looked at Su Xing with shocked expressions, and they couldn't believe it. What? Red Leaf Sect came forward? #C149 Ling Tian Steel. What? Red Leaf Sect came forward? Sun Jia stared at Su Xing and asked. Yes, it is said that the Red Leaf Empire ordered all kingdoms to stop fighting until the Emperor's battle. I think in a day or 2, Zoman will notify us to return. Su Xing explained. Unfortunately, it seems that there will be no war. Chu Yan's eyes showed disappointment. Originally, Chu Yan thought that if the war resumed, he might be able to collect another batch of corpses and break through the cultivation base, but now it seems that there is no hope. Unfortunately, if we can take advantage of the victory and defeat the Yundan kingdom in a battle, maybe. Sun Jia nodded and said. It's okay to stop the war, return to the sect as soon as possible, and you can also receive contribution points in exchange for some resources. Su Xing looked at Chu Yan and then asked. When the sect issues a return order, let's go back to the sect together. Wen Fang, Chu Yan and Sun Jia nodded together. 3 days later. Sure enough, Yundan Kingdom and Luoyang Kingdom stopped fighting and withdrew their troops, and Zongmen also issued an order to return to Zongmen. The 3 sect disciples in Baiming Mountain began to return one after another. Chu Yan is also ready to return. On this day, Su Xing found Chu Yan with a smile on his face and handed him a token. This token is slightly cool to start, with a gold-backed dragon pattern and a 9-character engraved on it, which looks quite majestic. Su Xing, you are? Chu Yan asked suspiciously. Chu Yan, on the battlefield, thank you for your care. There is only one piece of this prince's order, which can represent my identity, and give it to you. Su Xing said it very casually, but Chu Yan was startled and frowned slightly. This kind of identity token is an item that represents personal identity and power, just like the identity jade talisman of the sect. It is not a very deep friendship, how can it be given away easily? Although, on the battlefield, Chu Yan did take care of Su Xing, but this reward is too heavy. After all, Su Xing's identity is the 9th prince. The role of this prince's decree is much greater than that of the sect's identity, Jade Talisman. Holding this token, at least, can easily do it when entering and leaving the palace and borrowing thousands of soldiers. Su Xing, do you have anything to say? Chu Yan pondered for a while, and then asked directly. Of course, Chu Yan knew that just the help on the battlefield could not reach the level of Su Xing sending each other by the prince's order. Hearing this, Su Xing was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chu Yan could see through his mind at a glance. Senior brother Chu, as a prince, I am indifferent by nature and don't like to compete for fame and fortune, but there are always some things that I can't avoid. Speaking of this, Chu Yan looked at Chu Yan, hesitated for a moment, and then said. I only hope that in the future, when senior brother Rua Chu can do his best, he can save my life when my younger brother is in danger. After finishing speaking, Su Xing's jade-like face stared straight at Chu Yan, and his eyes were full of hope. When Chu Yan heard Su Xing's words, his brows were furrowed, and he pondered inwardly, without answering immediately. During the sect war, I sensed that there are 2 strong men beside you who have been protecting you, and you are the prince, how can you be in danger? Chu Yan asked. Senior brother Chu, if I am really in danger, they will not be able to protect me, and the identity of my prince is the reason for this danger. When that day comes, there will only be peerless powerhouses who can protect me. So. Speaking of this, Su Xing's eyes trembled, he raised his hand towards Chu Yan, bowed to his waist, and made a big gift. Chu Yan's talent and strength, even a well-informed prince like Su Xing, has never been seen before. If it takes another 2 or 3 years to grow, the strength and cultivation level at that time cannot be imagined. Maybe, can become a powerful overlord. Therefore, it is much easier to make friends with Chu Yan, who is still growing, than when he is too high to reach in the future. Chu Yan was stunned, and quickly helped Su Xing up, and said firmly, "Junior brother Su, you and I have a lifelong friendship on the battlefield. This is the only one. If you are in trouble in the future, I will definitely support it." Chu Yan pondered for a while, and naturally thought of the future situation that Su Xing, who is in the royal family, might face. "Ha ha ha, okay, thank you brother Chu." Seeing that Chu Yan agreed, Su Xing burst into laughter, and his eyes lit up again and again. "Go, call on Sun Jia, let's go back to the sect." Chu Yan also smiled and nodded, said lightly. After simply cleaning up, the three of Chu Yan set off to return to the sect. "When I came, I was in a hurry, and when I came back, I was a lot more relaxed." The three took the little white bears all the way through the forest, hunting monsters during the day, and barbecuing and drinking at night. In this way, after 10 days, the three returned to Ling Tianzong outside Luoyang City. At this time, the Ling Tian sect was extremely lively. Because of the sect war, all the disciples who had traveled abroad, were on mission, and returned home were all recruited back to the sect. For a time, the disciples of Ling Tianzong gathered together, reaching the most in the past 2 years. Chu Yan, who had only been in the sect for a few months, looked at the crowded sect scene in front of him and sighed. As the head of the 3 major sects in Luoyang Kingdom, Ling Tianzong has a scale of nearly 50,000 people. Usually, most of the disciples of various sects are not in the sect. Therefore, usually, the number of disciples that can be seen in the sect is less than 1/5. In a sect battle, tens of thousands of sect disciples all appeared in the sect, which was extremely lively. After a while, the three of Chu Yan went to Lingwutang to prepare to exchange the sect battle mission. Lingwutang is the core of Lingshanzong's head hall, and the tasks of sect war, which are related to the survival of sects, are all handed over in Lingwutang. Thinking of the contribution points they will get, the three of them are all in a hurry and look excited. Along the way, many disciples of Ling Tianzong went to Lingwu Hall, and the crowd was like a stream. "I don't know how many contribution points can be exchanged," Chu Yan muttered. "After walking for about half an hour, I saw 10 amazing stone monuments standing in front of the magnificent Lingwu Hall. These 10 stone monuments are one of the symbols of Ling Tianzong. Each stone monument exudes a faint golden light, which is dozens of feet high, and the imposing manner is like a rainbow. On the stone tablet, you can clearly see rows and rows of handwriting, shining brightly." "What is this?" Chu Yan asked suspiciously. "This is my Ling Tian sect's various ranking stone tablets, including the Dragon Gate, Inner Gate, Outer Gate, Zongmen Battle, Cultivation Base, Spirit Treasure, Contribution, etc. The whole sect ranking is the 10 glory list of Zongmen." Sun Jia had been in the sect for a long time, so he explained softly, and at the same time, he looked at the 10 stone monuments with a hint of awe. Hearing this, Chu Yan saw the scene in front of the stele where there were few people, so he could only stand in the distance, curiously, and look at it with all his eyesight. The most recent all-sect disciple cultivation ranking, the first name in the ranking is Huang Tian. Emperor. Chu Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't Huang Yutian the first in Ling Tianzong's strength? Who is this emperor? #C150 Heaven Power. Who is this emperor? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Sun Jia quickly explained. Except for the first one, Zongshi's strength ranking among these 10 steles, the others are all pseudonyms. This Huang Tian is Huang Yutian's pseudonym. Why use a pseudonym? Chu Yan asked. Sun Jia smiled lightly and said, "This is for confidentiality and to avoid danger to the disciples in the sect. Just like the sect battle ranking, the record is the ranking of the disciples who have killed the most enemy sections. If people from the enemy sect know this, they will definitely assassinate the disciples on this list. And the Lingbao ranking, the record is the body. If the name of the disciple of the strongest spirit treasure is announced, it will definitely attract snatch, so, hey. The first place in the spirit treasure list has been replaced. As Sun Jia spoke, he saw the name of the number 1 on the Lingbao ranking list, and the word Haoyan was written, and he was stunned. Hearing this, Chu Yan also looked at it, and when he saw the word Haoyan at the top of the Lingbao ranking, he was startled and frowned. Haoyan. Is it? On that day, the real martial art treasure that Chu Yan obtained in Lingbao Hall was the Haoyan sword. There are a total of 3 true martial arts spirit treasures. I chose the clear sky sword, and the other 2 remained untouched. Therefore, the word Haoyan on this list of spirit treasures should refer to my own clear sky sword. Suddenly, Chu Yan felt a hint of coldness rise from the bottom of his heart, and a guilty conscience of being peeped at with a strange treasure subconsciously rose. Thinking that there are many high-strength disciples in the Lingtian sect, even the disciples of the real martial arts are not a few. If you let them know that a disciple of the Qi refining realm has obtained the real martial arts spirit treasure, then the result. Although Chu Yan is currently facing the warriors of the Xiantian realm, he has the strength to fight, but in the real martial realm, there is absolutely no chance to resist. Although it is strictly forbidden for disciples to fight privately in Lingtian sect, when they are cultivating, they must leave the sect. In this way, if their real names appear on the Lingbao ranking, there will definitely be a lot of disciples blocked outside the sect, waiting for rob yourself. Thinking of this, Chu Yan couldn't help but use a pseudonym for the steal, and was full of praise. This move can avoid a lot of trouble when one's own strength is insufficient. Hey! Why can't I see your name in the top 10 of the outer sect disciple rankings? Are you not one of the 4 outer sect disciples? Chu Yan swept to the next outer sect disciple strength ranking, looked at Sun Jia in surprise, and asked. Sun Jia looked at Chu Yan with an embarrassed look on his face, and said softly. My 4 outer sect masters are just rumors. Compared with those outer sect disciples who belong to heaven, they are nothing. Heaven? Chu Yan asked with a frown. That's right, for those who are on these 10 rankings, the sect has additional training resources other than Yufeng. Therefore, some heavenly disciples will not participate in the promotion of the inner sect even if their cultivation level exceeds the 8th level of Qi refining realm. The assessment has been staying in the outer door, just for those extra large cultivation resources. Sun Jia paused for a while, then said. I am the 4 outer sect masters, but I don't have a false reputation among the outer sect disciples who joined heaven. Compared with the disciples belonging to heaven, there is a world of difference. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help being secretly shocked. He didn't expect the heaven of Ling Tianzong to be so powerful. Do the sect elders care about the behavior of the disciples in heaven? Chu Yan asked. Manage? Humph. There will be control there, and many elders even secretly help these heavenly disciples in private, just to flatter that Huang Yutian. Sun Jia said with a look of resentment on his face. Obviously, he was also quite dissatisfied with this injustice, but there was nothing he could do. This Huang Yutian is so powerful? Chu Yan asked in a daze. Then Huang Yutian's cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the true martial realm, even surpassing some sect elders, which is why he is so strong. You see, above the 10 stone monuments, there are 5 of them at the top of the list, the Emperor. After Sun Jia finished speaking, he pointed it out. Chu Yan looked down his fingers. At a glance, he was immediately shocked. Sure enough, several steels topped the list with the name Emperor Heaven written on them. At this time, more and more disciples gathered here at Lingwu Hall, and the crowd soon became huge. Go away. Get out of the way. Suddenly, there were shouts from the crowd not far away, and several disciples separated from the crowd and walked towards the gate of Lingwu Hall. Qianzhong. Chu Yan followed the voice and saw that among the disciples, a chubby figure was walking arrogantly. This person is the heaven disciple, Qianzhong, who shot at him in Ling Tianzong last time. Look. That's Qianzhong, who has just been transferred to the outer gate of heaven. Yes, I heard that I voluntarily descended from the inner sect to the outer sect, and I also received a special reward, and my cultivation base has advanced greatly. Not only that, I heard that in this sect battle, he served as a scout and killed many sect disciples in the enemy country. Amazing, no wonder he is so arrogant and domineering. The chatter around them spread, and the crowd suddenly crowded because of Qianzhong's arrogance. The people who were reprimanded watched the disciples. Not only no one was angry, but hurriedly made a way to let the 5 people pass by Qianzhong. Qianzhong raised his chin, his face was arrogant, the aura of the innate realm on his body was released, majestic and vigorous, and all the disciples avoided him wherever he went. When the 5 people passed by, Sun Jia and Su Xing also groaned, unable to withstand the pressure of his breath, and subconsciously avoided. However, Chu Yan stood up and was not affected at all, standing still. Qianzhong? Staring at the fat man, Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Compared with the previous battle with Qianzhong, this Qianzhong's cultivation was obviously improved. It seems that the treatment of this heaven is really good. The cultivation of the innate realm is nothing in the inner sect, but in the outer sect, it is directly ranked among the top 10 outer sect disciples. Qianzhong glanced at Chu Yan, but he didn't expect that someone would dare to block his way, and it seemed familiar. Chu Yan. When Qianzhong approached and saw Yan's appearance clearly, he frowned and said in surprise. After calling Chu Yan to find out about Jiuxiao last time, Qianzhong looked for Chu Yan twice, but found that Chu Yan took the sect mission and went out. At this time, he suddenly encountered Chu Yan and was a little surprised. However, this is equivalent to delivering it to your door, so you don't have to look for it yourself. Chu Yan, you are not too timid to hide when you see me. Qianzhong sneered, his eyes full of abuse, and said, however, it's useless for you to hide. Several bosses in our heaven have already spoken, and you won't live for a few days. Idiot. Chu Yan said casually, without even looking at Qianzhong. Hide? The strength of the innate realm is only, do you need to hide? Chu Yan's current strength has skyrocketed a lot compared to when he beheaded Qin Jiang before, and he doesn't care about Qianzhong at all. Moreover, even if there are many opponents, he really can't win, but it is absolutely impossible for the opponent to kill him easily. Humph. It's really not a short life. Qianzhong snorted coldly, but didn't get angry at all, and then a smile appeared on his face, saying, when people come to find you in heaven, you will regret it. After that, Qianzhong ignored Chu Yan, bypassed him, and walked towards the wooden house in front of the stone tablet. Heaven. A hint of coldness flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. It seems that a battle between oneself and heaven is no longer unavoidable, but what's the harm? #C151, the top of the Zoman battle list. It seems that a battle between oneself and heaven is no longer unavoidable, but what's the harm? At this time, Qianzhong, wearing an ordinary white robe, walked under the stone tablet, looked up, and walked into a wooden house under the stone tablet. Only then did Chu Yan see that under each stone tablet, there was a row of wooden houses. At this time, what Qianzhong entered was the row of wooden houses under the Zoman battle stone monument, and other wooden houses were constantly coming in and out. That's where the contribution points are exchanged. Sun Jia raised his hand and pointed. Chu Yan nodded, raised his feet and walked out of the wooden house. He came here to exchange contribution points, and naturally, he was unwilling to wait. After finding a wooden house, the 3 of Chu Yan waited patiently after 7 or 8 disciples. Suddenly, the stone tablet in front of the entire row of sects and battles rang loudly, sending out a golden light blooming. Immediately afterwards, a line of golden characters flashed on the stone tablet. Disciple Banue. Zome in battle contributed 37,000 points, ranking third. As soon as the glittering big characters appeared, there was a burst of exclamations, and everyone looked up, excited. After the golden inscription appeared for 3 breaths of time, it rushed to the Zome in battle stone monument, flashed at the third row of writing, and disappeared into it. At the same time, a stone tablet next to the Zome in battle also suddenly made a shocking sound, emitting a dazzling golden light. Disciple Banue, cultivated to the 4th level of the innate realm, ranked 9th in the outer sect. A large row of golden characters flashed out, reflecting the steel of ranking of outer sect disciples, shining like gold. Ha ha ha. So far, the top 10 of the outer gates are all occupied by my heaven. Just as everyone was shocked, a loud laughter came out, and then a fat figure walked out of a wooden house and laughed wildly. The 4 attendants behind him were also laughing and arrogant. Hiss. The crowd's gasp sounded, and everyone was stunned. 37,000 contribution points. My goodness! How many people of the enemy country and the enemy clan must be killed to accumulate such a terrifying level? How much is more than 30,000 contribution points? That represents a mountain of cultivation resources. With these resources, the cultivation base will explode again in a short period of time. Immediately, thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Xinzhong with envy. Compared with other people, he can die of anger. For a sect battle mission, you will get more than 30,000 contribution points. Ordinary disciples do tasks, hunt monsters, and earn less than 1,000 contribution points a month. A living difference. Xinzhong glanced at the crowd, his chin raised higher and higher. The feeling of being looked up by everyone made him feel physically and mentally comfortable. It's as refreshing as the pores all over the body are blooming. At this time, Chu Yan saw Xinzhong come out, and the other disciples all looked sluggish, so he lifted his feet and walked into the wooden house. In the wooden house, there is only one stone platform, and in the middle of the platform, there is a miniature magic circle. Chu Yan took out the identity jade talisman and placed it in the gap in the array, just stuck. Swish! A white light was emitted, and the jade talisman suddenly glowed, projecting a picture. Immediately afterwards, the picture flashed, and images continued to flash past, all of which were the last scene of Chu Yan's beheading of the first person on the battlefield. The picture flashed faster and faster, and finally, Chu Yan's eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of the picture. Swish! After a while, all the rays of light converged back into the formation above the stone platform, and the rays of light disappeared. Everything is back to normal. Outside the wooden house, Xinzhong was waiting. He just wanted to see how many contribution points this Chi-refining realm kid could get. Killed more than 500. Xinzhong secretly said. The small door of the wooden house opened, and Chu Yan's figure slowly walked out. Because of Xinzhong's attention, at this time everyone looked at Chu Yan subconsciously, waiting to see a good show. Boom! At this moment, the Zome in battle stone monument made a loud noise, the colorful rays of light rose into the sky, and a heavy voice suddenly shook. Disciple Chu Yan. Zome in battle contributed 3 million points and ranked first. A row of colorful lights, composed of huge streamers with gold background color words, constantly flashing colorful lights in the sky, dazzling. Beheaded the enemy sect, and there are 381 warriors under the 5th layer of Chi refining realm. Killing the enemy army, 357 soldiers under the 5th heaven of Chi refining realm. Beheading the enemy sect, there are 199 warriors under the Xiantian realm. Kill the enemy's main general, Tiger Roar Army General, Qin Jiang. 1 million contribution points will be rewarded. Zome in challenge. kill 36 Qi refining 9th level warriors from the enemy sect, reverse the situation, and reward 1 million contribution points. On the Zoman Battle Stone Monument, rows and rows of colorful and flowing big characters continued to emerge. List Chu Yan's achievements one by one. Every row of text appears, there will be a unified pumping sound. When the last row of information that Chu Yan beheaded the enemy's main general appeared, the sound of the air conditioning was even more continuous, and it lasted for a long time. After that, dozens of people stared at Chu Yan with big round eyes. Quiet. You can hear the static needle falling to the ground. Everyone was stunned by Chu Yan's performance against the sky, even Su Xing and Sun Jia. In the battle between Chu Yan and Qin Jiang, they were so far away that they didn't see it. At this time, they remembered the reason why Chu Yan returned to them with a pale face. It turned out that Chu Yan was going to single out that General Hu Xiao. At that time, they thought that Chu Yan had thrown that person away, but they couldn't find it. It turned out that Chu Yan killed him. What kind of strength is this? That is the top powerhouse of the innate realm. This is too perverted, right? Most of the disciples present participated in the sect battle that day, and they all have deep memories of the general of the enemy army. A golden armor, a golden long sword, and the light of the sword wielded at will, all have the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. After the shock, there was a trace of suspicion in everyone's eyes. Believe it or not. Absolutely impossible. The fat on Chen Zhong's face trembled violently. 3 million contribution points. 10 times his own, this is too exaggerated. An outer sect disciple in the Qi refining realm actually had 3 million contribution points. Fake. There must be a mistake. Chen Zhong's shout suddenly erupted, bringing together the sound of everyone's cooperation. Impossible. It's impossible for this Chu Yan to kill the enemy general. That's right, he's just an outer disciple, how could he have such strength? It must be a mistake, or it was killed by a lot of people, and he can't just be credited to him. We protest. Protest fairness. For a time, the voices of all kinds of discussions were loud, and each and everyone with extremely red-eyed faces, waving their fists and roaring loudly. Fuck. At this moment, there was a thunderous shout in the sky, which shocked everyone, and their eyes suddenly turned black. Immediately, a figure in a grey robe descended from the sky, and the boundless coercion emanating from his body made everyone stiff. One person's strength to suppress thousands of disciples, what kind of strength and cultivation is this? This person is Elder Wu Fa. Hashtag C15200000 contribution points. The chief elder of the sect battle mission is ranked among the top 10 elders of the outer sect, and it can be said that he is one of the high-ranking people in the Lingtian sect. I prove that the outer disciple Chu Yan killed the enemy Qin Jiang was done by one person without any assistance. Therefore, this information record is completely true and valid. Wu Fa's eyes swept across the audience, bright and bright, not feeling angry, and said in a positive tone. Any disciple who dares to question the prestige of the sect, / The last word came out, and a turbulent aura swept through the spot. All the disciples shrank their pupils, and a coldness rose in their hearts. Question the prestige of the sect. This crime is boundless and great. Thousands of people nodded frantically to Elder Wu Fa in midair, without a trace of doubt in their hearts. When they looked at Chu Yan again, their eyes were bloodshot, and their jealous eyes were bloodshot. Mary, 3 million contribution points. You will never earn so much in a lifetime. Chen Zhong's face was ashen. As one of the top 10 disciples of his outer sect, he only contributed more than 30,000 points. And this Chu Yan, a disciple in the Qi refining realm, who caught a lot of disciples in the outer sect, actually had 3 million contribution points. Chen Zhong's face suddenly felt hot. Shame. Absolutely shameful. He was still enjoying the people looking up just now, but at this time, he was not even as good as Tua Xiang. No. No, I'm going to kill you. Qin Zhong fiercely glared at Chu Yan, the true qi gushing out from his body, and suddenly, a large number of disciples around him were dumped by the true qi of his innate realm. The crowd immediately rioted. At this time, Chu Yan also suddenly looked at Qin Zhong, and when the infuriating qi from the opponent had just touched his body, he was easily blocked by him. Your brain is flooded. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Humph. Courting death. Elder Wu Fa, who was in the air, looked at Qin Zhong. He didn't expect that Qin Zhong would dare to do this after he warned him. This is completely disregarding himself. Boom. A wisp of breath gushed out from Elder Wu Fa, hit Qin Zhong, and immediately knocked him out. The Elder Wu Fa, who had cultivated in the real martial realm, even if he just sent out a dash of imposing attack, completely stunned Qin Zhong without the ability to resist. Not only that, when Qin Zhong landed, he slammed his mouth open and spit out a large mouthful of blood, obviously not lightly injured. Okay, Chu Yan, today's hatred, I wrote it down. Qin Zhong struggled to get up from the ground, and under his sinister eyes, his face was extremely hideous. After speaking, they separated from the crowd and left the scene in large strides. Thank you, Elder. Chu Yan raised his hand and bowed to Elder Wu Fa. Chu Yan, you are very good. I just found out about your beheading of Hu Shao General Qin Jiang. In the battle that day, if the enemy leader hadn't been beheaded, my Luoyang kingdom would not have won so easily. Killing the enemy is invaluable. Elder Wu Fa looked at Chu Yan, and the more he looked, the more he liked it, and he couldn't stop nodding in praise. This child is not only amazing in talent, but also terrifying in his temperament. When an ordinary person faces an opponent who surpasses him by a world, he may be timid before the battle and lose under the oppression of the opponent. The talent and temperament of this Chu Yan will never be lost to the first genius of Ling Tianzong, Huang Yutian. The elders have won the prize. Chu Yan smiled, neither charming nor dry. Then, Elder Wu Fa smiled and praised Chu Yan a few times, and then left. After Su Xing and Sun Jia finished the exchange, Chu Yan and the three turned around and left Lingwu Hall. Senior Brother Chu, amazing, kill the enemy generals, 3 million contribution points. You are definitely a rare rich man in the sect now. Sun Jia exclaimed in admiration. Sun Jia's sect battle exchanged more than 6,000 contribution points, which is not bad among ordinary disciples. However, compared to Zhen Chu Yan, even a fraction is not enough. This is related to Sun Jia's special shadow martial arts. On the battlefield, every time he uses his shadow martial arts to sneak behind, there will be someone killed by his sneak attack. As for Su Xing, he has only exchanged less than 1,000 contribution points in total. After all, among the three, his cultivation base is the lowest. However, as a prince, he is not lacking in cultivation resources, so his face is as usual, and he is not as envious as Sun Jia. Holding the jade talisman with 3 million contribution points in his hand, Chu Yan was also a little excited, and together with Su Xing and Sun Jia, walked towards Ling Shoutong. 3 million contribution points. Now, it's time to redeem them. Senior Brother Chu, your 3 million contribution points are exchanged for resources, and your cultivation will soar to the sky again. Yeah, I guess you can exchange anything in Lingxiatang. Yes, I heard that the exchange of Lingshou Hall is also graded. The inner disciples and Longmen disciples are completely different from the exchange resources we have seen. It is said that the good things accumulated by the sect for thousands of years are placed on the second floor. Sun Jia and Su Xing, along the way, kept discussing and helping Chu Yan come up with ideas, all wanting Chu Yan to get the best resources. Okay, then, if you can go to the second floor, you can choose whatever you want, and I will contribute. Chu Yan watched the two of them talk non-stop and chuckled. Real. Both eyes lit up. Between us, don't be polite. What kind of straight pipe do you want to change? Chu Yan smiled. Haha. That's great. I've long wanted to change to a middle-grade Xian level martial arts. Thank you so much, Brother Chu. Hee, thank you, Brother Chu. Both of them were overjoyed. For Chu Yan's care, they immediately felt that the relationship between the three was closer. By the way, I have harvested some resources on the battlefield and distributed them to you. As Chu Yan said, he first took out several huge jade bottles from his arms and handed them to the two of them. This jade bottle was much larger than the ordinary jade bottle, which shocked two people. These 8 jade bottles, each with 50 qi refining pills, 2 bottles for each of you. What? 200 qi refining pills per person. The two were stunned by Chu Yan's generosity, holding the jade bottle in their hands. All of them were stunned. Based on their qi refining realm cultivation base, every month the sect sends out a few qi refining pills, and suddenly, they got so many qi refining pills at once, and the two of them were immediately blinded. Sun Jia, and this is a dagger of the innate spiritual treasure. I don't need it either, I'll give it to you. Chu Yan took out a dark red dagger, handed it to Sun Jia, and looked at Su Xing again. This sword is also of the innate spirit treasure level, I'll give it to you. The thin sword that Chu Yan took out was just right for Su Xing, but it was 1 level higher than his acquired Lingbao. Thank you so much. Even Su Xing, who is a prince, rarely sees innate spiritual treasures, especially when he saw this kind of thin sword that suits him. He suddenly became excited. Seeing the excitement of the two of them, Chu Yan was also very happy. For true friends, Chu Yan is definitely not a person with small tools. As long as he has it, he can give it to him. The three of them rushed all the way, and soon arrived at Lingshou Hall. Lingshou Hall was originally a hall-type building on the ground floor. It was much larger than other halls, but many disciples did not know that. In fact, the underground building of Lingshou Hall was unique. That's where inner sect disciples and dragon sect disciples often go. After Chu Yan showed the deacon elder's identity jade talisman, there was a full 3 million contribution points in it, and the deacon elder, who was about 70 years old, was shocked, and he almost lost his footing. You come with me. The elder deacon nodded at Chu Yan, his eyes still trembling when he looked at Chu Yan, looking up and down. #C153 used up. An outer sect disciple, still refining qi, actually has 3 million contribution points. He had served as a deacon in Lingshou Hall for hundreds of years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, according to Ling Shoutong's rules, if the contribution points are over 1 million, they are eligible to enter the real exchange distinction. That is the place located underground, exclusively for inner sect disciples and dragon sect disciples to exchange. Under the envious gazes of Sun Jia and Su Xing, Chu Yan followed the deacon elder to the basement floor. The area of this basement floor is actually several times larger than the ground, and you can't see the head at a glance. Chu Yan, this is different from the exchange above. It is divided into several areas. You can choose what you need. After the deacon elder finished speaking, he pointed to the other elders next to him and said, "After choosing, just go to the elder to register. I wish you good luck." After speaking, he turned over and returned to the upper floor, leaving Chu Yan to look around. This underground Lingshou Hall is divided into several areas, such as medicine pills, weapons, martial arts, consumption, tasks, etc., various areas. Chu Yan sighed slightly and walked out towards the medicinal herbs. At present, weapons and martial arts are enough. However, as an alchemist, he should always refine some powerful medicinal blood on his body. Therefore, Chu Yan intends to find a good pill recipe. It is Chu Yan's current huge advantage to benefit from medicinal pills to improve his own strength, and other martial artists can only buy them. However, really good medicinal pills cannot be bought with money. For example, the blood god pill that Chu Yan refined last time is basically not sold in the market. To kill General Hu Xiao, if it wasn't for his strong sense of consciousness, he seized the key point of 1/10 of the breath time. As long as Qin Zhang's true qi recovered, he would definitely die. Therefore, Chu Yan walked directly to the pill recipes in the pill area. Hundreds of wooden racks are neatly arranged, and one after another withered yellow booklets are placed on them, all of which are all kinds of pill recipes. The first dozen or so shelves were all basic pills, such as the body tempering pill and the qi refining pill, the most common pills, and each pill in Lingxiatang actually included thousands of different pills. Especially the body tempering pill, the lowest level pill, there are more than 900 pill recipes in a mess, with different effects. Chu Yan has now reached the peak of the qi refining realm, Jiuxiao, and basically no longer needs these two medicinal pills. Therefore, he went directly to the depths of the Danfang district. What he needed was a more special Danfang. Building foundation pills, written by Mu Daozi, adding fire grass, the effect is better for fire physique warriors. Bigu pill recipe, Fong Tong, take it, but you don't need to eat for 10 days. The Ma Fei Dan recipe, written by Qi Yang, is based on Ma Fei grass, and it can be made into a pill after refining for 9 days. If you take it, you can paralyze the whole body, and you will not feel pain during battle. Sanyuan Danfang, Mo Dongha, take it, but Sanyang Kai Tai, good luck again and again. Chu Yan picked up the introduction of various pill recipes from time to time, which opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, there are so many strange pill recipes in the category of pill recipes, and there are all kinds of uses. Among these pills, there are also some that have nothing to do with cultivation, such as the Bigu pill, Zhuyan pill, Xiaoyao pill, etc., all of which are auxiliary functions and have absolutely nothing to do with the strength of the cultivation base. An alchemist's ability, on the one hand, depends on the grade of the medicinal pills he can refine, but there are also more important things. It was the functional type of the medicinal pill he refined. Just like a second-grade alchemist, an alchemist who can refine foundation pills has a much higher status than an alchemist who can only refine qi refining pills. However, correspondingly, the price of medicinal pills is also 100 times 1,000 times that of medicinal pills. For example, this good fortune pill in Chu Yan's hand can actually repair the incomplete martial spirit. This made Chu Yan very moved, and he didn't know if his martial soul was incomplete. In the world of martial arts, warriors who have awakened their martial souls may suffer damage to their martial arts due to various reasons, such as insufficient spiritual power during awakening, unable to support their physique, or damage during battle, etc. Incomplete. In most cases, incomplete and damaged martial arts can only be nourished by the martial artist using the spiritual power of heaven and earth during long-term cultivation, but it takes a long time, and even some severely damaged ones may not be fully healed for life. However, with the good fortune pill, it will be much faster. 300,000 contribution points. It's just a 5th-grade medicinal pill, and it needs so many contribution points. Chu Yan looked at the required contribution points written in the introduction, and was immediately startled. However, he is still ready to exchange this pill recipe, which may be useful to his unawakened martial soul. Afterwards, Chu Yan selected 2 more articles. One was the 3rd-grade Xiantian pill recipe. This pill was the one with the lowest success rate among the hundreds of innate pill recipes, but the best medicinal effect. The other pill recipe is a 5th-grade medicinal pill, Vajra pill, worth 500,000 contribution points. This medicinal pill can temper the body and has a very strong effect. If swallowed for a long time, the strength of the body can far exceed that of a martial artist of the same level. The most important thing is that this pill recipe has only one in the entire pill recipe area, which shows its rarity. 3 pill recipes require a total of 1 million contribution points. After choosing, Chu Yan walked towards the resource area. Before coming, Chu Yan planned to exchange pill fire. At present, Chu Yan's cultivation is at the peak of Qi refining realm Jiuxiao, and the Suzaku martial spirit has just risen to the 7th star, so raising the star of the Suzaku martial spirit is the top priority. Martial spirit is the foundation of a martial artist. In the resource area, all kinds of demon crystals, elixir, and treasures made Chu Yan dazzled. After spending some time redeeming enough Lingqiao for Xiantian pill, Vajra pill, and Good Fortune pill, Chu Yan went directly to the demon fire zone. 1-star fire. Samsung demon fire. 7-star demon fire. Chu Yan walked and watched. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his face changed greatly. In the deepest part of the fire zone, a faint flame entered Chu Yan's line of sight, immediately attracting Chu Yan's attention. This flame is very different from ordinary demon fire. It is actually red and blue, and the fire body is two-colored. The left and right are distinct, and it looks extremely strange. This is karma. Glancing at the introduction next to Tinder, Chu Yan's eyes showed ecstasy. The fire is divided into 3 grades and 9 stars, namely demon fire, karmic fire, and real fire. For a long time, Chu Yan's Suzaku martial spirit had devoured demon fire. Today, he finally saw karmic fire. How could he not be excited? 2 stars of industry fire, the required contribution points for exchange are 2.3 million. What? 2.3 million? Seeing the value of the introduction next to him, Chu Yan frowned. At this time, Chu Yan had already selected 3 pill recipes and some elixir, and he needed 1 million exchange points. Therefore, in exchange for this 2-star industry fire, there is a difference of 300,000 contribution points. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan gritted his teeth, turned and returned to the elder's exchange position, and turned over all the inventory in the Rakshasa space. When a small pile of spiritual treasures, exercises, martial arts, and treasures of heaven and earth were dumped in front of the 2 deacon elders, they were startled. They saw that Chu Yan was no better than an outer disciple, and all the good things on this body were actually piled up. Under their astonishment, they looked at Chu Yan with shock in their eyes. However, the 2 deacon elders quickly counted everything and looked at Chu Yan and said, "A total of 280,000 contribution points can be exchanged." Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head, a wry smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect so many things, and he could only exchange 280,000 contribution points. In the end, Chu Yan could only take out some primeval stones and exchange them for contribution points to get enough contribution points. After the exchange was completed, Chu Yan looked around at random, then left the basement and returned to the main hall of Lingqiao Hall. At this time, Sun Jia and Su Xing waited for a long time, and when they saw Chu Yan coming out, they hurried up to meet him. "Brother Chu, what did you exchange?" Sun Jia and Su Xing looked at Chu Yan expectantly and said, #C154 own power. Exchanged some medicinal pills and resources. Chu Yan said with a chuckle. The things below are a bit expensive. 3 million contribution points are all spent. What? Hearing this, Sun Jia and Su Xing were shocked and their faces froze. Some expensive? That wouldn't mean using up 3 million contribution points at one time. This is the blink of an eye, and it's all spent? The 2 of them only felt that Venus was rushing out in front of them, and they were a little dizzy. Ugh. Chu Yan sighed, shook his head helplessly and said, "The contribution points are too few, so I changed 2 things, and it's gone." Boom. Boom. Sun Jia and Su Xing finally rolled their eyes and fell on the spot. Two things, 3 million contribution points? If you spend this way, even a few 100 million more contribution points will not be enough. Immediately, the three of them left Lingxiu Hall and each said goodbye and returned to their small courtyards. After walking all the way back to the small courtyard, Chu Yan entered the room directly. After that, Chu Yan took out all the exchanged items and placed them in front of him. In front of Chu Yan, it was the red and blue 2-star karmic fire, the size of a finger, floating in the crystal cover, beating slightly, like a candle. However, after Chu Yan opened the crystal cover excitedly, the 2-color karmic fire burst into the sky, and the violent 2-color flame swept across the entire room. With the sudden rise of the 2-color karmic fire, the room was immediately mapped into 2 colors, red and blue, and the temperature rose sharply. Even if Chu Yan was running the infuriating body protector, he still felt that his hair was about to burn, and it gave off the smell of scorching. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, a ball of light flashed, and the true energy from his body surged out. Vulcan Suzaku. Now. Following Chu Yan's violent shout, a ball of golden light rose into the sky behind him, and a magnificent bird covered in golden flames spread its wings. Chirp. The loud chirping sound was extremely high-pitched, and at the same time, with the appearance of the Suzaku with golden flames all over the body, the 2-color karmic fire suddenly trembled, and then, with a swish, it retracted into the crystal cover. In the room, the red and blue lights instantly extinguished, leaving only the golden flames swayed by Suzaku. The fire god Suzaku appeared, and even the second-order karmic fire could only restrain and hide. As if he knew his own destiny, the red and blue karmic fire shrank in the crystal hood, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Yan smiled slightly, his consciousness moved, and Suzaku, who was hovering in the room, turned around and dived, directly swallowing the red and blue karmic fire. Boom! Boom! The Suzaku martial soul, which had swallowed the karmic fire, the golden flames of the whole body kept trembling. The 8th red martial soul star suddenly lit up, and the 8 stars all lit up, dazzling. 8-star Vulcan Suzaku martial spirit. Chu Yan let out a long sigh of relief, finally ascending the star. In this way, more than 2 million contribution points are not in vain. It's 2 stars away from 10 stars. Withdrawing his martial soul, Chu Yan muttered to himself. In the world of martial arts, there is an extremely rare martial soul awakener. They are born with 2 martial souls. This kind of genius martial soul is called a twin martial soul. Moreover, as long as the martial artist who awakens the twin martial arts, the star rating of the 2 martial arts will not be lower than 8 stars. However, there may only be 1 or 2 of these rare warriors, even the Red Leaf Empire, with a population of trillions. The speed of strength improvement is still too slow. Chu Yan raised his head slightly, his eyes flashed. If he didn't speed up, he didn't know when he would be able to find Yuer. Zhongtian continent. So far away. Chu Yan sighed softly, he is still in Luoyang Royal City, and he has never even been to the Red Leaf Empire. Moreover, besides the Red Leaf Empire, there are the 4 polar regions, and besides the 4 polar regions, there are Beizhou. 3 years. Chu Yan only had 3 years. Go to Zhongtian continent and challenge Yi Feng. And now, half a year has passed. Okay, when this sect annual test is over, I will go out and practice. A look of firmness flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, he breathed a long sigh of relief, and calmed down. Now, start practicing Taiju, 2 points and 4. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Yan closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to slowly circulate his true qi to practice Taiju. If the Taiju is successful in 2 and 4, then the 2 cyclones in the body will become 4, and the strength will be doubled. Tai divides the sun and the moon, and the sun and the moon give birth to the stars. With the secret method of true qi, the world is divided into all phenomena. Those who have reached the 5th level of the Qi refining realm can practice this decision and divide the source of their true Qi into 1 part 2, 2 parts 4, 4 parts 8, 8th 10,000. Tai Yiju secret method works. In the Sea of Qi, in Chu Yan's body, 2 cyclones began to slowly change shape. After breaking through to the Qi refining realm 9 heavens, he was only 1 step away from the innate realm. At this time, Chu Yan's strength was much stronger than when he ran Tai Yiju for the first time. This is powerful, not only the cultivation base, but also the physical strength and spiritual consciousness, which are far better than before. Boom! An hour later, Chu Yan's Sea of Qi shook, and the 2 cyclones were successfully divided into 4 small cyclones, which were slowly turning. 2 points and 4, success. 4 cyclones are 4 times the combat power. Chu Yan practiced for a while, and after stabilizing the cyclone, he slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. A look of joy appeared on his face. Although the current Chu Yan has not reached the innate realm, he can proudly say, under the 6th layer of the innate realm, there is no single enemy. Later, Chu Yan sacrificed the coffin pill furnace and began to refine the 3 newly obtained pill recipes. After the flame martial spirit was promoted to the vermilion bird martial spirit, Chu Yan found that the refining of medicinal pills became more smooth. Many. Boom. The 5th grade Santian pill is released. Boom. 6th rank good fortune pill is out. Boom. Boom. The 6th grade Vajra pill is released. Chu Yan looked at the bottles of medicinal pills in front of him, and his eyes were full of joy. Except for the failure of the 2nd infusion of the 5th grade diamond pill, it was only upgraded to the 1st grade, and the other 2 medicinal pills were all upgraded to the 2nd grade. After putting away all the medicinal herbs, Chu Yan was about to continue to practice when he heard a voice from outside the courtyard. Brother Chu. All the disciples of Ling Tianzong have a forbidden formation, and no one can enter without the permission of the owner of the courtyard. Chu Yan walked outside the hospital, and Sun Jiao was waiting anxiously. When he saw Chu Yan, he immediately said, Brother Chu, here is a letter from you. It seems to have been put on hold for a long time. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled, took the letter from Sun Jia, and after a few words of thanks, Sun Jia left. Back in the room, Chu Yan opened the letter and looked at it intently. After a glance and 10 lines, a smile appeared on Chu Yan's face. This letter was brought into Ling Tian's sect by his father, Chu Jiang. The letter told Chu Yan that he and Chu Zhan had arrived at the Luoyang King city and temporarily settled in an inn in the north of the city, hoping that Chu Yan would meet them after seeing the letter. Father and big brother are here. Chu Yan put the letter into his arms carefully, and when he raised his head, his eyes flashed again and again. North of Luoyang King city, Fuyun Inn. This inn has 3 floors. The 1st floor is for food and beverages, and the 2nd and 3rd floors are for accommodation. In Luoyang Wanqing, the scale of this inn is really not large. At this moment, at the entrance of the inn, a young man stopped and stood, looking up at the simple inn, frowning slightly. This person is Chu Yan. Soon, Chu Yan saw his father Chu Jiang and his elder brother Chu Zhan in a guest room on the 2nd floor. The 3 of them haven't seen each other for a long time. At this time, they are reunited in this inn. Naturally, they are all excited. In the room, the 3 of them were sitting around. After Chu Jiang said something about leaving the family and passed by, he opened his mouth and said, Xiaoyan, this matter left the family, and brought more than a dozen servants out. These people have followed me for many years, and can't bear to give up. Just like Uncle Fu, who watched you grow up, they are all loyal and good helpers. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jiang looked at Chu Yan with bright eyes and asked, solemnly. Xiaoyan, since we are here, what are your plans for the next step? Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly smiled and said softly. Father, big brother, the next step, of course, is to build our own power. Chu Yan stood up and looked at Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan's eyes. #C155 Lionheart. Father, eldest brother, you first buy a mansion in Luoyang Royal City as the foundation for the future. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he took out 100 primeval stones and handed them to Chu Jiang. So many primeval stones. When Chu Jiang saw 100 primeval stones, he was immediately stunned, his face full of disbelief. One must know that one primeval stone is equivalent to 10,000 spiritual stones, and 100 primeval stones here is equivalent to 1 million spiritual stones. Ordinary Xiantian realm powerhouses only have a few pieces, more than a dozen primeval stones, but Chu Yan pays 100 pieces, which is a huge sum of money. Father, don't worry, I've made a fortune recently, and I'm not short of money. Chu Yan chuckled lightly, looked at Chu Jiang, who was staring at him, and said, after purchasing the mansion, find a store with a good location for the extra money. If you don't have enough money, you need to pay a deposit first, which will be used to open a medicine store. Well, leave these things to me, don't worry, it will be done in a few days. But Chu Jiang looked hesitant, glanced at Chu Yan, and said, Zhexingla seems to know about our visit to Luoyang Royal City. Recently, when we go out, there are always people behind us. Yes, these people are very strong, a little bit stronger than me. Chu Zhan frowned, his face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly. Humph. Picking star building. Chu Yan snorted coldly and continued. Brother, I have some qi refining pills here for you to use to improve your cultivation. You can cultivate with confidence. For safety issues, I will find a way. Chu Yan gave his 4th grade qi refining realm to Chu Zhan. Afterwards, the three of them chatted for a while, and Chu Yan left the inn and headed for the black market. According to Chu Yan's idea, he has been practicing in the sect for a long time, or going out to experience, and is not by his father and eldest brother's side. Therefore, it is the most important thing to find some powerful helpers to protect their safety. To find such a powerful and loyal guard, the best target is the soul slave. Soul slave. Awakened martial arts as slaves, and the number of people who were sold at high prices by slave merchants was rare. These people come from prisoners on the battlefield, descendants of fallen families, and even some deep mountains and fields. The young people who accidentally awakened their martial arts and were captured by slave merchants, through some special magic circle secret skills, were controlled by Yufu and became slave merchants of goods. Moreover, these soul slaves were not only sold as guards, but were also sent to some monster beast arenas, where they shared their lives with monsters for the entertainment of rich and powerful people. The black market in Luoyang King City is huge and full of surprises. Chu Yan walked through the crowd and walked directly into the largest soul slave shop. This son, what kind of soul slave do you need? A big fat man with a round waist and fat intestines saw Chu Yan come in, and immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. The best, what is the cultivation base? Chu Yan asked. Young master is really insightful. Our store is the largest soul slave store in the entire bulk street. Only we have soul slaves in the qi refining realm. I don't know what type of soul slave you want. Having said that, the fat shopkeeper, a strange color flashed in his slit-like eyes, and a knowing smile on his face. Type? Chu Yan asked, with a slight frown. Hey, you also know that the status of warriors is noble, so the female warriors who have awakened their martial arts are particularly popular. The fat shopkeeper lowered his voice, got closer to Chu Yan, and said softly. Young master, think about it, a girl who summons a martial spirit will have fun with you in your, that feeling, tsk. The fat shopkeeper said, with a color in his eyes, which made Chu Yan frown. I only want the strongest. If not, I'll go to another place. Chu Yan's face sank, and he raised his feet to leave. Don't, son. There are strong ones, there are. The fat shopkeeper hurriedly called out to Chu Yan, looking anxious. Young master, here I have the guards of Qi Refining Realm's third-level cultivation base. The martial spirit is a hurricane wolf, and it is extremely powerful. Also, the spirits of Qi Refining Qi Realm's second layer are from Ligers, and the spirits are 3-star. And also. Hearing the introduction of the fat shopkeeper, Chu Yan shook his head with a displeased expression on his face. According to his thoughts, the martial spirit he wanted was at least 5-star or above, and his strength was second. It was only a matter of time if he provided his own resources and improved his cultivation. Are there any martial spirits above 5 stars? Chu Yan asked. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the fat shopkeeper was stunned and his face was a little stiff. Son, the 5-star martial spirit, the price is. Price is not a problem, I just want the best. Chu Yan took out a few primeval stones and threw them on the table, staring at the fat shopkeeper. Don't talk about ordinary qualifications, I want the best. Do you understand? After Chu Yan finished speaking, he looked at the fat shopkeeper with a hesitant expression and waited quietly. Young master, I have a special one here. Martial spirit has 6 stars, but... Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly startled. He didn't expect that there were soul slaves with 6-star martial spirits in this soul slave shop. He asked. But what? Although this soul slave has a 6-star martial soul, but his martial soul is inherently insufficient, and he was severely injured in the monster beast arena a few days ago, maybe it's dead. The corners of the fat shopkeeper's eyes trembled, and his face was extremely regretful. Obviously, because of this accident, he made a lot of money less. Huh? This man is there, show me. Chu Yan thought that this person was seriously injured and might be inconvenient to move, so he changed his mind and said hastily. Yes, please come with me. After the fat shopkeeper gestured with his hand, he walked towards the store. In the back of this soul slave shop, there is a tunnel that leads directly to the underground. There are hundreds of cages in the underground, and each cage has some simple tables and chairs. Chu Yan followed the fat shopkeeper and walked on the dark alley between the cages, looking at the prisoners in the cages on both sides, all of them with gloomy faces and sluggish expressions. After walking for a long time, he arrived at a room with iron walls on all sides. In the room, a person was lying on a simple wooden bed with a weak breath. Although this person was lying on his side and was sluggish, his face was pale, but his tall stature and steel-like muscles made Chu Yan's expression agitated. Going forward and checking the situation of this person, Chu Yan frowned slightly. The man's chest collapsed, and a wound the thickness of a finger was still bubbling with blood, and the color of the blood was almost green. Poisoned? Chu Yan doubted. Yes, he was in the arena the day before yesterday, his martial spirit suddenly disappeared, and he was seriously injured by the opponent. Martial spirit disappeared. Sir, this is very strange, and I can't figure it out. However, his opponent's martial spirit seems to be a soul-devouring blood python, which is extremely poisonous. Soul-devouring blood python? That's no wonder. This kind of spirit can attack the opponent's spirit. He should not only be injured physically, but his spirit is also probably poisoned. Chu Yan frowned, looked at the strong man with weak breath in front of him, pondered a little, turned to look at the fat shopkeeper and said. This person, I want it, make a price. As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, the fat shopkeeper's eyes lit up immediately. After Didi turned around a few times, he said with a flushed face. Young master, you also know that the sole slave of this 6-star martial arts, I didn't intend to shoot, since the son is sincere, I will only need 30 primeval stones. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face darkened and he snorted. Humph. No matter how many stars he is in martial arts, he won't survive for a few days. I believe you have invited someone to come and see him. The price is 10 primeval stones. The fat shopkeeper twitched the corners of his eyes and looked at the strong man with weak breath on the wooden bed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Afterwards, Chu Yan handed over 10 primeval stones to Treasurer Fatty and received a yellow jade talisman. This jade talisman is basically similar to Chu Yan's identity jade talisman, but the color is dark yellow, and there are some differences in shape and size. The consciousness moved and penetrated into the jade talisman. Immediately, a sense was connected to his own consciousness, and some information appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Soul Slave number 31, nicknamed King of Power, born with divine power and physique, martial soul is 6-star Lion Heart Shield, record. Looking at the information from the King of Power, Chu Yan nodded slightly. He took out an Earth Dragon pill and a Qi and Blood pill from his arms and stuffed it into the mouth of Kingly on the bed. #C156 Dobby will start. These 2 pills were made by Chu Yan's novice. The original 2nd grade Earth Dragon pill and the 1st grade Qi and Blood pill were both upgraded to 2nd grade, and their efficacy was not comparable to ordinary pills. After Kingly swallowed the elixir, a strong spiritual power and the scent of elixir instantly filled the iron room. Immediately afterwards, Kingly, who had a weak breath, his breathing immediately became heavier, and the green blood from the scar on his chest began to slowly turn red. Pale face, began to slowly emerge a trace of blood. What? This medicine pill is so powerful. Seeing the rapid recovery of Kingly, the fat shopkeeper was immediately stunned and couldn't believe it. He has also seen Qi and Blood pill. The treatment of injuries is very powerful, but such a serious injury will take at least a day or 2 to heal. As soon as it was swallowed, the injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is almost catching up with the effect of the 4th grade medicinal pill. While the fat shopkeeper was shocked, a trace of remorse flashed in his eyes. He knew that Kingly's injury could be cured, and he would never take the price of 10 primeval stones. Now, everything is too late. After a while, Kingly on the bed frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Huh. My injury. Tremblingly, he struggled to sit up from the wooden bed, and the shabby wooden bed made a creaking and groaning sound. Kingly stretched out his hand to caress his unscarred chest, and looked up at the 2 people in front of him suspiciously. Kingly, from today onwards, he is your master. The fat shopkeeper stretched out his hand and pointed at Chu Yan, and said softly. He glanced at Chu Yan, sneered in his heart, and said in his heart, your medicinal herbs can cure Kingly's body injuries, but it can't even cure his spirit, So what if he wakes up, he hasn't turned into a waste without martial arts? See master. Hearing the words of the fat shopkeeper, Li Wang's gray eyes immediately brightened, he hurriedly leaned down and knelt down, and his body like a hill fell at Chu Yan's feet. For a soul slave like him, the best destination is to be bought by someone and become a subordinate, such as bodyguards and guards. Although his body is still low, at least he doesn't have to fight day and night, wandering on the edge of death and disability. However, since he has a 6-star martial arts spirit and his cultivation of Qi refining realm 3rd layer, he has always been used by the fat shopkeeper as a money-making machine, so he would never be chosen by others. But a blessing in disguise. Thinking of this, Kingly's body on the ground trembled slightly, and he was very excited that he could finally leave this place. Get up. Summon your martial spirit. Chu Yan said. Hearing this, Kingly quickly got up and stood up, the true Qi in his body surged, and a golden light began to appear behind him. It was a thick and terrifying shield, like a dozen door panels stuck together, suspended in mid-air, extremely mighty. However, at this time, the main body was a golden shield. At the bottom of the shield, green poisonous gas rolled over and was attached to the shield, constantly corroding the shield. The scene was terrible. Puff. Just as Chu Yan frowned and stared at the shield, King Li suddenly shook his body. The spirit shield behind him disappeared, and he opened his mouth to spurt green blood. Poisoned again? Chu Yan looked at the residual blood at the corner of King Li's mouth, which turned green again, and wondered. Master, I'm useless, my martial spirit seems to be useless. It's broken. Seeing Chu Yan's face sinking, King Li quickly knelt down at Chu Yan's feet and said with trembling all over his body. Oh? Get up and tell me the situation at that time. Chu Yan stretched out his hand to support King Li and said softly. Yes, master. King Li's body looked a little weak, so he quickly got up and replied. During the battle the day before yesterday, the opponent's spirit was a giant python. Originally, I occupied the upper peak, but who knows, suddenly, his martial spirit came out of his body and rushed towards my martial soul. With one mouth, he bit off a corner of my martial soul shield, and then, I went over and over again. Getting weaker and weaker, so, that's it. King Li's breath was extremely unstable, standing there shaking, feeling like he would fall down at any time. At this time, Chu Yan was carefully passing through the yellow jade talisman, probing into King Li's body, and carefully observing the situation in King Li's body. This kind of soul slave jade talisman is linked to the soul slave sea of consciousness and air. As long as the soul slave resists a little, the master can directly crush the jade, so that the soul slave sea of consciousness and air will be completely shattered, and he will die on the spot. Of course, if you can pass the soul slave jade talisman, the master can also use his divine sense to investigate the situation of the soul slave at any time. Chu Yan turned around in King Li's sea of consciousness and chi, and his face relaxed a little. King Li's situation was lighter than he thought, and Chu Yan had a way to cure him completely. From today onwards, your family name is Chu and my family name, Peng. Chu Yan said softly. As soon as the words fell, the King Li trembled, his tiger eyes were round, his face was sluggish, and then, his eyes trembled, showing ecstasy, and he quickly knelt down and said. Thank you, master. Soul slaves like him were given the same surname as their masters, which meant they were valued. For the current king of power, it was like being reborn as a human being. Get up, my name is Chu Yan, you can just call me the young master in the future, you don't need to do this big gift in the future. Chu Yan raised his strength. Chu Peng continued. Come home with me. After speaking, when Chu Yan turned around and walked out, Chu Peng was shocked, his eyes were dazed, and he muttered. Go back, go home. Looking up at the background of the black robe, the original king of power, the current Chu Peng, with reddish eyes, clenched fists, strode out, closely following the black figure. 3 days later, in the eastern district of Luoyang Wanqing, in a huge mansion, many people were busy in and out. This house covers an area of nearly 1,000 acres, with 8 in and 8 out courtyards, small bridges and flowing water, flower gardens and pavilions, elegant and luxurious. This courtyard is the residence that Chu Yan bought as a temporary foundation. At this time, in the courtyard room where Chu Yan lived, a tall and mighty strong man was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His face was full of blue veins, his whole body was trembling, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his face, and his expression was ferocious and painful. Beside this mighty strong man, a black-robed youth stood with his hands behind his back, frowning slightly, and was watching the strong man nervously. These two people are Chu Yan and the king of power, Chu Peng. Ah! Suddenly, Chu Peng, the king of power on the bed, roared angrily, and behind him, a group of golden lights suddenly rose up, like a golden sun rising in the east, emitting thousands of golden rays, dazzling. The golden light burst into bloom, and in the middle of the light, a large gilded shield slowly appeared. This bat-shaped golden shield had a majestic lion engraved on the front, and its momentum was amazing. At this time, the 6-star lion heart shield spirit was completely the same as before, and the tragic state of being poisoned and corroded was completely gone. This is precisely because of the effect of Chu Yan's 5th-grade good fortune pill, which is the result of the powerful medicinal effect of repairing the incomplete martial spirit. But to Chu Yan's disappointment, these 5th-grade good fortune pills had no effect on his own martial spirit. After swallowing, the 3 groups of martial spirits lurking in the sea of knowledge did not respond at all. After a while, Chu Peng, the king of power, opened his eyes, grinned at Chu Yan, knelt down on the ground, and said loudly, "The grace of the young master's recreation will never be forgotten. In the future, even if the body and soul are destroyed by 10,000 swords, I will never betray the master." Chu Yan gently lifted up King Chu Peng and nodded. "I have a high-grade Xian level exercise here, which is suitable for people with innate divine power and physique to practice. Take it and comprehend it well." With that said, Chu Yan flipped through it, and the Imperial Body Heavenly Bell exercise appeared in his palm. "Yes, young master." Chu Peng looked at the Imperial Body Heavenly Bell exercise, his eyes flashed, and he hurriedly bowed to take it. In the past, as soul slaves, in order to let the nobles better experience the flesh and blood fighting scene, even a talented soul slave, it is impossible to cultivate martial arts and martial arts. Beasts kill with other soul slaves. Therefore, seeing the exercises handed over by Chu Yan, King Li was very excited and his hands trembled slightly. Hum. 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 Just when Chu Yan wanted to exhort a few more words, the sect Jade Talisman in the Rakshasa space made a soft vibration. Outer sect disciple Chu Yan returned to the sect immediately. After tomorrow, the mountain gate will be closed. After half a month, the Lingtian sect's annual competition will be held. Violators will be dealt with by the sect rules. In the sea of knowledge, a majestic voice echoed. Chu Yan took back the jade talisman, the corner of his mouth raised lightly, and muttered, "It's finally about to start. Heaven! It's time for me to meet you." Ling Tianzong, the small courtyard where Chu Yan lives. At this moment, an old man who was as fat as a ball was standing in front of Chu Yan. Chu Yan, just entering the courtyard, saw a ball of meat standing in the courtyard, which surprised Chu Yan. #C157 Elite Disciple. This fat old man who seems to have difficulty walking has been looking at Chu Yan for a few breaths. A pair of narrowed eyes, revealing a ray of light, kept looking at Chu Yan, and every now and then, he nodded and smiled for a while. Chu Yan was a little surprised that this fat old man ignored the seal of the small courtyard and appeared directly in his own courtyard. However, what he was wearing was the robe of Ling Tianzong elders with golden rim and purple bottom. Therefore, the identity of this old man does not need to be guessed, it should be an elder of Ling Tianzong. "Elder, in Xia Chu Yan, you are." Chu Yan bowed his hands and said softly, "Me? Who am I, didn't Elder Mu tell you?" The fat elder smiled slightly, reached out and stroked the long beard on his chin, and chuckled. "Elder Mu." Chu Yan frowned slightly, and immediately remembered what Elder Yun and Elder Mu said to him last time. Could it be that he is the master of the elders guarding the temple, and Heoxianjian took over as the master? Chu Yan pondered secretly in his heart, and looked at the fat elder's eyes, which were bright and bright. "Elder Hui, Elder Mu, and Elder Yun mentioned it to me, but..." Chu Yan said with a hint of hesitation on his face. "Little friend, don't worry, listen to me." The fat elder smiled softly and said, "Half a month from now, do you know what rewards will be available for the Zongmin yearly competition?" Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly startled and shook his head gently. I had heard of this sect year by year, but Chu Yan really didn't know how it was. It seems that you still underestimate the sect's sheer comparison, and do not know some secrets of Ling Tianzong. Secret? Chu Yan, you should know that my Ling Tian sect is the only sect in Luoyang Kingdom that is qualified to participate in the Battle of the Emperor's List. You participated in the sect battle last time, and you should have discovered that Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan Pavilion are very powerful. Why is it that only me, Ling Tianzong, can participate in the Battle of the Emperor List? Chu Yan couldn't help but stunned for a while, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Recalling the sect battle, in the whole process, whether it was a challenge match or a melee, among the three major sects, Ling Tianzong's performance was not outstanding. At the time of the challenge, when competing with the disciples of the Blue Cloth sect, apart from himself, the disciples of the Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan Pavilion were obviously more eye-catching. This seems something is not right. Ling Tianzong is a force that has been passed down for 3,000 years. It is the head of the Luoyang Kingdom sect. Even in the Red Leaf Empire, it can also be ranked in the top 10. Its strength is not what you see. One of the many disciples cultivated by the sect is known to the world, the other genius disciples. Haha. The fat elder smiled slightly, looking unpredictable, looked at Chu Yan, and then said. Among the three major Jedi of Ling Tian sect, only Sky Valley is open to all disciples, while the other two places are only open to elite disciples. The annual comparison of the whole sect that will be held in half a month, on the surface, is to compare the top 10 of each sect, but in fact, this is also the way Ling Tianhua selects elite disciples. Elite disciple? Yes. And in the Luoyang Kingdom, some genius disciples of ancient families will also appear to be selected as elite disciples and get the best cultivation resources of Ling Tian sect. The growth rate of these real geniuses is several times that of ordinary disciples. Just like Huang Yutian, but at the age of 30, he has reached the real martial realm, and this is not just because of his talent. Then what are the benefits of this elite disciple? Benefits? Ha ha ha. For the sake of your extraordinary talent, Elder Ben Daolong, let's talk about it. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the courtyard you live in. TSK, TSK, TSK. This spiritual energy is almost so thin. No, do you know that the courtyard where the elite disciples live, the spiritual power of heaven and earth is 10 times or even 100 times that of yours here? Hiss. Hearing this, Chu Yan gasped, knowing that the martial soul world is based on martial souls, but it is rooted in the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Whether it is cultivation, body tempering, perception, or even alchemy or weapon refining, an environment full of spiritual power is definitely a great advantage. Furthermore, among the three major Jedi of Ling Tian sect, there are two places that are not open to the public. One is called Wanxiang Mountain, and the other is called Qianbing Martial Burial. These two places are of great benefit to cultivation. Wanxiang Mountain? 1,000 Soldiers Martial Burial? Wanxiang Mountain has the effect of slowing down the time outside. One day in the mountain, only half a day has passed outside. And the 1,000 Soldiers Martial Burial, with countless traces of sword intent, etc., left by the great master, is the best. The land of comprehension of martial arts. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes were already full of light at this time, and his face was shocked. Time. Sword intent. These two things are exactly what I desperately need right now. The 3-year appointment, more than half a year has passed, and my cultivation base is still in the Qi-refining realm, followed by the Xiantian realm, the real martial realm, and the heaven-transforming realm, which are all three realms of heaven and earth. As for the other sword intent, it is the strongest attacking power he has at present. Only the small perfection of sword intent has astonishing power. If you can comprehend the great perfection of sword intent, then. Thinking of this, Chu Yan couldn't help but be moved, and looked at Elder Daolong's eyes, which were full of brilliance. Elder Long, may I ask, how can I become an elite disciple? Chu Yan asked. Hearing this, Elder Dalong chuckled softly, looking at Chu Yan's eyes slightly narrowed, and a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. Hee, in this year's sect competition, as long as you achieve the top 5 results in the outer sect, I will accept you as a registered disciple and make you a pre-selected elite disciple. At that time, as long as you can pass the assessment, you will become an elite disciple. Disciple? The top 5 in the outer door? How difficult is this? Chu Yan chuckled. Ha, Chu Yan, when I said the top 5 of the outer sect, I meant all, the outer sect disciples. Seeing the relaxed expression on Chu Yan's face, Elder Long couldn't help laughing and reminding him. Okay, this matter, you will know when the time comes. Anyway, remember that the Zoman Grand Competition won the top 5 in the outer sect, and I will come to you again, otherwise, you will meet by fate. Remember, the strength of heaven must not be underestimated. After speaking, the flesh ball-like figure began to slowly fade away, slowly disappearing in front of Chu Yan, leaving only the last word of reminder, which echoed in the small courtyard. Top 5 outside the gate? Heaven? Chu Yan frowned slightly, muttered to himself, then nodded, raised his feet and walked out of the courtyard. Tianfeng Mountains, in a hidden valley. Chu Yan stood with his sword in his back, closed his eyes, and ran the Rakshasa, true Qi, surrounded by a whole cyclone. At this time, in his mind, he was rehearsing 3-stage strike. This Xian-level high-grade boxing technique has some similarities with his own Bafang Pa, but in terms of power and destructive power, it is much greater. The 3-stage strike is divided into the river section, the blood sea section, and the sky section. This set of 3-stage strikes pays more attention to the artistic conception of boxing than Bafang Pa, and can only exert its true power by combining the power of heaven and earth with the might of 100 battles. Hit the first layer of rivers in 3 stages, a total of 3 strokes. The first style, the river collapses. The second style, he high fury. The third style, slaughter the world. In the sea of knowledge, the first form of 3-stage strike unfolded. Chu Yan opened his eyes fiercely, and the breath around him burst out. The country is collapsing. I saw that Chu Yan stepped out in one step, the whole body infuriated on the fist, and the fist was thrown out, the fist shadow filled the sky, and the momentum was amazing. One punch after another, the punches were like shooting stars, and the momentum was like lightning. Gradually, Chu Yan's speed became faster and faster, and the whole valley was gusting, punching force swept across, flying sand and stone. #C158 Little White Bear was beaten. For 10 days, Chu Yan spent all his cultivation. During the day, he still practices martial arts, focusing on 3-stage strikes, and at night, he meditates on the Rakshasa Wuji Jutsu, quenching his Rakshasa body. The 3-stage boxing technique, the more Chu Yan practiced, the more frightened he became. This martial art had a very high artistic conception requirement on the boxing technique. With his own boxing skills, he could only practice the first 2 moves, and the third move, slaughter the world, when Chu Yan displayed it, his power was less than 1 out of 10. No wonder that blue-clothed Zongtian disciple Lei Zhan didn't even learn the first trick. Chu Yan closed his fists and stood, shook his head helplessly, and muttered. However, after nearly 10 days of practice, Chu Yan seemed to have felt a little bit of a mastery of boxing skills in the realm of small boxing skills. Occasionally, the boxing skills that he swayed attracted all directions, with a hint of tyrannical power, and his power was multiplied. Slaughter the world. Kill thousands of miles, fight against the group of heroes alone. You will kill in battle. The killing is mad. In front of the cliff, Chu Yan stood against the wind, the mountain wind was like a tide, the black robe was flying, his eyes were empty, and he looked down at the small mountains in front of him. Suddenly, a bright realization flashed across his sea of consciousness. Killing like crazy, ha ha ha, yes, that's it. The sword strikes the thunder, the fist strikes the tyrannical. One punch, slaughtering the world. Ha ha ha. The insolent laughter echoed throughout the valley, and the black-robed boy on the cliff suddenly jumped down the cliff and the clouds fell. Baizhang Cliff, flying straight down. Boom. At the moment when the black figure was about to fall to the ground, he suddenly threw a punch and smashed straight to the ground below. Chu Yan took advantage of the energy of his punches, his body froze in mid-air, his movements unfolded, he turned over, and landed on the ground. After landing, Chu Yan smiled faintly and slowly turned to look. In front of him, a fist-shaped pit of more than 10 meters appeared in the dust and fog. That's right, this trick slaughtered the world, and the power is amazing. If you practice it to the realm of the great achievement, it will be better than the 13th Sword of Thunder. Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle and said to himself. Immediately, Chu Yan flicked his robe, strode in the dust and fog, and walked towards Ling Tian's sect at the foot of the mountain. Not long after returning to their small courtyard, Sun Jia and Su Xing found Chu Yan excitedly. Brother Chu, Zoman's annual competition, have you signed up? Of course. Chu Yan chuckled and nodded. Haha, that's great, Su Xing and I both signed up. My goal this time is to be in the top 10. Sun Jia looked excited and said firmly. Hee, it is said that in previous years, the top 10 outside the gates were all heavenly bags. Are you so confident? Su Xing shook his head, looked at the excited Sun Jia and said. Humph. I used the Qi refining pill given by Brother Chu, and I have broken through to the 8th heaven of Qi refining realm. This time, I will break their rule. Sun Jia snorted lightly, raised his chin slightly, and his eyes were full of strong confidence after the breakthrough. Yes, Brother Chu's Qi refining pill is amazingly effective, and I have also broken through to the 6th level of Qi refining realm. Hee. Great competition, you can try. Su Xing glanced at Chu Yan with gratitude in his eyes. Yes, this competition, my goal is to be number 1. Chu Yan nodded, his eyes twinkling. First. Sun Jia and Su Xing were both shocked and looked at Chu Yan. Okay, Brother Chu's strength should be the first. At that time I will treat you to the best restaurant in Luoyang Wanqing. Sun Jia became even more excited when he heard Chu Yan's words, patted his chest and roared. However, Brother Chu, don't underestimate the strength of heaven. As far as I know, not only the outer sect, but also the top 10 members of the inner sect and the dragon sect are all members of heaven in each Zoman competition, so. Su Xing looked at Chu Yan. Reminded softly. Don't worry, I will do what I say. Chu Yan pondered for a moment and said. Seeing Chu Yan's determined expression, Sun Jia and Su Xing couldn't help but nodded, with a little more hope in their hearts. The three chatted for a while before Su Xing and Sun Jia left. Chu Yan returned to the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and was about to start practicing when suddenly a white shadow rushed in. Little White Bear. Chu Yan looked at the little white bear who was rushing in. Suddenly, in shock, he jumped up from the bed and rushed over. At this time, the little white bear had more than a dozen bloody scars on his body, and fell to the ground, panting violently. Little White Bear, what's going on? Chu Yan looked at the blood-stained body, and felt anxious in his heart. He lifted the little guy who fell to the ground, flipped his hand, and threw a qi and blood pill into the bear's mouth. After 10 breaths, the little white bear's breath finally calmed down, and all the wounds on his body stopped bleeding and began to heal slowly. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the little white bear's twitching mouth from time to time, frowning tightly. During the last sect battle, little white bear's cultivation broke through to the 4-star Xian level, which is equivalent to a martial artist of the 8th level of Qi refining realm. In the Tianfeng Mountains behind Ling Tianzong, although it is not particularly powerful, in the outer area, it is also considered a powerful monster. Moreover, the fur of the little white bear has a very strong defense, and ordinary attacks cannot be broken at all. But at this time, there are as many as a dozen scars on his body, which are shocking. Fortunately, they are all skin injuries, and a third-grade qi and blood pill can completely heal them quickly. Woohoo! The little white bear made a low noise, and slowly woke up and turned around. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Chu Yan, he immediately jumped up from the ground and danced around Chu Yan with a look of anger on his face. Ow, ow, ow. In a hurry, the little white bear roared again and talked to Chu Yan. Grab the baby. After a long time, Chu Yan finally figured out what the little guy meant. According to the meaning of the little guy, this time it really wasn't another beast that he went to provoke, but a monster broke into its territory and brought a treasure. So, the little guy started to fight with others, who knows, is not a rival at all. If it weren't for the speed of the other party, the little guy almost became food for others. Humph. Courting death. Let's go. After figuring out what happened, Chu Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent, waved his hand, and walked out with the little white bear. In Chu Yan's heart, the little guy accompanies him the longest and loves his family. This time, he was severely injured by someone. No matter what the reason was, this fight had to be beaten. After a while, Chu Yan followed the little guy to a hidden cave in a valley. The little guy rushed to the entrance of the stone cave, screamed at the inside, and then quickly retracted behind Chu Yan, looking at the entrance of the cave nervously. Roar. A beast roar came from the hole, and a tall figure rushed out of the hole, frantically, with a roar that shook the sky. This is a lizard-like monster with 4 sarcomas growing on its head, dark red and extremely disgusting. As soon as it came out of the hole, it glared at Chu Yan and the little white bear, opened its big mouth, and took a sharp breath. Suddenly, the surrounding stones and branches were violently inhaled and swept into its bloody big mouth. Chu Yan stood tall, unaffected by the airflow, staring at the beast. 9 Mirage Smoke Beasts. Hashtag see 159 million people. 9 Mirage Smoke Beasts. Chu Yan had seen the map of this beast in the introduction to the monster in the Zoman manual. This monster is very rare. It likes to eat human brains. It can devour part of the essence and blood of human beings. Moreover, this kind of vicious beast is one of the few monsters that can be cultivated and evolved, apart from spirit beasts, and its strength level can be distinguished based on the number of sarcoid on its head. The 4 dark red sarcomas on the head of this vicious beast represented his 8-star Shen level strength, equivalent to a martial artist in the 4th level of the innate realm. No wonder the little white bear couldn't beat it. Fantasy 8 stars? Humph. Die for me. Clang. Chu Yan stepped out from under his feet, drew his sword, and slashed straight out. Puff. 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 The sword glow was as fast as a shooting star, and the 9 mirage beasts couldn't react at all. It was hit by Chu Yan's 3 sword energies. Immediately, 3 scars appeared on its body, and pale green blood overflowed. Roar. Under the pain, the 9 mirage beast let out a roar, and suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a bunch of mist. The mist turned into a ball of fire, shining with colorful streamers, heading towards Chu Yan's cover. Phantom smoke. Humph. Break it for me. The country is collapsing. Retracting the sword into the sheath, Chu Yan's eyes burst into flames, and with a loud shout, the first style of the 3-stage strike suddenly slammed out. The mighty fist strength, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, brought a violent wind, roaring out, banging on the colorful fire fog, directly smashing it, and continuing to rush towards the mirage. Boom. Roar. The scream sounded earth-shattering. A blood hole was blasted out of the entire chest of the mirage, green blood and visceral minced meat flowed out, and a stench filled the air. A full-strength blow under the 4 cyclones cannot be resisted by a Xian level 8-star monster who is not at the 4th level of the innate realm. Chu Yan looked at the twitching Jiao Mirage smoke beast, slowly drew out the clear sky sword, and swung it out. The head of the millet-sized 9 Mirage beast was cut off, the breath of the corpse was cut off, and it was completely dead. Oh oh! When the little white bear saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed forward with a howl, slapped open the beast's head, dug out a colorful demon crystal, opened his mouth to swallow it, and then ran back to Chu Yan's side, circling excitedly. Immediately afterwards, the little white bear rushed into the cave in a swarm, and after a while, he ran out holding the animal skin and handed it to Chu Yan like a treasure. Huh? A familiar animal skin picture. At a glance, Chu Yan was slightly startled, and then, with a flip of his hands, 2 almost identical animal skin pictures appeared on his hands. The materials of these 3 pictures are exactly the same, with a 6-fingered bear paw print on the back and some strange symbols on the front, which are completely incomprehensible. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh ooh. Seeing Chu Yan frowning, the little guy was in a hurry, and yelled at Chu Yan. However, after listening for a long time, Chu Yan was still confused and puzzled. Although the time he spent with the little white bear was not short, he could only understand some simple meanings, so he could only smile bitterly and shook his head at the little guy. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, the little white bear became even more anxious. The 2 usually kept scratching the bear's head, twisting the bear's eyebrows, and turning in a circle. Soon, the little white bear's eyes lit up, rushed to Chu Yan's side, grabbed the 3 beast pictures into his palm, turned around and waved his bear's paw, and shot out continuously on the ground. Bump. 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 After the 8 vibrations, 8 clear bear paw prints appeared on the ground in front of Chu Yan. Immediately, the little guy placed the 3 pictures in the first 3 positions of the 8 bear paw prints, and turned his head to face Chu Yan. Oh signal. You mean, there are 8 pictures in total, and the remaining 5 are going to be collected? Chu Yan pondered for a moment. He understood what little white bear meant and asked. Oh oh. The little white bear nodded excitedly, took back the 8 animal skin pictures, and handed them to Chu Yan again. Chu Yan fondly patted the little white bear's head, took out the newly refined spirit beast pill, handed it to it, and turned to go down the mountain to return to the sect. Back in the small courtyard, in the room, Chu Yan sat, cross-legged. Chu Yan swallowed 5 chi-refining pills, slowly lucking, guiding the medicinal power, circulating in his body, refining, and finally dispersing into the 4 cyclones in his body. Hum. Time flies. 3 days passed by. Today is the day of the Zoman's annual competition. The sky is slightly bright, the bright red morning sun rises, the sky and the earth are full of rays of light, and the water is full of color. Boom. 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 The entire Zoman mountain suddenly vibrated, and then, a thunderous voice sounded. All the disciples of the sect, assemble the sect martial arts field. Prepare to hold the sect competition. With the thunderous sound resounding throughout the sky, all the disciples walked out of the small courtyard one after another and gathered towards the martial arts field. At this time in Wanxiang Mountain, one of the 3 major Jedi of Ling Tianzong. In front of a bamboo house, 4 figures bowed and stood. All 4 of them were wearing disciple robes, and looked towards the bamboo house, with respect. Hall Master, today's sect competition, are you participating? A stern young man with a strong breath on his body spoke into the room. Zoman Grand Competition? Well, I'm not participating anymore. You just need to get the top 10 in the 3 sects as before. Remember, during the competition, if you can't kill it, don't kill it. A voice came from the house, with a faint coercion, which was faintly daunting. Reporting to the hall master, half of the inner door and the dragon door are from my heaven. It's not a big problem. It's just the outer door, this year. Hearing the voice in the house, among the four, a sturdy young man pondered. How about the outer door? Say. The voice in the bamboo house suddenly increased 3 degrees, and a fierce aura emerged and swept through. Yes, yes, report to the hall master. This year, there is a disciple named Chu Yan from the outer door. This son is very strong. He has provoked me many times in heaven. Last time, Qinzhong was injured. Look. The person who spoke at this time was the steward of the outer sect of heaven, the real chief disciple of the outer sect of Lingtian sect, whose name was Du Wansong. Oh? And about this, Wansong, inform the 9 elite disciples of the outer sect under your command that at the time of the competition, kill this son. The people in the room responded lightly. Hall Master, it's just that this son has a very close relationship with Elder Yun and Elder Mu, this. There is me on the elder's side, your elite disciples from the outer sect. Just kill this person, don't fall into my heavenly prestige. Yes, Hall Master. In addition, this year's sect grand competition is related to the selection of elite disciples in the sect. This year's elite disciples are only allowed to be selected among my heavenly disciples, understand? Okay, let's go. Yes, Hall Master. The 4 of them handed over their promises at the same time and left together. Outer door martial arts field. Tens of thousands of disciples gathered, and the crowd was huge, occupying almost half of the martial arts field. At this time, in the middle of the martial arts field, 10 huge arenas were built, followed by the elders' seats. At this time, several elders in purple robes were sitting one after another on the elders' table. Among the nearly 20 elders, Chu Yan only knew one elder Wu Fa, whom he met during the Zoman War, and did not know any of the others. Chu Yan, Su Xing, and Sun Jie chose a corner to stand, not wanting to be too conspicuous, but even so, they still attracted a lot of attention. In the sect battle, Chu Yan's rays of light were too dazzling, and when the last sect battle was exchanged, thousands of outer sect disciples were present, and Chu Yan's head-on collision with heaven made him famous. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Chu Yan raised his eyes to look at Yun, and saw a young man wearing a purple-collared golden robe, followed by 9 young men in the same robe, strolling into the martial arts arena. #C160 Heaven Elite. Look, that's Du Wansong. Who is Du Wansong? Why are he and the people behind him wearing outer sect robes that are different from ours? Haha, based on my experience in the outer sect 10, I can tell you from the current position that these 10 people are the real top 10 disciples of the outer sect, and Du Wansong is the chief of the outer sect. Their purple collar robes are the legendary elite disciples. Status symbol. Ah. Elite disciple. So cool. Cool. Let me tell you, all of them have cultivation levels above the innate realm. Xiantian realm. This is too strong? Of course, the closed disciples of the top 10 elders of the inner sect, can you make a difference? Chu Yan's consciousness unfolded, and finally, in the crowd, he heard a piece of useful information, and he couldn't help but look up and swept towards the 10 purple-collared sect-robed disciples who were standing behind the elders of the outer door. It turns out that they are elite disciples? Innate realm. Haha, a bit interesting. Chu Yan's eyes flashed and he thought to himself. At this moment, Du Wansong walked out with the crowd, walked to the middle of the ring, his eyes swept across the audience, and the aura from his whole body swept out, revealing the aura of the first person in the outer sect of Lingtian sect to the fullest. Du Wansong, the number 1 on the outer gate stone tablet, Wan Yen Song. The sound was like thunder, rolling like a tide, and it instantly rang in the ears of all the outer disciples. Ah! He is Wan Yen Song. Oh my god, Wan Yen Song, who has been at the top of the outer door list for 3 years, turned out to be him. Ah! It's amazing, the number 1 in the outer door. A burst of exclamations suddenly sounded in the crowd, exclaiming again and again, and all the disciples looked at him with awe. Brother Chu. These guys are all from heaven, they are the real top 10 outer sects. Their strength is above the innate realm. Sun Jie frowned and looked at Chu Yan and said softly. It's all in the innate realm? Chu Yan was startled, then turned to look at Sun Jie, and chuckled lightly. Didn't you say that you were going to rush into the top 10 this time? It's all about the innate how to rush? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Sun Jie's face turned slightly red, and then he said. Brother Chu, you may not understand that according to the rules of the Zoman Grand Competition, everyone fights one-on-one, and the 10 winners in the end are qualified to challenge these 10 elite disciples, but, people in heaven, who dare to challenge, so, basically, in every Zoman Grand Competition, these 10 people just make an appearance, and after a long time, everyone doesn't know them anymore. Appearance. Haha, it's really majestic. Chu Yan sneered, and his eyes swept across the 10 people on the stage like electricity. In the entire outer gate martial arts field, there was a rush of voices. After a while, Elder Wu Fa slowly got up, his eyes swept across the audience, and he shouted in a deep voice. Quiet. The sound of drinking rang out, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Today is the day when the entire sect's disciples will be assessed for the competition. This competition is to assess the cultivation status of the disciples in the past 2 years, and the second is to determine the 10 outstanding ones and issue rewards as encouragement. After a short pause, Elder Wu Fa coughed lightly, and then said, I will be in charge of the outer sect for this whole sect assessment competition. The rules are as follows. First, a knockout match will be held to determine the top 100, and then the top 100 disciples will have a challenge match to determine the top 10. Now, start the lottery. Elder Wu Fa's voice was full, and more than a dozen elders stood up at the same time and waved their hands in the air at the same time. Suddenly, tens of thousands of light spots filled the air and covered the crowd. Tens of thousands of outer sect disciples each grabbed a light spot and spread it out in their hands. The white light group flashed in their hands and turned into numbers, which were printed on their palms. The number on Chu Yan's palm is exactly 460, slightly forward. Sun Jie and Su Xing's numbers are both in the tens of thousands. This kind of numbering depends entirely on luck. It is extremely unfavorable for disciples with low cultivation bases, but it is impossible for disciples with low cultivation bases to achieve results. At the same time, defeat in battle can also inspire them to cultivate hard. After being divided into groups, Chu Yan and the others waited patiently. Tens of thousands of people fought against each other, and the time would not be short. Not long after, Elder Wu Fa, seeing that there was no light in the air, shouted in a deep voice. I announce that the Lingtian Sect Outer Sect Grand Competition has officially begun. After speaking, Wu Fa sat down lightly, 10 elders stood beside him immediately, jumped to the 10 platforms, and shouted in unison. Number 1 to number 20, come to the stage to fight, from number 20 to number 40, prepare. Swish. 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 In an instant, 20 figures flew over 10 arenas, and the elder deacon gave an order to start the duel. For a time, the energy on the 10 arenas roared, and the rays of light were everywhere. The battle situation was much faster than Chu Yan expected, and each unit had a result in almost a few breaths, and the prepared group jumped up to start a new duel. Because it is a random draw, there is a high chance that disciples with different strengths will be divided into a group, such as the 3rd level of Qi Refining Realm and the 5th level of Qi Refining Realm will be divided into a group, and the winner will be decided in an instant. In less than half an hour, it was Chu Yan's turn to appear. Chu Yan's opponent was a black-skinned youth. As soon as he came to power, he glared at Chu Yan, his eyes twitching. Chu Yan? Damn, bad luck, I admit defeat. The black-skinned youth sighed, conceded defeat, and jumped off the ring. During the Golden Horn trial and the Zoman battle, Chu Yan's amazing performance made many disciples know him. Therefore, those who felt that their strength was insufficient and encountered Chu Yan could only admit that they were unlucky. Chu Yan wins this battle. Chu Yan shrugged his shoulders and walked off the ring easily. The first game, win without a fight. Next, after waiting for 3 full hours, it was Sun Jie's turn to play. Sun Jie's opponent was a strong disciple with a height, and his cultivation was the same as Sun Jie's, and he was in the 8th heaven of Qi refining. However, this kind of powerful opponent was Sun Jie's favorite. In an instant, Sun Jie's martial spirit was released, and there were many ghosts in the ring, and the tall disciple suddenly looked sluggish and dazzled. Watch out! In an instant, Sun Jie suddenly flashed behind the tall disciple, kicked his butt fiercely, and directly kicked the opponent out of the ring. In this battle, Sun Jie wins. Back at Chu Yan and Su Xing's side, Sun Jie was full of excitement and pride. Haha, this kind of opponent is too easy to deal with. It would be great if the next match is also this kind of bully. Sun Jie laughed. Yes, Sun Jie's movement is getting weirder and weirder. There should be no rivals at the same level. Chu Yan and Sun Jie have played against each other, and he knows the power of his martial arts. Ordinary opponents can't catch him at all. Can't even find anyone. What a fight. Senior brother Sun, you will definitely have a chance to enter the top 10. After all, there are less than 1,000 disciples in the 8th heaven of Qi refining. Su Xing looked at the ring with a slightly nervous expression. Both Su Yan and Sun Jie won easily, and he was the next. However, an hour later, when it was Su Xing's turn to play, his luck was quite good. When he met a disciple in the tempering realm, he also won without a fight and easily stepped down. In the first round of battle, the 3 of them won, and they couldn't help but feel good. Next came the second round, and again, the 3 easily won again. #C161 Death Consciousness. In the next 5 rounds of battles, Chu Yan did not encounter any decent opponents at all, winning 5 consecutive games. In the 6th game, Su Xing was defeated by an opponent in the 6th level of Qi refining realm and was eliminated. In the last round, the 10th round, Chu Yan's opponent was a disciple of Qi refining realm, Jiuxiao. This person is dressed in a white robe, with the word Ling Tian embroidered on the left chest and the word heaven embroidered on the right chest. He is a member of heaven. Chu Yan stared coldly, watching the other party release the breath of his body, and looked at himself fiercely. Hey, it seems that Brother Du's reward will fall into my hands, Li Kai. Chu Yan raised his brows lightly and said coldly, Reward? Why did Du Wansong reward you? Humph. Chu Yan, if you offend me in heaven, there is only one way to go. If you kill you, Senior Brother Du will reward you with 30 Qi refining pills. Kill me? Only reward 30 Qi refining pills? Chu Yan was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that his life was only worth 30 Qi refining pills. To my heaven, a thing like you is worth so much. As the disciple of heaven said, the killing intent rose from his body, and his martial spirit flew into the air. It turned out to be a 7-star golden leopard martial spirit. Die. The leopard martial soul shines brilliantly, emitting bursts of golden white light, and the disciples of heaven shook hands into claws, and suddenly claws at Chu Yan. The stern paw prints, with the majestic true Qi of the 9th level of refining Qi, are astonishing, and the ultimate move is out. With the savage laughter, his figure was extremely fast, and in an instant, he rushed to within 10 steps in front of Chu Yan. Want to kill me? You must have the consciousness of death. Chu Yan's face suddenly turned cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and then he raised his fist and swung it out. Boom! Hongfeng's mad wave-like fist strength surged out and slammed hard on the heavenly disciple's paw print without the slightest block, and then slammed heavily on the heavenly disciple's chest. Puff! The heavenly disciple's chest collapsed violently and flew out, spewing a large mouthful of blood mist in the air, flying over 100 meters away. Bump! The body fell to the ground, the 7 holes bleed, and the whole body twitched violently, and instantly fainted. In one move, the opponent of the same rank is completely defeated. There was silence around the number 4 arena where Chu Yan was located. The disciples around the arena were all dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them only made one move, and one of them was seriously injured. This is too fierce, and so bloody and cruel. After only a few breaths of silence, in the crowd, behind the elders' table, nearly 100 murderous gazes instantly shrouded Chu Yan. Swish! Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan, staring fiercely with murderous eyes. You dare to kill people in heaven? Do you want to die? This elite disciple with a purple collar and a white robe, with the Xiantian realm triple heaven cultivation base, rushed out towards Chu Yan. Humph! Chu Yan frowned, snorted lightly, and easily dispersed the incoming innate breath, turned around indifferently, and jumped off the ring. You dare to ignore me? The elite disciple with the purple collar and white robe had a stunned look on his face, and turned his head to look at the black robe figure who had already jumped off the stage. Suddenly, his face showed a grim expression, and he turned to the executive elder on the ring with gnashing teeth and said, Sentence elder, this son deliberately kills with heavy hands, which violates the rules of Dabi. It should be executed according to the law. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of heaven disciples in the audience shouted with awe-inspiring killing intent. Yes, he violated the rules. Kill him. Bastard, kill him. The noisy voice of the disciples in heaven attracted more people's attention to the 4th ring. The judge elder of the 4th ring, under the stares of the purple collar elite disciples in front of him. His eyes trembled a few times, and then his face darkened immediately, and he shouted loudly. Chu Yan, you killed your fellow sect in violation of the rules, the elder will sentence you. But before he finished speaking, Chu Yan turned around and said coldly. Who said he was dead? Chu Yan's words made everyone look stunned. Then, several heavenly disciples rushed to the distance to check the injuries of the heavenly disciple who was knocked off the ring by Chu Yan's punch. After a few breaths, the heaven disciple ran back and nodded lightly to the purple collar disciple on the stage. The purple collar heaven disciple on the stage saw it, his face was complicated, and the disappointment flashed in his eyes. He's not dead, are you disappointed? Chu Yan noticed the other party's expression and sneered. Chu Yan. Even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. You also violated the rules. You should be executed. The purple-collared disciple snorted again, the murderous aura in his eyes was even heavier, and his face was ashen. Illegal? Yes, Chu Yan, you seriously injured your fellow sect and violated the 3 major bans of the sect. I will sentence you to. The elder judge beside the purple-collared disciple took 2 steps forward, raised his hand to point at Chu Yan, and shouted loudly. And many more. Just as the elder judge ordered the sentencing, Sun Jia, who was beside Chu Yan, came out of the crowd and shouted softly. Elder, among the 3 major bans of the sect, it is strictly forbidden to kill the same sect, except for the martial arts field. In addition, in the just-announced Great Competition rules, the Elder Wu Fa also stipulates that you can't seriously injure or kill your opponent. In this way, is it that the Great Competition rules are heaven? Or Ling Tianzong is heaven? Calculate? Everyone said, is this fair? After Sun Jia finished speaking, he shouted to his side. However, when the other disciples in the audience heard the words, their expressions tightened, and they quickly took a few steps back, all silent. Although, in the previous hundreds of other competitions, There were not 180 who were seriously injured and dropped out of the competition, but no one was willing to speak for Chu Yan. Because, once they stand up and speak for Chu Yan, they are against heaven. Who will offend heaven in order to meet Chu Yan? Elder, what Sun Jia said is right. The sect master has always had his disciples seriously injured or even killed, but he has never heard of this violation of the three major prohibitions. Why don't you ask the elder Wu Fa to judge? Seeing the situation, Su Xing also took a step forward, stood beside Chu Yan, and said loudly. Hearing this, the elder judge was shocked, and he glanced back at the elder Wu Fa, who was frowning at the elder's seat in the distance. The corners of his eyes twitched a few times, and he quickly shouted. Well, no. No need, forget about it, let's not take it as an example. Chu Yan nodded, and then, ignoring the dozens of murderous gazes on and off the stage, he turned and left. Thank you. Returning to where he was standing, Chu Yan raised his hand and bowed to Sun Jia and Su Xing. Brother Chu, you are polite to us. After Sun Jia and Su Xing heard the words, they shook their heads. The two of them and Chu Yan have a deep understanding, and naturally, they will not betray Chu Yan because they are afraid of heaven. Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle, and said nothing. The three of them have gotten along for a while, and they have a close relationship. If they talk too much, they are not beautiful. This round is the last round of the knockout round. As the battles on the 10 arenas have ended one after another, the top 100 outer sects have finally emerged. Both Chu Yan and Sun Jia successfully entered the next stage. Challenge. Afterwards, Chu Yan, Sun Jia and other 100 people drew lots again and divided them into 10 groups. The top 10 in each group was the final top 10. After that, the top 10 will be challenged at will by the disciples of the top 100. If they lose the battle, they will be replaced in the ranking. In this way, the 10 most powerful people will definitely be selected, and the luck will not be missed due to the initial grouping. This time, Chu Yan got the number 97 lottery and ranked in the 10th group, while Sun Jia got the number 81 lottery and ranked in the first group. After the lottery, the top 100 will prepare according to the arena corresponding to the lottery number, and the competition will start immediately. #C162 Furious Volcano. Number 81 versus number 82, start. The 9th arena is similar to the 10th arena. When Chu Yan went to the 10th arena to prepare for a different report, Sun Jia's battle had already begun. Sun Jia heard the call of the judge elder on the stage, turned his head and nodded at Chu Yan and Su Xing, and leaped onto the ring. Immediately, his opponent jumped onto the ring. This is a young man with fair skin, the whiteness is a bit penetrating, and even the brows are a touch of gold. Start. Seeing the two in their seats, the judge elder shouted. Swish. Sun Jia was infuriated, and in an instant, he unfolded his shadow martial spirit, turned into a shadow, and disappeared on the ring. The young man with golden eyebrows saw Sun Jia disappear, his eyes swept to the shadows under the pillars on the four corners of the stage, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. The next moment, the young man with golden eyebrows shouted loudly, and behind him, a ball of golden light slowly rose, emitting 10,000 rays of golden light, radiating brilliant golden light everywhere. Ah, that's Jinyang martial spirit. The mutant spirit of the fire element. Jinyang spirit, he is the extraordinary one, from the inner sect. Why did the inner sect disciple come to the outer sect, Dabi? Of course heaven arranged for him to be demoted to the outer door. It's over, that Sun Jia is finished. At this time, after the extraordinary Jinyang martial spirit rose up on the stage, Sun Jia, who was hidden under the pillars of the arena, immediately showed his body under the countless golden lights. Ah! Light martial spirit. Shuabufan. Sun Jia was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Die. Just as Sun Jia was stunned for a moment, Xue Bufan shouted, his true energy surged, and he slapped Sun Jia with his palm. Boom! The fierce palm print wrapped the innate energy of the innate realm, and slapped Sun Jia fiercely. Puff! Sun Jia suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground. I admit. Sun Jia's face was full of fear. The cultivation of the innate realm was not something he could compete with at all, so he could only admit defeat. At this moment, a mutation occurred. Xue Bufan didn't wait for Sun Jia to say the last word, he suddenly dodged and rushed in front of Sun Jia, his hands turned into palms, the wind was like a knife, and suddenly cut to Sun Jia's neck. Bump! A hand knife slashed heavily at Sun Jia's throat. After making a muffled sound, Sun Jia opened his mouth wide, but couldn't make a sound. Humph! Dare to go against my heaven, how can I easily spare you? With a playful smile on his face, Xue Bufan picked up Sun Jia, and then the Jinyang martial spirit behind him suddenly burst into light, urging it to the extreme. The scorching temperature and brightness made everyone narrow their eyes. Immediately afterwards, Xue Bufan's body shook, and the martial spirit behind him turned into a solid body, rushing towards the shadow martial spirit behind Sun Jia. Ah, no! The shadow martial spirit behind Sun Jia suddenly vibrated. Just as he was about to flee, he was hit by the golden sun martial spirit. Seeing this, Sun Jia's eyes shattered, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. Just as Sun Jia's shadow martial soul turned around, he was completely covered by Xue Bufan's golden sun martial soul. In an instant, a black shadow struggled and twisted in the golden sun. After a few breaths, as the black shadow in the golden sun completely dissipated, Sun Jia's body twitched and passed out on the spot. Hey, without the martial spirit, from today onwards, you will be a waste forever. After Xue Bufan finished speaking, he threw Sun Jia, who was in his hand, to the ground, laughed twice, raised his right foot, and stepped on Sun Jia's face. Ah! Under the pain, Sun Jia suddenly woke up and let out a shrill scream. Bump! Xue Bufan put his foot on Sun Jia's stomach and directly kicked him off the ring. Sun Jia. Chu Yan had just returned from the ring number 10. At this time, seeing Sun Jia's tragic condition, his eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed towards Sun Jia, who had fallen from the ring as an afterimage. He took out 2 qi and blood pills and stuffed them into the pale-faced Sun Jia's mouth. Seeing that Sun Jia's breath slowly calmed down, Chu Yan gave him to Su Xing next to him, and then stood up slowly. His eyes swept to Xue Bufan on the stage, murderous aura surged out of his body, and the blood in his eyes was extremely rich. At this moment, in Chu Yan's heart, the rage-like killing intent was about to explode completely. Like a volcano about to erupt. Xue Bufan, damn it. Heaven, Tang, damn it. The killing intent in Chu Yan's heart was like a huge wave, surging like a tidal wave. Death to me. The 4 cyclones spun rapidly, and the black, infuriating energy rushed away instantly. Chu Yan raised his fists, and his cold eyes swept across, and he was about to punch out. No. At this moment, a voice came from the direction of the elder's seat, and at the same time, a majestic breath rushed in, covering Chu Yan in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan only felt that this breath was extremely powerful, and instantly dispelled all his true qi, erasing his killing intent. True martial realm powerhouse. Even Chu Yan, in the face of the strength of the 2 worlds, has no resistance at all, and his body is instantly stiff. The one who made the voice was Elder Wu Fa. Chu Yan, don't be impulsive, this is the place for the great competition of the sex. Wu Fa dodged and appeared on the spot, his electric eyes swept to Xue Bufan and the others, and then to Sun Jia on the ground, frowning slightly. Humph. This person is rude to me in heaven, abolishing his martial spirit is considered a bargain for him. Facing Elder Wu Fa's questioning, Xuanhuan was still arrogant and unmoved. It seems that these heavens belong, and the elders of the outer sect are completely ignored. Presumptuous. Enter my outer sect. As the elder of the outer sect, I will punish you for 1 year and a month. If you commit any more crimes, you will be dealt with according to the rules of the sect. Wu Fei shouted in shock, with an angry look on his face, and said in a deep voice. I'm a disciple of heaven. Xuanhuan heard the words, his face changed greatly, and he shouted anxiously. Ling Tianzong disciples, most of their daily cultivation resources are from the sect Yafeng, and Xuanhuan, who has lost a lot of money from the inner sect to the outer sect, is now deducted for a year of Yafeng, and he is in a hurry. If you dare to speak again, you will be deducted for 3 years. After Elder Wu Fei finished speaking, he glanced at Chu Yan, shook his head lightly, and then returned to the elder's seat. At this moment, Xuanhuan blushed, glared angrily at Chu Yan, his teeth clenched, and his eyes were full of fire. Humph! With a heavy snort, he got off the ring, staring at Chu Yan with a pair of resentful eyes, as if he was going to eat him alive. Seeing the elder Wu Fei leave, Chu Yan suppressed his anger and couldn't say anything, so he could only turn around to take care of Sun Jia. Sun Jia was completely stunned, because his martial spirit was abolished and his sea of consciousness was injured, so he couldn't wake up in a short time. Su Xing, you send Sun Jia back first. I will avenge this revenge. Chu Yan's words were icy cold, without a trace of temperature, the light flashed in his eyes, and his brows were wrinkled. Okay, Brother Chu, be careful too, the people from heaven are obviously targeting us. Su Xing's face was ashen, and he was extremely angry, but he was not strong enough, so he could only speak to remind him. Humph! Heaven, I will wash heaven with blood today. Chu Yan stood up, his body was full of killing intent, and it condensed around him like a real cyclone, causing the temperature around him to drop sharply. Afterwards, Su Xing escorted Sun Jia back to the courtyard. Chu Yan stood by the ring, waiting quietly. He has to wait until the 10 group arenas are over, until the free challenge begins. At that time, it will be the time when people from heaven will endure Chu Yan's endless anger. Then, in the 9th arena, it was Chu Yan's turn to fight 3 battles. There was almost no suspense, 2 conceded defeat and 1 lost in seconds. At this point, Chu Yan has reached the final of the number 9 arena. In the 4th round, Chu Yan directly conceded defeat and did not become the first. The purpose of this is to obtain the right to challenge at the first time, not as the first of the 9 groups, standing on the ring to accept the challenge first, and then only qualified to challenge the other 9 strong. With the passage of time, the battles in the 10 arenas gradually subsided, and the first place in each group came into being. Chu Yan is the first in the 10th ring. The first place in the other few fights is mostly around the 7th heaven of Qi refining realm. If Sun Jia hadn't been injured, with his Qi refining realm 8th layer, even if he lost a game, he would definitely be in the top 10 in the challenge round. Thinking of this, Chu Yan turned to look at the first place in the 8th fight beside him. Extraordinary. Next, there will be a top 10 challenge competition. Any outer disciple can come to the stage to challenge, and the winner will replace the ranking. A deacon elder stepped onto the middle arena and announced loudly. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yan was about to walk out of the crowd, but saw a white shadow flash past and rushed towards the ring. #C163, the God of Fire is here. Me. Challenge Feng Zhongyi in the 3rd ring. Feng Zhongyi, from ring number 3, is a burly young man. When he saw someone coming up to challenge him, he couldn't help frowning slightly. He didn't expect that among the top 10, the first one to be challenged was actually himself. If the challenger is not defeated with fierce force, more and more people will come up to challenge. Under Jin Yong, Qi refining realm 7th layer, please give more advice, from senior brother Feng. Jin Tong bowed his hands in a salute, and immediately, his aura skyrocketed, and his well-proportioned body appeared to be full of power. Come on. Go ahead. The burly Feng Zhongyi nodded and said. Hearing this, Jin Yang's face was solemn. He slowly drew out his long sword from behind, slashed in the air, and stabbed Feng Zhongyi violently. Call out. Call out. Call out. The long sword trembled slightly, transforming into 6 sword lights, each of which was extremely sharp, slashing through the air, bringing out the sound of sword whistling. Seeing that Jianguang was about to slash Feng Zhongyi, Jin Yang's face showed a hint of joy. At this time, Feng Zhongyi moved, and his body slammed back, and he retreated violently. In an instant, he distanced himself from the sword chi. What? His speed is even faster than my sword energy. Jin Yang's face froze for a moment, then he gritted his teeth, his true chi surged again, and he swung out another sword. This sword is obviously much faster than the sword just now. At this moment, the corner of Feng Zhongyi's mouth was slightly raised, and a floating smile appeared. Then, he stretched out his finger and popped it out again and again. Clang! Clang! The 2 fingers burst out of the wind, and in an instant, the 2 sword chi in the front and the back were completely shattered and dissipated without a trace. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Feng Zhongyi slapped the palm of his hand, hitting Jin Yang's chest, directly blasting him, and falling off the stage. Wow, this senior brother Feng is so powerful. That's right, it doesn't seem to be real, that Jin Yang, who is at the 7th level of Qi refining realm, is defeated. Senior brother Feng has at least the strength of Qi refining realm 8th heaven. Sure enough, there are no weak ones in the top 10. Off the stage, there was a lot of discussion. That Jin Yang fell off the stage, just beside Chu Yan, just when Chu Yan stretched out his hand to help, but one person rushed into the ring. This short-statured disciple challenged the first place in the 5th fight. Unexpectedly, the 2 were of equal strength. After a fierce battle, the short disciple actually won and successfully replaced the first place in the 5th fight and became one of the top 10. Chu Yan glanced at the 10 people on the stage and found that 5 of them had the word heaven marked on their chests. From this point of view, the reason why Sun Jia was originally called the 4 heroes of the outer sect should be that during the last Zongmen Grand competition, 6 of the top 10 belonged to heaven, and the remaining 4 were naturally called the 4 heroes. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan strode out and slowly walked to the 9th ring. At this moment, tens of thousands of eyes were watching that black-robed youth. Every step you take, the cold and stern murderous aura becomes stronger. When he stood on the stage, the hot weather under the scorching sun made everyone feel a chill. Shuabufan stared at Chu Yan in front of him dumbfounded, and suddenly found that this young man was completely different from just now. His eyes looked at them, and they were full of blood. A pair of sharp eyes, like a Rakshasa evil spirit who came out of hell, full of bloodthirsty killing intent, which makes people shudder. What are you going to do? Shuabufan looked at those cold eyes without a trace of temperature, took a half-step back subconsciously, and said with a shuddering expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly woke up from his absence, his face flushed, and his heart was filled with remorse. Damn it! I actually let this kid in the Qi refining realm scare me. So many people. When he raised his head again, his eyes were bloodshot, his whole face. Because of anger, he almost twisted into a ball. I want to kill you, I want you to die. Under Shuabufan's rage, the Jinyang martial spirit behind him rose into the air, with a golden light and a heat wave. Jinyang martial spirit, transform. Shuabufan shouted loudly, stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Behind him a ball of fireball-like Jinyang martial spirit rushed out immediately, smashing straight towards Chu Yan. A martial artist, who ascends to the Qi refining realm, can transform his martial soul into an entity and fight against people. However, most of the warriors usually do not use this fighting method, considering the safety of their martial arts, but there are some special martial arts that are not included in this list. That is the natural martial spirit. Martial spirits such as water, fire, wind, and thunder have no form and no physical body. Therefore, unlike beast martial spirits, they will be injured by skin and flesh injuries like normal monsters. Natural martial souls, unless they are destructively damaged or wiped out in an instant, they can quickly recover under the nourishment of infuriating energy. Because of this, Xuanhuan wanted to use the advantage of his martial spirit to let his martial spirit and himself shoot at the same time, which is equivalent to doubling his strength. In this way, Chu Yan can be smashed to ashes in the fastest time, and the hatred in his heart can be relieved. The blazing sun and the shadow are indeed mutually exclusive. Seeing Xuanhuan's Jinyang martial spirit roaring, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth lightly, revealing a bloodthirsty sneer, and said indifferently. Originally, Chu Yan planned to kill Xuanhuan directly, but now seeing his Jinyang martial spirit rushing towards him, the scene where Sun Jie's martial spirit was swallowed and obliterated started. Chu Yan changed his mind. Vulcan Suzaku. Now. Following Chu Yan's cold drink, a group of golden flames rushed towards Jiuxiao, constantly changing in the air, and finally, turned into a giant bird. One spread its wings, and suddenly rushed down. Chirp. The chirping sound that pierced the sky, like a heavenly sound and a demonic howl, shocked the tens of thousands of people present, and suddenly, from the deepest part of their hearts, a strong sense of awe poured out. What martial spirit is this? No, isn't Chu Yan's previous martial spirit a flame? Is this a flame bird? It's not so big. After everyone recovered from the sluggishness, various exclamations sounded. In the world of martial arts, there are natural martial spirits. Whether it is water, wind, fire, or thunder, they all appear in natural forms. Even the extremely rare water-based martial spirits appear in the form of ice crystals, shaped like stones. And flame, wind, thunder, and lightning are all the same as natural forms. Fire is one plant, wind is one mass, and thunder is one bunch. But now, the natural flame-like spirit that appeared in front of everyone was like an ancient bird of prey. Its body was made of golden flames, and when its wings fluttered, it swayed 10,000 points of golden light. Chirp. Just when everyone was horrified and gasped, the flame Wuhun in the air opened its mouth fiercely, spewing out a large group of golden flames, sweeping back and forth, and suddenly, the entire sky above the arena turned into a golden sea of fire. As soon as the golden sea of flames appeared, Xuanhuan's Jinyang martial spirit, which had been sluggish in mid-air, suddenly trembled, and then, the golden light that had bloomed on his body quickly withered away. From a distance, it looks like an ordinary lantern, dim and dull. At this moment, everyone was stunned to look at the ninth ring. In the other 9 arenas, tens of thousands of disciples, and even the elder seat, everyone's eyes widened, staring at the incredible scene in front of them. #C164 Smoke. Pump again. Jinyang martial spirit is a 7-star fire-type natural mutated martial spirit. It is a light-type attacking martial spirit. Although its destructive power is not as strong as that of a fire-type martial spirit, its particularity is that after the martial spirit mutates into Jinyang, it has a trace of fierce sun. The power of true fire. Therefore, in its martial spirit status, it is higher than other martial spirits. This difference in status is most prominent among beast-type martial arts spirits, just like tiger-type martial arts spirits. When fighting wolf-type martial arts spirits, they are naturally coercive. And Xuanhuan's Jinyang martial spirit, because of the power of true fire, is ranked according to the status of demon fire, karmic fire, and true fire among flame martial arts, and naturally has a very high status. But now, the moment that person's Firebird martial spirit appeared, it was suppressed so that there was no light. This shocked everyone. This is martial soul suppression. Oh my god, that Firebird suppressed Jinyang. Jinyang martial spirit has the power of true fire, and that is the highest level of fire power. How could the Firebird suppress it? Then, it counts as suppression? Why do I feel like Jinyang martial soul is too scared to move? Damn, yes, look, Jinyang martial spirit is about to escape. Just as everyone was talking and pointing, on the 9th arena, a mutation suddenly occurred. The turbulent golden sea of fire spewed out by the fire god Suzaku turned into a rain of fire, like thousands of fireballs descending into the world, pouring down with a hula-la. In an instant, the spirit of the golden sun lantern, which was trembling and did not dare to move at all, was wrapped into a cocoon of fire. Swish! Suzaku martial spirit slid sideways and floated steadily to the position behind Chu Yan. At the same time, the Jinyang martial spirit wrapped in a fire cocoon was also brought 10 steps in front of Chu Yan, floating in the air. In the golden fire cocoon, the ball-shaped Jinyang martial spirit trembled more and more at this time, and began to shrink in size rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it shrank to only the size of a fist. The appearance of Jinyang martial spirit made everyone nervous, and they all worried whether it would disappear directly in the next moment. On the elders' table, Elder Wu Fa, watching this scene, frowned and looked shocked. Beside the elders, 10 elite disciples from the outer sect with purple collars, gold rims, and white robes all looked at each other in disbelief. Originally, when these heavenly disciples saw Chu Yan walking onto the 9th ring, they all laughed in their hearts. Chu Yan took the initiative to seek death, although they were a little surprised, but it was exactly what they wanted. Killing Chu Yan was originally heaven, and what to do today? Xuanhuan's cultivation in the Xiantian realm is an easy task for an ordinary disciple in the Qi-refining realm. But now, the situation in the stands has caused these heavenly elites to subconsciously generate an uneasy feeling in their hearts. Xuanhuan, is he better than this Chu Yan? Doubts are still circling in the sea of knowledge, but on the stage, Xuanhuan moved. On the 9th ring. Xuanhuan, who woke up from the shock, suddenly raised his head and saw that his Jinyang martial spirit was sealed in front of Chu Yan. Ah! Suddenly, Xuanhuan's eyes were red, and he rushed towards Chu Yan like a mad dog. Die, die, I want you to die. At the time of the mad rush, Xuanhuan's aura suddenly surged into the sky, dancing and flying in his white robe. The infuriating chi of the 3rd-level celestial warriors in the congenital realm surged like a frenzy. This palm belongs to Sun Jia. Chu Yan's eyes were like ice. Looking at Xuanhuan, who was rushing in, he said coldly, and at the same time, his movement skills unfolded instantly. Thousands of mountains and snow. The figure was divided into 2 parts, and the figure in the same place still kept his eyes shining, while another figure had already appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Too much energy. Chu Yan snorted coldly, raised his palm and shot it out, and suddenly, a black palm print slammed out. Boom! The palm print composed of huge black airflow. Rolling like a cloud, the airwaves howling, and slapped heavily on Xuanhuan. Ah! Under the palm of his hand, Xuanhuan spurted blood, slammed down on the ring, and let out a scream. When he struggled to get up from the ground in horror, his face suddenly stiffened and his expression froze. Hey! My anger, see. After a little induction, Xuanhuan found that the true qi in his body solidified like a slurry, the circulation was blocked, and it almost stopped running. Snapped. Just when Xuanhuan was stunned, Chu Yan took a step forward, and without saying a word, raised his hand and gave him a slap. Loud slaps echoed throughout the audience. Quiet. Silence. Everyone was stunned. Chu Yan is drawing Xuanhuan's face. He is a Qi-refining realm martial artist, and he is actually slapping the Xiantian realm martial artist. Is this real? Why didn't Xuebufan resist? The eyes of tens of thousands of people fell to the ground, and the scene in front of them blinded them all. Snapped. Another loud voice came out. Chu Yan, I am a member of heaven, you dare. Xuebufan, whose half of his face was swollen, glared at Chu Yan and roared with cold and fierce light in his eyes. Heaven? Chu Yan sneered, raised his brows, and said. I'm sorry, I only know Ling Tianzong, I don't know what shit heaven. Snapped. Xuebufan slapped again. No, I remember that you stepped on Sun Jia with your feet. Chu Yan blew his palms, frowned slightly, and said. All the disciples around were stunned when they heard Chu Yan's words. Footsteps? What does he want? That's a man from heaven. Slowly squatting down, Chu Yan took off a shoe under his feet and held it in his hand. At this time, everyone who was still thinking about Chu Yan's behavior just now felt a chill in their hearts. He wanted to. Snapped. At the same time, when tens of thousands of eyes suddenly jumped, a footprint appeared on Xuebufan's face. A bloodshot shoe print. Hiss. Tens of thousands of people shrank their necks at the same time, and the sound of air conditioning slammed into a tidal wave. This, it sucks. Snapped. 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 Ah. Xuebufan, who had no real qi to protect his body, was still sealed by Chu Yan. At this time, he completely accepted the soles of Chu Yan's hands with his flesh. Finally, after several consecutive draws, Xuebufan opened his mouth and screamed. Every time Chu Yan waved the sole of his shoe and landed on Xuebufan's face, the audience and all the disciples would twitch the corners of their eyes and shudder. Chu Yan, you are courting death. Duansong couldn't bear it any longer, his body was shocked, and he swept to the 9th ring. Humph. Interfere with the competition. Be bold. Elder Wu Fa, who had been keeping an eye on Chu Yan, stood up abruptly, and his figure roared out like a gust of wind, rushing towards Duansong in midair. The thick, true martial realm, true qi, turned into a fierce palm wind and shot straight out. At the same time, he shouted in a thunderous voice, I want to see today, who would dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Bump. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Elder Wu Fa's palm slapped Duansong abruptly. A true martial artist, even if Duansong's cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Xiantian realm, he can look down upon tens of thousands of disciples in the entire outer sect. However, in front of the true martial realm warriors, they exist like ants. Under the palm of his hand, Duansong's whole body shook, he let out a groan, and fell back to the original elder's table. Elder Wu, do you want to help him? Just standing still, Duansong looked at Elder Wu Fa in disbelief, with a pair of red eyes that were almost dripping blood. I'm not helping anyone, I only know that the number 9 arena is in the midst of a sect competition. There is no winner or loser, and no one admits defeat. Who dares to interfere with the competition? Zhonggui's disposal. Duansong was stunned when he stopped drinking. Immediately, a gloomy expression appeared on his face, and the corners of his eyes twitched. The current situation can also be called a test? It's completely Chu Yan's one-sided beating Xuebufan. #C165 Fear of Death. Moreover, at this time, Xuebufan, who was beyond recognition even his mother didn't know, was so eye-catching with the huge word paradise on his chest. This is to hit Xuebufan in the face, this is completely to hit the face of heaven. Humph. The competition continues. Elder Wu Fa snorted heavily, sat back down on the elder seat, turned his head to look at the 9th ring, with the momentum of the real martial realm, slowly restrained. As soon as he finished speaking, Duansong looked at the 9th ring with a grim expression on his face, but it happened to meet Chu Yan's indifferent eyes. In an instant, Duansong's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty hatred. Chu Yan. You dare. At this moment, Chu Yan met Du Wansong's hideous gaze, and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. Chu Yan laughed. He slowly raised his hand and stretched out behind him, holding the clear sky sword in his hand, and slowly drew the sword out inch by inch. Seeing the smile on Chu Yan's face, everyone sighed in their hearts, feeling the cold air in their bones. Chu Yan's smile at this time, in their eyes, is like a fierce Rakshasa, a terrifying grin like licking blood at the edge of a knife, which makes people shudder. Clang! Finally, the long sword was unsheathed, and in Chu Yan's hand, the sword body flashed a black light. Don't you dare? Chu Yan sneered, his voice as cold as Jiuxiao Handan. Swish! Swish! Two sword lights flashed and cut through Xuebufan's left and right wrists, respectively. Suddenly, two blood arrows spurted out. Xuebufan's whole body was shocked, his eyes were round, and he was about to shout, but found that the other party's infuriating anger was covering himself, and suddenly, his whole body was so stiff that he couldn't even open his mouth. Turning his eyes, and looking in front of him, two pools of blood have appeared under his feet, and the dark red blood is still flowing out of his hands and wrists. Woo. At this moment, Xuebufan's Jinyang martial spirit was thrown into the air from time to time by Chu Yan's firebird martial spirit, chasing and making trouble like a ball. As for himself, his inner chi was sealed, so he couldn't run his chi at all, and his body was suppressed by Chu Yan. The only thing that could move in his body was his eyeballs. His face was swollen and painful. Xuebufan now has a heart that wants to die. He just wants his true chi to recover quickly, even if he can move his mouth and shout, "Give up." Chu Yan looked at Xuebufan quietly, heard the whimper in his mouth, and said softly. Xuebufan, when you abolished Sun Jia's martial spirit, did you think of today? Sun Jia just said something that you don't like to hear in heaven, and you will abolish his martial arts. According to your practice and behavior, how should I treat you, the person who hurt my friend? As Chu Yan said, the killing intent on his body became more and more solid, causing the temperature around him to drop sharply. At this time, Xuebufan heard Chu Yan's words and felt the blood in his body constantly flowing outwards, and the fear in his heart rose infinitely. Gradually, his whole body began to tremble. How does it feel? Do you ever feel that cold and terrifying feeling as the blood in your body drains, the feeling of waiting to die? But don't worry, I won't kill you, you can only die at the hands of Sun Jia, today, that's it. After speaking, Chu Yan slowly turned around, looked up at the sky, his body's infuriating chi was slowly running, and his black robe was free from wind. Suddenly, Chu Yan roared loudly, and suddenly threw a punch towards the sky. Roar! The fist is as strong as a mountain, and the roar is shaking the sky. Under this roar, it seems that the world is shaking. Boom! With a punch, the dim ball of light in the sky exploded, and the golden streamer scattered all over the sky, like a golden rain of light. After that, Chu Yan raised his hand in the direction of the elder seat and said loudly, Elder Wu, for abolishing Xuebufan's martial spirit, I will voluntarily receive a 1-year penalty from the sect. Finished. Chu Yan turned to face Xuebufan. When his true anger was withdrawn, Xuebufan collapsed to the ground, screaming like a pig. Ah! I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Help me. I'm dying. He is a demon, he is a fierce god, my spirit. Because of fear, Xuebufan's consciousness was so chaotic that it was almost on the verge of collapse. Listening to the screams above the arena, there was silence all around, and everyone stared at them and looked at the stage dully. Even the jury elders of the number 9 arena were stunned and forgot to announce the results of the competition. One punch. He smashed the opponent's martial spirit with his fist, and the martial spirit of an innate powerhouse was smashed into powder. Hiss! 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 The crowd, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly sounded a gasp. Tens of thousands of people made a sound at the same time, which lasted for a long time. At this time, all the members of Heaven's members were extremely splendid, and they were all black. Today, Heaven ordered that Chu Yan, who was supposed to be beheaded, not only didn't die, but in front of countless people, he used the soles of his shoes to slap the faces of the members of Heaven. Moreover, he also blasted Xuebufan's martial arts with one punch. For the waste. This is a great disgrace to Heaven. Heaven has never encountered such a thing since its establishment. Never. Duansong's eyes twitched and he looked at Chu Yan, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, his eyes were full of doubts. Why? Why does this young man in the Qi refining realm dare to oppose Heaven like this? Could it be that he really didn't know the power of Heaven in Lingtianzhou? Notify the inner sect brothers, find a few more brothers and come down to my inner sect, they must be fire-type martial spirits. Duansong instructed a purple-collar disciple beside him. In addition, inform all the brothers and wait for the support of the inner brothers. Today, this son must be killed. The purple-collar elite disciple nodded, folded his hands, and left. Soon, a murderous aura rose from every corner of Lingtianzhou. Kill Chu Yan. On the arena, the judge elder finally woke up, turned his head sharply to look at the elder Wu Fa, and after seeing the elder nod slightly, he turned his head, took a deep breath, and pronounced the judgment loudly. In this battle, Xuebufan admits defeat, and Chu Yan wins. In addition, Chu Yan's shot is too heavy, and he will be fined for 1 year and a month. After speaking, the judge elder waved his hand, and several disciples ran up, dragging Xuebufan with dull eyes. The challenge continues. On the elder's seat, a smile appeared on the face of elder Wu Fa, and he nodded secretly. Chu Yan's strength is stronger than he imagined. In his opinion, this son's future achievements will never be below that person, and may even surpass him and become the #1 person in the new Lingtian sect. At that time, maybe Lingtianzhou will take off again, no longer just the top 10 of the Red Leaf Empire, it is possible. Thinking of this, Elder Wu Fa couldn't help but feel ups and downs in his heart. At the same time, the rest of the top 9 on the stage and the disciples under the stage stared blankly at the black-robed figure on the 9th ring. Defeat an innate powerhouse in a crushing manner. This kind of strength, maybe only those elite disciples have the strength to fight. Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, and they swept across the audience. Wherever their eyes passed, everyone's eyes were dodged. Strong. Absolutely strong. And invincible. The power above everyone makes everyone feel invincible. Moreover, Xuebufan's terrifying end also made everyone terrified and shuddered. At this moment, Chu Yan stood proudly, his face was indifferent, but he was thinking about Sun Jie's injury. As an alchemist, Chu Yan knew that there was an elixir that could cure Sun Jie's injury, but that elixir was also of extraordinary quality. Far beyond the rank of the 9th grade medicinal herbs. At this time, Chu Yan can only refine 5th-grade medicinal pills at the highest level. In addition, the materials needed to make this kind of transition-level golden pill are all the rare treasures in the world, not the kind that only need if you have money, you can buy ordinary elixir. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's body became cold, and the killing intent was skyrocketing. Heaven! This time, it is necessary for you to repay with 100-fold blood. Before the big competition, Chu Yan had successfully cultivated Taiju to the realm of 2 points and 4, with 4 cyclones condensed in his body. In terms of cultivation, it can be said that it is 4 times the strength of a martial artist of the same level. In the world of martial arts, strength is respected, and cultivation is divided into physical quenching realm, Qi refining realm, innate realm, true martial realm, heaven transforming realm, heaven penetrating realm, and even higher realms. Although Chu Yan's strength is only at the peak of Qi refining realm Jizongshan, His strength in other aspects is by no means comparable to martial artists of the same rank. Body Law. The secret technique of Qianshan treading and double mountain realm is unfolded, with two shadows in one body, thousands of steps are close at hand. Palm Law. The secret technique Tai Yuanqi Palm has been cultivated to the peak of the first layer. In the third level of the Xiantian realm, if you shoot it with one palm, it is not possible for the other party to recover his true qi unless he removes his own qi. Swordsmanship. Thunder 13 Swords has been practiced to the sixth sword, and has reached the half-step sword intent great perfection realm. One sword out, the world weeps, ghosts and spirits are shocked. Boxing. The three-stage strike is a fantasy high-grade boxing, and the Jianghe section realm plus the realm of small boxing skills is enough to sweep the opponent. Flesh. Once the Rakshasa body on the fourth floor of Rakshasa promise is unfolded, Chu Yan's strength will be doubled again, which is his biggest trump card at present. With these strengths, there is absolutely no problem in sweeping the warriors under the fifth level of the Xiantian realm, even if they are the warriors of the seventh level of the Xiantian realm. They also have the power to fight. Chu Yan doesn't believe it anymore, it's just an outer door, who can stop him? #C166 Ling Tianhua. After waiting for a long time, someone finally walked out of the crowd and continued to challenge. However, this long-limbed and slender youth from Kongwu chose the leader of the 7 fights. After taking power, after the two announced their names, they fought together, and they were evenly matched, and the battle became more and more intense. Following this disciple's challenge on the stage, a deacon elder on the podium stood up and announced that all the 10 beaters should accept the challenge at the same time. As soon as this order came out, 2 or 3 more people flew to the stage, and the 3 champions who were not members of heaven started fighting at the same time, and they were in full swing. To everyone's surprise, a disciple holding an iron tower Lingbao actually challenged a member of heaven from Wulei. This has never appeared in the last few sect competitions. This disciple holding the iron spirit treasure is about the 8th level of Qi refining realm, and his strength is extremely strong. The iron tower in his hand is obviously a congenital spiritual treasure, and it can actually grow in size in the air. After several heavy blows, the heaven member who is also in the 8th heaven of Qi refining realm is in a hurry. Go down. The disciple in control of the pagoda suddenly shouted, and the handprints were repeatedly turned over. I saw that the pagoda suspended in the air, after a sudden burst of light, swallowed 12 pitch-black iron beads in a row, rushing towards the disciples of heaven. Bump. 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 Lianzhu hits again and again, and several heavy hits in a row directly smashed the heaven disciples off the ring. The 5th fight, Chongming, win. The elder judge's voice was trembling, and he looked at the new champion of the 5th stage, and his eyes were full of brilliance. Not only the judge elders, but also tens of thousands of disciples all looked at this Chongming when he took the stage to challenge the disciples in heaven. Besides Chu Yan, he is the first person who dares to challenge the authority of heaven. Also, he won. Heaven, lost again. No way, the strength of the disciples in heaven is so bad. Chu Yan just now challenged the innate realm with Qi refining realm, and he was unable to fight back. This Chongming's strength of the same rank also easily won the victory. The strength of this heaven seems to be less terrible than imagined. That's right, this heaven disciple is usually arrogant, bullying me and other ordinary disciples, and now it seems, that's all. Otherwise, you also go up to challenge the disciples in heaven, maybe you are really better than them. For a time, because of the defeat of this disciple of heaven, doubts about heaven gradually rose from the crowd. Afterwards, more and more people came to the stage to challenge. Among the 10 arenas, except for the arena where Chu Yan was, there were people who went up to challenge and try. This sudden situation greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. At the same time as the number of challengers increased, the sky began to gradually darken. Time passed, and as the moon rose, the brightly lit outer gate martial arts field finally gradually quieted down. I announce that the Outer Sect Top 10 Challenge Tournament is over. Tomorrow, in front of Linggu Hall, the second round will be held, and the top 10 will challenge the elite disciples. Seeing that no one had entered the ring for a long time, Elder Wu Fa slowly got up and shouted in a deep voice. In addition, those who beat the elite disciples of the Outer Sect and are selected into the top 10 elites will be rewarded, a Ling Tianhua. Ling Tianhua. One stone creates 1,000 waves. Hiss. 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 On and off the stage, the sound of cold voices was sucked back and forth one after another. What is Ling Tianhua? All the disciples present, no one knew it, no one knew it. Ling Tianhua, one of the most important treasures of Ling Tian sect, is famous for its fame. For disciples in the Qi refining realm, it is an earth treasure that can be encountered but not sought after. It is said that Ling Tianhua, a Qi refining realm 9th level celestial warrior, can directly break through the bottleneck and be promoted to the innate realm in one fell swoop. If it is taken by a warrior below the 8th level of Qi refining realm, it can directly improve a large realm of cultivation. Even if it is used by a Xiantian realm warrior, it can also improve at least a small realm. Ling Tianhua. Actually rewarding Ling Tianhua. Oh my god, the sect is really big this time. This. If I have one, I will definitely keep it until the Qi refining realm 9 heavens and swallow it, and break it to the innate realm in one fell swoop. Yeah, I heard that there are several senior brothers who have been stagnant for 10 years at the bottleneck of Qi refining realm 9 heavens, and they can't break through. Of course, compared with the body-quenching state breaking through the Qi refining state, it is not known how much harder it is to break through the innate realm. Tens of thousands of disciples were excited when they heard Elder Wu's words, and suddenly the crowd exploded. On the ring, the 10 people who have become the top 10 are even more excited, and their faces are red with mockery. Most of their strengths are between the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refining realm. Like Chu Yan, 2 or 3 people are in the 9th layer of Qi refining realm, which is exactly when Ling Tianhua is needed. Ling Tianhua. We will fight tomorrow. Several top 10 disciples, panting violently, clenched their hands, their eyes were red, and they made up their minds. Ling Tianhua made everyone excited. Unexpectedly, Ling Tianzong actually took out Ling Tianhua. Chu Yan was also a little surprised. The preciousness of Ling Tianhua, as an alchemist, is clearer than other disciples. If Chu Yan came to participate in this outer door competition before, it was for the seduction of Elder Long and his anger towards heaven. Now, he has another purpose. Get Ling Tianhua. If I can get Ling Tianhua, maybe I'll break through the bottleneck of the Qi refining realm 9 heavens, and break through to the Xiantian realm. There was a fiery light in Chu Yan's eyes, and the light flashed. As Elder Wu Fa's voice fell, the elders on the elder's seat slowly withdrew and left, and all the outer disciples gradually dispersed in excitement. Chu Yan also left the martial arts field and walked towards Sun Jie's small courtyard. Speaking of which, Sun Jie's injury has a lot to do with him. If it weren't for the battle between himself and heaven, Sun Jie would not have been implicated and his martial spirit would have been abolished. This heaven is so vicious to the people around him, which is one of the reasons why Chu Yan is angry. Chu Yan stayed in Sun Jie's room for a whole night. Whether it was Su Xing or himself, they tried their best to console Sun Jie's depression. In the end, Chu Yan condensed the elixir fire, announced to Sun Jie his alchemy master's body technique, and promised that he would definitely refine the elixir that could restore his martial soul. Seeing the glimmer of hope in Sun Jie's eyes, Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At dawn, when he left Sun Jie's small courtyard, Chu Yan's anger towards heaven filled his body. Today is the Outer Sect Elite battle, facing 10 elite disciples who are all from heaven. A head-on collision is inevitable. Early in the morning sun is slightly dewy, the east is white, the sky and earth are dawning, and the fresh air is refreshing. In the distant mountain line, a scorching fireball rose up, emitting thousands of golden lights, driving out the darkness. Breaking sunrise. Bathed in the morning glow, Chu Yan left the courtyard. C167, the first beauty of the outer door. Lingwu Hall, the core area of Lingtian sect. Whenever there is a major event in the sect, it is often carried out and announced here. When Chu Yan arrived at Lingwu Hall, the people in front of him were full of people, and the entire Lingwu Hall was surrounded by water. I heard that the elite battle of this outer sect competition is the largest one in history, and many of the elders' direct disciples have come out. No, doesn't it mean that the top 10 challenged elite disciples? What does it have to do with the elders' direct disciples? Hey, let me tell you, the elders' direct disciples are all privileged and have the right to participate in any competition at will. This time, I guess I was attracted by Ling Tianhua. 7 or 8. Then this elite battle will be lively, but do they really dare to challenge heaven? Forget it, didn't you see that many people challenged heaven yesterday? Besides, that's Ling Tianhua. I want to go. Very good, the direct disciple of the 10 elders, so mysterious. The direct disciple of the top 10 elders of the outer sect? As soon as Chu Yan approached the square in front of Lingwu Hall, he heard the tidal wave of discussions and was slightly moved. Soon, Chu Yan reached the front of Lingwu Hall along the passage in the middle of the crowd. Here, 2 arenas have already been set up. The huge arena that is about 100 paces wide and long occupies a large area in front of Lingwu Hall. Chu Yan saw the elder seat and was about to go to report, but suddenly there was a shout. Chu Yan! Turning his head to look, it was the young man who was holding the innate spiritual treasure of the Iron Tower yesterday, greeting him. You are Chang Ming. Chu Yan thought for a while, then remembered the other party's name. Haha, I didn't expect you to remember my name. Yesterday you fought with Shubu Fan, which made my blood boil. You are amazing. Chang Ming's attitude was mild when he saw Chu Yan talking to him, which was very different from when he murdered him yesterday, and his face became excited. Chu Yan was stunned, and then smiled lightly. Yeah. Look, that's Ho Yingfeng, wow. Ah. There, really, the number 1 beauty in the outer sect is here too. It's so beautiful, Senior Sister Ho is really a sinking fish and a swallow, and you are embarrassed by the moon. TSK. If I can cultivate with Senior Sister Ho, I would be willing to die. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and a figure in a light blue long dress came from outside the square. In the course of cultivating martial arts, there were not many women, and there were even fewer stunning women. Although Ling Tianzong also has a small number of female disciples, it is extremely rare to have such an alluring appearance. Because of this, Ho Yingfeng's appearance made tens of thousands of people go crazy. However, what stunned everyone was that Ho Yingfeng, who had a peerless beauty, turned a blind eye to the various voices and eyes around her, and went straight to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I heard that you were very majestic yesterday. Ho Yingfeng looked at Chu Yan, smiled sweetly, and suddenly bloomed like 100 flowers, beautiful and unparalleled. You have to work hard today, if you get the first place, I will. Having said this, Ho Yingfeng suddenly stopped below, and on the delicate jade face, 2 groups of red clouds rose, which was lovable. At this moment, Chu Yan suddenly felt that countless cold air rushed towards him behind him, his body shook, and he turned his head sharply and looked back. Behind him, Wu Shuang's bloodshot red eyes stared at Chu Yan, as if he was going to eat him alive. The eyes of resentment fell on Chu Yan, which immediately made Chu Yan the target of public criticism and the focus of the audience. That Chu Yan, how did he know Senior Sister Ho? It's over, the number 1 beauty in the outer sect has taken a fancy to Chu Yan. This Chu Yan is too awesome. If you dare to fight against heaven, you will still get the love of senior sister Ho. Don't be afraid, maybe today, that Chu Yan will be killed by heaven. When the time comes, senior sister Ho is sad, I can comfort her. Go away, it's your turn. The unscrupulous discussions of a group of outer disciples made Ho Yingfeng and Chu Yan flushed at the same time. Senior sister Ho, why are you here? I didn't see you participating in the first round yesterday. Chu Yan ignored the bloodshot eyes behind him, looked at Ho Yingfeng, and asked suspiciously. When Ho Yingfeng heard the words, she smiled sweetly and said, Master Yun, Elder Yun, ordered me to come to participate in the elite battle. After all, there is Ling Tianghua. Chu Yan was startled, then nodded. For a moment, Chu Yan looked at Ho Yingfeng and felt that something was wrong. After looking carefully, he asked softly. The waiting group, have you made a breakthrough? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Ho Yingfeng raised her eyebrows, and Wan Er smiled and said, Why, only you are allowed to break through. I can't break through? I have reached the 8th level of Qi Refining Realm. Qi Refining Realm 8th layer. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. He still remembered that during the Golden Horn competition 2 months ago, Ho Yingfeng's cultivation was still in Qi Refining Realm 7th layer. Just broke through. Breaking through the first level in 2 months, this kind of talent can be considered a genius. By the way, junior brother Chu, Master asked me to tell you something. Ho Yingfeng's face changed slightly, looking at Chu Yan, she said seriously. Master said, when you let your elite challenge, do your best to win the top 5. As for heaven, Master said don't worry. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly, shook his head, and then nodded at Ho Yingfeng again. Worry. It seems that I have never worried about heaven's revenge. However, since Elder Yun asked Ho Yingfeng to bring the words over, he must be responsible for himself behind his back, which made Chu Yan grateful, so he nodded to Ho Yingfeng. Look, the elite disciples are here. Wow, you see that's Du Wansong. He's super handsome. It is said that his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the innate realm. Oh my god, what are you doing in the 5th layer of the Xiantian realm if you don't stay at the outer door? You know the shit, the outer sect has the most disciples, and of course heaven pays attention. Amid the clamor, the 10 elite disciples of heaven walked all the way, causing commotion without end. Wearing a white robe with gold rims and a dark purple neckline, it represents their identity elite disciples. Compared with the white robes of the inner disciples and the golden-edged ancestral robes, they are even more dazzling. After all, the legendary Longmen disciples wore golden-edged purple robes. Chu Yan's eyes, along with the commotion of the crowd, turned to the young man who was leading the way. This person is Du Wansong. When Du Wansong saw Chu Yan, his brows suddenly wrinkled slightly, and his face became gloomy. Seeing this, Chu Yan suddenly remembered Sun Jie's desperate expression last night, and couldn't help but feel the killing intent in his heart, and lightning flashed in his eyes. The two just stared at each other from a distance, looking at each other with anger. Around Chu Yan and Du Wansong, the air temperature around their bodies dropped sharply in an instant. At this moment, above the sky, several figures came out of the sky, stepping on the floating clouds. Their aura was shocking, and in the blink of an eye, they landed on the elder's seat behind the 2 tables. Elder Wu Fa, who was dressed in a dark purple robe, suddenly, the breath of true martial arts surged out and swept the audience with a roar. In an instant, the scene where tens of thousands of people were located suddenly became quiet. See Great Elder. First, Du Wansong led a group of elite disciples, all turned around and bowed to Wu Fa. Immediately afterwards, the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples present shouted in unison at the same time. See Great Elder. The head of the 10 elders of Lingtian sect's outer sect, the Elder Wu Fa. At this time, the Elder Wu Fa stood with his head held high, slowly restraining his breath, His eyes like electricity swept across the two fields, and then he shouted in a deep voice. Outer Gate Annual Competition, the second round, the Elite Challenge, start. #C168 My Sword. Outer Gate Annual Competition, the second round, the Elite Challenge, start. The rules are as follows, except for the top 10, all elders and closed disciples can come to the stage to challenge. The winner will not be ranked, but Ling Tianguo will also be rewarded. In addition, in order to ensure that all the challenged disciples can give full play and compete bravely for the ranking, this round of the Elite Challenge tournament will be conducted according to the rules of Ling Jiuetong's Life and Death Arena. Now, all the disciples participating in the elite battle should think carefully, and those who participate will go to the ring and be registered by the elder judge. After Elder Wu Fa finished speaking, he slowly sat down. Beside him, a deacon elder stood up, swept to the ring, and stood sideways waiting. At this time, the crowd started talking, and everyone was surprised by the temporarily changed rules. The rules of the platform of life and death. Then, people are going to die. Damn, for Ling Tianguo, I fought hard. The people of heaven are here, who can compete with them, let's forget it. I guess someone must quit. Under the various discussions, the top 10 outer sects and the closed disciples of more than a dozen elders who were going to participate in the challenge all looked a little stunned, and their faces showed a struggle. Time is short, fleeting. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures jumped out of the crowd and landed firmly on the ring. 5 elders closed the door, 9 top 10 outer sects, and 10 elite disciples who were already on the stage. Suddenly, the empty stage was crowded. Among the more than 20 people standing on the ring, more than a dozen people's eyes swept to the 10 purple-collar elite disciples from time to time, and their faces were a little dignified. These people were the top 10 determined yesterday, and the closed disciples of several elders. The original excitement became extremely uneasy at this time. Elite Wubi, regardless of life or death. This has never appeared in the previous competitions of Ling Tianzong. First, the reward of Ling Tianguo was suddenly announced, and then today, it was suddenly announced that it was changed to a life and death battle. In addition, the closed disciples of the top 10 elders have all ended their retreats and were ordered to participate in the elite battle. These things, together, made many shrewd disciples faintly smell an unusual breath. At this time, the deacon elder had already registered all the people who came to the stage, and was turning his head to look at the elder seat, only to see the elder Wu Fa shaking his head gently. The deacon elder on the ring was slightly startled, then turned his head, glanced at the crowd, and shouted in a deep voice. How many others, have you thought about it, do you want to participate? As soon as the words fell, the direct disciples of the 2 elders stepped forward, their faces slightly red, and said, I give up. I give up too. When the 2 disciples returned to the crowd, the elder deacon glanced at the registration jade talisman in his hand, and his expression was startled, then he slowly raised his head and looked at the black-robed boy in the crowd. Following the gaze of the elder deacon, tens of thousands of eyes on and off the stage watched over at the same time, staring at the figure in unison. Chu Yan. Beside him, Ho Yingfeng in a light blue dress, was whispering something to Chu Yan, completely ignoring the gazes cast around him. Chu Yan, this elite battle, heaven will definitely target you, do what you can. Ho Yingfeng finished softly, and as soon as she jumped up, she jumped onto the ring, looking at Chu Yan under the stage with a complicated expression. Du Wansong stood on the ring, staring at Chu Yan with gloomy eyes. He was a little hairy. The perfect preparation last night was just for today, beheading Chu Yan. If Chu Yan does not participate in the elite battle, then everything becomes meaningless. Chu Yan has the right to give up. How can Du Wansong be reconciled, although he can find a way to deal with him after the elite battle? But in that case, how can it compare? In such a situation where thousands of people are watching, killing it can restore the prestige of heaven at the outer gate. Chu Yan. On the ring, Duansong drank violently. In the cold eyes, there was a bloodthirsty light, staring at Chu Yan, disdainful. You. Wasn't it majestic yesterday? How did you become a tortoise today? Waste. Duansong's tone was full of contempt, but also with a hint of urgency. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Originally, when Ho Yingfeng came to the stage, I was going to follow her. Who knows, a little later, Duansong couldn't wait any longer and shouted. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Chu Yan again. This time, not only Chu Yan, but all the outer disciples felt the killing intent on Duansong. Look, this Chu Yan dares to offend heaven, and heaven will kill him today. Yeah, I don't know, is it a ghost from heaven to temporarily change to the rules regardless of life and death? It's possible, if I were Chu Yan, I would abstain. There are 10 elite disciples in heaven. All kinds of discussions, without any cover-up, echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, the sneer on Duansong's face became more intense. Looking at Chu Yan, he roared. Even a woman who waits for junior sister dares to come up, is it that you, Chu Yan, are not as good as a woman? Now, Duansong's words have made the surroundings silent, everyone is waiting for Chu Yan's reaction, go up to die, or lose a man's self-esteem. Ho Yingfeng heard that Duansong used herself to provoke Chu Yan, her pretty face was slightly angry, and she was about to speak in a hurry, but suddenly heard a voice. Idiot! Chu Yan's voice was not loud, but in the silence, it was easily passed into everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes twitched, and their faces were shocked. This Chu Yan dared to scold Duansong. That's the boss of the outer gate of heaven, this. Everyone felt scalp tingling, unbelievable. Immediately, Chu Yan's legs were lightly pressed, and with a jump, he jumped to the top of the ring, flicked his robes, and stood firm. No need to speak any language, Chu Yan's actions are the best proof. Prove that you will never succumb to heaven, whether alone or in a group. Seeing Chu Yan coming to power, the judge elder was slightly startled, then nodded and shouted loudly. The second round of elite martial arts competition has officially begun. All participating disciples, start the lottery. After speaking, with a wave of his hand, more than 20 light balls flew away again, floating in the mid-air of the ring. Swish! 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 For a time, more than 20 figures jumped into the air and reached out to grab those balls of light. Chu Yan made a random move, and a ball of light fell into his palm, spread it out lightly, but it was a number 9. Number 9. The draw is over. The first round, the single-double matchup, the second round, the draw, the single-double matchup, to the final. The second round, the free challenge. The ranking is finally determined. Now, number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4, fight against each other. The rest of the disciples, fight and wait. Following the elder judge's announcement, except for the 4 remaining on the stage, the rest of the disciples jumped off the arena and watched nervously on the stage. After Chu Yan got out of the ring, he chose a corner with few individuals and swept his gaze to the second ring. Chang Ming, who started chatting with Chu Yan, was number 4. At this time, he was facing a purple-collar elite disciple. I surrender. His opponent is an elite disciple of the innate realm, who is at least 2 realms higher than him. In this case, there is no chance at all. After speaking, Chang Ming jumped off the arena, his face annoyed, but, among the top 10, his strength is only Qi refining realm 8th layer, which is the worst. The possibility of becoming an elite disciple is almost equal to 0. However, yesterday, he inquired from various sources that among the elite disciples in heaven, there are also 2 disciples of Qi refining realm 9 heavens. If he can meet these 2, perhaps, he still has a glimmer of hope. At this time on the number 1 arena, It was a disciple of Qi refining realm Jiuxiao who met a top 10 disciple, both of whom had the same cultivation level. This battle has become the focus of everyone's attention. The sword light, the sword shadow, the energy is full of energy. After 10 moves, the top 10 disciples are defeated. Immediately after that, the next 2 games were also quickly decided. Heaven's disciples are victorious. Wubi continues. In the 5th game, Chu Yan, the number 9 sign, played. Walking slowly onto the ring, Chu Yan raised his eyes to look at his opponent. A heavenly disciple, who also carried a long sword and was dressed in a white robe, was sneering at this moment. Chu Yan, explain your last words. My sword, in the outer sect, has not been defeated. You will die today. Chu Yan was slightly startled, his face was speechless, just opened his mouth to speak, but heard the other party continue to say. In your last words, write down my name. Xiao. Hearing this, Chu Yan looked at the arrogance on the other side's face, and was too lazy to spend more time with him. My sword. Is it your sword? Suddenly, a sharp aura shot up from Chu Yan's body, and the sound of jingling bursts shook the world. #C169 One sword is enough. At the same time, Xiao had already summoned his martial spirit, and behind him, a white long sword rose out and hovered in the air. Immediately, an icy sword chi spread out, and the sound of sword whistling was also emitted. The spirit of the golden 7-star weapon, the snow sword. Staring at Chu Yan, Xiao slowly raised his hand, stretched out his hand, and even held that snow sword martial spirit in his hand. The white long sword started, and in an instant, a group of violent sword intent rushed out from Xiao's body, lingering around his body, bringing out a few fat cyclones. The realm of swordsmanship. Seeing this, Chu Yan was slightly stunned, shocked in his heart. This is the first kendo master that Chu Yan has encountered since he practiced kendo. Moreover, this person is also a martial artist with a sword martial arts spirit as his life. There is no doubt that this person's swordsmanship is extremely strong. Holding the sword in his big hand, Xiao saw that Chu Yan's complexion changed slightly, and suddenly, a look of pride appeared on his face. Xiao is extremely confident in his own strength, although, I heard that Chu Yan's combat power is extremely strong, so, as soon as he came up, he directly summoned his own martial spirit and prepared to use the strongest move to kill Chu directly. Inflammation. For his strongest sword, Xiao, he has detached self-confidence. At this moment, Chu Yan stood there quietly, his consciousness unfolded and slowly swept towards the cyclone of sword intent around Xiao. The consciousness lightly touched the opponent's sword intent cyclone, and it was closed after a little touch. Immediately, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth lifted slightly, and a faint smile appeared. Crazy sword. The sword comes out of the world and dominates the world. Xiao's sword intent is the most common mad sword intent, completely different from Chu Yan's thundering sword intent. At this time, the crowd of viewpoints suddenly burst into exclamations when Xiao's original sword and martial spirit appeared, bringing out the cyclone of sword intent. Xiao. That's Xiao. The first swordsman in the outer door. What? He is the first sword in the sect? The Xiao, who holds the record of 100 people / in the life and death stage. Oh my god, it is said that his sword intent has reached the realm of great achievement, and he will win with his sword. It's over, Chu Yan is over. It has become Xiao's 101st record. Natural sword martial spirit, or destiny martial spirit, is a peerless genius. Ling Tianzong, are really talented. The crowd's discussion sounded like a tide, and at the same time, it attracted more attention to the past. On the ring. Xiao's eyes were gloomy, and his white robe was flying, his whole person was like an unsheathed sword, extremely sharp. He had already received Du Wansong's instructions. Today, he must kill Chu Yan with all his strength. Under the chaotic sword, the corpse will be smashed into thousands of pieces, and there will be no trace of life left. This made his original sharp sword intent mixed with a bloody aura of killing. Opposite Baibu, Chu Yan's expression was indifferent, and the corner of his mouth was lightly raised. 3 swords. Within the 3 swords, I will definitely cut you under my snow sword. Ximenxiao looked at Chu Yan and said proudly. Hearing this, Chu Yan sneered and said, No, 1 sword. 1 sword is enough. What? Killing Ximenxiao with 1 sword? That Chu Yan actually said that he killed the first swordsman of the outer sect, Ximenxiao. Except for Chu Yan, everyone looked stagnant, staring at Chu Yan, who was wearing a black robe and slowly drew his sword out. How can that be? With the clear sky sword in hand, Chu Yan's cyclone instantly changed. 2 dazzling sword lights flashed across his eyes, a black light flowed past on the Haotian sword, and a sharp sword light spread out in all directions like ripples. In the sea of knowledge, a sharp sword light flashed, and a waning moon star was drawn in the sky of the sea of knowledge. This is the pinnacle of Chu Yan's little perfection sword intent. Half-step great perfection sword intent. Facing Ximenxiao's sword intent, Chu Yan's sword intent and martial artist's heart were subconsciously inspired. The strongest sword against the strongest sword. What a happy battle this is. As Chu Yan's sword intent continued to rise, the opposite Ximenxiao, staring at Chu Yan's eyes, became more and more sluggish. What? This, what kind of sword intent is this? How have you never seen it? Could it be? Sword intent great perfection realm. No. Not possible. I am the first swordsman in the outer door. Ximenxiao's sword color became paler and paler, and all kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. Immediately, he frowned fiercely and decided to take the lead before Chu Yan's sword intent reached its peak. Call out. Ximenxiao moved, and the whole person turned into a sword light and shot towards Chu Yan. In an instant, he rushed to 50 steps in front of Chu Yan, slashed out with his sword, a dazzling sword light appeared, and the sword whistled loudly. Vibrate slightly. What a strong sword. Under the ring, even Ho Yingfeng frowned and looked at Chu Yan, who was standing still, with a worried look on her face. At this time, Chu Yan didn't even look at Ximenxiao, his consciousness was restrained, and in the sea of consciousness, he was still chasing that rare sword intent brilliance. The improvement of sword intent is different from ordinary exercises and martial arts. It can be improved through accumulated practice. It can only be improved by grasping the agility in an instant and comprehending sublimation. At this time, motivated by Ximenxiao's mad sword mood, Chu Yan fully comprehends the sword spirit in the sea of knowledge, hoping to comprehend it. However, as the trace of brilliance in the sea of knowledge disappeared, Chu Yan was shocked and woke up, and immediately shook his head helplessly. It seems that this sword intent is suitable for me. My sword is just a thunderbolt, condensed to the extreme, almost to the extreme. How can it be wildly exposed and show traces? Raising his head slightly, Chu Yan saw Ximenxiao's sword light, with a gust of wind, attacking him. Draw sword. A straight bright line flashed out, this bright line, condensed to the extreme, thin to the extreme, and fast to the extreme, between the bright and the dark, it was drawn towards the sky full of wind and sword energy. Noisy. Under everyone's attention, the thin line of light and dark easily pierced through Ximenxiao's gust of wind and slashed across his neck. The brilliance faded away, leaving only a soft sound. Clang. Another voice sounded, but it was Chu Yan's sound of pulling his sword into the sheath, shaking his head lightly, turning around, and walking towards the bottom of the ring. At this moment, above the ring, Ximenxiao's sword gust had slowly ceased and dissipated in the air. And as Ximenxiao stared at his eyes were stunned, his pupils continued to expand, and a bright light was permanently fixed there. Noisy. Bump. Tom. Just as Chu Yan turned around, a red line burst open between Ximenxio's neck. Above the bloodline, Ximenxio's entire head slid down and hit the ground heavily. The body fell. The first sword of Ling Tiansek's outer sect, Shimen Xiao, die. Hiss. 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 Under the stand, countless puffs sounded suddenly, and while everyone gasped, they suddenly looked at the black-robed boy. Their eyes were round, and the corners of their mouths twitched wildly. How is this possible? With a single sword, he killed a disciple in heaven, and he was a powerhouse in the innate realm. At the same time, he was also the #1 kendo master in the outer sect. This is a strong swordsman who has a record of hundreds of people on Ling Jiuetong's life and death stage, and he was killed by Chu Yan so easily. This Chu Yan. Could it be that there is a cultivation base of the innate realm 5th layer? In front of the entire Lingwu Hall, the scene where tens of thousands of disciples gathered, suddenly fell silent, and the needles could be heard. Everyone stared at Chu Yan, watching the step-by-step to a corner under the stage. Every time he took a step, everyone's heart paused. When he arrived, Chu Yan stood up and turned to look at the judge on the ring. Elder. This glance happened to meet the elder judge in the arena, and the elder judge reacted instantly and quickly announced. The 5th game, Chu Yan wins. #C170 Black Mandala. The voice with infuriating energy was not loud, but it instantly spread throughout the audience. By a sword, the first sword of the outer sect was killed by a sword. This is too ridiculous. That's right, look at Shimen Zhao's sword. The gust of wind is blowing, overwhelming the sky, and its power is obviously stronger than Chu Yan's thin-line sword Qi. How could it be defeated? I think it must be that Chu Yan has a cultivation technique or martial skill that affects his opponent's consciousness, otherwise Shimen Xiao would not have been beheaded by him like a fool. Haha, the first sword of the outer door is going to be replaced. The onlookers were all very excited, and they were talking loudly and loudly. In the corner of the stand, Du Wansong looked shocked, the muscles on his face trembling. Others can't see it, but as the first person in the outer sect, he understands the whole process like his chest. This Shimen Xiao is a pig. After speaking, Du Wansong turned his head and confessed to the people beside him. Losing a Shimen Xiao was nothing to Peng's heavenly outer sect forces. Moreover, according to Du Wansong's plan, Shimen Xiao was originally just a test. Success or failure does not affect the real killer. At this moment, Chu Yan stayed in a corner under the stage, squinting slightly, his eyes deep. He was still comprehending the sword just now. Although his half-step great perfection sword intent had a faint trace of a breakthrough at the moment when the sword was released, Chu Yan knew that there was still a huge breakthrough from the real breakthrough. Chasm. Shimen Zhao's mad sword artistic conception only touched him a little, but in the end, it was because the sword intentions of the two were so different that they didn't help at all. However, it was precisely because Shimen Zhao's sword intent was touched that Chu Yan directly used the strongest sword that contained half-step great perfection sword intent the moment he pulled out the sword. Killed with a sword. I don't know if Shimen Xiao was lucky to see Chu Yan's strongest sword, or if he was unlucky. After that, on the ring, the battle continued. Number 11 and number 12 of the 6th group are two disciples of heaven members. Their fists and palms intersected, and they fought extremely fiercely in the arena. These two heavenly disciples are both tall and strong people. The two of them fought each other. Although the fists were going back and forth, the heat of the fight was coming, but people with discerning eyes could see that the true chi used by the two was less than 30%. More, it's just a test of moves and martial arts. After the two fought 100 moves, one of them was slapped in the chest, his body was shocked, he jumped out of the battle circle, and surrendered. Compared with the battle between Chu Yan and Shimen Xiao, just now, the sixth battle was much more gentle. After the two left the stage, the judge elder walked to the middle of the ring and shouted in a deep voice. Game 7, Ho Yingfeng vs. Du Wansong. The voice fell, and the two figures, one left and one right, jumped onto the arena and held each other at a distance. Du Wansong. Chu Yan fiercely raised his head and looked towards the arena, only to see Ho Yingfeng in a light blue gown. Her body was slowly exuding true energy, and she looked at the opposite figure with a solemn expression. This person has a cold brow and a face like a crown jade, with a hint of yin and evil spirits, which makes people feel cold. I saw him arrogantly staring at Ho Yingfeng on the opposite side. After looking up and down, the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, and he said faintly, Junior Sister Ho, I invite you to join me in heaven. Du Wansong's words were very calm, revealing a powerful and incomparable confidence. In Ling Tianzong, any disciple, facing the invitation to join, who is not extremely excited and overjoyed. Join heaven. Not only is it a symbol of identity and status, but at the same time, it also means that you can obtain cultivation resources that are several times that of ordinary disciples. Even in the important trials and competitions of some sects. With more help and support. The power that this kind of power group gathers together is absolutely incomparable to individuals. Hearing Du Wansong's words, Ho Yingfeng's delicate body trembled slightly, and she looked up in a strange way. After pondering for a moment, a charming smile appeared on Ho Yingfeng's face, and then she gently shook her head. I reject. With Ho Yingfeng's decision without hesitation, all the disciples watching the battle suddenly burst into exclamations. Joke. She turned down the invitation of heaven. How can that be? Doesn't she know that joining heaven is the wish of all Ling Tian sect disciples? How could she refuse? Not only the other disciples, but even Du Wansong on the stage was shocked, his brows furrowed, and the look in Ho Yingfeng's eyes immediately became cold. You don't regret it? Du Wansong gritted his teeth and asked almost word by word. The coldness in his eyes caused the temperature around him to drop sharply. Call. In the face of Du Wansong's question, Ho Yingfeng's aura rose wildly, and the thick infuriating energy permeated his body, bringing forth a strong fighting spirit. This is Ho Yingfeng's answer. Immediately, in Du Wansong's livid face, behind Ho Yingfeng, a black brilliance rose up and slowly appeared in front of everyone. That is a mandala. A black mandala like a ghost, black petals, purple stamens, coquettish and strange. It, suspended in the void, blooms slowly, like the grin of death, as if the door to another world is opening. According to legend, the mandala flower represents the love of death, the love of despair and loneliness. It is the clarion call of heaven's punishment, and the key to unlocking the underworld. Beauty and death, contradictions, but fusion. This is the true meaning of Black Mandala. Mutated martial spirit, 7-star, Black Mandala. This is Ho Yingfeng's martial spirit, the original wood-type plant martial spirit, after mutation, has a powerful water-type power. In an instant, on the entire arena, bursts of wonderful floral fragrance filled the air. The faint fragrance, smelling it, made people feel intoxicated, as if the whole body was instantly in the otherworldly world composed of red and black. In front of me, I can only see that the endless sky is blood red, but there is an endless sea of black mandala flowers under my feet. Every disciple who smelled the strange fragrance of flowers gradually lost their eyes and changed their luster little by little, as if their spiritual consciousness had left the body and was in a blur. Du Wansong, who was 100 paces away from Ho Yingfeng, was also covered by the strange fragrance of flowers. His pupils dilated instantly, and his body shook slightly. It's now. Seeing that Du Wansong was in a trance, Ho Yingfeng's Danfang eyes suddenly lit up, and the whole body's true qi burst out instantly. Clang! From her hands, 2 phoenix-tailed knives flashed out, and under the profusion of true energy, a dazzling knife light was emitted. Fengwu Jiuxiao. Ho Yingfeng let out a loud shout, and swung her two knives. In an instant, the knife shone brightly, and the sharp knife Qi suddenly slashed out. This knife is sharp, but not fancy. The light of the knife is excited, and it condenses into a group of dazzling knife light. It rushes out suddenly, and the sound of thunderclouds rolls along the way, shaking the entire arena, with amazing power. #C1 Chapter 171 The Gauntlet of the Strongest Outer Sect. Ho Yingfeng swung out a knife, her chest was panting violently, her delicate face was slightly pale, her peerless face was slightly twisted, and she slowly looked at the black robe in the corner under the ring. The red lips trembled slightly, and a faint smile appeared on the face that was as beautiful as a flower, like a spring rain pouring over the world, and it seemed like a touch of sweetness and lightness. Facing Ho Yingfeng's alluring smile, Chu Yan's expression was startled, and his eyes trembled slightly. In an instant, the four eyes met, and the silent words touched like a rhinoceros. Miao Miao understood. Chu Yan, this is my strongest move. Although I can't beat him, I might be able to force him to reveal a few % of his strength. You. Look carefully. Ho Yingfeng's eyes sparkled, as soft as water, but contained a hint of determination. You don't need to do this. I'm not afraid of him. His eyes turned like electric currents, with a hint of trembling in his heart. Chu Yan's eyes looked straight at the pair of spiritual eyes on the stage. Well, I know, but that's the only thing I can do for you. Ho Yingfeng smiled sweetly, then frowned, and slowly turned her head to look at the opposite side. At this time, the sword light she issued had already rushed 30 steps in front of Du Wansong, and was about to slash him. At this moment, Du Wansong's eyes flashed, and a disdainful sneer appeared. Immediately, his right hand was gently lifted, and the majestic true qi surged out in an instant, like the rolling tide of 1,000 miles, pulling up a huge wave of true qi around his body. The Devil's Palm. Following Du Wansong's low drink, the thick, infuriating energy that lingered on his right palm burst out. Boom! At the moment when the palm wind was shot, a thunderous sonic boom suddenly exploded, shocking everyone's body and showing shock on their faces. Even the elder Wu Fa on the elder's seat frowned slightly, with a strange expression on his face. His face became a little heavy. With a palm shot, Du Wansong carried his hands on his back, and the smile on his face became more intense, with an obvious proud look. Obviously, this palm, he didn't do his best at all, and it was extremely easy to deal with. Boom! The palm print and shemang collided, bursting with energy, turning into more than a dozen thick energy, rushing in all directions. Boom! In an instant, the sword glow was completely shattered, and the majestic palm print, like an ancient beast, shredded the sword glow in an instant, and rushed towards Ho Yingfeng not far away. Bump! Palm falls, people fly. Ho Yingfeng's delicate body flew out of the arena like a kite with a broken string, and flew down. In the air, a bloody arrow spewed out. Obviously, she was seriously injured. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but change color. The surrounding disciples, as well as the many outer sect elders on the elder's seat, all showed shock. Powerful. Too strong. This Du Wansong is worthy of being the first person in the outer sect. Such a random palm has such power. With this palm alone, I believe there are only a handful of tens of thousands of disciples in the entire outer sect that can stop them. Ho Yingfeng, who was thrown into the air, was surging with true qi when she landed. She rolled over several times in a row, barely standing still, but a mouthful of blood surged up in her body. She let out a groan, and the corners of her mouth bleed again. Junior sister Ho, for the sake of Elder Yun, I will let you go today. But please also remember that those who disrespect me in heaven will never be forgiven lightly. When these words came out, Du Wansong's eyes swept across the crowd, and a fierce momentum swept out. In the end, Du Wansong's eyes stopped on Chu Yan, a bloody murderous aura condensed into reality. This look, with murderous aura, caused the people standing around Chu Yan to panic and avoid them. In an instant, all around Chu Yan was empty, leaving only a lonely figure in a black robe, as conspicuous as a group of chickens. Chu Yan, I look forward to fighting with you. Do you dare to fight? Du Wansong raised his hand and pointed at Chu Yan, and shouted in a deep voice. He looked domineering and mighty, and he fully vented the momentum of the first person in the outer door. Crowd around. Hearing Du Wansong's shout, they all showed horror, and turned to look at Chu Yan. Du Wansong actually sent a gauntlet to Chu Yan. This is the battle for the first person in the outer sect. Oh my god, it's terrible. Senior Brother Du's aura is so amazing that Chu Yan will definitely not dare to accept his gauntlet. That's right, Senior Brother Du has at least the cultivation level of the innate realm 5th layer. That guy in the black robe seems to have only cultivated Qi realm. Not necessarily, didn't he just kill a Xiantian realm with one sword? What's the matter? This is Senior Brother Du, the real number one in the outer sect. For a time among the crowd, various discussions were surging, overwhelming the sky. At the same time, amid Du Wansong's high-spirited expression and expectations, Chu Yan was moved. Stepping out one step, Chu Yan walked in the direction of Ho Yingfeng. His expression was indifferent, and he could not see a trace of ups and downs. At this moment, Du Wansong's expression on the stage suddenly froze, and his outstretched fingers were slightly cool. It was ignored. Damn Chu Yan, today, I will kill you. Du Wansong's face instantly became hideous, bloodshots appeared in his eyes, and there was a little blood. Chu Yan walked to Ho Yingfeng, took out a 3rd-grade qi and blood pill, handed it over, and said softly. You don't have to do this at all, just to Du Wansong, nothing. Hiss. 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 As soon as Chu Yan's voice fell, the sound of air conditioning suddenly sounded. What? A juniper, nothing. Rely on. Do you want to be so arrogant? That is the first person in the outer door, the boss of the outer door of heaven. A powerhouse whose cultivation is at least in the 5th level of the Xiantian realm was actually said by a warrior who only had the Qi refining realm. It was nothing. This is crazy. Chu Yan, be careful. Remember the words of Master. Ho Yingfeng smiled lightly, and on her delicate face as pale as paper, that smear of red blood was particularly dazzling, like a red plum in a snowy field, charming and moving. I decided to quit, little junior brother, come on. Fluttering her long hair lightly, Wu Si fluttered. Ho Yingfeng patted Chu Yan's shoulder, smiled lightly, moved her lotus step slightly, turned and left. A gust of fragrant wind hit Chu Yan slightly, turning his head to see the light blue gown drifting away, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and he nodded lightly. On the table. Du Wansong wins. The elder judge announced loudly, and the shocked expression on his face had not completely disappeared. Du Wansong glared at the black-robed figure under the stage, his eyes full of murderous intent, and turned to leave the ring. Chu Yan looked at Du Wansong, who walked off the ring, his eyes narrowed slightly. In the battle just now, according to his judgment, Du Wansong didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. With just a random palm, he easily won with one move. The strength of this man is extremely strong. Moreover, as the principal of Heaven's outer sect, Chu Yan believed that Du Wansong must have a very powerful trump card in his hand. However, for the current Chu Yan, it's just a little more face, that's all. On the ring, Wu Bi continued. Soon, the first round was over, and among the 13 winners, apart from Chu Yan, there were only 2 disciples who did not belong to heaven. Immediately afterwards, the second round started with a final. Chu Yan's opponent, this time, was still a disciple of heaven. This person, standing on the ring, is as strong as a demon cow. The muscles of the whole body are constantly shaking, showing explosive physical strength. Boy, meet your grandfather Liao, commit suicide. He he he. Liao Wu grinned, showing yellow teeth on his face, with an unstoppable grin on his face, looking at Chu Yan with eyes full of greed. Just before he came to power, Duansong personally promised that as long as he could kill Chu Yan, he would be rewarded with 200 Xiantian pills. 200 Xiantian pills. That is equivalent to his 1-year sect moon worship. With these Xiantian pills, Liao Wu can definitely break through the current cultivation level and reach the 6th level of Xiantian realm within a year. And to get these, you just need to kill the kid in the Qi refining realm in front of you. Although, this kid just beheaded Shimin Shao, who was in the 2nd layer of the Xiantian realm, but, so what? He is a 5th layer of the innate realm, not much worse than Duansong. Among so many outer disciples in heaven, he can definitely rank in the top 3. With the entire realm gap of the 5th heaven, is it not easy to kill this son? Moreover, unlike that Shimin Shao, he has a unique trick to save his life. Whenever he uses it, he will never be invincible within the same level. Because of this, at this time, Liao Hua looked at Chu Yan as if he had seen 200 Xiantian pills being taken into his arms. Immediately, the hideous smile on his face became even more hideous. #C172 Phalai Peak. Suicide? Chu Yan sneered and looked at Liao Wu with ice-like eyes. Humph. Now I'll give you the opportunity to commit suicide. When your grandfather Liao does it, it will definitely make your life worse than death. Liao Wu snorted heavily, his face full of arrogance, raised his chin and looked at Chu Yan, as if looking at an ant who let him decide his life and death. A lot of nonsense. Chu Yan reached out and picked his ears, his face was speechless, he did not understand why these disciples of heaven were so arrogant. In Chu Yan's eyes, they are like idiots, making people speechless. As soon as Chu Yan's words fell, Liao Wu's face froze, and then his face flushed with anger, his breathing became rapid, and his bull-eyed eyes were full and red. Boy, court death. With a loud shout, Liao Wu's figure suddenly flashed, but the figure disappeared in front of him in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a violent fist suddenly appeared above Chu Yan, and Taishan smashed down like the top of the mountain. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, he raised his fist and rushed forward, jumping up to meet him. Boom! The fists slammed together, and a terrifying explosion sounded, and suddenly, the energy was like a tide, sweeping all directions. Liao Wu missed a hit, and after he rolled over and landed, the infuriating energy in his body became even more violent. In an instant, his movements unfolded, and countless afterimages appeared around Chu Yan. For a time, hundreds of afterimages threw their fists at Chu Yan at the same time, punching the sky vigorously, causing a gust of wind and thunder. Chu Yan stood in the middle of the ring, his consciousness was released, and he tightly locked Liao Wu's infuriating energy. This Liao Wu was as strong as an ox, but he did not expect that his movement technique would be so clever. If it wasn't for Chu Yan's consciousness being boosted by the blood god pill, now, facing these 100 afterimages, it's really hard to tell the truth from the fake. Is it the body law? Chu Yan's black robe was blown by the strong wind, but his body remained still, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he muttered. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yan was hit by hundreds of fist marks. The place where he was standing was bombarded with dust and mist flying in the sky, and the explosion was continuous. Haha, kid, still not dead? In the dust mist that covered the sky, Liao Wu's wild laughter sounded, causing all the tens of thousands of disciples in the audience to be dumbfounded. Even the elder Wu Fa, who was on the elder's seat, frowned suddenly, and his consciousness instantly covered the ring. At this time, the smoke and dust above the ring gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly appeared. It was Liao Wu, who was standing in the middle of the ring, akimbo laughing wildly, and swept around with a proud look on his face. Ha ha ha, rubbish, it's just rubbish, just one punch, You're not dead? When Liao Wu turned his head to look at the elder judge, he suddenly saw 10 steps behind him, standing tall in a black robe. His eyes were like electricity. Suddenly, Liao Wu's madly laughing face instantly stiffened, and his expression changed in an instant, making the corners of his eyes twitch constantly. Death? It's up to you? Is it worthy? Chu Yan sneered, and his figure flashed, just like Liao Wu before, and disappeared on the spot. Thousands of mountains and snow. One step on the snow-capped peak, the second step on the snow-capped mountain for burial, and then on the mountain outside the mountain, the body becomes a snowy trail. In an instant, Chu Yan's figure was divided into 2 and 4, and he was instantly cloned into 100 black-robed figures, surrounding Liao Wu, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Liao Wu's eyes widened, and he was stunned in shock. Seeing the hundreds of Chu Yan around him sneered at him, suddenly, a coldness rushed to the heavenly spirit from the soles of his feet. What kind of body technique is this? Liao Wu looked around, his consciousness unfolded, trying to find Chu Yan's true body. Pick me up. The 3-stage strike collapses. Boom. 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 Hundreds of Chu Yan shouted at the same time. Immediately, the majestic punches smashed into Liao Wu in the middle from all directions. Suddenly, continuous explosions exploded wildly. The entire arena made a rumbling sound of vibration. The exact same scene as Liao Wu's attack on Chu Yan appeared again, but this time, 2 voices came from the dust and fog in the sky. Bump. Puff. Between the lightning and flint, Liao Wu saw countless fists coming, and the hairs on his body suddenly exploded. In a hurry, his movement skills quickly unfolded, turning into an afterimage, dodging everywhere, but he was finally a step behind, and was caught by Chu Yan. He punched, and opened his mouth, to spew out a blood mist. What? God, it's so fast, I can't see clearly at all. This Chu Yan's movement is so powerful, it seems to be a little more powerful than that senior brother Liao. Fuck, is that a little bit? I didn't see Liao Wu getting punched, he vomited blood. Looking at senior brother Liao's physical strength, how could the defense be so poor, only 1 punch? As the energy in the ring dissipated, everyone saw the situation of the 2 on the stage, and various discussions surged. At this time, Liao Wu on the ring was extremely shocked. Liao Wuning ranks in the top 3 among the heavenly disciples of the outer sect, relying entirely on his physical strength and movement speed. But now, no matter what, they were all crushed by Chu Yan, and it was a crushing blow. This black-robed youth was not only a bit taller than himself, but with just 1 punch, he blasted away his body-protecting infuriating qi, causing him to be wounded on a body comparable to a spiritual treasure. How can that be? Thinking like flying, Liao Wu's eyes were blood red in an instant, the true qi on his body rose violently, and a black shadow slowly rose from his body. The azure light emerged, and the radiance was brilliant. As the shadow slowly appeared, it was a lofty mountain peak, suspended in the air, and at the bottom of the mountain, there was a large azure cloud layer, which faintly lifted the mountain peak, making it appear ethereal and illusory. Feilai Peak. Chu Yan was slightly startled. Earth-type mutant martial spirit, 7 stars Feilai Peak. The combination of the earth and wood elements, and the fusion of the wind attribute spirit, is extremely rare, and its rarity is by no means lower than the mutated thunder attribute spirit among the gold-type spirits. The earth-wind attribute martial spirit, the complete fusion of speed and defense, is amazing. Humph. Chu Yan, die. Seeing Chu Yan's startled expression, Liao Wu couldn't help grinning and shouting violently. Xuanhuan. Immediately, the whole body was full of infuriating energy, the martial spirit behind him was brilliant, and the 7-star earth element Venus shone at the same time. Liao Wu suddenly threw a punch, the fist was as strong as a mountain, turbulent like a sea, galloping endlessly. Seeing the majestic fists rushing like 1,000 beasts, Chu Yan's eyes gleamed, and he stabbed out with his sword. Chopping sword. With this sword, countless sword energies rushed towards Jiuxiao. Chu Yan's body is shuttled, the Haotian sword is like a dragon flying in the clouds, the sword energy is chaotic, the sword light in the sky is pouring down like the water of the 9 heavens, and the tyrannical power is like a huge wave. Boom. 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 The sword light shrouded, and on the entire arena, the sword light and fist shadows were densely packed, dazzling, and the sound of explosions was endless. Swish. With a violent sword-cutting style, after breaking Liao Hua's boxing shadow from the sky, Chu Yan swung out another sword, and the sword beam of Zhang Su, like an amazing sword, slashed straight towards Liao Wu. The mountains and seas are shocking. Liao Wu's eyes were red, and he raised his fist and smashed it towards Jianmeng, refusing to avoid it. #C173 Spiritualist. Pong. Jianmeng slashed in anger, instantly shattering the fist, and continued to fall towards Liao Wu, making a loud noise. Boom. On the arena, a mass of blood and meat was suddenly exploded. Liao Wu, who resisted Chu Yan's sword, was chopped into a pile of rotten meat by Jianmeng on the spot, splashing down the entire arena, everywhere. What? Hiss. 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 As soon as the bloody scene appeared, the crowd below the stage was full of hissing and gasping sounds. How is this possible? Senior brother Liao was killed. Oh my God. Another one died, and it's such a bloody and terrifying way to die. Strong, too strong, this Chu Yan actually killed Liao Wu of the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. It's no wonder that he dares to oppose heaven. It turns out, he is so powerful. On the elder's seat, the wrinkles on Elder Wu Fei's face were completely stretched out, and under the faint smile, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chu Yan's performance today made him very satisfied. Perhaps, the top 3 estimated by that person are really possible. On the other hand, according to Elder Wu Fei's understanding, Chu Yan has been in the sect for less than half a year. Not only is his talent amazing, but his growth rate is even more astonishing. And the strength shown now is even more eye-catching. With time, the future achievements are limitless. Elder He, before the finals, don't arrange for Chu Yan and Du Wansong to fight. Turning his head gently, Elder Wu said to a deacon elder beside him. Elder Wu, but on the other side of heaven. Elder, he heard the words, his face sank, and he said hesitantly. Humph. Outer door. I have the final say. Elder Wu Fei snorted lightly, with a look of resentment on his face, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Yes, I'll arrange it now. On the ring. The battle that followed became more and more intense. Especially in the battle between non-heavenly members and members of heaven, both sides have no reservations, and they have done their best. At the end of the second round, 11-5, the remaining 2 duels. The third round, the battle of the top 3. Prepare. The first group, Wei Ji vs. Hua Hai. The second group, Du Wansong vs. Shi Jingxiong. The third group, Chu Yan vs. Yu Qing. The first group, get into the ring, start. Following the shouting of the judge elder, the 2 figures walked out of the crowd, jumped onto the ring, and confronted each other 100 paces away. Hua Hai, white robe and purple collar. It is the symbol of the elite disciples of the outer sect. Standing on the ring, he looked proudly at the figure in the white robe opposite, with a look of disdain on his face. Ordinary disciples, even if they are the closed-door disciples of the elders, elite disciples will always maintain the pride of their detached status. In this battle, his opponent was none other than Wei Ji, a direct disciple of an elder. 100 paces away, Wei Ji's aura was all restrained, gentle, and his face was calm. Compared with Hua Hai, it was completely different. Chu Yan stood under the stage, swept over the 2 people on the stage, and finally stopped his eyes on Wei Ji. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and nodded slightly. Compared to that elite disciple, Chu Yan felt that this person's strength was extremely difficult, but even with Chu Yan's consciousness, he could not see the slightest bit of his cultivation strength. This is not normal. With the strength of Chu Yan's current consciousness, even if it is the cultivation of the fifth layer Xiantian realm, Chu Yan can see it roughly. But this Wei Ji's body surface seems to have some existence that isolates the detection of divine consciousness, making Chu Yan's divine consciousness unable to penetrate. What a strange ability. Not bad, very good. With a hint of surprise in Chu Yan's eyes, he looked at Wei Ji and nodded with a chuckle. At this time on the ring, Hua Hai sneered, looked at Wei Ji, and said disdainfully, Wei Ji? There, seeing the elite disciples. Still not admit defeat? His chin was raised, his nostrils shot into the sky. After Hua Hai finished speaking, he waited for a while, but there was no response. He frowned, and slowly moved his high-pitched eyes down to look at the opposite side. Huh? What are you doing? Seeing Wei Ji's actions, Hua Hai's face was stunned, his eyes widened suddenly, his face full of puzzlement. At this time, 100 paces away, Wei Jijing in a white robe turned out and took out a piece of primeval stone and demon crystal, and looked at it carefully. Inside the crystal. Immediately afterwards, the primordial stone and demon crystal in his hand emitted a faint brilliance, shining like pieces of luminous gems. Call out! Call out! Call out! Suddenly, under everyone's doubts, Wei Xing suddenly threw the luminous primordial stone and demon crystal in his hands all over the arena. Hum. 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 The next moment, the entire arena hummed and trembled, and one after another colorful brilliance flowed out from the spar everywhere and gathered towards the sky. Yuan Jia sets the 7 stars, Tian Gang returns to Xianling. Yuan Tian formation. Open. Following Wei Ji's low voice, a golden spar flashed in his hand, the size of a baby's head, and under the inspiration of the spiritual power brought out by his handprint, bursts of golden light were emitted. Tom. The golden spar fell in front of him, and a golden light soared into the sky, just crashing into the group of colorful streamers gathered in the arena. Swish. 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 3 golden lights shot down from the sky and rushed towards Hua Hai with a dull face 100 steps away. These 3 golden beams were extremely fast. As they rushed forward, they continued to evolve and eventually turned into golden swords, golden knives, and golden spears. They were divided into upper, middle, and lower routes, and they slashed straight towards Hua Hai. What? The appearance of this scene shocked everyone, with shocked expressions on their faces, staring at the ring, completely unable to believe what they saw. Good. This Wei Ji is no ordinary martial artist. He is Ling Tianzong's only spirit formation master, the close disciple of Jiuxiao Elder. Rank 3 spirit array master, Wei Ji. In Haotian continent, warriors are respected, but there are very few occupations that are more noble than warriors, that is, alchemy masters, weapon refiners, and the rarest formation masters. Formation masters are divided into 3rd order and 9th grade, namely, the 3rd grade spirit formation, profound formation, and refining formation, which are further subdivided into 1st to 9th grades. Although the spirit array master is the lowest rank, the terrifying thing about this profession is that regardless of the cultivation level, it can kill the enemy beyond the rank. For a powerful sect, medicinal pills and spiritual treasures can be purchased by gritted teeth and flowers, but the formation method can only be arranged and controlled by the formation master in order to play a role. It is precisely because of this that in the powerful sects, there are often spirit formation masters sitting in the formation, offering sacrifices to the sect's great formation, in order to preserve the sect's 1,000-year-old peaceful inheritance. Oh my God! That Wei Ji is actually a disciple of the Zoman Array Master. The Spirit Array Master. That's a shit. Haha, today is the right time, I even saw a spirit formation master take action. I didn't expect that among these ordinary disciples, besides that Chu Yan, there is another one so strong, that elite disciple is going to lose. Strange, this sect formation master has never shown his face, why would he send closed disciples to participate in the competition today? That's right, even if it's a disciple of heaven, facing the sect formation master, don't dare to make a heavy hand. With the chatter of the crowd under the stage, Huahai on the stage was as pale as paper and sluggish. Kaishan palm. Suddenly, Huahai jumped up, suddenly, his palms out, and the shots were shot in succession. Bump. 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 The 3 golden swords, golden knives, and golden spears were hit by the force of the palm, shattered instantly, turned into 10,000 golden light, and swayed and scattered. #C174 Xian Battle. 7 stars move, Tian Gang appears, Ling Xian breaks all directions. Seeing that the 3 golden lights were smashed by Huahai, Wei Ji's face was not surprised at all. He didn't panic, his hands flew, and the fingerprints were connected. In the light. Whoa! This time, 7 golden lights rushed out of the colorful streamer, turned into 7 different weapons, and shot directly towards the blue-faced Huahai. These 7 golden weapons are completely different from the 3 previously smashed by Huahai. The gold is the bottom, and above the soldiers, there is a faint colorful brilliance, and they shoot all the way, bringing out the sound of swords and swords. The power is amazing. Ah! Seeing the 7 golden soldiers rushing in, Huahai's eyes were red, the veins on his face burst out, his whole body was madly surging, and the aura of the 4th level of the innate realm rushed out. Behind him, a tall figure appeared, but it was Huahai directly. Summoned Wuhun. Figure out. It is a tall rock giant, mighty and majestic. Mountain knife. At this moment, Huahai shouted loudly, and with a flash in his hand, a spirit treasure sword appeared, wielding 4 swords in a row. Clang! 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 The sword light shone like electricity, and weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. Wherever the sword light passed, the 7 golden soldiers shot from the air were slashed by Huahai's sword light and rolled randomly in the air. 100 paces away, Wei Ji's 3rd handprint had already shot into the colorful streamer in the sky. Boom! The entire 7-colored spiritual formation that enveloped the arena made a roar, and then, hundreds of golden lights fell, drawing golden lines all over the sky, covering the entire space. Ah! I admit defeat. Huahai was shocked when he saw it, his face was pale, and he hurriedly shouted and ran towards the elder deacon. Joke! The first 7 golden lights had already made their strongest attacks, and they barely followed. At this time, the golden light all over the sky smashed down, and it was a fart. Looking at Wei Ji's spiritual formation, it is estimated that the 100 golden lights are not final. Later, if there is another 1,000 and 10,000 years, the entire arena will be abolished, and he will become a pile of rotten meat like Liao Wu. Besides, it's not a shame to lose if I compete with the Spirit Array Master. Wei Ji Sheng. Take the spirit formation. The deacon elder's eyes twitched, and while announcing the result, he looked at Wei Ji and said politely. Admit. Hearing the voice of the elder, Wei Ji stretched out his hand and took the colorful streamer of the sky into the golden spar in front of him, and the entire ring was gone. He bowed his hands to Huahai, turned around and walked off the ring with a faint smile on his face. Everyone's eyes were on Wei Ji, who was wearing a white robe and his face was indifferent. There was awe in his eyes. Spirit Array Master, it's terrifying. Not to mention warriors of the same rank, even if they are warriors of the higher 3 realms, the outcome is unpredictable. The next group, Du Wansong vs. Shi Jingxiong. When the elder deacon saw the 2 stepping down, he took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice. I surrender. A voice came from the purple-collared and white-robed disciples below the ring, causing the elder deacon to look dumbfounded. The person who spoke up was none other than Heaven's outer sect disciple, Jiuxiao. He didn't even appear in the ring, so he directly announced his abstention. Next to him, Duansong sat in a high soft seat with a smile on his face, and he had no intention of getting up and taking the stage. Obviously, the disciples in heaven have already discussed and decided. The third group, Chu Yan versus Yu Qing. Start. On the ring. Chu Yan looked at Yu Qing calmly, his face was light, indifferent and casual. After this battle, it officially entered the top 3. Let's fight. Suddenly, Chu Yan's body exudes a powerful fighting spirit, as if transformed into an undefeated god of war. I abstain. Yu Qing. Seeing Chu Yan's fierce fighting spirit, he frowned slightly, and then he said in a deep voice. Abstain. Suddenly, Chu Yan's breath was stagnant, and he looked at Yu Qing suspiciously, only to see that the other party had turned around and stepped down slowly, without any hesitation. Chu Yanqing. The judge elder was also slightly startled, and then announced loudly. Please Wei Ji, Duansong will draw lots in the ring. At this point, the elite battle is now coming, and only the top 3 disciples are left, competing for the top 3 rankings. If 3 people draw lots, there must be one buy. Looking at the lottery in front of him, Chu Yan's consciousness penetrated, and stopped for a while on the 3 bamboo sticks, then chuckled lightly and slowly stretched out his hand. Because Wei Ji and Duansong were walking slowly into the ring, Chu Yan became the first person to draw lots. In the decisive battle, the elders switched to the ancient bamboo lottery method, and because Chu Yan did not step down, he was the first to draw lots. The powerful divine sense instantly opened the gap above the lottery tube, and there was a lot of signs that were obviously abnormal. Null. On the bamboo stick, a vermilion font appeared. In the final round, Chu Yan will have a bye, and Wei Ji will play against Duansong. Duansong and Wei Ji, who had just stepped into the ring, didn't even draw a lottery, but when they heard the announcement from the elder judge, they couldn't help but turn to look at each other at the same time. Duansong, who is number 1 in the outer sect, will fight against Wei Ji, the spiritual formation master. For a time on and off the stage, everyone's heart was in their throats, and their faces were full of excitement and anticipation. Immediately, after Chu Yan stepped off the ring, the battle between the two officially began. Without the slightest hesitation, Wei Ji, with a dignified expression, directly summoned his martial soul, but it was a huge spar with countless spiritual patterns engraved on it. Earth Element 7-star Martial Spirit, Profound Spirit Stone. At the same time, Wei Ji's aura soared, and the surging true qi surged out like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, his strength was raised to the extreme. Call out. Call out. Call out. As in the previous game, Wei Ji threw a few spar stones in a row, and instantly completed the arrangement of the Tianyuan array. Under the flying handprints, in the 9-color streamer in the air, golden light suddenly appeared, and it had already attacked Duansong. 100 paces away, Duansong, when Wei Ji began to stimulate his infuriating energy and set up a spiritual formation, Duansong kept watching with a light smile on his face, and stood with his hands behind his back, without any intention of disturbing or running his infuriating energy. Just waiting with a playful look on his face, the momentum of the whole person gives people a feeling of winning. Just when the 3 golden lights turned into golden soldiers, and was about to attack Duansong, he raised his hand and waved, and a majestic infuriating qi burst out, instantly smashing the 3 golden lights into pieces. Immediately afterwards, Duansong stepped out 1 step, facing the sky with 1 palm, and slammed it out with 1 palm. In an instant, the palm of his hand was like thunder and slammed into the colorful streamer in the sky. Boom! The energy of the sky exploded, and in an instant, the spirit formation above the ring made a humming sound, and then collapsed with a bang. I surrender. Wei Ji's face was gloomy, looking at Du Wansong, his face full of shock, then he took a deep breath and said softly. You are very good. You have such strength in the 8th heavenly refinement realm. With time, you will definitely be the best of Ling Tianzong. When Du Wansong heard Wei Ji admit defeat, he smiled lightly, looked at Wei Ji, his eyes flashed, and he said. On behalf of heaven, I sincerely invite you to join heaven. Hearing this, Wei Ji, who was about to turn around and step down, was stunned for a moment, pondered for a moment, but shook his head lightly, and said. No need, thank you. After speaking, he turned around and stepped down, disappearing into the crowd in an instant. Obviously, he did not intend to participate in the next competition. According to the rules of the big competition, the elder's direct disciples participating in the competition are not recorded in the ranking. Therefore, Wei Ji, who had already won a game and got Ling Tiangua, lost to Du Wansong, so there was no point in participating in the competition. Seeing Wei Ji rejecting him without hesitation, Du Wansong frowned, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, and he hummed against the background of Wei Ji in the distance. Humph. I don't know how to lift up. Coupled with Hoing Feng, Du Wansong opened twice today to invite people to join heaven, but both were rejected. This made his heart burn with anger, and he felt that his face was dull, and his face was much colder. Decisive battle. Chu Yan versus Du Wansong. Chu Yan, who was wearing a black robe, had eyes like fire, his whole body was surging like a tide, and his face was like frost. Du Wansong, in a white robe, stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes were cold and bloody, and he sneered. Under the stage, tens of thousands of outer disciples, watching the two people on stage holding each other with amazing momentum, it was silent, and they didn't even dare to let out the atmosphere. Chu Yan. Du Wansong shouted loudly, like a thunderbolt. The cold and extremely cold eyes shot out from a pair of triangular eyes, staring at Chu Yan, stubbornly. I'm Du Wansong. On behalf of heaven, I will sentence you to death. #C175 Vulcan Pure World. I'm Du Wansong. On behalf of heaven, I will sentence you to death. Sentence. Capital offense. Chu Yan smiled, his shoulders trembling slightly. It's just you? It's just you, heaven? Sentencing. Good. Du Wansong said coldly, during the Golden Horn trial, you beheaded members of my paradise, Long Out Yin, and Chen Shao. Based on this, I can sentence you to death. Du Wansong said every word, the cold killing intent exuding from his whole body, revealing the heart of killing Chu Yan. Between the words, there is an incomparable arrogance and tyranny. As soon as these words came out, a chilling air swept the audience, causing all the disciples' onlookers to shudder and shudder. This Du Wansong, so overbearing, heaven, so overbearing. Yeah, I also participated in the Golden Horn trial, and I couldn't help but kill. What about the death penalty? Stupid, what he meant by Du Wansong and heaven couldn't be more obvious. If you offend heaven, you will have to die. This is too ridiculous. Is this Ling Tianzong going to be renamed the Tianzong? Humph. Chu Yan, ignore him, abstain, we won't look down on you. That's right, with your talent, in a few years, you will be able to surpass him. Du Wansong. Now, there's no need to lose your life. Du Wansong's words obviously aroused the indignation of all the disciples, and they all blamed heaven and supported Chu Yan. Many of them even persuaded Chu Yan to temporarily avoid it, not to fight with Du Wansong, who was the number one in the outer sect, and to admit defeat and abstain for a long-term calculation. Heaven and earth are vast, and there is a trace of righteousness in people's hearts. Although these people have nothing to do with Chu Yan, but at this time, because of the domineering and arrogance of Tian Tian and Du Wansong, coupled with their long-term bullying and oppression, today, when Chu Yan stepped forward and stood on the opposite side of Tian Tian, them They began to support Chu Yan involuntarily from their own masters, as if they were supporting the small self in their hearts. Not only all the outer sect disciples, but even the elders' seats and the elders had different expressions, some with sneer, some with frowns, and for a while, the difference between Jingwei and the faction they belonged to was clear at a glance. Chu Yan, you have entered the top 3. You have fulfilled Elder Long's request. You don't need to fight Du Wansong. If there is an emergency, it will not be beautiful. Chu Yan's body trembled slightly, and a voice sounded in the sea of knowledge. Turning his head slowly, looking towards the direction of the elder seat, seeing the elder Wu Fa, he nodded lightly to himself. It was the elder Wu Fa who was speaking to him in the way of true qi sound transmission. Facing the concerned eyes of the elder Wu Fa, Chu Yan's heart warmed, and an involuntary smile emerged. Seeing Chu Yan's smile, Wu Fa breathed a sigh of relief, but then, Chu Yan's movements made Wu Fa's mind suddenly tense. Chu Yan is shaking his head. Eyes are as firm as iron. No. Chu Yan, no, Du Wansong's strength is stronger than you think. Elder Wu Fa was in a hurry, and hurriedly transmitting his true energy again, and at the same time, he stood up suddenly, panting violently. On the ring. When Du Wansong heard the voices of the crowd, he was instantly furious, and the infuriating energy from his whole body surged out. The whistling infuriating wind blew past, and Chu Yan stood upright. The black robe on his body was blown by the hunting sound, like an ink flag, flying in the wind. Oh my God, so strong, Chu Yan, hurry up and admit defeat, don't fight him. Yes, Chu Yan, abstain, or it's too late. Know that Du Wansong is at least the 5th level of the innate realm, and even the spirit formation master Wei Ji has easily defeated. Off the stage, the crowd was furious, and on the stage, the wind was blowing. All eyes were on the ring. That black-robed figure standing proudly in the wind. Chu Yan, today, I will use your blood to promote my reputation in heaven. Die. Du Wansong shouted loudly, and at the same time a brilliance flashed in his hand, and a 3-foot green blade appeared out of thin air. As soon as the sword came out, immediately, one black and one white, 2 sword lights shot up into the sky, and the sound of sword whistling went straight to Yuanxiao. What kind of sword is that? Ruqiang Jianwei. My God, that is one of the 7 treasures of heaven, the Shuangxia spirit sword. Shuangxia, spirit sword? Could it be Huang Yutian's matching sword back then, that innate spiritual treasure infused with spirit? That's right, I've seen it before, it's this Shuangxia sword infused with spirit, it's a real spirit sword. Oh my God, that's a fart. Heaven is shameless, to actually use the spirit sword. Black and white 2-color sword lights meet and merge in midair. In front of the entire Lingwu palace, the light and darkness of the sword are dazzling, making the scalp numb. Spirit-infused innate spiritual treasure, double evil spirit sword. Suddenly, Du Wansong took a step forward. In an instant, when the left foot hit the ground, dust filled the air. Above the Shuangxia spirit sword in Du Wansong's hand, the sword energy shot in all directions, and the void trembled. Above his head, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged frantically, a ghost head of a ghost, swallowing a large black cloud from his mouth, his eyes blood red like a lamp, shooting 2 red lights, terrifying and creepy. The 7-star Earth-type mutant martial spirit, the Ghost King of the Netherworld. As soon as Du Wansong's martial spirit came out, the entire arena was covered with dark clouds and ghostly aura. In an instant, it was like a purgatory in the world, and there were bursts of ghosts hissing and whistling, which was extremely strange. Nether Ghost Realm. At this time, in the direction of the elder's seat, Elder Wu Fa's face changed greatly. He stood up in a hurry, his eyes trembled, and his mind suddenly became tense. I didn't expect that the Shuangxia spirit sword combined with Du Wansong's Nether Ghost King martial soul could achieve such a terrifying increase. This Chu Yan, it's dangerous. Wu Fei looked at the top of the ring, the black clouds rolled, one white and one black sword light filled the air. Looking at the black-robed boy worriedly, his eyes were full of worry. At the same time, on top of the ring, Chu Yan was slightly startled when he saw the black clouds surging in front of him. Immediately, the infuriating energy in the body revolved, and a golden flame rose up behind him. Chirp! The golden flame soared into the sky and turned into a giant golden-winged bird. The 7 flame tail feathers swayed out 10,000 flames. Suddenly, in the sky, the black clouds that filled the ghost realm suddenly stagnated, and the trend of stopping the spread suddenly retracted. 8-star fire-type martial spirit, Vulcan Suzaku. Above the sky, the golden flame vermilion bird suddenly slid sideways, turned towards the top of the ring, swooped down, opened his mouth, and the golden flames poured out, crushing the black clouds in the sky. Laugh. 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 As soon as the sea of golden flame swallowed by the fire god vermilion bird came into contact with the black cloud in the ghost realm, it was like a collision of water and fire. The volume suddenly shrunk several times. What? Opposite the arena, Duansong stared with round eyes, bloodshot in his eyes, and the corners of his eyes trembled, looking at the scene in mid-air, his face full of disbelief. What martial spirit is this? Flamingo. Looking at the flaming giant bird in the sky, Duansong shouted loudly. Not only Duansong in the arena, but also the tens of thousands of disciples under the arena, when they saw the sight above the arena, everyone's hearts were trembling. Originally, seeing Duansong revealing the double evil spirit sword and summoning the ghost king of the underworld, everyone who was frightened did not even dare to let out the air. But in the blink of an eye, as soon as Chu Yan's martial spirit came out, the situation suddenly changed dramatically, and in an instant, most of the black clouds melted. The battle between these two people, so far, is completely a battle of talents. One is more shocking than the other. The most terrifying thing was the flamingo circling in the sky. No matter how it looked, it didn't look like a 4-star fire-type flamingo spirit. At least, that flamingo martial soul, the body is a giant bird, but it has a faint flame on its body. If you look at Chu Yan's martial soul, the whole thing is a divine bird composed of golden flames. 4-star flamingo. Is it possible? Appearance, power, the gap is too big. #C176, the sword breaks the sky. Firebird. On the elders' table, including Elder Wu Fa, all the elders of the outer door and the elders of the deacon are now sluggish. What kind of martial spirit is this? This is too scary. After a while, the elder Wu Fa, who suddenly woke up, flashed his eyes, as if he had remembered something, and instantly became hot, and a frantic color burst out in his eyes, and a frantic aura emerged from the uncontrollable surging of his body. Out. Under the impact of his breath, the dozen elders around Elder Wu Fa shook their bodies and turned their heads in confusion. I saw Elder Wu Fa, with red eyes, trembling all over his body, and a look of ecstasy on his face. Firebird. Snort. This is not some firebird martial spirit. This is a legend. The fire god Suzaku, hovering in the air, a pair of phoenix eyes, golden light, wings slammed, and a flame tornado composed of 2 golden flames suddenly appeared, moving towards the ring, which has shrunk to a corner of the ghost realm. Go. Call. Call. The golden flame tornado was extremely fast, sweeping all the way, and the large black clouds were swallowed up, sucked into the golden flame tornado, and dissipated without a trace. After a while, when 2 golden flame tornadoes swept past and gradually dissipated above the ring, all the black cloud ghosts were swept away. Only, Duansong, who was dumbfounded and stunned, held up the Xuanhuan spirit sword with dim light, as stiff as petrified. Chirp. The loud phoenix meaning suddenly sounded, and the loud voice roared through the sky. Chu Yan raised his hand and waved lightly, the Suzaku martial spirit hovering in the air turned into a streak of golden light, dashed straight down, and instantly disappeared into Chu Yan's body. Immediately, on and off the stage, everyone woke up at the same time, glaring at Chu Yan, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, all red, looking at Chu Yan's eyes, as if seeing a god. "You, what kind of martial spirit are you?" Du Wansong, who woke up from the shock, looked ashen, glared at Chu Yan fiercely, and roared like thunder. "Why did I tell you?" Chu Yan sneered, with a look of indifference. I killed you. Give me, die." 99-1. When Du Wansong heard the words, his face was hideous like a ghost, his blue veins burst out, and at the same time he shouted violently. The double evil spirit sword in his hand lingered and roared out. In an instant, it condensed into 81 sword chi. Most of these 81 sword chi are ordinary sword chi, but there is a real, lore sword chi. This is Du Wansong's famous stunt, 99 returns to one sword art. Be careful, Chu Yan. Many outside disciples in the audience recognized Du Wansong's sword skills, and in a hurry, they reminded loudly. 81 sword lights burst out of the sky, the void trembled slightly, and the sword roared in the sky. Under the stage, some outer disciples who were close by had their eardrums trembling and their faces pale. Call out. Call out. Call out. Call out. Call out. 81 sword lights formed a rain of swords that covered the sky, covering a large space, and rolling towards Chu Yan, with a magnificent momentum and sweeping waves. The fierce sword chi frenzy rushed towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan's brows were slightly wrinkled, and he felt a little surprised. But, it's just a trace. This swordsmanship, not bad, is stronger than the ghost domain just now. Chu Yan raised his hand and pinched his chin, fully opened his consciousness, locked all the 81 sword chi, carefully studied it, and nodded slightly as his eyes flashed. 99 returns to one swordsmanship. Although only one sword is true, the strongest sword is contained in the rest of the sword energy, and it changes all the time. It is difficult for ordinary warriors to distinguish, let alone resist. However, Chu Yan's consciousness has already reached the level of invincibility in the innate realm. How could Du Wansong's sword escape from the lock of his consciousness? Next moment, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although, in Chu Yan's view, Du Wansong's swordsmanship is very strong. Moreover, between the sword moves, there is obviously a hint of sword intent, and the power is amazing. This Du Wansong can become the first person in the outer sect, crushing tens of thousands of outer sect disciples with absolute strength. This trick is a strange swordsmanship that no one can imagine. Die. Du Wansong saw that Chu Yan was standing still, thinking that Chu Yan, like other warriors, could not resist at all, so he couldn't help but cheer and shout. At the same time, the figure flashed rapidly, and under the urging of true chi, the 81 sword chi changed again, the speed increased sharply, turned into a stream of light, and slashed straight towards Chu Yan. Playing swords in front of me. Hee hee. Chu Yan's consciousness locked in the 81 sword chi after the change, the real lore sword, and then Chu Yan moved. The black robe was flying. Chu Yan turned around suddenly, his eyes were like ice. Draw sword. Hao Yan is light, his sword is like thunder, and his speed is like lightning. Call out. That dazzling sword light passed through the layers of sword rain and accurately slashed on one of the 81 sword chi. Boom. The sword light shattered, the sword energy rolled, and the thundering sword whistled loudly. What? This is impossible. Du Wansong was shocked, and his triangular eyes were full of shock. This move 99 returns to one, even if it is an inner disciple of Ling Tian sect, may not be able to take it. How could this Chu Yan, a kid in the chi refining realm, directly see the flaws in this sword? This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that he is blind? Du Wansong's eyes flashed, and on the basis of not believing that Chu Yan could break this sword, he finally found a reasonable explanation. Ah. Ah. The whole face has been completely distorted, Du Wansong's beard is flying, and the whole body is crazy. Innate Realm, 6th layer. Hiss. 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 When Du Wansong's infuriating qi increased to the extreme, there was a screeching of air conditioning from the audience. The first person outside the door, Du Wansong. The cultivation base has reached the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. This kind of cultivation level, even among the inner disciples, can be ranked in the middle strength, but he did not expect that he has been entrenched in the outer sect for several years. However, this kind of cultivation strength, looking at the outer sect of the entire Lingtian sect's tens of thousands of disciples, is definitely a well-deserved outer sect number 1. Innate Realm 6th layer, all infuriating qi burst out. A terrifying force gushed out from Du Wansong's body, rushing frantically towards the Xuanxia spirit sword in his hand. In an instant, the Xuanxia spirit sword in Du Wansong's hand, the originally slightly dim black and white sword light suddenly skyrocketed. Swish. Swish. One black and one white, 2 sword beams, turned into 2 divine swords, and shot straight into the sky. At this moment, Du Wansong's face showed a frantic look, and under the hideous face, there were all the sounds of hideous laughter that made the scalp numb. Behind him, above the sky, 1 black and 1 white, 2 divine swords, the sword lights, slowly merged, turning into a sword with a black tip and a white body, a huge and bright sword. His martial spirit, 1 blood-red eye, and the terrifying head of the Ghost King outside the fangs, cast a black light toward the black and white sword. In an instant, the body of the black and white 2-color sword gang skyrocketed by 3 points again, and the fierce sword energy rushed out, setting off a huge wave of sword energy several feet high, surging like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. With a touch of blood red, Du Wansong's sword-wielding hands cracked open, and blood spilled out. Nether Ghost King slash. Crazy face. Crazy sword. Crazy cutout. As Du Wansong roared loudly, the black and white 2-color sword gang suspended in front of him suddenly slashed out. Chu Yan's face finally showed a dignified color, his eyes burst into light, and the 4 cyclones in his body were running wildly, and the black Rakshasa true chi surged out. Countless cyclones. Call out. Chu Yan moved. #C177win. Punch sword style. The Haotian sword was suddenly raised, the wind and clouds moved together, and the sword energy lingering around him quickly merged behind him into a supreme divine sword, with the immortal aura of the sun and the moon. Sky. Falling sword. The sword energy was condensed at the tip of the sword tip, and the eternal ancient divine sword behind him fell over, pointing forward, a majestic sword force swept across, on and off the stage, in the hands of everyone, on the back, and the length of the waist. Jian Qilu trembled. Chong Jian. The sword came out like a tsunami, and the sword energy at the tip of the sword merged with the eternal ancient divine sword behind Chu Yan, rushing out. Boom. The body of the divine sword turned into a fierce light, with the momentum of invincibility, it collided head-on with the sword gang that was coming straight, and made a huge thunderous sound. Above the ring, a cloud of dust rose up, covering the entire space. No. No. In the dust mist, a crazy voice roared, and then, everything was calm, and the dust mist dispersed and slowly disappeared. Above the arena, a figure gradually emerged, standing alone, with eyes like stars, like an ancient body, and his face was indifferent. Call. Call. Black robe hunting, flying in the wind. Not far from him, a corpse lay horizontally. Du Wansong, the first person in the outer sect of Lingtian sect, the principal of the outer sect of heaven, died. The anger that was not closed, and the pupils that were stunned and rounded, were full of shock and fear. The whole place was silent. Tens of thousands of people seemed to have stopped breathing, and there was only deathly silence. The scene in front of him made everyone stunned, dumbfounded, with a rigid face, and occasionally, the corners of his eyes would twitch a few times. However, their hearts are like a turbulent sea, and it is difficult to calm down. It is good. Finally, Elder Wu Fa was the first to react. His gaze fell on Chu Yan, which was as hot as fire. My Lingtian sect has finally produced a world-shattering genius. With the cultivation of Qi refining realm Jiuxiao, he won the first place in the outer sect, and became the first in the outer sect in this annual competition of the sect. Elder Wu Fa's high-profile announcement sounded like a thunderous death, rolling by, shaking everyone up. The next moment, the entire Lingwu Palace Square erupted with cheers like a mountain and a tsunami, shaking through the 9 nights. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of the attic of Lingwu Hall, a pair of red eyes were staring at the black-robed figure on the ring. Humph. It turns out that Shower died at the hands of the sun. Outer door first? Without the support of heaven, when you enter the inner door, your life will be worse than death. Immediately, on the 3rd floor of the attic, the dark purple figure disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Chu Yan stood on the ring, and turned his head sharply to look at the 3rd floor of Lingwu Hall. As far as his eyes could see, it was empty. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Immediately, Chu Yan took a deep breath and retracted his consciousness. Just now, Chu Yan clearly felt a trace of killing intent, rising from that direction, but when he looked over, there was nothing. However, Chu Yan, who was accustomed to being locked by the killing consciousness, was relieved after a moment of silence. Outer Sect Grand Competition, the top 10 elite battles, the qualifying battle is over. Come down and start the challenge competition. Any disciple can take the stage to challenge the current top 10 elites, and the winner will take the place, until no one challenges. Please enter the top 10 qualifying battles, and the 10 winners will come on stage. The judge elder glanced at the elder Wuhan, and then took a deep breath, waving his hand to let someone clean the arena, and at the same time, he shouted in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, the 9 figures slowly walked onto the ring, all staring at Chu Yan, with anger and shock in their eyes. These 9 people belong to heaven. 5 of them are the original top 10 elite disciples, and 4 of them are newly promoted. They also belong to heaven, but because Chu Yan killed them all the way. As a result of the loss of the old elite disciples, they unexpectedly advanced. This year's top 10 elites, only Chu Yan, who is not a member of heaven, also occupies the first place. However, the appearance of Chu Yan broke the convention that the top 10 elites were occupied by heaven for several consecutive sessions, shaking the entire outer door. In the next challenge round, there are very few people who dare to take the stage. The number 1 Chu Yan, naturally no one dared to challenge. Even Du Wansong, who was number 1 in the outer sect, was killed by Chu Yan's sword. Who would dare to come up and die? However, not many of the other 9 heavenly elite disciples really dared to be the enemy of them. Except for a few elder disciples, because they didn't remember their rankings, they dared to come up and win Ling Tianhua. After a few challenges, the arena finally quieted down. Since then, the Ling Tian sect's annual assessment competition, the Outer Sect Battle, is over. Chu Yan became the first place with a complete victory record, which is a foregone conclusion. Holding 10 lavender jade talismans, the elder deacon swept his gaze across the audience. After waiting for a while, he strode to the front of the stage and began to announce the results. Now announce the ranking of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. First place, Chu Yan. Second place, Shi Jingxiong. Third place, Hua Hai. As soon as the words fell, in front of Lingwu Hall, the cheers like a tsunami of mountains and tsunamis rushed straight to Yuanshao, causing the elders who announced to be startled. Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Under the ring, all the ordinary disciples from the outer sect were all excited and shouted the word Chu Yan. Because they clearly know. Starting today, Chu Yan, an ordinary outer sect disciple, will replace Duansong of Heaven as the #1 outside sect of Ling Tian sect. Become the existence that all the outer disciples of Ling Tianzong look up to. Just like the 10 stone monuments in front of Linwu Hall, they have become a new monument. Less than 20 years old, he became the first person in the outer door. This, even in the 1,000-year history of Ling Tianzong, it is a unique achievement. With an indifferent face and bright eyes, Chu Yan stood on the ring, facing the cheers of tens of thousands of disciples, standing proudly, with a clear air. After waiting for a while, when the crowd's voice gradually weakened, the elder Wu Fa had already walked to the front of the stage, chuckled softly, and shouted loudly. Now, announce the reward of Benbi Outer Sect Big Competition. Anyone who ranks among the top 100 will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points and 10 second-grade medicinal pills. Any disciple who ranks among the 50 will be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points and 10 third-grade medicinal pills. Anyone who ranks in the top 20 will be rewarded with 3,000 contribution points and 15 third-grade medicinal pills. Top 10 elite disciples will be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points and 1 Ling Tianhua each. Top 10 elite disciples, first place, reward. 10,000 contribution points, 3 Ling Tianhua. In addition, the top 10 elite disciples will be rewarded with Vientian Mountain for 1 month, and they will be eligible to enter 1,000 Soldiers Musashi once. The time limit for the first prize, Mixed Mountain, is 1 year. And the qualification for 1,000 Soldiers Musashi is twice. After announcing the comparison, the elder Wu Fa glanced at Chu Yan, who was still indifferent. His eyes flashed, and he nodded secretly. This child has an excellent temperament. It's invaluable. Wu Fa has been paying attention to Chu Yan since the beginning of the competition. At this time, when he sees Chu Yan's honor and disgrace, he praises him in his heart. Chu Yan. Suddenly, Wu Fa gave a soft drink, which attracted everyone's attention. Exist. Hearing the elder Wu Fada calling his name, Chu Yan was startled, then agreed and walked over. This is your new identity Jade Talisman. It's also your credential for entering Mixian Mountain and 1,000 Soldiers Musashi. In addition, 3 Ling Tianhua are among them. As soon as Wu Fa raised his hand, he took a lavender jade talisman from the elder deacon and handed it to Chu Yan. Ling Tianhua. This year's outer sect competition is the most eye-catching reward, the reward that makes countless people crazy. #C178 The Foundation of Martial Arts. When Chu Yan took the lavender jade talisman and stared at it, tens of thousands of bloodshot eyes from the audience looked over, with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Countless pairs of fiery gazes landed on the lavender jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand. 3 Ling Tian fruits. How can you not be jealous? Don't get excited. Thank you, Great Elder. Chu Yan saluted. Afterwards, the elder deacon distributed the 9 lavender jade talismans from the 8 to the remaining 9 elite top 10. Okay. At this point, this year's sect competition is over. Elder Wu Fa waved his hand, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, chuckled lightly, jumped into the air, and disappeared instantly. After that, other elders and disciples began to leave one after another. Chu Yan stepped down from the ring, and in the envious eyes of many disciples, he walked out. All the way towards the small courtyard, Chu Yan couldn't help but feel a little excited. With Ling Tianhua, he can break through the Qi refining realm 9 heavens in one fell swoop, and break through to the innate realm. In this case, I am 1 step closer to the 3-year appointment. 1 step closer to the moon. Moreover, after breaking through to the Xiantian realm, you can practice the 5th level of the Rakshasa promise, which is based on the innate protection of the body, and condense the real Rakshasa true body. In addition, Tai Iju's 4 points and 8 points can also be cultivated. At that time, his strength will be doubled again. Walking on the road leading to the small courtyard, from time to time, disciples of Ling Tianzong greeted Chu Yan respectfully. Senior Brother Chu. Hello, Senior Brother Chu. Some of these outer disciples are in their 30s or 40s, but seeing Chu Yan, they still call them senior brothers. In the world of martial arts, strength is respected. The same is true of Ling Tianzong. The disciples in this sect are divided according to their strength, and they never look at their age and entry order. Chu Yan felt a little bit, and his eyes were deep. In this different world, if you want to be respected by people, you must make yourself infinitely powerful. Otherwise, like Yi Feng of the Nine Spirits Shantian sect, he would treat himself like an ant and let him trample on him. Have strength, look down on all beings, and look down on the world. Without strength, life is like a mustard, ants steal their lives. Facing the warm greetings from many outer disciples, Chu Yan all smiled, nodded lightly, and walked away quickly. After half an hour, Chu Yan returned to his small courtyard. A figure was already waiting at the gate of Chu Yan's small courtyard. Senior Brother Chu, at the order of the Master, I'm here to invite you. In Xiao Luoyang, the Master is Elder Mu. Chu Yan looked at the disciple in front of him, but he was an inner disciple in a white robe with gold rims. He couldn't help but be startled and replied politely. Elder Mu? Well, please lead the way. Originally, Chu Yan was a little impatient. After returning to the hospital, he directly swallowed Ling Tiangua, breaking through the Qi refining realm 9 heavens and entering the Xiantian realm in one fell swoop. At this time, in the face of Elder Mu's invitation, Chu Yan could only suppress the urgency in his heart and go with the Luoyang. This inner disciple, Luoyang, did not speak on the way, just led Chu Yan all the way. After walking for half an hour, a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist appeared in front of Chu Yan. This mountain is thousands of feet high, with lush trees and lush greenery. Starting from the halfway up the mountains going up are all surrounded by thick clouds of spiritual energy, and it is impossible to see the appearance of the mountains at all. Here is one of the 3 musts of Lingtian sect, Wansheng Mountain. Junior Brother Chu, please come with me. After Luoyang explained softly, he walked towards the depths of the mountain. Chu Yan looked around, surprised. Because, after Chu Yan stepped into a colorful light curtain and officially entered the range of Wansheng Mountain, he found that, here, his consciousness could not be protruded from the body. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual power is extremely dense, such a situation where the spiritual power of heaven and earth is too dense. It had a certain suppressing effect on the space where I was, and the weight of my body suddenly doubled, which made me a little surprised. After walking for a while, the two came to a small courtyard halfway up the mountain. Junior Brother Chu Yan, here we are, go in, Master will wait inside. Luoyang has always maintained a polite attitude. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and motioned for Chu Yan to enter the courtyard with the second-story building. Let go more, Senior Brother. Chu Yan returned the salute and lifted his foot into the small courtyard. This small courtyard is 10 times larger than the one where Chu Yan lived. There are 3 buildings in the courtyard, with the left and right side rooms. In the middle, it is a 2-story building. It is simple and elegant, simple and practical. In the middle of the small courtyard is a martial arts field, where various instruments and test stones are placed. On the left side of the small building is a garden, occupying 1,000 steps, with flower beds, pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water. Entering the first floor of the small building, Chu Yan raised his eyes and saw Elder Mu and Elder Yun in the high-seat hall, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Chu Yan, this time out of Zongbi, you have gained a lot. Not only did you take the first place, but you also got 3 Lingtian fruits. Chu Yan bowed his hands and said with a light smile, I saw the two elders, it's just a fluke. Elder Yun and Elder Mu smiled at each other, nodded, and both eyes showed approval. Chu Yan's ordinary heart, which is neither happy nor humble, is exactly what a long-term martial artist must have. No matter how strong his talent is, if he loses his ordinary mind and falls into the selfish desire of fame and fortune, his future achievements will not be far away. Chu Yan, it's been less than half a year since you arrived at my Ling Tian sect? Elder Mu nodded and asked with a light smile. Yes, it will only be half a year next month. Chu Yan replied. In half a year, not only did you win the first place in the outer sect, but your cultivation level rose from the 4th level of Qi refining realm to the 9th level. Your cultivation speed has improved very fast. Elder Mu said, but his face slowly sank, and there was a bit of solemnity in his words. Chu Yan, the way of martial arts cultivation, before the Xintian realm, even people with less talent, as long as there are high-level exercises and a large accumulation of cultivation resources, they can quickly improve their cultivation. 100 years ago, I, Ling Tianzong, produced a peerless and top-notch young man. At the age of 6, he awakened the 8-star martial spirit. At the age of 10, he broke through from the tempering realm to the energy refining realm, and at the age of 15, he had reached at the peak of the Qi refining realm. At that time, the entire Luoyang kingdom was shocked, and the sect fully supported it. I hope he can break through the true martial realm in the future and become the first heaven transformation realm powerhouse in my Ling Tian sect. Huh? 100 years ago? Then he. Chu Yan asked suspiciously. When he was just 16 years old, he forcibly broke through to the Xintian realm. However, since then, the speed of cultivation has greatly slowed down. Not even the current Huan Yutian. Sigh. With a sigh, Chu Yan deeply felt Elder Mu's disappointment and regret. The Elder Yin next to him was startled when he saw Chu Yan's face, then chuckled lightly, and then said. This time, the two of me were entrusted by Elder Long to meet you. First, it was Elder Dai Long, who fulfilled the promise at that time and accepted you as his named disciple. Second, I hope you are swallowing Ling Tian Gua before breaking through the Qi refining realm, think twice. That's right, with your cultivation speed and lack of high-level exercises to purify your true Qi and temper your body, therefore, although the speed of improvement is fast, the basic foundation is bound to be weak. The two of me and Elder Long hope you don't swallow it for the time being. Serve Ling Tiangua and stay in Qi refining realm Jiuxiao for half a year to consolidate the foundation, and in the future, on the road of martial arts, you will definitely go further and more steadily. After speaking, Elder Mu and Elder Yun looked at Chu Yan at the same time, with bright eyes. #C179 Luoyang King List. After hearing the words of the two elders, Chu Yan's expression was startled, and he suddenly remembered that in the last Zhongmen battle, when the corpse was burned to refine Qi, he was about to break through the bottleneck of Qi refining. It stopped, and all of them were used for Suzaku martial spirit to ascend to the star. Originally, Chu Yan thought it was the Suzaku martial spirit that returned to its peak as soon as possible, but it seemed that it was not that simple. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes showed the color of thinking. What the two elders and Elder Long reminded is not unreasonable, on the contrary, it may have a very important impact on Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan has no time. 3 years. Within 3 years, at least he must rush to the heaven transformation realm. But now, Chu Yan is only the Qi refining realm 9 heavens, as well as the innate realm and the true martial realm, 2 realms of heaven and earth. Chu Yan, can't wait. Immediately, Chu Yan shook his head, and under the surprised eyes of the two elders, he said softly. Thank you two elders for reminding me, but I don't have time, I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible. In fact, rather than rapidly improving his cultivation, Chu Yan wanted Suzaku martial spirit to be upgraded to 10 stars. At that time, the star-filled Suzaku martial spirit will provide himself with a natal soul skill, just like the white tiger black tattoo of the star-filled white tiger martial spirit. What would be the natal soul skill of the Mangsing Vulcan Suzaku? This made Chu Yan extremely looking forward to it. At least from the sky-defying effect of the white tiger black pattern technique of the white tiger martial arts, the Suzaku martial arts will definitely not be bad. Chu Yan, you have to think about it clearly, don't be in a hurry, delaying the stability of the foundation of your cultivation base, then you will lose more than your gains. Elder Yun was a little impatient, stood up, looked at Chu Yan and said eagerly. For him, Chu Yan was the one he discovered and recommended to come to Ling Tian sect. Although he had Zhong Tian's face, Chu Yan's amazing performance after joining the sect brought him a huge surprise. Therefore, he was more impatient than Elder Mu. Seeing Elder Yun's concerned expression, Chu Yan's heart warmed, and he naturally knew that Elder Yun was sincerely for his good. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan shook it gently, with a resolute look in his eyes. Seeing this, Elder Yun and Elder Mu looked at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. Okay, since you've made up your mind. Then we're not forced, but you must remember that before swallowing Ling Tiangua, you must practice for at least 3 days, and you must adjust your state to the best state before you can break through in one fell swoop. Elder Mu nodded and warned carefully. Yes, thank you Elder for reminding me. Chu Yan bowed his hands and said. For those who really help him, Chu Yan will be grateful from the bottom of his heart. Remember this kindness, this is Chu Yan's innate character. Of course, for those who come to bully him, Chu Yan will also be angry with thunder, 100 times more. Love and hate are clear, happy love and hatred, Fang lives up to the man. Chu Yan, do you know the king list of Luoyang Kingdom? After pondering for a moment, Elder Yun looked at Chu Yan and said. Luoyang Kingdom. Wang Bang? Chu Yan was startled and asked suspiciously. Yes, in the name of the Luoyang Kingdom, this is an arena competition against talented warriors from all over the country. Unlike ordinary competitions, it is not a one-off battle, but a difficult and challenging arena battle. This king list already exists. For hundreds of years, the highest title of War King is a reward for ground-level exercises or martial arts, and there is also a secret map that has been passed down for hundreds of years in the Luoyang Kingdom. The Battle King? Earth-level martial arts and martial arts. Inheriting the secret realm? There is such a terrifying reward? How can I participate in this Wangbang arena? Hearing this, Chu Yan was greatly moved, his eyes shone with brilliance, and he looked at Elder Mu and asked. Haha, didn't you just change your sect identity Jade Talisman? With it, you can go to Luoyang Palace to sign up. In this Wangbang arena, not only the elite disciples of the 3 major sects of Luoyang Kingdom came to challenge. There are even some disciples of aristocratic families and disciples who are not born in the world, and they go to challenge, but even many elite disciples and top geniuses have different results. Yes, thank you Elder for your suggestion. At the same time as Chu Yan answered, his heart was already excited. This Wangbang arena can not only compete with the geniuses of the entire kingdom, but also have the rewards of ground-level martial arts and martial arts, both of which are very attractive to Chu Yan. From the battle with Du Wansong just now, Chu Yan has already understood it in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that his clear sky sword just restrained Du Wansong's Shuangsha spirit sword, and his Rakshasa true chi restrained Du Wansong's martial spirit, the result would be hard to say. Therefore, Du Wansong's 2 trump cards, when he met Chu Yan, was considered a blood mold for 8 lifetimes. In the entire Luoyang Kingdom, only Chu Yan was the only one who restrained Du Wansong from both, causing him to suffer. Therefore, with such a huge Luoyang Kingdom, hundreds of powerful sects, and countless families with thousands of years of inheritance, how could there be so few geniuses? The road of martial arts is the road of killing. Only with constant fighting will you grow gradually. This point, Chu Yan has been reminding himself from the very beginning, so, of course, Chu Yan will not let go of such an opportunity to fight against all the geniuses. The last thing, you are now an elite disciple. Don't use the original courtyard in the outer gate area. This courtyard located in the Wanxiang Mountain will be used by you in the future. Elder Mu stretched his fingers around and looked at Chu Yan and said, "You are now the first person in the outer sect, that is, the elder brother of Ling Tianzong's outer sect. You have a 1-year qualification for Wanxiang Mountain, plus your Zongbi reward. You have the right to use this small courtyard for 2 years, wait for you later. Once you enter the inner gate and win the top 10, you can live here for an unlimited time." "Thank you, Elder," Chu Yan said with a happy expression and cupped his hands. Afterwards, the three casually chatted about cultivation matters. Chu Yan benefited a lot from the guidance of the 2 elders in cultivation. An hour later, the 2 elders got up and left. Chu Yan walked around the courtyard a few times. After getting familiar with the environment, he went directly to the light curtain at the entrance of Wanxiang Mountain and tried it with the time hourglass. Sure enough, the area inside the light curtain is half the time flow rate outside. "That's great, so I've doubled my time." Chu Yan was very excited and his face was excited. For Chu Yan, time is too precious. Back in the courtyard, Chu Yan entered the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and slowly entered the state of cultivation. Rakshasa infuriated slowly, and the 4 cyclones were spinning. Behind Chu Yan, a group of white light and a group of golden light appeared at the same time. Roar! Chirp! The white tiger martial spirit and the vermilion bird martial spirit appeared at the same time, one in front and one left, entrenched in the air, with their mouths open and swallowing. A large amount of heaven and earth spirit power gathered towards the top of Chu Yan's head. Diantian Mountain's heaven and earth are rich in spiritual power, which is countless times richer than the outer gate area where Chu Yan used to live. In an instant, because the 2 mythical beasts, the white tiger and the vermilion bird, were activated at the same time, countless spiritual powers from the heavens and the earth spun towards the small courtyard where Chu Yan was located. Above Chu Yan's head, 2 martial spirits and a long siphon sucked water, devoured the crowded spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transformed into true qi, and poured down towards Chu Yan's body below, like a waterfall, pouring down. And down. Massive amount of true qi poured into Chu Yan's body and was sucked in by the 4 cyclones. A trace of pure Rakshasa true qi overflowed from the cyclone, and was guided by Chu Yan's consciousness, tempering the limbs and the blood vessels. Immediately, Chu Yan felt that the pure Rakshasa true qi filled every corner of his body, and even the pores of his body could not help but stretch out. Hum. 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 As Chu Yan's cultivation progressed, the immortal spiritual cloud that shrouded the Wanxiang Mountain suddenly began to tilt slowly and move towards the halfway up the mountain. Hum. The 2 divine beasts have martial spirits with full spirit power. Above their heads, there are 10 stars with white light and 8 stars with blood red. #C180 Linghai Riot. With the activation of Chu Yan's Rakshasa infuriating energy, the meridians of the whole body became smoother and smoother, making the suction of the 2 divine beasts soar to the sky. After a while, the sea of spiritual clouds in the entire Wanxiang Mountain turned into a rolling dragon, setting off a monstrous spiritual wave, rushing towards Chu Yan's small courtyard. Chu Yan took the Rakshasa promise to the extreme, refining his true energy and tempering his body at the same time. Above the small courtyard, 2 giant tornadoes slowly formed, one connected to the endless spiritual sea in the air, and the other connected to the small courtyard of Chu Yan, surging and gathering crazily. What? Ling Yun ran away. Oh my god, what's going on? Why did the Linghai of Wanxiang Mountain run away? Wouldn't someone be cultivating and sucking all the spirit seas away? Fuck, who can devour so much spiritual power of heaven and earth, Isn't he afraid of dying? Damn, the key is, he sucks like this, we are still practicing ass. In the Vientiane mountain, hundreds of figures ran out from the forests, valleys, and small courtyards by the stream. They looked up at the sky and were stunned. The corners of their eyes twitched wildly. It didn't take long for these people to gather in groups of 3 or 5, all with green faces, looking at the 2 whale-sucking tornadoes in the distance, and they all wanted to die. Cultivation by oneself can attract a small piece of spiritual cloud at most, but others have pulled the entire spiritual sea of Vientiane mountain. It's like the difference between a rock and a mountain. Boom! The tumultuous Linghai roared and poured into Chu Yan's body. Chu Yan's consciousness was fully opened, guiding every trace of spiritual power to rotate, and the whole body was gradually wrapped in spiritual power, emitting a faint spiritual light. However, just when he once again gathered a large amount of true qi, ready to hit the bottleneck of qi refining realm cultivation base. In the room, Baihu and Suzaku let out violent roars at the same time, awakening Chu Yan, who was cultivating. Huh? Don't let me break through? Chu Yan frowned and looked up in the air. At this moment, the white tiger martial spirit had already disappeared, and only the Suzaku martial spirit was still in the air, frantically devouring the flood-like spiritual power of the heavens and the earth pouring down from the sky, and the golden flames on its body became brighter and brighter. After half an hour, Suzaku martial soul gradually slowed down the speed of devouring the spiritual power of heaven and earth, turning into a golden light and hiding inside Chu Yan's body. Hum. 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 Immediately afterwards, over Chu Yan's small courtyard, the sea of spirit rolled over and began to move slowly, shrouding the Wanxiang mountain again. Call. Chu Yan let out a long breath, got up from the bed helplessly, and walked towards the outside. As soon as he walked out of the small courtyard, he saw more than a dozen figures standing at the entrance of his small courtyard, all with green faces and red eyes. When these people saw Chu Yan come out, their faces were full of anger. Everyone, is something wrong? Seeing that they were all standing at the door of his small courtyard, Chu Yan stepped forward and asked. Chu Yan. That Chu Yan, who just won the first place in the outer sect and beheaded Du Wansong. Yeah, who did it against heaven, besides him? Damn, why did he come to Wanxiang Mountain, the outer sect, master brother? It seems that he has the right to live here. After seeing Yan clearly, the dozen or so people with angry faces suddenly started chatting in various ways, then turned around and ran away, quickly disappearing in front of Chu Yan in a swarm. On the one hand, it is because Chu Yan is now famous, and on the other hand, what can you say if people cultivate with their abilities and inspire Linghai? Swish. Just after Chu Yan saw that everyone had run away, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan when he was depressed. This person, wearing a purple robe, must be in his 70s, with a wrinkled face, white beard and black hair, lean but full of energy. As soon as he appeared, he stared at Chu Yan with round eyes, as if looking at a monster. You caused the change in the spiritual seat just now? This elder, his face was ashen, and his eyes were full of doubts. A change in Linghai? I don't know. Chu Yan was cultivating in the room. Naturally, he did not know the vision caused by his cultivation, so he honestly shook his head and said. Seeing Chu Yan's honest face, the purple-robed robe was immediately blinded, and his face became even more puzzled. It's weird, what's going on? It's the first time I've seen this phenomenon after I've been guarding the mountain for more than 10 years. Could it be that the seal formation is unstable? While speaking, he turned around and walked towards the mountain road, muttering all the way. Looking at the background of the elder's departure, Chu Yan left the courtyard and walked towards the outside of Wanxiang Mountain. Chu Yan first went to Lingxiatang to exchange the rewarded contribution points for some required resources, then went to the small courtyard where Su Xing was, looked at Sun Jia, and gave him some of the body-tempering pills that he had exchanged, so that he could use this period time to temper the body well. As for the cure of his martial soul, Chu Yan assured him that it would be as soon as possible. In the martial arts world, like Sun Jia's situation, there is only one way, and that is the legendary second awakening of the martial spirit. After ordinary warriors have awakened their martial souls, after a period of practice, they have the opportunity to awaken their martial souls for the second time. After the second awakening, the martial spirit usually undergoes qualitative changes. Although the star rating will not change, it is very likely that the martial spirit will mutate or its attributes will mutate. No matter which one it is, it will make a huge change in the quality of the martial soul. And if you want to awaken your martial soul a second time, in addition to the natural awakening probability that is inexhaustible, there is only one way to do it. Chu Yan is currently able to refine 5th-grade medicinal pills. If he breaks through the innate realm, he may be able to make 6th-grade medicinal pills after the fire of the pill rises to the star. With the addition of 3rd-order spiritual infusion, there is a slight chance that he may be able to make a golden pill. However, even if there is a glimmer of hope, refining this evil soul pill requires a main medicine called weeping sky grass. According to the data found by Chu Yan in Ling Xiutong's thick books, this weeping sky grass grows in the clouds, floats with the wind, wears the stars and wears the moon, and has no fixed place at all. Therefore, this herb is extremely rare, and for decades, not a single one will appear on the market. Brother Chu, I heard that in the Dishuan Pavilion of the Wangbang Arena, there are often some rare things, which are rarely seen in the world. However, the Dishuan Pavilion only accepts things in exchange for things, this. Su Xing has been listening to Chu Yan's narration, frowning, at this time, hesitantly said. Yes, aren't you a member of the royal family? You should know something about the Wangbang Arena. Seeing Su Xing's expression, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up and said. Well, this Wangbang Arena is a trial venue run by the official Luoyang Kingdom. It is not a competition for ordinary warriors, but it has set up many tests that require warriors to pass through each level. The rewards are even more generous. Su Xing got up, walked around the room, and continued. I heard that a total of 100 trials are set up, and the difficulty of each trial gradually increases. After reaching the 50th level, the trial questions are said to have been set up by experts from the Heaven Transformation realm of the Red Leaf Empire. Very high. Then, what is the purpose of Luoyang Kingdom setting up this arena? Chu Yan asked. For the battle of the imperial ranking. In every battle of the imperial ranking, all kingdoms affiliated to the Red Leaf Empire have 3 places to participate, one for the sect and the other for the royal family. Therefore, the royal family gathers the power of the sects across the country to set this Wangbang Arena is used to determine the ownership of the places. On the other hand, of course, it is for the geniuses of the whole country, there is a place to compete and learn, and improve their cultivation. Well, yes, this is a good method. Chu Yan nodded. Therefore, Wangbang Arena has also set up a lot of auxiliary facilities. Among them, there is the largest chamber of commerce in the Red Leaf Empire, and a branch set up there is only open to the geniuses who participate in the Wangbang Arena. Is that the Dishuan Pavilion? Yes, this Dishuan Pavilion is the largest chamber of commerce in the Red Leaf Empire. It is rich enough to rival the country, and its strength is amazing. It is said that even ordinary guards are warriors above the 5th level of the Xiantian realm, and the stewards are even the real martial realm powerhouses. Hiss. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help gasping for air. What kind of concept is this? Even Ling Tianzong, the largest sect in the Luoyang Kingdom, Wu Fa, the chief elder of the outer sect, is only the cultivation base of the 2nd level of the real martial realm, and a steward of this chamber of commerce is equivalent to its strength. The key point is that the Dishuan Pavilion set up in the Wangbang Arena is just a branch among many kingdoms. If all the red leaf empires add up, the strength is more than 10 times stronger than Ling Tianzong. Thinking of this, Chu Yan became more and more interested in this Wanbang arena. #C1 Chapter 181 Langyu's Secret Mansion. Immediately, Chu Yan and Su Xing learned more about the Wanbang arena in detail, and then said goodbye and left. After leaving Su Xing's courtyard, Chu Yan pondered for a while, and then headed towards Luoyang King City. First, when I returned home, I saw my father Chu Jiang and my elder brother Chu Zhan, and learned that the Chujiadan pharmacy was halfway through preparations, and in a few more days it could open. Therefore, Chu Yan spent another 3 days refining a large number of first and second grade medicinal herbs for the first batch of sales, and instructed his father that later, he could hire an alchemist to join the Chu family shop and keep the medicinal herbs' long-term supply. After discussing with his father for a while, Chu Yan took out a lot of precious cultivation resources and handed them over to his elder brother Chu Zhan, hoping that he could improve his cultivation as soon as possible. After arranging everything, Chu Yan left the house and went straight to the palace. Luoyang Palace. Located in the middle of Luoyang King City, it covers an area of 10,000 mu, like a city within a city, with magnificent momentum and splendor. 9 and 18 gates are the only passages to enter and leave the palace. Above the palace, there is a huge formation shrouded in it. Wearing a black robe and carrying a long sword, Chu Yan stood in front of the palace, looking up at the 100 Zhanghai Palace wall, feeling extremely excited. The kingship is Zhongwei. In the Luoyang Kingdom, which was established by a sect, the kingship and Ling Tianzong had an inseparable relationship. Therefore, when Chu Yan showed his lavender jade talisman as an elite disciple, he easily passed the guards of the palace and entered the palace. Following a guard, Chu Yan walked in the palace, looking around. Chu Yan is walking on the outermost layer of the third-floor area of the palace. As far as he can see, there are carved beams and painted buildings, red walls and green tiles. Although he was in the palace, Chu Yan followed behind the guards, but he encountered many passers-by from time to time. Judging from the clothing and aura of these people, they were obviously not weak warriors. Not long after, the guards took Chu Yan to a palace, introduced a few words, and then turned to leave. Wangzhan Palace. After the guards left, Chu Yan looked at the palace and murmured in confusion. Within sight, there is a huge palace that covers 1,000 acres, surrounded by 4 palace walls, with 1,000 step-sized arena in the middle, surrounded by various pavilions. On the opposite side of the palace gate is a large 3-story palace. On the top of the palace, there are 4 large gilded plaques with Trial of the King's War hanging high, with extraordinary momentum. Looking around, the entire Wangzhan Palace was crowded with people, a bustling scene. Chu Yan smiled slightly, raised his feet and walked towards the palace in the middle. Entering the Trial Camp Palace, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. There were more people in this palace than outside, almost to the point of overcrowding. In the middle of the palace, there are several counter windows. At this time, there is a long queue and the sound is noisy. Chu Yan looked around and found that there were several large stone tablets on both sides of the hall, all of which were densely written. Haotian continent has a history of hundreds of millions of years, from the very beginning of the prehistoric period, followed by the ancient times, the Middle Ages, and the modern times. In the long history of the Eternal Era, Haotian continent has experienced countless dark, chaotic and bloody eras, and there has also been a prosperous era of 10,000 strong, among which, peerless Tianjiao has been born one after another, heroes and supreme beings. They have created countless glorious legends and glorious ages that belong to them. However, with the passage of time, these powerful people have gradually lost and disappeared, leaving only some inheritance and relics. I, Luoyang Kingdom, devoted all the power of the whole country, and extracted all the relics and inheritances of all the powerful people in the country, so as to help the younger generation of geniuses to achieve the path of martial arts. According to the degree of danger of these relics and inheritance, it is divided into multiple levels. Chu Yan saw. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, his blood boiled, and he hurriedly looked at the next stone tablet. For the same trial task, all applicants will participate in the ring battle, conduct a knockout competition, and decide the final places to participate in the relic trial. Trial tasks released from time to time according to the difficulty level. After completion, the points obtained are different. In the arena battle, there are no rules and restrictions. Regardless of life or death, you can abstain and admit defeat. As Chu Yan read all the rule steals on the left and right sides, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of this trial of the king's list. Then, Chu Yan looked into the Wangzhan Palace. At this time, 3 spar light curtains were hanging high, and 3 trial tasks were being released on it. The teams and crowds crowded in more than 10 windows are all signing up to participate in the arena battles of these 3 trials, hoping to obtain the qualifications to participate in the ruins trials through the arena battles. There are 3 trial tasks, 1 for beginners, 1 for intermediate and 1 for advanced. The numbers are limited to 100, 50, and 20. Chu Yan swept to the window. There were at least a few hundred people crowded at the 3 different registration counters, and the competition was extremely fierce. Moreover, according to the task regulations, the 3 tasks will be announced here for 3 days, because today is the first day, so many people have signed up. Langye Secret Palace. On the southwestern border of Luoyang Kingdom, there is an intermediate-level ruins, which is the treasure land of a man who became famous 100 years ago in the heavenly realm. The physical strength is comparable to that of a real martial art treasure. Looking at the introduction of one of the trial tasks, Chu Yan was quite moved, and secretly had a plan in his heart. At this moment, a man in grey robe walked out of the apse and entered the middle of the Battle King Hall. As soon as this person appeared, everyone immediately quieted down and looked at him with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Langye Secret Mansion Trial Task, limited to 50 people. Today's registration number is 374 people. Now, the ring knockout match begins. All applicants are invited to enter the ring. The grey-robed man spoke and strode out. Hula! The hundreds of people who had gathered in the hall followed behind him, and most of them rushed out at once, all of them heading towards the arena area outside the hall. Chu Yan frowned slightly, raised his heels, and went out, ready to see how the ring match was going. In the first round, those with numbers from 1 to 120 enter the ring. Call. 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 Following the voice of the grey-robed man, hundreds of figures flashed and entered the arena one after another. As soon as these people entered the ring, they quickly opened up the distance. Immediately, their true chi surged, their aura soared, and groups of colorful brilliance rose up, and they all summoned their martial spirits. This round, eliminate to 10 people. Start. Following the announcement of the grey-robed man, 100 people in the arena immediately took action, and various palm winds, sword lights, and fist shadows danced in the sky, and the battle was extremely fierce. Melee. Seeing this, Chu Yan was slightly startled, slightly surprised. No wonder this arena is 1,000 steps long and wide, 10 times larger than an ordinary arena. It turned out to be needed for melee. Chu Yan pondered for a while, and then understood the reason. Most of the ordinary talented warriors have joined the sect or are in the family. Since childhood, they have always experienced one-on-one duels. Although this method is fair and reasonable, it is somewhat out of reality. On the mainland, there are many forces and countless strong people. When there is a real life-and-death conflict, it may allow you to fight one-on-one fairly. On the contrary, this kind of melee is more common. Therefore, deciding the number of places to participate in the trial in this way is more real and bloody. Fair. But it is the luxury of the weak. The real world of the law of the jungle is a fair truth. Survival is the greatest truth. At this time, above the arena, some people have already started to be knocked off the arena one after another, and the battle has become more and more intense. Chu Yan looked at the ring, and found that there were 3 people gathered in a corner of the ring, but no one attacked them. These 3 were all dressed in red robes, with red armor on their upper bodies, and stood with their arms folded, looking at the bloody battle in front of them with disdain. #C182 Melee. No need to guess, these 3 people are from one of the 3 major sects of Luoyang Kingdom, Xuanhuan. The 3 did not participate in the battle, standing in the corner, the strong aura emanated from their bodies, and their cultivation base was obviously stronger than others. Coupled with the identities of the 3 major sects, other people on the ring chose to avoid them. Bump. 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 In the arena, a small team of 5 people with amazing strength. Everywhere they passed, people kept being slammed off the arena by them, vomiting blood, and fell to the ground. In less than half an hour, only 10 people stood on the ring. Others either fell on the ring, or were blown away, and fell around the ring. Victory or defeat. Including the 3 members of Xuanhuan, there are exactly 10 people left. The first round is over. The second round, number 121 to number 250, get up and start. The man in gray robe, with a red face and a voice like a bell, glanced at the 10 people in the ring and shouted loudly. As a result, another group of figures swept onto the ring and started a new round of melee. After watching it for about 2 hours, Chu Yan had a general understanding of this kind of ring battle, and then turned around and left the palace. Returning to the Chu family in Luoyang Wanqing, I immediately found Chu Zhan and King Li. After briefly talking about the trial of the king's list, Chu Yan told the 2 of them that he was going to take them to participate. Chu Zhan and Li Wang both looked excited and looked at Chu Yan's eyes with red heat. Although Chu Zhan and King Li are both warriors, they have basically never been in contact with the world of warriors. Therefore, this trial is regarded as their official entry into the path of cultivation, and they are inevitably excited. Afterwards, Chu Yan inquired about the cultivation status of the 2 in detail. Chu Zhan's current cultivation base is Qi Refining Realm 5th level Heaven, and the 7-star gold-type Golden Halberd Martial Spirit. The Power King Chu Peng's current cultivation base is the 6th level of Qi Refining Realm, and the 6-star Earth-type Lion Heart Shield Martial Spirit. Chu Peng practiced the Imperial Body Heavenly Bell exercise. He brought his own martial arts, and was a high-grade fantasy exercise, so he had no need to say his strength. What surprised Chu Yan was that since Chu Zhan had practiced a technique called Overlord's Judgment, it was very compatible with his martial spirit. According to Chu Zhan, this exercise was passed down to him by his father, Chu Jiang, after he learned that he had awakened the 7-star Golden Halberd Martial Spirit. However, it was only the first half of the original. The Chu family has an inheritance method? Seeing Chu Zhan practicing the martial skills that came with the Overlord Judgment in the courtyard, Chu Yan was stunned and surprised. In the middle of the yard, Chu Zhan stood with a halberd, the white infuriating energy poured out of his body, and a sharp energy spread out. The greedy wolf star descends. With a loud roar, Chu Zhan's body soared, his legs stepped on the ground, and he suddenly rose into the air, holding the halberd high, and a golden halberd emerged behind him, shooting a ray of light on Chu Zhanxiang's body in mid-air. In an instant, Chu Zhan's eyes were completely white, and 2 dazzling white lights were shot out. The halberd in his hand was fully charged, and he slammed into the ground with a downward thrust. Boom! Chu Yan only felt that the ground under his feet trembled suddenly, and in the small courtyard, dust was flying, covering the entire small courtyard. After a while, when the dust dissipated, a large circular pit with a diameter of 7 or 8 steps appeared in front of Chu Yan on the ground. Strong, strong. Chu Yan's eyes flashed fiercely, and his face was shocked. He didn't expect this overlord to have such power. The Chu family's practice method is only a remnant, and it has such a powerful destructive power. It seems that this practice method is not simple. Unfortunately, Chu Jiang went out to buy herbs and was not at home, so Chu Yan had no way to ask. The king of power Chuping's imperial body Sky Bell has almost reached the second level of cultivation. The strength of his body is already comparable to the Lingbao level, and the defense is amazing. The strength of Chu Zhan and King Li are relatively weak. If they are allowed to participate in the trial of the king's list alone, you might not even get a spot. But with Chu Yan there, it was completely different. The next day, the morning sun was like fire, the sky was full of rays of light, and the weather was excellent. Chu Yan, dressed in a black robe, walked towards the palace with Chu Zhan and King Li. After showing the identity jade talisman, the three of Chu Yan went straight to the ring after the guards let them go. In the War King Hall, there are obviously many fewer people today than yesterday. After King Li went to sign up for the three of them, Chu Yan and the three waited patiently. Chu Yan? Suddenly, a voice came, and Chu Yan turned his head to follow the voice. I saw a young man walking slowly with a smile on his face. This man was wearing a brocade robe, his face was handsome, and he looked extraordinarily beautiful. Senior brother Chu, I didn't expect to see you here. Under Yan Chen, the inner disciple of Ling Tian sect. Yan Chen looked at Chu Yan, his face was excited, his eyes were burning, and he said with a smile. Inner door. Then I should call you senior brother. Chu Yan replied with a light smile. Senior brother Chu, be humble, you are fortunate enough to witness your amazing battle in the outer sect grand competition, your strength is definitely higher than mine, and I admire senior brother Chu very much, I didn't expect to see senior brother Chu here. Yan Chen smiled, and after speaking, his eyes swept to Chu Zhan and King Li. Brother Yan, you're welcome, these two are from the next clan. Chu Yan explained softly, and then his eyes swept to the crowd. Senior brother Chu, are you also here to participate in the trial of the Langya secret palace? I just signed up. Yan Chen asked when he saw Chu Yan's expression and gaze. Yes, all three of us have signed up. We are waiting for the ring battle. Chu Yan nodded. That's great, if I can join you, I hope senior brother Chu will take care of him for his friendship. When Yan Chen spoke, he raised his hand and arched his voice with sincerity. I think brother Yan's cultivation is at least above the innate realm. It shouldn't be difficult to pass the assessment, right? Chu Yan's consciousness covered Yan Chen, and after checking it, he asked with some doubts. Senior brother Chu, I don't know, the cultivation level below has indeed reached the second level of the innate realm. This first round of melee is not a big problem. However, in the final round, it is like a cloud of strong people, and most of them form teams. To advance and retreat together, I originally wanted to find Ling Tianzong to form a team, but I didn't expect to see one Ling Tianzong today, so, It's okay, you and I are from the same family, and we should take care of each other. After you take power, you can stand with us. Chu Yan chuckled, nodded, and said casually. Hearing this, Yan Chen's face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly met Chu Zhan and King Li again, standing behind Chu Yan. At this time, at the 10 counters in the hall, the number of people who signed up was gradually dwindling, and most of them began to gather in the arena outside the hall, waiting for the start of the arena battle. After a while, a man in grey robe walked out of the apse and loudly announced the start of the ring battle. The numbers of Chu Yan and the others were all in the first group. Therefore, as soon as the grey-robed man's voice fell, the 4 of them jumped onto the ring and occupied a corner of the ring. According to Chu Yan's plan, in this melee, if others don't come to attack, if someone shoots at the 4 of them, Chu Yan will never let go. When the 4 of Chu Yan stood firm, the figures in front of them flew, and in the blink of an eye, there were nearly 100 people standing on the huge arena. Among the hundreds of people, they were divided into more than a dozen teams, large and small. After they looked at each other, the battle broke out instantly. All kinds of palm prints, sword lights swayed, and for a while, there was a bloody storm in the arena, and there was chaos. #C183 Trials. Chu Yan guarded the three of them behind him, and whoever rushed over, whether it was one or a team, shot them all with their palms, and swept down the ring. After a few waves, everyone discovered Chu Yan's strength and turned to attack others. Before long, the battle was over. Including the 4 Chu Yan, there were only 10 people standing on the ring. After getting off the ring, Chu Yan ordered King Li to go to Huipao to register, and he took Chu Yan and Yan Chen to the side and waited. After a while, King Li turned back and said to Chu Yan, "Young master, the gray-robed man said that because the registration period was terminated early, the final arena battle will be held later, and the quota will be directly determined." Chu Yan nodded, looked around, and sure enough, the 3 Xuanhuan disciples he saw yesterday were also present. "The top 10 in each round, please enter the ring and decide the final 50 places for Langya Secret Palace." Suddenly, a shocking voice resounded above the ring, attracting everyone's attention. As the voice fell, 200 figures jumped onto the ring, each guarding one side, and watching each other vigilantly. Chu Yan took the 3 and occupied a corner first, waiting for the gray-robed man to order to start. "Get out of the way. I want this corner." At this time, 3 fiery red figures stood in front of Chu Yan, the first one, with their arms folded over their chests, 5 big and 3 thick, with thick beards all over their faces, and ordered arrogantly, "What if you don't allow it?" Chu Yan looked up and sneered. "Huh. Boy, you are the first to dare to talk to me like Yang Wei, Xuanzong." The bearded Yang Wei snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "Just now, if you honestly gave way, you could live a little longer. Now, if you let it go, you have to die." After he finished speaking, Yang Wei's breath suddenly soared, and the strong qi of Qi Refining Realm's 7th layer rose into the sky, raising his fist and smashing it towards Chu Yan. A fist was swung out, and under the whistling, the space was aroused, and 3 consecutive explosions were made, and the fist was extremely amazing. "Humph. I think you are courting death." Chu Yan snorted coldly and suddenly punched out. Roaring and fist strength shattered the void, and burst out in an instant. Boom! Xuanzong Yang Wei was directly blown away, drew a straight line, and flew 1,000 paces in a straight line before hitting the pillar on the opposite corner of the ring, and fell to the ground. With one move, Chu Yan blasted a Qi-refining 8th-level powerhouse into 1,000 steps. "You, poof." Yang Wei's face was pale, and he struggled to get up from the ground, looking at Chu Yan, his face full of horror. Finger Chu Yan just wanted to speak, but opened his mouth and spewed a large mouth of blood mist. "Who are you? How can you be so strong?" After a few breaths, Yang Wei swallowed the next healing elixir, his face ashen, and roared. In the distance, Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, but he ignored him at all, his eyes swept around, waiting for others. Just punched, Chu Yan had already kept his hand, otherwise, under the punch, it would not be blasted, but blasted on the spot, turning him Yang Wei into a pile of rotten meat. At this time, the remaining nearly 200 people in the arena, with shocked expressions, began to discuss in a low voice. "Who is this black-robed boy who defeated Yang Wei of Xuanzong with one move? This person is very strong, but offending Xuanzong, TSK. I'm really not afraid of death. That's right, with Yang Wei's strength, he's sure to be able to pass the test. I didn't expect. Forget it, don't mess with him. In this game, there are 50 places. You can't make it hard." In the arena, the people around Chu Yan moved their positions subconsciously, all of which distanced themselves from Chu Yan. Suddenly, within 100 paces of Chu Yan's body, there was an empty space. The two Xuanhuan disciples who were originally behind Yang Wei, finally reacted at this time, glanced at Chu Yan in shock, then ran to the opposite side and helped Yang Wei up. Under the arena, the man in grey robe was looking at Chu Yan, his eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he swept towards everyone in the arena, with a look of contempt in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and shouted. In this round, there will be 50 people who will be eliminated. Those who will finally get the quota will now be assessed. As the voice of the grey-robed man fell, the melee began immediately, and more than 100 people rushed towards the middle of the arena in unison, all kinds of weapons waving in the sky. The sound of infuriating explosions, screams, and body thumping on the ground rang out. Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, staring at the chaos in front of him, and took the entire arena under his eyes. What surprised him a little was that when Yang Wei was injured by himself, the three of Xuanhuan were not attacked. At the same time, the two people in the other corner of the ring also attracted Chu Yan's attention. These two people, both dressed in white robes, with long knives on their backs, stood quietly on one side. When they saw Chu Yan's gaze swept towards them, a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes at the same time. Chu Yan frowned slightly, secretly remembering these two in his heart. Based on Chu Yan's divine sense investigation, the cultivation of these two people is above the innate realm, which is not higher than that of Yang Weiji of Xuanhuan, and the breath exuding from the whole body is extremely terrifying. This is also the reason why others gave up attacking the two. It didn't take long for the melee in the middle of the ring to come to an end. Many of the more than 40 people were injured, but they were excited. The melee is over, the places are confirmed. Afterwards, the 50 winners in the ring followed the grey-robed man, and after registering, they entered the apse of the Battle King's Hall. In a room of nearly 1,000 square meters, 3 teleportation formations, such as 3 light curtains, are where they lead to the Lengy's secret palace. In the room, the grey-robed man glanced at the 50 people in front of him, and his voice was majestic. You only have 3 days to go to the Lengy's secret mansion this time. Once the time is up, no matter if there is any gain, you must teleport back in place, otherwise, you will be disqualified from the Battle King arena. After speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved, and the 3 teleportation arrays started simultaneously, making bursts of sounds of time and space flowing. Chu Yan passed through the light curtain and came to a barren area. In front of you is a canyon area where no grass grows. Not far away, there is a huge canyon cliff, like the mouth of the earth, which can swallow everything in the world. Following the crowd, they walked to the edge of the canyon, and looked down the road. The whirring underground wind swept up black mist, which kept rushing out, making a shrill, wind-hissing sound. When everyone saw the scene, their faces were pale and nervous, but there were always a few daring people who quickly found the stairs leading to the underground canyon and rushed down excitedly. According to the trial data, under this canyon is the Lengy's secret mansion. After this place was discovered by the Luoyang kingdom, it sent strong men to capture many powerful monsters from the Tianfeng mountains, and turned it into a test place. The strength of these monsters ranges from 5-star yellow to 10-star fantasy. Whoever encounters monsters of various strengths depends entirely on luck. You must know that the monsters with 10 stars of the mysterious level are equivalent to the warriors of the 9 heavens in the Xiantian realm. Even if Chu Yan encounters them, they can only escape. Chu Zhan, Li Wang, you two follow me closely, don't separate. Chu Yan turned back and instructed, and at the same time, found that Yan Chen had left, frowned slightly, and led the two of them down the canyon. When they got here, everyone came rushing towards the treasures in the Lengy's secret mansion, and they used their means to do everything they could. Therefore, sometimes, people are more terrifying than monsters. The canyon was extremely deep, and the 3 of Chu Yan walked along the stairs for nearly 1,000 steps before reaching the ground. Looking up, the top of the head was pitch black, and only a small crack in the canyon could be seen, like a white line, emitting a faint white light. Along the underground passage, move forward carefully. Not long after walking, you will reach a huge stone gate. This stone gate is dozens of feet high and more than 20 feet wide. Above the stone gate, there are 4 large stone characters Langya Cave House, which are vigorous and powerful. #C184 Underground World. At this time, the heavy stone door had been pushed open, revealing a gap of about 10 steps. It seemed that others had already entered the cave. Looking at the darkness behind the door, Chu Yan frowned slightly, pondered for a while, then slowly circulated his true qi, and his divine sense came out. In an instant, the consciousness was withdrawn. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he turned to face Chu Zhan and Li Wangdao. "I'm advanced, you two wait a moment." After speaking, Chu Yan took a step forward and stepped into the door. "Call out." Chu Yan had just entered the door, and when it was dark in front of him, a bright yellow sword light, with a sharp aura, stabbed behind Chu Yan. Boom! Chu Yan snorted softly, raised his fist and swung it out. The fist was like thunder. After smashing the sword light, he smashed heavily on a figure hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, with a loud noise, the figure exploded. Flesh and blood, and died on the spot. With a wave of his hand, a jade talisman was drawn from the pile of flesh and blood, and placed in the Rakshasa space. Chu Yan called Chu Zhan and King Li to enter the door. Chu Zhan and King Li entered the door and saw a pile of flesh and blood on the ground. Only then did the two understand the reason why Chu Yan let them enter Sherman late, and in an instant, the two had a deeper understanding of the cruelty of the cultivation world. Langya's secret mansion is located deep in the ground, close to the magma layer, therefore, the fire attribute spiritual power is extremely abundant here. 100 years ago, the master of Langya Cave Mansion chose this place as his cultivation place, and it was estimated that his martial spirit was the reason for the fire attribute spirit. Along the way, Chu Yan could see the scattered white bones. Among these bones, there are some tooth marks bitten by monsters, and it is heart-pounding to look at it. After turning a few corners and taking countless forks, a downward staircase appeared in front of them. The original feeling of gloomy wind suddenly changed, and a wave of heat hit them. A fiery red underground magma river appeared. The heat wave is surging, the sparks are splashing, and the black impurities and soil are mixed with the viscous red liquid, rolling and flowing slowly. In the air, the hot wind that makes the lips dry, drives the temperature of the whole space to continue to rise. The three of Chu Yan walked along the magma river for a while, found a narrow place, and prepared to jump over. Suddenly, a shadow burst out of the magma river from the crimson heat flow, splashing the sky with fire and rain meteors. "Call out." The shadow was extremely fast, and suddenly rushed towards Chu Peng, the Power King who was walking at the end, and instantly wrapped around him. This is a tentacle, covered with scales, that sprang out of the magma river, entangled Li King's body tightly, and quickly dragged it into the river. Swish! Puff! A sword light swung out from Chu Yan's body, and in an instant, it slashed above the tentacle, slashing a foot-long scar, and purple blood spurted out of the tentacle's wound. Under the injury, the tentacles shook violently, then released the King of Power, and quickly retracted into the magma. Looking at the tiny fiery red splash on the magma river, Chu Yan was startled. He did not expect that under his sword, he did not cut off the tentacles, but only cut a wound. Although it is just a sword, at least 30% of the true energy is infused, plus the sharpness of the second-order true martial arts clear sky sword. This sword, even if it is a powerhouse of the second level of the congenital realm, it must leave an arm. But now, it just hurts that tentacle. Be careful, stand behind me. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes, staring at the magma river, waiting for the monster to appear. The 4 cyclones in the body were running at full force, and the sharp sword intent cyclone swirled around Chu Yan, bringing bursts of jingling sounds. Haha. I finally found you, boy, this time, you are dead. Just when Chu Yan was on guard, a voice suddenly sounded not far from Chu Yan and the others. A dozen figures came down from the ground passage. Just stepped into the Magma River area, and the leader is Yang Wei of Huashuanzong. Behind him, there were more than a dozen people, who were approaching Chu Yan step by step with a hideous expression. Obviously, this Yang Wei has gathered some people and is going to deal with Chu Yan here in order to repay the shame of the ring. Therefore, without waiting for Chu Yan to answer, under the leadership of Yang Wei, more than a dozen people showed their spiritual treasures and rushed towards Chu Yan. Yang Wei, headed by him, shouted loudly, facing Chu Yan's icy gaze, and slashed straight with his saber. Call out. Just as Chu Yan was about to make his move, a shadow suddenly rushed out of the magma river, bringing out the rain of fire, rising high, falling straight down, and drawing towards Yang Wei, who was rushing wildly. Bump. With a muffled sound, Yang Wei's head was pulled open like a watermelon, and the red and white thing splashed and fell on the magma river, emitting a sizzling scorching smoke, which instantly turned into black ashes. On the bank of the river, the tentacles with scales and horns succeeded in a blow, and rolled up the headless corpse of Yang Wei and lifted it high into the air. Roar! A beast roar exploded, and the magma river immediately boiled, and a large group of black figures emerged from the river, roaring in the sky. This is a huge black monster, more than 10 feet high, with a thick carapace covering its whole body, and 9 tentacles more than 10 feet long on its body. The blood was poured into his mouth, and he was chewing frantically. Click! Click! This huge octopus-like monster, chewing Yang Wei's corpse, the sound of teeth breaking the bones made people numb. The dozen or so people who followed behind Yang Wei were all pale with fright, their whole bodies trembling, and their whole bodies felt weak. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, holding the sword in his hand, the cyclone of sword intent by his side spun wildly, and a black light flowed past the Haotian sword body. According to his divine sense investigation, this monster has the strength of the 5th level of the innate realm, plus the natural scales. I am afraid that the physical strength has reached the 6th level of the innate realm. Golem. For a moment, the octopus monster swallowed Yang Wei's body with a fierce swallow, and slowly turned his head to look above the river bank, his blood-red eyes emitting a bloody light like a lantern. Mom. Run away. The monster eats people, run away. Wait me. In an instant, more than a dozen people spread out their movements and rushed towards the circuit. Call out. Call out. Call out. Bump. 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 A few black tentacles, like black lightning, are drawn towards the fleeing crowd. Immediately, 7 blood flowers bloomed in the crowd, and the corpse was rolled up by the tentacles and dragged towards the octopus monster. Beast. Courting death. Chu Yan shouted angrily, and the clear sky sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. A dazzling sword light, like a divine light, suddenly lit up, cut through the void, and slashed towards one of the tentacles of the octopus monster. Puff. Purple blood spurted out from the broken tentacles of the octopus monster, swaying a large cloud of purple blood. Roar. The octopus monster shuddered, and the remaining 6 tentacles that were holding the corpse shook, released the corpse, and danced wildly. Call out. Call out. Call out. Taking advantage of the chance that the tentacled monster was injured and roared, Chu Yan did not hesitate at all, slashing out the clear sky sword in his hand. The 8 sword lights were divided into 8 directions and shot out sharply, slashing at the 8 tentacles of the octopus monster. Puff. 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 8 in a row, the octagon is broken. The octopus monster suddenly stared at the river bank, a black figure holding a long sword, a pair of blood-red eyes trembling wildly, full of panic. Call. The body sank, and the octopus monster instantly sank into the magma river and disappeared without a trace. Humph. You run fast. How dare you eat people in front of me? Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, staring at the huge water splash on the magma river, and shouted in a deep voice. Xiaoyan, what kind of monster is this? Seeing the monster escape, Chu Yan suddenly let out a long breath and asked in a trembling voice. In the battle just now, the coercion released by this beast from the 5th level of the innate realm made Chu Yan and King Li feel as if they were being held down by a hill, and they couldn't even breathe. The difference is a whole realm of heaven and earth, just like the gap between heaven and earth. Big brother, I've never seen this monster before, but its strength has reached the 5th level of the innate realm, and the scales on its body are extremely defensive, and it is estimated that ordinary innate spiritual treasures can't be cut off. As Chu Yan replied, he waved the 7 corpses into the Rakshasa space. Chu Yan didn't want these human corpses to stay here, and after they left, they would become food for the octopus monster. Afterwards, Chu Yan took his eldest brother and King Li, jumped across the magma river to the other side, found a passage, and continued onward. This time, after walking for an hour, through the dark underground passage, I finally came to an open place. In front of him is an underground world. Here, at a glance, there is an area of tens of thousands of mu, and the terrain is flat. An underground Qingshui River extends from the front of Chu Yan to the distance. On both sides of the river, there were strange, leafless trees, like rows of dead wood. At the end of the river, an underground mountain presented. This mountain looks majestic and has a height of nearly 1,000 feet. Underground mountain. Who would have thought that there would be such a majestic mountain in this underground world? The entire mountain peak is shrouded in colored fog, with a little bit of green, embellishing the top of the mountain, faintly revealing a faint brilliance. Treasures of heaven and earth. Chu Yan couldn't help but stunned, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. #C185 Magic Heart Grass. After saying hello, Chu Yan swept away towards the mountain peak. Behind him, Chu Yan and King Li also rushed all the way and followed closely. After a while, Chu Yan stood on the halfway of the mountain peak, picked a green stalk from the crack in the stone, and put it in his hand to examine it carefully. This spirit grass has 3 round green leaves, and there is a small hole in the middle, which is connected to the grass stem. In the small hole, a faint fragrance is exhaling out, and the smell makes people tremble. But then, the spiritual grass in the palm of the hand withered quickly, and in the blink of an eye, bursts of black gas were sprayed out, turned into dust, and disappeared without a trace. Magic heart grass. Chu Yan's eyes widened, his face was full of disbelief, and even his hands trembled slightly. Devil heart grass, which only grows in places where the sun does not see the sun, grows by absorbing yin energy, and grows a leaf every 100 years. The more leaves, the better the quality and the better the efficacy. However, there is one point: as long as you take it off, it will turn into black smoke and disappear without a trace. Because of this kind of spirit grass only exists in records, and there has never been a record of sale in the market. It can be said that each plant is invaluable. At this time, in front of Chu Yan, is a piece. At a glance, there are at least 100 plants, and the smallest has 3 spiritual leaves. Big brother, king of power, hurry up, take it off and swallow it. How much can you eat? How much you can eat? After finishing speaking, Chu Yan's hands flew like flying, and he took off the magic heart grass around his body in succession, and swallowed it quickly before it dissipated. Immediately, waves of majestic medicinal power were dissolved in Chu Yan's body and dispersed into the red veins and viscera of the whole body. When Chu Yan and Li Wang saw Chu Yan's crazy actions, they were stunned for a while, then suddenly woke up, learned from Chu Yan, and began to pick and swallow quickly. In less than a moment, hundreds of magic heart grass were swallowed by the three, and none of them survived. The three of them all sat on the ground, slowly running the true qi in their bodies, constantly refining the medicinal power, and tempering their bodies. On the surface of their bodies, clumps of black streamers flashed, flowing like water, and a large amount of black impurities slowly leached out of the pores, giving off a stench. At the same time, as the medicinal power rapidly dissipated and circulated throughout the body, the physical strength of the three of them increased wildly. Call. After a while, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, opened his mouth and exhaled a black turbid air, and stood up. Yes, this magic heart grass is really a good thing, and the medicinal power melts so fast. Chu Yan clasped his hands together, feeling the power of his body, and was overjoyed. Not long after, Chu Zhan and Li Wang also woke up from their training, and they were all full of joy and excitement. Bump. Chu Zhan smashed a half-human hide boulder beside him with a punch. Under the violent force, the boulder was instantly smashed into countless stones and rolled around. For this punch, Chu Zhan relied entirely on his physical strength and did not use a trace of true qi. However, the power is comparable to that of a powerhouse at the 5th level of qi refining realm. In this way, if Chu Zhan stimulates true qi, his physical strength is enough to surpass the level of a powerhouse at the 6th level of qi refining realm. A battle. The king of power, Chupeng, is even more terrifying. He is born with divine power and is originally a training system. In addition to the effect of the Xian-level high-grade body training method Imperial Body Sky Bell, this time after swallowing a large amount of magic heart grass, the body as strong as a hill swelled again, and the whole body was like a little giant. Chu Zhan's halberd stabbed on his body, shooting straight to the sparks, and there was a clanging sound of metal collision, as if it had turned into a copper skin and an iron bone. He he he. Young master, I seem to have become stronger. Seeing that Chu Yan was in a good mood, King Li raised his courage, scratched his head, and smirked. A little? So many magic heart grass at least double your physical strength. Your body should now be comparable to the acquired Lingbao rank. Within the qi refining realm, who can break through your defenses? Chu Yan stared, looked at King Li speechlessly and said, but there was an obvious joy in his eyes. Hey, thank you young master for bringing me to the trial. In the future, I will beat anyone who young master asks me to beat. There is someone from young master's side. Li Wang just said a few words, and suddenly saw two white shadows flashing in the distance, and quickly raised his hand to remind Chu Yandao. Chu Yan suddenly turned his head and followed the direction of Chu Peng's fingers. Sure enough, there were two figures rushing towards the mountain where Chu Yan and the others were. The speed was astonishingly fast, like two lightning bolts. The mountain was shrouded in colored mist, and Chu Yan's consciousness could not penetrate, so he could only observe the two figures with the naked eye. Chen Sun and Chen Lin are both disciples of Ling Tian sect. They look very similar, but they are twin brothers. The two bought a map of the Langia secret mansion at the auction. This time, they came here specially to hunt for treasure. Therefore, from the very beginning, they did not go to the stone cave stone mansion with others, but followed the map. Show, all the way towards the underground mountain. Brother Lin, according to the map, this mountain is the place where the real powerhouses bury their bones, and there are magic heart grass growing on the mountainside. Within, with physical strength, it is enough to dominate. While Chen Sun was rushing, he said excitedly to Chen Lin beside him. Haha, in this way, in this year's Intersect Grand Competition, the two of us will definitely be able to enter the top 50. That reward. Ha ha ha. When Chen Lin heard the words, he laughed wildly, his face full of excitement. This time, the two of them hid the identity of Ling Tianzong, just because they didn't want others to know. They were going to use the treasures of the Langia secret mansion to be a blockbuster when they competed in Navy. Look, that mountain is the place where the magic heartgrass is recorded on the map. Someone? Chinsun was startled, his eyes narrowed, and he said coldly. At this time, the two had rushed to the foot of the mountain, and finally found the three of Chu Yan in black robes. Chen Sen and Chen Lin drew out their long swords and pressed towards Chu Yan with murderous expressions, their voices gloomy, and said. Is Chu Yan? Ah, you picked the devil's heart grass? The two looked around and found that there was no spirit grass at all, and immediately looked at Chu Yan with a grim expression. You know me? Chu Yan raised his brows, looked at the two of them, and asked suspiciously. Humph. It's more than just knowing, the first person from the outer sect of Lingtian sect, who killed Du Wansong with one sword, is so majestic. However, in front of my two brothers, you are just an ant-like existence. You die happily. Chen Lin snorted softly, his eyes full of murderous intent swept towards Chu Yan, all with disdain. At this moment, Chu Yan's heart froze for a moment, and his face became a little dignified. These two people knew exactly what they were, but they still had no scruples. With Chu Yan's identity and his strong performance in the arena, ordinary testers can only escape when they see Chu Yan. But these two were full of murderous intent, and obviously did not take Chu Yan seriously. These two are extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Chu Yan asked, tentatively, kill me, aren't you afraid of Ling Tianzong's anger? Hearing this, the two looked at each other and laughed. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, for the sake of your death, I'm not afraid to tell you that the two of me are inner disciples of Lingtian sect, and they are in the 8th level of Xiantian realm, so don't have any delusions. Today, you will die. After Chen Lin finished speaking, the aura on his body suddenly released, and the deep infuriating qi was almost condensed into the substance, which was the cultivation of the 8th heaven of the innate realm. Seeing this, Chu Yan's face sank, his eyes flashed, and he was shocked. If it is a powerhouse of the 8th heavenly realm, Chu Yan can also try his best to win. But now, being targeted by two powerhouses in the 8th heavenly realm, Chu Yan would never win even with all his strength. Moreover, he had to worry about his eldest brother Chu Zhan and Li Wang Chupeng. #C186 First Line of Life and Death. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan frowned and said. Okay, as long as you let my clansmen leave, I will give you the devil heart grass, otherwise, I will immediately stimulate the true qi and rub all 10 devil hearts into powder. What? 10 demon heart grass. When Chen Lin and Chen Sen heard it, their faces flushed, and they even took a few breaths under the excitement. Originally, they thought that having 2 or 3 plants was considered a fortune, but now, after hearing what Chu Yan said, there were 10 plants, and they were overjoyed and excited. Okay, 2 cheerifying kids, we rarely get our hands dirty, let them go. Chen Lin and Chen Sen looked at each other and made a decision after communicating with each other. Let go? How is this possible? The two planned to pretend to promise first, get the devil heart grass, kill Chu Yan, and then go back and catch up with the other two, and they can solve the troubles with one stroke. Hearing this, Chu Yan turned to look at the elder brother and keenly with a heavy expression on his face. This is, Chu Zhan and Li Wang are also full of anger, looking at Chen Lin and the two, their faces are ashen. But the opponent's strength is terrifying. The two talents are in the 5th or 6th stage of qi refinement. Even if there are 10 more of them, they can't be the opponent's opponent. Looking at Chu Yan, there is a hint of death on his face. Big brother, kingly, you will run to the foot of the mountain later. My spiritual sense detected that the interior of this mountain is hollow. You try your best to find the entrance and hide first. When I get rid of them, I will come to find you. Chu Yan walked to the elder brother and kingly, lowered his voice, and said softly. Xian, this is too dangerous. Young master. I fought with them, your eldest young master will go first. When the two heard Chu Yan's words, they were in a hurry and said one after another. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled, shook his head gently, and then said, "Trust me, listen to me, maybe there is still a trace of life." When Chu Zhan and Li Wang heard this, they looked at Chu Yan's resolute eyes, and the two of them hesitated. They finally gritted their teeth and nodded. "Okay, get out of here, or else, kill them all." Behind him, Chen Lin saw the three of them discussing something in a low voice, his face full of impatience, and he shouted softly, "Come on. Southwest of the mountain, wait for me." After Chu Yan finished speaking, he turned to face Chen Lin and the two of them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Xiaoyan, be careful." Chu Zhan stomped his foot, pulled the angry face of King Li, turned and ran down the mountain. He believes in Chu Yan. After a while, Divine Sense sensed that Big Brother and King Li had already run 1,000 steps away, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Okay, Chu Yan, hand over the demon heart grass. Prepare to die." Chen Lin looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Just because of the demon heart grass, you want to kill me?" Chu Yan sneered and asked, softly. "Humph. Chu Yan, your killing of Chen Xiao has already been revealed. My Chen family has issued an order to kill. Today, even if there is no demon heart grass, you will die." "You and Chen Xiao are of the same clan?" Chu Yan asked in surprise. "Yes, my Chen family has a deep relationship with Ling Tianzong. There are 3 elders in the sect. They are all seniors of my Chen family. You say, can you still live? Stop talking nonsense and hand over the magic heart grass." After Chen Lin finished speaking, he winked at Chen Sen, and the two walked slowly, surrounding Chu Yan one after the other, to prevent him from escaping. "Magic heart grass? Ha ha ha, it seems that you don't understand this grass at all. Do you know that once this devil heart grass is picked, it will turn into black smoke within a short period of time, and it cannot be preserved at all? So, the magic heart grass, I have already swallowed it." Chu Yan laughed, with a smile on his face, but the cyclone in his body was spinning wildly, and the Rakshasa true chi surged extremely fast. "Ah! You seek death." Hearing this, Chen Lin was stunned, suddenly furious, his face full of hideousness, and the big knife in his hand suddenly slashed towards Chu Yan. Cut out with a knife. The sword energy was roaring in the sky, violent like thunder, and wherever it passed, the mountains and rocks turned into powder, flying all over the sky. Violent swordsmanship. Chu Yan shouted loudly, and suddenly slashed out with a sword. Suddenly, the sword chi broke through the air, and a snow-white sword light shone, wrapped in a blood red, and fiercely faced the monstrous sword chi in front of him. Boom! The sword light and the sword collided with each other, and at the same time burst open, turning into countless energy, rolling in 4 directions, rushing in all directions. Well. Not good. At this moment, Chu Yan felt a sharp aura coming from behind him, but it was Chen Sen who was behind him. At the same time, he swung a saber aura that was already close at hand, less than 3 steps away. At this time it is too late to use the sword again. Thousands of mountains and snow. Chu Yan's body was shocked, his body was divided into 2, and he flashed out towards the top of the mountain. Humph! I want to escape. Chen Lin saw that, waving the big sword in his hand, bringing out the afterimages, countless violent swords madly slashed out, and at the speed of 100 swords in one breath, a wave of swords was swept out, and suddenly crushed Chu Yan and rushed out. All around that figure. Within 1,000 steps, there is only a knife light. At the same time, Chen Sen also used the same move. Suddenly, within 1,000 steps of Chu Yan's body, the light of the sword was dense, and there was no room to move around. Oops, the strength of these two is too strong. Together, the strength is doubled. This is trouble. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned, Qianshan treading snow performed to the extreme, and twirled in countless sword lights. Incomparable. Rakshasa's true body. Chu Yan's eyes were round, and he shouted violently. The black Rakshasa's true energy rolled out, and under the black energy, Chu Yan's long hair fluttered, and the muscles in his body swelled rapidly. A pair of blood-colored eyes flashed, black, the pupils turned into gold, and on the surface of the body, black air flowed, rapidly changing to dark gray. Blood-eyed golden pupil, black-skinned Rakshasa body. At this time, Chu Yan's appearance changed greatly, and bloody ominous auras rose up from his body, and the sound of ghost howls and hissing echoed. After swallowing a large amount of demon heart grass, Chu Yan's Rakshasa true body finally came to fruition. At this time, when the application unfolded, Chen Lin and Chen Sen were shocked. This is a body refining secret technique. Okay, such a strong evil spirit, hurry up, make a unique move and kill him. The two reacted in an instant, and the infuriating energy in their bodies skyrocketed again. Knife Mountain breaks the sea. Knife Mountain breaks the sea. Boom. The infuriating energy of the two of them poured into the sword chi, and they performed the same trick. Two huge sword lights condensed in front of the two of them. For a time, the strong wind blew, the mountain trembled, and the sound of thunderous thunder annihilated the world with a bang. Two sword lights shot straight into the sky and exploded in the air. Chu Yan. Immediately, within Chu Yan's eyes, there was a violent saber aura, and the cold light shimmered. Even if Chu Yan used the Rakshasa real body to display the thousands of mountains and snow, it was impossible to avoid it. Sword Ascension. The blood in his eyes collapsed. Chu Yan held the clear sky sword and jumped up. The wooden sword was like a dragon flying into the clouds, and the sword energy rushed out. Facing the Wanlin Knife Mountain falling from the sky. Boom. 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 A crazy explosion sounded in the air. Chu Yan's full-strength slashing sword-raising style broke through 90% of the sky-filled sword light, punched a gap, and flew out, and a few sporadic swords slashed at Chu Yan. Immediately, a finger-length wound was drawn on his body, and blood was overflowing. In the air, a black afterimage crossed, and tiny blood beads swayed and fell. The black figure disappeared into the black sky in the blink of an eye, and swept away in the distance. Oops, let him escape, let's chase. Chen Lin and Chen Sen looked at the shadows in the air flashing by, and immediately shouted with ashen faces. After speaking, the two of them flew in the direction of Chu Yan's disappearance. #C187 Bottom Sarcophagus. Underground Peaks, Southwest. The ghostly figure passed through the rocks and flashed into a half-human high rock crevice. Immediately, two tall figures emerged from the crack, looked left and right, and quickly moved the stone that had been prepared to block the crack. Inside the cave, Chu Yan was lying on the icy ground, panting violently, the bloody golden pupils in his eyes gradually faded, and the dozen or so wounds on his body were bubbling with the blood of Yin Jing, like a bloody man. Xiaoyan, how are you? Chu Yan lifted Chu Yan up gently, his eyes were slightly red, and he asked eagerly. Big brother. It's okay, they still can't kill me. Chu Yan, whose face was as pale as paper, struggled twice. Immediately, Chu Zhan and King Li supported Chu Yan firmly and sat up. Reaching out, a jade bottle appeared, poured out a few third-grade qi and blood pills, and Chu Yan raised his head and swallowed it. Immediately, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air, and the wounds on Chu Yan's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan took a few more Tianyuan pills, sat cross-legged, and quickly recovered the infuriating energy that had been used up in his body. In this battle, Chu Yan played all his cards. Not only did he use the Rakshasa body, but he even used the rarely used white tiger black pattern technique. Within 10 breaths, the figure disappeared and there was no breath. Only then did he escape the lock of Qianlin and Chen Sen's consciousness and escaped. Otherwise, even if Chu Yan has the secret skills of Qianshan and Snow, it will only be a matter of time before the two of them catch up. After a while, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, exhaled, and slowly closed his power. At this time, relying on the amazing efficacy of Tian Yuan Dan, the true energy in Chu Yan's body has recovered nearly 70%. Humph. Qianlin, Chen Sen, I will kill them. Chu Yan looked down at the red idiot left by the dozen or so sword qi on his body, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If not before, Chu Yan swallowed a large amount of magic heart grass, just in time for the completion of Rakshasa true body. These dozen or so sword lights are enough to turn Chu Yan into flesh, not just injury. Turning his head slowly, looking around, Chu Yan frowned and asked, gently, "Where is this place?" Hearing this, Chu Zhang quickly replied, "We found this passage near here according to the direction you gave. Because we were worried about your safety, we didn't go deep, but this passage seemed a little bottomless." Slowly getting up, Chu Yan took out a primordial stone, and when he was infuriated, the cave became brighter. Go ahead and have a look." Chu Yan took a deep breath, held the primeval stone, and slowly walked towards the depths of the cave. This is a pure natural stone wall passage, and there is no trace of manpower digging. In the stone wall and the ground, there is a trace of small red crystals, and under the bright light of the primeval stone, the red light is dotted. The three of them walked all the way, about 100 feet deep, and suddenly opened up in front of them, but they came to an underground space. This is a huge hall-like space, hundreds of feet high and wide, square, with walls and roofs, like a huge room. On the top of the hall and on the four walls are inlaid countless spiritual stones, at least 1 million, and against the backdrop of the faint light, a piece of crystal light shimmers. However, perhaps due to the long history, there is no spiritual power in these spiritual stones, and they are not much different from ordinary crystals. In the middle of the hall, a sarcophagus was placed in the middle, surrounded by dusty human-shaped stone statues guarding it. Chu Yan lifted his foot and walked into the hall, and just after a few steps, he felt a hard object under his feet. Call. True Qi surged and turned into strength, blowing away the thick dust on the ground, revealing a piece of metal. Huh? It's very heavy, at least 1,000 caddies. Chu Yan picked up the metal object. With a suspicious look on his face, he looked carefully. This is a bracer, like a part of a heavy armor, not stone or gold, and it is impossible to tell what material it is. On this bracer, there are densely engraved spiritual patterns, which are extremely complicated. However, many of the spiritual patterns are broken and seem to be unable to function. Is it a heavenly transformation spirit treasure? Chu Yan muttered to himself, took out the clear sky sword, and compared them with each other. Sure enough, the spiritual patterns on the clear sky sword are obviously not as numerous and complicated as those on this wrist guard, so this wrist guard is likely to be a part of a piece of Tianhua Lingbao armor. Big brother, Kingly, hurry up and look around. As Chu Yan's voice sounded, the two nodded and looked around curiously. Xiaoyan, this has a legging. Young master. This helmet is so heavy, I can't pick it up. After a while, the three of them found each other and found the whole set of armor. A complete set of full-body armor and heavy armor, with more than a dozen components added together, weighs tens of thousands of kilograms. Even Chu Yan can't wear it for long without using true qi. Heavy, it's too heavy. This armor is dark golden, simple. The biggest feature is that it is thick. After wearing it, except for the eyes, the whole body is covered with thick protection. There are countless spiritual patterns drawn inside and outside the armor, but all of them are incomplete and damaged. Only the helmet is still intact. Chu Yan and Chu Zhan tried it out respectively, but they were both disappointed in the end. One was that the armor was too heavy, and the other was that the armor was too large and did not match their body shape. There were some empty places in the middle, which did not fit well. The king of power Chupung's body shape is just right, and from the look in his eyes that is shining and he doesn't dare to say anything, he knows that he likes this armor very much. Chu Yan smiled lightly, waved his hand, and gave him the armor. King Li was excited and immediately put it on, walking around to get used to it. Afterwards, Chu Yan turned his gaze to the sarcophagus in the middle, his true energy poured out, and he slowly opened the sarcophagus in the air. In the sarcophagus lies the corpse of an old man, soaked in the flexibility of the coffin, and it is lifelike. In the area of his neck, there is a deep visible wound, which explains the cause of his death. A sword seals the throat. From the corpse, a thick breath gushed out, causing the three of them to tremble at the same time. Strong, so powerful. Could it be that he is the powerhouse of the heaven transformation realm from Langyu's secret mansion? Chu Yan withstood the huge pressure, stared at the bones of the old man in the coffin, and said to himself in doubt. Transforming heaven realm powerhouse. 100 years after death, there is still such a powerful breath. In an instant, Chu Yan's face was filled with joy, and his eyes suddenly burst into light. The corpse of a heaven transformation realm powerhouse, if the corpse is burnt to refine qi. Thinking of this, Chu Yan was very excited, his true energy surged out, he reached into the coffin, and took out the old man's body. Ding! As the old man's corpse left the sarcophagus, a jade talisman fell out from the corpse and landed on the ground, making a soft sound. Identity Jade Talisman. Chu Yan picked up the jade talisman and squeezed it hard without hesitation. Thump! A golden long-handled weapon appeared, smashed to the ground, and made a muffled sound. As the weapon fell to the ground, Chu Zhan's whole body trembled, and his face showed ecstasy. Under the excitement, his eyes were bloodshot. A golden halberd. The halberd is 3 feet long, and its whole body is bright golden. The end of the halberd is a spear-pointed edge, and there are double-toothed crescent blades on both sides. On the body of the halberd, the 4 characters Tiger's Roar, Bury the Heavenly Halberd were engraved. As soon as it landed, a sharp and bloody aura filled the air, causing the 3 of them to feel a chill in their hearts. Big brother! You are lucky. It's yours. Chu Yan chuckled and looked at the excited Chu Zhandao. Okay, I'm welcome. Chu Zhan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he held the Tiger's Roar Burying the Sky halberd in his hand. When he was really angry, his divine sense penetrated, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was dull. Ha ha ha, there is a set of martial arts in the halberd, called Tiger Roar Burying the Sky, so strong, so powerful. Chu Zhan was very excited, and the golden halberd in his hand danced again and again. Suddenly, the void trembled, the space buzzed, and the power was amazing. Okay, you two help me protect the law, and I will refine this corpse. #C188 Rakshasa Demon. After Chu Yan finished speaking, his body was full of true energy, and golden flames rose into the air, covering the corpse on the ground. Burn! Chu Yan let out a low roar, fully mobilizing the vermilion bird martial spirit in midair. ZZ! The corpse of the heaven transformation realm expert was violently burned by the golden flames, and instead of being scorched black immediately, it made a burst of strange noises. Boom boom boom. Suzaku martial spirit opened his mouth and spit, and a more pure dark golden flame rushed out and rushed towards the corpse. Immediately, Chu Yan clearly felt that an incomparably majestic force of qi and blood rushed towards the Suzaku martial spirit in midair. Zheng. Above the head of the vermilion bird martial soul, the 9th red star suddenly brightened, emitting a dazzling red light, illuminating the entire space. Chirp. As the corpse on the ground continued to turn into black ashes, the red star suddenly enlarged and finally completely stabilized. Rising star. 9-star fire god vermilion bird martial spirit. When the 9th red star was slowly rising, one of the 9 flaming bird feathers behind the Suzaku martial soul turned into a 9-colored color, and countless 9-colored rays of light rose into the sky, turning into a brilliance full of brilliance, colorful and dazzling. At the same time, in the golden pill fire in Chu Yan's palm, a flash of 9-colored streamer flashed past, and the volume of pill yen quickly grew by a point. Immediately afterwards, as all the corpses on the ground were incinerated and turned into black ashes, Chu Yan felt that his cultivation was rising rapidly. The pure and pure qi that was transformed by burning the corpse and refining qi poured into Chu Yan's body, divided into 4 strands, and rushed into the 4 cyclones in the sea of qi. The 4 cyclones move like flying, rapidly expanding. Are you going to break through? Chu Yan's consciousness looked inwards, watching the 4 qi in the sea of qi swirl like flying, getting bigger and bigger. All the black Rakshasa true qi condensed together, and surrounded the 4 turbulent cyclones. This is a sign that the cultivation base is about to break through. Chu Yan hurriedly sat cross-legged, his consciousness guarded tightly, and slowly running Rakshasa promise. At this moment, a mutation suddenly occurred, and 2 figures suddenly flashed out of the passage and stood in the hall. Ha ha ha, all of them are here, this time, none of them can escape. A frantic laughter exploded, echoing in the entire hall, causing the bodies of Chu Yan and the 3 to tremble at the same time. These 2 figures, dressed in white robes, are like a rainbow, and they are Chen Lin and Chen Sen. Fortunately we have a map, otherwise we would have found this place so quickly. Humph. Let you live a little longer, now, die. Chen Lin glanced at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, feeling the powerful aura constantly rolling over him, frowned, and shouted in a deep voice. Ah. Jean boy, you take the young master to escape, I fought with them. At this moment, King Li, who was standing in front of Chu Yan, swelled with infuriating energy, his eyes were bloodshot, he roared, and rushed towards Chen Lin and the 2 of them. Humph. It's just ants. Seeing King Li rushing towards him, Chen Lin had a look of disdain on his face, and swung out a knife, slashing heavily on the armor on King Li's chest. Clang. Puff. With one slash, King Li's body was thrown into the air, and he opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, hitting the wall in the distance and falling to the ground. Hey! Such a strong defense, it didn't die? As King Li landed, Chen Lin's face was shocked and he let out a light sigh, but seeing that King Li was panting and vomiting blood, he didn't bother to pay attention to it, and turned his attention to Chu Yan again. Just after Chen Lin looked away, a bloody light flashed across the armor, slowly swallowing the residual blood of King Li, emitting a faint golden light. At this moment, Chen Lin looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were gloomy, his face was grim, he snorted softly, and said. Humph. I still want to break through. Die. The infuriating rage, the gleaming light of the sword passing like thunder, slashing violently towards Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged. The greedy wolf star descends. The blade is not fast. However, with a mighty power, just when it was about to slash to Chu Yan, a figure rushed out and suddenly blocked in front of Chu Yan. His eyes were like blood, he shouted, and the golden light in his hand waved, and he waved it with all his strength. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhan's cultivation of Qi refining realm 5th layer broke out in an instant, making his strongest move. Boom! The golden halberd light slammed into the sword light and shattered instantly. The sword light only stagnates slightly before continuing to charge forward. Ah! I fought with you. Chu Zhan was furious, his blue veins burst out, and he held the tiger roaring halberd in front of his chest, like a mad tiger, and rushed towards the sword light. Bump! Puff! The sword light collided with the tiger's roar burying the sky halberd. In an instant, a golden brilliance flowed over the body of the halberd. Under the collision, the sword light exploded, and Chu Zhan was also rushed by a huge force. flying out, in the air, madly spraying blood mist. Hey! Is this a real martial art treasure? Seeing that the golden halberd in Chu Yan's hand actually blocked his sword light, Chen Lin's face changed greatly, and his eyes were full of shock. It is absolutely impossible that the one who just blocked his sword light was the Chu Yan who only had the 5th level of Qi refining realm. Therefore, there is only one explanation, that is, one who is one step higher than his own cultivation. True martial arts treasure. Only the real martial art treasures with the power of the spirit of the artifact, and the power of the spirit of the artifact released, is possible. Humph. It seems that this is where the real Langia secret mansion is. This real martial art treasure is one of the treasures here, ha ha ha, great, let me kill this kid first and take this real martial art Lingbao. Chen Lin's eyes turned to the hands of Chu Yan, who had fallen to the ground. Chen Lin was very excited about the real martial art treasure. Holding the knife in his hand, his true qi lingered, and every step he took, Chen Lin's killing intent became stronger, and he was one step closer to Chu Yan. The long knife was held high, and the cold light flowed. The corner of Chen Lin's mouth slowly rose. At the same time as a grin appeared, the long knife in his hand suddenly fell. Slashing straight at Chu Yan's neck, Chen Lin's eyes seemed to have seen the next moment, blood splashing and heads flying. On the ground, Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth was full of steel teeth, and he glared at Chen Lin angrily. Are you going to die? The person in front of him has the strength of the 8th heavenly layer of the innate realm. Die or die. However, it is a pity that his death did not save his younger brother Chu Yan from danger. Not reconciled. Really unwilling, after he died, Chu Yan, who was still cultivating not far away, lost his protection and would definitely be killed by them. Brother Chu Yan. That is the hope of all the Chu family. Bleeding from the corners of his eyes, Chu Yan slowly turned his head to look at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, with guilt in his eyes. However, just when his eyes touched the figure in the black robe. Just when the light of the knife above his head fell towards him fiercely. In his eyes, the black figure seemed to be moved. Boom! A roaring roar like thunder appeared out of thin air, never far away, with the momentum of 1,000 thunders, flying in the sky, and slammed towards Chen Lin who was wielding the sword like all beasts running wildly. What? In an instant, the punch was already in front of him, and the long knife in Chen Lin's hand turned sharply, slashing at the punch mark oncoming. After a loud explosion, Chen Lin flew upside down, rolling in the air, and after landing, he stepped back 10 steps before barely standing still. The blood in the body was surging. Chen Lin only felt a stench in his throat, and a wisp of blood poured out of the corner of his mouth, but he was already slightly injured. This is impossible. Chen Lin's face was pale, and he suddenly looked up. As far as his eyes could see, the black figure was already standing tall. Bloody golden pupil. The skin of the whole body is dark, and the black light flows on the surface of his body. The tall and straight figure is 3 times bigger, and the whole body is surging like a tide. Chu Yan. Chen Lin and Chen Sen, looking not far away, the ghost-like figure seemed to see a Rakshasa evil spirit. The whole body was lingering in black, and bursts of een and ghosts echoed. In the black airflow that permeated the whole body, a pair of blood-red eyes shot out 2 bloody red lights. I'll be damned. An extremely cold voice spit out, as if it came from Jiuxiao underworld, making them feel that in an instant, their hair exploded and their whole body became cold. A wave of coldness poured out from the soles of the feet, and the blood in the whole body seemed to be freezing cold. Chen Lin and Chen Sen looked at each other, their faces full of fear, and the same meaning was expressed in their eyes. Escape. Swish. Swish. The movements of the 2 people unfolded in an instant, and they turned and flashed towards the passage. Hashtag C189 Rakshasa Real Body. Die. Chu Yan's eyes were icy cold, and he suddenly shouted loudly, and his body rose violently. At this moment, an incomparably cold and sharp aura rushed out from Chu Yan's body. Accompanied by the sharp energy, there is a sword light that is extremely sharp. The turbulent Rakshasa, true chi rose into the sky, and in the blood-red light of Chu Yan's eyes, countless illusory sword shadows rushed out. Sword intent. Killing sword intent. Fast to the ultimate sword intent. Sword intent, sword technique, and sword edge form an unrivaled sword. The sword light flashed, and the void was shattered. At this moment, Chu Yan's true full combat power. The majestic true chi of the four cyclones in the body, the flesh like a Rakshasa evil spirit, the lightning fast sword of thunder, and the realm of sharp and sharp sword intent. This sword, out. It must be killed. Laugh. The sword light swept across, silencing everything. Instantly pierced through Chen Sen's vest. Before the sword light was extinguished, Chu Yan Hambing's eyes shone like a ray, like the only star in the dark night sky. Chen Sen, who was in the eighth heaven of the congenital realm, stared with round eyes, and slowly lowered his head to look at the blood hole in his chest. His eyes were full of disbelief. Immediately, the vitality dissipated from his eyes. Do not. Chen Lin stared at Chen Sen, who was slowly falling down beside him. His eyes were red and his eyes were about to split. Suddenly staring at Chu Yan behind him, in Chen Lin's eyes, the fire of hatred set off a huge wave, completely drowning the original fear. Kill him, kill him. Chen Lin turned around, stood with a knife, his white robe flew up, and deep infuriating energy came out of his body, and his momentum rose wildly. Knife Mountain Judgment. Chen Lin shouted angrily, and immediately, the howling of the knife suddenly sounded, earth-shattering. A sword was swung out, the strength of the sword was like 1,000 miles of Songshan, the land collapsed and the ground cracked, and above the long sword, there was actually a white light shining mountain peak. This sword technique is extremely powerful, and this power alone is extremely strong. Chopping sword. Chu Jian swayed the clear sky sword in his hand, and the sword light flashed, like a rolling thundercloud, incessantly. Boom! The strength of the sword, the collision of the sword light, the deafening sound, and the airwaves swept all directions. You, become stronger. After one move, Chen Lin was horrified and shocked, looked at Chu Yan, and said solemnly. Humph. If it wasn't for the two of you, today, I would have broken through to the innate realm, but unfortunately, just a little bit. In Chu Yan's golden eyes, a flash of anger flashed, looking at Chen Lin, killing intent rose. Just now, at the critical moment of Chu Yan's breakthrough, Chen Lin and Chen Sen suddenly broke into the dark hall, and successively shot Li Wang and his elder brother Chu Zhan. Chu Yan, who was in the breakthrough, could only forcibly suppress the infuriating energy in his body, forcibly blocking the continuation of the breakthrough. When Chen Lin was about to behead his eldest brother, he came to the rescue. You must know that forcibly suppressing the breakthrough of the cultivation realm like Chu Yan, then the next time you want to make a breakthrough, it will be more than 100 times more difficult. Therefore, Chu Yan's cultivation at this time is stuck in the half-step Xiantian realm. But, even so, Chu Yan's strength is much stronger than before. With all his strength, he has a complete battle with Chen Lin, who is in the 8th heaven of innate realm. In addition, at the moment when Chen Lin swung his sword to kill Chu Zhan, the killing intent and anger in Chu Yan's heart rose to the extreme, and exploded with a bang. Finally, the Rakshasa true body reached the state of great achievement. At this moment, the 4th floor of the Rakshasa Wuji Ju has finally completed cultivation. Half-step innate. How could it be possible to stop this knife from trusting me? Chen Lin frowned, his face full of disbelief, and his eyes were full of doubts. Nothing is impossible. Chu Yan snorted coldly, his eyes boiling with determination. Fight. Leaning out, the black airflow that lingered around the body rolled. Chu Yan suddenly rushed towards the opponent. The fighting spirit and slaughter fire in Chu Yan's heart have been completely inspired by the Rakshasa true body. Apart from the last time he played against Du Wansong, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Innate realm eightfold heaven, powerful swordsmanship and martial arts, and a powerful Jedi warrior. Such a pair is enough to make Chu Yan excited. Swish. The secret technique of stepping on the snow was unfolded, and Chu Yan's figure was divided into two, one left and one right, and at the same time attacked Qianlin with his sword. Bright sword style. A sword came out, and the bright light shone, as if a sword cut through the void and slashed out. Knife like a forest. Qianlin's chest was full of anger, he shouted loudly, slashed violently with the knife screamed, shaking the space, and the power was overwhelming. Boom. 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 For a time, the two fought frantically, and they attacked each other more than a dozen times in the blink of an eye. Sword shadow, sword light, like silver water pouring out, shining in the entire underground dark hall. After a while, the two held soldiers against each other, with different expressions. Even though Qianlin's cultivation had reached the 8th heavenly realm, at this time, Chu Yan, who was facing the true Rakshasa Dishang, was still being suppressed. You, strong. Chu Yan's eyes were as bright as water and ice-cold as frost, and said softly. However, this sword is the end. After finishing speaking, the clear sky sword in Chu Yan's hand made a great effort, and behind him a group of white light rose, and a mighty beast like an ancient beast surged out. Roar. The tiger roared and the sky trembled. The god of war among the beasts, the white tiger's martial spirit, wandering in the void, the tiger's head slowly twisted, and two golden rays of light shot out from the tiger's eyes, covering Chu Yan. Sword Intrepid's unparalleled rushing sword style. Sword Intent whistled, and a cyclone of Sword Intent rose up, and in front of Chu Yan, they assembled into an ancient divine sword. The might of the sword. The divine sword condensed by the Sword Intent, released a powerful sword power, rushing straight to Yuanxiao. Sharp and majestic, fierce and swift, under the full force of Chu Yan's urging, it shot out towards Qianlin, and the void was shattered. This is. Qianlin's face was horrified, and he stared at the body of Jianmeng that was approaching. He felt an incomparably sharp breath crushing it. All over the body, every pore suddenly tightened. At this time, he finally felt that Chu Yan's sword was so terrifying. The blade of man and knife in one slays the world. Qianlin shouted loudly, and the strongest form of Wan Dao Ju came out with a bang. Sword Intent. The sword intent of man and knife. The long knife trembled, the sound of the roar of the knife reverberated, the knife energy broke through the air, and it was turbulent. Boom. The sword light and the sword chi collided fiercely, and under the huge explosion, the entire dark hall shook violently. Puchi. The next moment, the sword light of the divine sword body ripped open the sword, and after a sudden delay, it still rushed towards Qianlin's body. What? Qianlin's eyes widened, his face was as pale as paper, and his face was full of fear. Ah! Knife out like a forest. After all, Qianlin had the cultivation of the 8th heavenly realm in the innate realm. He reacted in an instant, roared violently, raised the Lingbao long sword in his hand, and suddenly slashed at the sword body that was in front of him. Bump. The sword light shattered, Qianlin groaned and retreated. Tai Yuan Chi Palm. Before Qianlin could stand still, he only heard a voice. When he raised his head, he saw a huge black palm print, which slammed into it. 7-star armor-piercing scroll. He raised his fist and swung out, and in the rush, a white fist print came out through the body, and greeted the black palm print. Call. The fist strength and the palm print met, but the black palm print was a void, and in an instant, the fist strength was crushed, and he slapped Qianlin unabated. Boom! The palm print collided with Qianlin's body, protecting infuriating qi, shattered with a bang, and turned into countless black air currents that overflowed and dissipated. Humph! If you want to kill me, you still, eh? My sea of anger. Just as Qianlin snorted and drank softly, his face suddenly froze, and his whole body instantly became rigid. Call out! A sword light flashed, and Qianlin's horrified head flew up, crossed a curve, fell to the ground, and got out of the way. Head down, corpse down, body dead. The inner disciple of Ling Tian's sect, the 8th-level powerhouse of the innate realm, Qianlin, died. #C190 Rich Xinxingjia. 2 days later, Luoyang Palace, Dishuan Pavilion. Chu Yan, dressed in a black robe and holding a jade talisman, stood in the center of the trading hall. Around him, there were a lot of trial warriors, all of them looked at him in awe. This Chu Yan is so powerful that he even cleared the Langia secret palace. You are courting death, and you are still called Chu Yan. You want to be called Lord Chu. Everyone who clears the intermediate test will be directly named a baron. That's right, they are now nobles of the Luoyang kingdom, and their identities are very different. Oh, it's a pity that there is one less trial task for this Wangzhan palace. It seems that no one has cleared the customs for more than 10 years. These trial warriors gathered around Chu Yan in groups of 3 or 5, with envious faces, and kept discussing. Their voices were not too small. Chu Yan, who was only 10 steps away, was all in his ears. In response, Chu Yan just shook his head and smiled. Incomparably indifferent. Chu Yan doesn't care about the title and so on, and there is no substantial reward, just enjoy some special treatment in terms of status. Just a fake name. Chu Yan's identity as a disciple of Ling Tian's sect was also put on a light curtain by the Battle King Hall, and various promotions were used to stimulate the passion of all the trial warriors. Squeezing the jade talisman in his hand, Chu Yan carefully considered how to use the 100 Wangzhan's arena points. Having just learned about the trading items in the profound pavilion in this place, Chu Yan was greatly moved. However, this Dishuan pavilion only accepts primordial stones as the transaction currency, while the second-floor Supreme Hall only accepts points for exchange. Therefore, Chu Yan was going to sell some things in exchange for primeval stones. Chu Yan has about 100 primeval stones in his hands, but in the exchange area on the first floor of the trading hall of Dishuan Pavilion, only to enter, he needs to pay 50 primeval stones, blocking most of the trial warriors. Looking up and swept around, Chu Yan smiled slightly, and immediately opened the mouth and said, I have a Ling Tianhua here, ready to shoot, is anyone interested? Ling Tianhua. Get started. As soon as Chu Yan's words came out, within 100 paces around him, he suddenly became quiet, and everyone was stunned. Master Chu, Ling Tianhua is one of your Ling Tianzong's treasures. Are you really ready to take action? A martial artist, looking at Chu Yan with burning eyes. Good. Chu Yan nodded, very sure. In the sect competition, Chu Yan got 3 Ling Tianhua, and he only swallowed 1. This kind of top-grade treasure of heaven and earth, only when the first one is swallowed, the effect is best, and the subsequent ones will be greatly discounted. Soon, a large number of trial warriors gathered around Chu Yan, and all of them had bloodshot eyes, clearly showing great interest in Ling Tianhua. Ling Tianhua, the entire Luo, is in the kingdom, and only Ling Tianzong has it, and there are very few outflows. 1. It can let the warriors of the Qi refining realm 9 heavens directly break through to the innate realm. And most of the trial warriors in the Battle King's Palace are cultivation bases above the 5th level of Qi refining realm. Master Chu, if you really shoot Ling Tianhua, I will give you 30 primeval stones. Finally, a trial martial artist opened his mouth to probe. This trial martial artist, dressed in brocade and gorgeous clothes, has an extraordinary temperament, obviously from a prominent family background. 30 primeval stones are equivalent to 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, which is definitely a large sum. Humph. It looks very decent, and it's such a small weapon. I'm so embarrassed to say it. This is Ling Tianghua, a top-quality spiritual fruit that can't be bought with money. Lord Chu, I will give you 100 yuan stone. Another trial martial artist said. This martial artist is obviously of a very high status, and there are 2 tall guards behind him, who are obviously the sons and young masters of a big family. 100 primeval stones. Immediately, the surrounding trial warriors exclaimed again and again. 100 primeval stones is equivalent to 100,000 spirit stones, and if it were replaced with gold used by ordinary people, it would be a huge pile. Ha ha ha, what a joke, 100 pieces. Shame. As far as I know, a few years ago, a large chamber of commerce in Luoyang Royal City once bid a price to buy this spiritual fruit, and the price given at that time was 200 yuan. Sure, I haven't even acquired it. $200. The surrounding group of trial warriors all had their scalps numb and their faces full of shock. 200 primeval stones, for a chi-refining martial artist, that is equivalent to a huge amount of cultivation resources. Even in the Lingtian sect of the 3 major sects, 200 primeval stones can be exchanged for 2,000 contribution points. You must know that Chu Yan became the first person in the outer sect, and he only received a reward of 10,000 contribution points. Humph. I gave out 200 primeval stones, why are you kidding me? It's a shame there? The mocked martial artist, looking at the other party's cloth robe, sneered with disdain. Did you say me? The cloth-robed youth suddenly smiled and said softly. I, Xin Xingjie. Give out 1,000 primeval stones to buy this Ling Tianghua from Brother Chu. 1,000 primeval stones. Hiss. 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 Xin Xingjie fell to the ground with a word, and there was a sound of inhalation around him. Even Chu Yan was startled, and looked at Xin Xingjie in a cloth robe doubtfully. Who is this Xin Xingjie? It actually doubled the price, by 5 times. Haha. You are bragging. 1,000 primeval stones. Ha ha ha, I still have 10,000 yuan, and 100,000 yuan, can you take it out? You look like a poor person, you can take out 10 primeval stones, I don't believe it. Cut. The trial martial artist reacted, and immediately, his face sneered, and he directly sneered. You do not believe? Xin Xingjie heard the words, his face sank, and he looked at the warrior and said. Serve? Why should I take it? Look at how poor you are, and you're still pretending. I'm not afraid of being struck by lightning. If you want me to take it, you can take it out, and then, Before he could finish speaking, he saw a flower in front of him. In Xin Xingjie's hand, a thick stack of yuan tickets had already passed, and he suddenly threw it towards his face. Listen. Sun Xingjie raised his hand and waved, and with a snap, a stack of finger-thick yuan tickets was thrown onto the opponent's face, and a red mark was immediately shot on the opponent's face. Whoa! Yuan tickets are scattered all over the place. Just as he was about to get angry, another stack of yuan tickets was thrown over. It's only 100 pieces just now, there are still. Sun Xingjie waved his hand again, and another stack of yuan tickets was thrown out, with a snap, louder than the sound just now. Snapped. 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 10 times in a row, a full 10 stacks of yuan tickets were first smashed into the opponent's face, and then scattered on the ground. Immediately afterwards, 2 bloodlines slowly flowed out from the nostrils on the warrior's face, dripping straight down. 10 stacks of yuan tickets, each of which is thick with cowhide. It is the big chamber of commerce that has issued a hard pass animal skin ticket for the convenience of carrying, whether it is material or defensive power, even if it is a strong innate realm, it is not necessarily a blow with all its strength can destroy it. Therefore, using it as a weapon and hitting the opponent with nosebleeds is already considered a light hand. The opponent's warrior, at this time, gradually recovered from the shock, looked down at the yuan tickets scattered on the ground, his eyes trembled. Rich people. Especially rich people. Wearing a cloth robe, but taking out a lot of yuan tickets, this person's identity is either extremely rich or extremely expensive. No matter what kind, it's not something he can provoke a trial martial artist who is on the tip of his sword. Come on, let's continue, I have more here. Xinxingjie flipped it over with one hand, and a thicker stack of yuan bills appeared. The thickness is about to catch up with the blue bricks, if it hits the face. Don't, I take it. The warrior's face was pale, his eyes were green, and he stammered and waved his hands. He quickly turned around, got into the crowd, and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yan stood on the side, watching from the beginning to the end, with a chuckle in his heart. This guy, I like it. #C191 auction, sit on the grave to tease the ghost and... At this time, the servant behind Xinxingjie had already picked up all the yuan tickets, and under the sign of the master's eyes, he bowed and handed them to Chu Yan. Chu Yan took the yuan ticket, swept into the Rakshasa space, and immediately took out Ling Tianhua, walked to Xinxingjie, smiled lightly, and said, Brother Xin, this Ling Tianhua belongs to you. Xinxingjie glanced at Ling Tianhua in Chu Yan's hand, but smiled lightly, shook his head gently, and said with a smile. Brother Chu, I haven't even awakened my martial soul, this Ling Tianhua doesn't mean much to me. Brother Chu should keep it for himself, to improve his cultivation, this 1,000 yuan stone should be a friend with Brother Chu. What? As soon as Xinxingjie finished speaking, everyone in the crowd suddenly became stupid. 1,000 primeval stones to buy a Ling Tianhua worth 200 primeval stones is fine. But he didn't even want the spirit fruit. Make friends. 1,000 primordial stones is enough to make friends with the true martial arts. Is this guy stupid? That's right, 1,000 primeval stones, make friends? 80% of your brains are flooded. No, it's probably because you have money and nowhere to spend it. Maybe, it's the rich young master of that family, the prodigal. The trial warriors present heard that Xinxingjie used the wealth they could never earn to make friends. All of a sudden, they were all speechless. There was a lot of discussion. There were only a few people. At this time, there was a shrewd light in the eyes of Xinxingjie, and they nodded secretly. Huh? Brother Shen, if you don't accept this Ling Tianhua, this prime stone, please take it back. After Chu Yan heard Xinxingjie's words, he was slightly taken aback, then decisively turned out the 1,000 yuan ticket, and together with Ling Tianhua, handed it to the other party at the same time, and said in a firm tone. What? Refused? Chu Yan's words not only silenced the noise that had just risen in the group, but also made everyone stunned. This Lord Chu is so stupid. Don't take advantage of it, why don't you be so stupid? Everyone has the same sentence in their minds. Of course, let them really say it, but they don't dare. At this moment, Xinxingjie glanced at the Ling Tianhua and Qianshi yuan ticket handed over by Chu Yan, and a bright color flashed in his eyes, which was fleeting, and then he laughed loudly. Okay, Brother Chu really has a good temperament, so, this Ling Tianhua, I accept it. After he finished speaking, Xinxingjie smiled and gently took Ling Tianhua into his arms, raised his hand towards Chu Yan and cupped his hand. That being the case, I don't know about the matter of making friends that I just mentioned, Brother Chu. Before he finished speaking, Xinxingjie saw Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle, and suddenly, his face showed ecstasy, and said, Ha ha ha, good, today is really worth it, Brother Chu. Why don't we talk to Tiangxi Anglu next to us, how about it? Tianxiang Building. Next to the War Palace is a restaurant in the palace, dedicated to dignitaries and nobles. Hearing Shen Xingjia's appointment, Chu Yan smiled lightly and nodded. This Shen Xingjia, no matter how he behaves or does things, is very fond of Chu Yan, and it is a good thing to be able to make friends with him. Afterwards, the two chatted and laughed all the way and walked towards Tianxianglu. Tianxiang Building, private room on the 3rd floor. Chu Yan and Shen Xingjia sat opposite each other. After 3 rounds of drinking and eating 5 flavors, the two chatted very happily, and their temperaments were very similar. During the conversation between the two, Shen Xingjia only told Chu Yan that he was from the Red Leaf Imperial capital, but laughed and did not talk about his detailed identity. Chu Yan did not go into detail about this. Therefore, the two talked more about Wang Zhan's arena and Dixuan Pavilion. Brother Chu. I came here today, originally to participate in an auction organized by Dixuan Pavilion. This auction is not open to the public. There are many rare treasures and rare cultivation resources in it. I wonder if Brother Chu is interested? Shen Xingjia held the wine cup, finished speaking, raised his head to drink, and looked at Chu Yan with a chuckle. Dixuan Pavilion's auction? Chu Yan asked in surprise. Yes, I heard that several alchemists from the imperial capital will participate in this auction, and there will be many high-quality medicinal pills auctioned. Among them, there is a 7th-grade medicinal pill called Recovery Pill, which is said to be able to life and death, flesh and bones. It is a holy medicine for healing, especially internal injuries, and the effect is very good. Fuyuan Dan. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he blurted out his debut. After returning from the Langya secret mansion, the eldest brother Chu Zhan and Li Wang Chu Peng, although they were all alive, suffered severe internal injuries. Originally, according to Chu Yan's estimation, it would take at least 1 month to get out of bed, and 3 months to recover 50%. This is still under the continuous treatment of Chu Yan's 3rd-grade qi and blood pill. Now, when I heard Shen Xingjia's mention of the recovery pill, I was immediately pleasantly surprised. With some pills, Big Brother and King Li can quickly recover and make Chu Yan feel more comfortable. It's so good, there is Brother Lao Shen. Chu Yan cupped his hands and smiled. Chu Yan, between you and me, why are you so polite? Just in time, it's almost time, let's go. Shen Xingjia chuckled lightly, stood up, and went downstairs to go out. Chu Yan followed behind Shen Xingjia and directly entered the apse of Dixuan Pavilion, passing 4 or 5 grey robe guards, all the way unobstructed. Every time a guard passed, the golden-yellow jade talisman that Shen Xingjia handily showed would make every grey-robed guard in the Dixuan Pavilion look startled and respectful. Not long after, the two came to a large hall. This hall is golden and covers an area of thousands of acres, with extraordinary momentum. Above the gate, a plaque comparable to the size of an ordinary city gate was inscribed with 3 gilt characters Dixuan Pavilion, which was like a rainbow. After walking through the gate and passing through the luxurious and grand hall, the two came to the auction hall. The decoration here can no longer be said to be luxurious, it is simply built with money. I saw that the 4 walls and the ceiling of the entire auction hall were covered with high-grade spirit stones, making people look as if they had entered a crystal palace, and inside the auction hall, the rich spiritual power was outrageous, making people feel all over their bodies. Comfortable, open pores all over the body. In such a massive spiritual environment, people have a feeling of fluttering. The auction hall with thousands of seats is now more than half full. Shen Xingjia took Chu Yan and went directly to a private room on the 2nd floor. Room 9. There were even 3 primeval stones inlaid on the ceiling of the private room, and the spiritual power inside the room was even more intense than the outside. The large crystal floor-to-ceiling windows in front of it can overlook the whole auction house, but if you look in from the outside, you can't see anything. As soon as Chu Yan and Shen Xingjia sat down, a stunning maid served tea with the aroma of sea. The key was that this stunning maid in the private room had more than enough clothes to change into gloves. Under the infinite spring light, it is dazzling. I don't know how many alchemists came from the Red Leaf Imperial capital this time. Chu Yan asked Xinxingjie. 7th grade. It is one of the deacons of the Red Leaf Empire's Pill Alliance, and his status is extremely noble. Xinxingjie chuckled lightly. It is said that among his alchemy servants, there are many real martial artists with amazing strength. A real martial artist is a pill servant? Chu Yan asked in a daze. Just kidding, what is the cultivation of the elders of Lingshenzong's outer sect? True martial realm 2nd layer, that's all. But the alchemy servant of a 7th rank alchemist is equivalent to an outer sect elder of Ling Tianzong. The identity of this alchemist is too noble. According to the calculation method of alchemy master rank, Chu Yan is currently a 4th grade alchemist. However, as long as the cultivation base breaks through to the Xiantian realm, after the pill fire is upgraded, it should not be difficult to refine the 5th grade pills. The two chatted casually in the private room. Xinxingjie's knowledge were extremely broad, which opened Chu Yan's horizons. At this moment, 3 figures entered from the gate of the auction house, and one of them immediately caught Chu Yan's attention. Yan Chen. #C192 Killer 4 volts. Looking at the 2 people beside him, the one on the left is also an acquaintance of Chu Yan. It was the fat man Chen Zhong who had the second conflict with Chu Yan in Ling Tianzong. Chen Zhong and Yan Chen, one left and one right, followed a tall young man in white robes and went straight to the private room on the 2nd floor. Yan Chen and Chen Zhong are together? Chen Zhong is a disciple of heaven, could it be that Yan Chen? Chu Yan frowned slightly, thinking secretly in his heart, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this time, in private room number 3. Yan Chen and Chen Zhong were standing with their bodies bowed. On the sandalwood chair in front of them, a tall young man sat high and spoke slowly. Yan Chen, I didn't expect that your Yan family's strength is not weak, and you can actually get this private room. This person is the inner disciple of Ling Tian sect, one of the top 50, Jiuxiao. His master is the inner door elder Chen Ran, Chen Zhao's uncle. When Yan Chen heard the words, he immediately smiled and said, Seeing your brother, he appreciates the face. I'm new to my Yan family, it's just a private room. My Yan family is after all the 4 great families in the royal city, and it's still a bit prestigious, hee. Haha, Yan Chen, you are just a side member of the Yan family, and you actually call yourself my Yan family, you are really cheeky. When Chen Zhong heard it, he laughed, looked at Yan Chen with disdain, and sneered. The tall young man who was sitting upright frowned slightly when he heard this, turned his head to look at Chen Zhong, then glanced at Yan Chen, who was embarrassed, turned his eyes slightly, and said, Chen Zhong. Don't talk like that. As long as junior brother Yan can handle the things I told me, I will definitely recommend him to join heaven. When that time comes, he will be your brother, and I don't talk like this. When Chen Zhong heard the words, he was slightly startled, and quickly cupped his hands. Yes, brother he. Immediately, he turned his head and glared at Yan Chen, who had a smug look on his face, and stopped gnawing. By the way, Yan Chen, at this time, I asked you to follow that Chu Yan to participate in the trial mission of Langya's secret palace. Are you familiar with him? After a moment of silence, Jiuxiao said. Reporting to senior brother he has already met Chu Yan, and he was in the arena with him to form a team, fighting for life and death. He trusted me very much and insisted that I participate in the trial mission with him. Later, I was afraid of causing him suspicion. I will leave alone for convenience in the future. Yan Chen said that his brows were dancing, his saliva was splashing, and his expression was excited. Well, not bad. Humph. This person dares to oppose me in heaven, and, well, my master has ordered that anyone who takes Chu Yan's life will be rewarded. As the master's eldest disciple, how can I let this kid survive? Senior brother you just shot and killed this person, wouldn't it be good? Why are you making so much trouble? Qin Zhong frowned and asked suspiciously. Kill? Killing him with my strength is like killing chickens and dogs. You don't understand when you say it, don't think about it. This kid, with the strength of the Qi refining realm 9th layer, actually killed Duansong, who had cultivated in the innate realm 5th layer. Here, it's not so simple, let him die. It's easy, if I don't squeeze out his secrets, how can I let him go? Ha ha ha. Hisong said, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he laughed. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhong and Yan Chen were startled at the same time, with a hint of suspicion in their eyes, but they still laughed out loud. At this time, in another private room, the two disciples of Xuanhuan, who were wearing fiery red robes and soft armor, were looking at private room number 9 from the window with anger on their faces. One of them, with a beautiful face, an excellent appearance, a curvy figure and perfect lines, is a female disciple of the Fire Profound sect, with a beautiful appearance, but at this moment, there is a trace of cold killing intent in the phoenix eyes, and his face is full of angrily said. Brother Yin, today, Chu Yan must die here. Beside her, there was a tall man with a strong breath, who was slowly withdrawing his eyes and looked at young Jiuxiao, beside her. With a wicked light in his eyes and a smile on his lips, he slowly stretched out his big hand, reaching towards the woman's chest, full of hands, and said with a smile. Jiuxiao, don't worry, what I promised you didn't happen that time, but this time, it can be said that after it's done, you. Having said this, Yin Shinji's eyes were lustful and light was shining, and he looked at young Jiuxiao with anticipation. Brother Yin, as long as you avenge my brother's blood revenge, I will let you. Without any hesitation, young Jiuxiao nodded immediately and answered. Although she didn't finish her sentence, just by looking at Yin Shinji's lewd and evil expression, she knew that what the two said must be a matter of cowardice between men and women. Ha ha ha. Okay. Yin Shinji's eyes shone brightly, he laughed loudly, and turned his head to look at private room number 9 not far from the window, with a look of disdain on his face. Young Jiuxiao, who was beside him, bit her lip lightly, thinking of hearing that her younger brother Yang Wei had died tragically in Chu Yan's hands, her eyes filled with anger. Kill. Must kill him. Looking at private room number 9, young Jiuxiao's two-peaked chest was heaving violently. At this moment, in the number 9 private room, Chu Yan was waiting for the auction to start. From time to time, I swept to the first floor of the auction, and saw many people coming in one after another. Among these people, some of them had no real aura on their bodies, and they were simply ordinary people. But behind all of them are powerful warriors, with true energy, which shows that their identities are not ordinary. It wasn't long before the auction finally started. An old man in grey robe walked to the first floor of the auction booth, his eyes swept across the audience, and he smiled lightly. Welcome to all major chambers of commerce and aristocratic families to participate in this auction. I am the director of this auction, He Jin. I announce the official start of the auction. First lot please. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and behind the table, a stunning woman, holding a wooden tray in her hand, slowly stepped onto the stage. This first lot, the Tingyun chair. It is a rare auxiliary spiritual treasure. Although it is only a congenital rank, its value is comparable to half a true martial art treasure. When any martial artist is cultivating, he will sit cross-legged on this chair. On top of that, you can improve your comprehension by 10%. I believe everyone is well aware that the auction price of this treasure is 100 yuan stone. Every time the price is increased, it will not be less than 10 yuan stone. Start now. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the expressions of hundreds of people off the field changed at the same time, looking at the jade storage talisman in the tray, their eyes were hot as fire. Spirit treasures that improve cultivation understanding are not only rare, they are simply rare. In the major chambers of commerce and auctions in the country, in 10 years, there has not been a spiritual treasure that improves understanding. In the field, after a moment of silence, someone began to bid. 110 primeval stones. 120 primeval stones. Chu Yan was sitting in the private room on the second floor, just glanced through the crystal window, and lost interest. In terms of improving his comprehension, Chu Yan believed that in Luoyang Kingdom, and even in the entire Hongye Empire, there was nothing comparable to his white tiger martial spirit. 190 primeval stones. I want this, and I will pay 250 yuan. An extremely wealthy middle-aged man raised a smile with a light smile on his face. There was no trace of true qi fluctuations on his body at all. Obviously, this item was not purchased for cultivation. Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. One of the 5 chambers of commerce in Luoyang Wanqing, that is their owner, they must be preparing to raise prices, hee. Xin Xingjie saw Chu Yan's eyes swept towards the middle-aged man with a hint of doubt in his eyes, and explained with a light smile. The 5 major chambers of commerce? Chu Yan asked in a daze. Yes, there are many Luoyang Wanqing chambers of commerce, each going its own way. This Tianbao Chamber of Commerce is mainly engaged in the business of spirit treasures, and its financial resources are not bad. Xin Xingjie nodded and commented casually. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and stopped paying attention to this person. Subsequently, this Tingyun chair was acquired by the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce at the price of 250 primeval stones. Immediately after that, the second piece was brought up. In the wooden plate, there is an animal skin, plain and simple. The old man picked up the animal skin and introduced it gently. This animal skin is a map. According to the identification of my appraiser at Dixuan Pavilion, this map is a residual map. Therefore, what treasures are hidden in this map, how many points are there, I don't know. As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden chuckle in the field, and everyone showed no smirk, and secretly said in their hearts. If you don't know anything, you just put it up for auction. Who knows if you cut a piece of monster skin and drew it yourself, it's really funny. #C193, the 4th animal skin picture. However, immediately after, the old man's next sentence came out, so everyone's face changed greatly at the same time. But it was confirmed by my pavilion appraiser that this picture is from the near ancient era. Ancient era. God, the recent ancient era has a history of 5,000 years at least, and this historical value alone is worth a lot. Moreover, after thousands of years, this picture still has no worn-out appearance, it is definitely not a common product. For this picture, the base price is also 100 yuan stone, and each time the price is increased by no less than 5 yuan stone. After speaking, the old man raised his hands, showed the front and back of the animal skin map a little, and put it back on the wooden plate. In the room, Chu Yan just glanced at the 2 sides of the animal skin map, then suddenly looked stunned, and then, his eyes shone brightly. A picture of the little white bear. There is a 6-fingered bear paw print on the back. Chu Yan will never misread it. This is a special paw print that only Ziluo Tianqiong has. At this time, in Chu Yan's Rakshasa space, there were 3 identical animal skin pictures. Chu Yan remembered that little white bear was very nervous about this picture, and seemed to have a great relationship with it. What the little white bear needs, of course, Chu Yan does not know how to use it. No matter how many primeval stones, Chu Yan decides to get it. 110 primeval stones. Chu Yan bid without hesitation. Xin Xingjie, who was beside him, was startled and looked at Chu Yan, somewhat surprised. More surprising than Xin Xingjie were the 2 waves of people in the other private rooms. First, Yan Chen, when he heard the voice, he was stunned, and he shouted directly with his eyes wide open. Chu Yan. Chen Zhong, who was beside him, also stood up suddenly, his eyes swept to the source of the sound. Huh? The person who asked for the price just now was Chu Yan. Jiuxiao frowned, stood up, glanced at the surprised expressions of the two, and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out. Private room number 9, on the right side of the second floor of the auction house, is far away from them. Senior brother, I remember Chu Yan's voice, turned into ashes. It's him. That's right. There was a hint of anger on Chen Zhong's face, and he said through gritted teeth. Could it be, this map has something to do with his secret? Jiuxiao frowned, his eyes swept to the auction table, the wooden plate beside the old man, his eyes showing the color of thought. Anyway, when the auction ends, I really want to meet him. Chu Yan's offer made the auction hall quiet for a moment. $115. Immediately, from the private room on the second floor, a voice suddenly sounded. The appearance of this voice caused many people on the first floor to turn their heads to look at the private room on the second floor. A residual image, although old, has no practical use at all. Even if there are fools bidding, there are even more fools to grab it, really. The same thoughts appeared in everyone's heart. In their opinion, this kind of auction is just a roundup. If you have money, it is better to stay and look at the subsequent auctions. $120. Chu Yan frowned when he heard someone asking the price, but he still offered the price without hesitation. 125 yuan. Chu Yan's quotation was still echoing, and the other party followed the price closely, showing a strong determination. 130 yuan. $135. 140 yuan. Soon, as Chu Yan and his opponent continued to increase the price of this remnant picture auction continued to rise. In the venue, the crowd was stunned, their heads turned back and forth between the two private rooms, their faces were speechless. $150. Chu Yan stood up, walked to the window, and looked towards the opponent's private room. With a dignified look on his face, he continued to quote. Of course, that private room is the same as Chu Yan's room. From the outside, you can't see anything. Therefore, the identity of the owner of the private room is unknown. However, this picture is related to the little white bear, and Chu Yan will never give up. $155. The price of the other party also seems to be determined to win. $200. Chu Yan directly mentioned the price a lot, he just wanted to see how determined the other party was. Sure enough, after Chu Yan proposed the price of 200 primeval stones, the other party did not immediately follow the price, but remained silent for a while. 205 yuan. The opponent's voice sounded again. $300. At this time, Chu Yan had roughly tested the opponent's bottom line, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he directly raised the price. Hiss. Hiss. As soon as Chu Yan's price came out, there was a burst of gasping sounds in the arena. 300 primeval stones. You must know that even the innate spiritual treasure that can improve the understanding of cultivation just now only took 250 primeval stones. Such a useless remnant map was actually looted for 300 primeval stones. On the auction table, a faint smile appeared on the face of the old man. The price of this lot has more than doubled their expectations, which is a real surprise. The whole place was silent. Chu Yan stared at the private room opposite, his eyes shining, he was very confident in the price he quoted. It should be the reserve price of the other party, no accident, this picture can't run. Humph. After a while, an angry humming sound came from the opponent's private room, and then there was no movement. 300 primeval stones for the first time. 300 primeval stones for the second time. The old man on the auction platform was a seasoned veteran. At this time, of course, he could see that Chu Yan's opponent had chosen to give up, and started to announce the results in due time. 300 primeval stones for the third time, the deal. Congratulations to the VIP in the number 9 private room. The old man smiled and shouted loudly. Afterwards, the maid holding a wooden plate went directly to Chu Yan's number 9 private room and completed the transaction with Chu Yan in person. When the residual picture was in hand, Chu Yan readily paid 300 primeval stones in Xinxingjia's puzzled eyes, picked up the animal skin picture and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a while, Chu Yan determined that this picture was exactly the same as the 3 pictures in his Rakshasa space, and immediately put it away carefully. According to the meaning of the little white bear's last gesture, there are 8 animal skin pictures with the symbol of Zilua Tianxiong's unique door. At this time, Chu Yan had already obtained 4 copies. There are only 4 copies left, and you can know what this residual picture is. The auction continues. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit beast egg. This spirit beast is called Huiyunjiu. When he becomes an adult, he has 4 wings behind his back, soars through the clouds, and travels thousands of miles a day. It is a mount that cannot be borrowed. The base price is 200 yuan, and the increase is not less than 10 yuan each time. Start. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the whole venue suddenly boiled. Spirit beasts themselves are extremely rare, and there are very few that can be used as mounts. Moreover, spirit beasts are different from monster beasts. Under the premise that they have wisdom that is not inferior to that of human beings, even ordinary people can tame them. Because of this, some dignitaries often find ways to get a spirit beast mount to show their dignity. The appearance of such a fire cloud colt immediately aroused the high interest of all the noble businessmen present. Including Xinxingjia next to Chu Yan, who was also full of surprise, directly shouted. 400 primeval stones. The crowd moved, and almost half of the people in the venue looked at the number 9 private room in unison. Who is so rich? As soon as it came up, the reserve price was doubled. $450. But then, the second offer also sounded in the venue. $500. $700. 750 primeval stones. For a time, all kinds of tyrants took action, and the competition continued. Obviously, the value of this spirit beast far surpassed all the previous auctions, and the people hidden in the venue took action one after another. This round of auction lasted for half an hour, and the price soared. In the end, at the price of 1,200 primeval stones, Xinxingjia got it. Seeing that Xinxingjia had succeeded, Chu Yan smiled excitedly, and said congratulations. After that, various treasures of the auction continued to appear, and gradually, the atmosphere of the entire auction became more and more enthusiastic. Chu Yan has not shot since he took the residual picture. He still has nearly 800 yuan stones in his hand, waiting for the appearance of the 7th grade restoration pill. Sure enough, when the auction was coming to an end, the auctioneer's eyes lightened slightly, swept the audience, and said loudly, "The next item to be auctioned is a bottle of 10 pieces of the 7th grade medicinal pill Fuyuan pill, together with a pill recipe for auctioning this medicinal pill. #C194 Excellent Danfang. This pill is the most effective healing pill under the 9th rank. When any serious injury is in danger, only one recovery pill can stabilize the injury and save his life. 3 down, within an hour, at least it can restore more than 50% of the injury. This medicinal pill, my Dixuan Pavilion, was entrusted by the alchemist himself. There are 2 types of auctions, and they will not be auctioned separately. The base price is 400 yuan, and the price increase is not less than 50 yuan each time. Start." Just after the auctioneer finished speaking, the auction hall, which had cooled down a little, was boiling again. "Haha, the 7th grade healing medicine, is absolutely necessary to save one's life. Good thing, good thing. 400 yuan stone? With such a low reserve price, I think the Xuanhuan pavilion must have arranged a care. Okay, I want my stuff. Pill recipe. That's much more valuable than medicinal pills. If you change your hands, or ask an alchemist to refine and sell it, it won't be profitable. The appearance of this medicinal pill and medicinal formula not only excited the warriors present, but also the major chambers of commerce. 500 stone. Someone made a bid. 600 yuan stone. 700 yuan stone. 750 primeval stones. The auction room was instantly ignited, and people kept rushing to scramble for high prices. In the private room, Chu Yan's face sank, his eyes swept across the auction table, and his brows were lightly wrinkled. He originally planned to auction this pill for the recovery of his eldest brother Chu Yan and Li Wang Chu Peng, but unexpectedly, the auction of pills was changed to an auction of pill recipes. According to the current bidding heat, this rejuvenation pill and the pill recipe will never be less than 1,500 yuan stone. The primeval stone in Chu Yan's hand is far from enough. Brother Chu, I didn't expect it. It turned out that this recovery pill was auctioned together with the Danfang, so Brother Chu still wants to buy it? Xinjie smiled when he saw Chu Yan's face. Chu Yan pondered for a while, nodded, and said, Brother Shen, both this medicinal pill and the medicinal formula are of great use to me. I wonder if it is convenient for Brother Shen to borrow some primeval stones to help me get this thing. Xinjie was stunned for a moment, and then, the light in his eyes suddenly lit up, and his face showed great joy, saying, Of course, Brother Chu spoke to the younger brother, that's my honor, haha. After speaking, he stretched out his hand and flipped it over, and a thick stack of yuan tickets appeared in his palm. Without caring, he handed it forward and said, Brother Chu, here's a 2,000 yuan ticket. You should be able to win this thing. If it's not enough, how much is the difference? There's a lot more here, little brother. Hearing this, Chu Yan looked slightly startled, took it with a light hand, nodded slightly, and was about to thank him, but Xinjie refused with an angry smile. This scene made Chu Yan's heart greatly moved. Originally, in the trading hall, this Xinjie bought his Ling Tianguo with 1,000 yuan ticket, and just bought a spirit stone at the price of 1,200 yuan stone. Eggs. Now, if you make a random shot, it is another 2,000 yuan ticket. According to this calculation, the yuan ticket that this person carries is no less than 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan ticket. In Luoyang Royal City, is there anyone who can be so rich? The three majors? 4 families? Princes and nobles? Chu Yan glanced at Xinjie, and became even more puzzled about his identity. Then, after pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said directly, 1,000 primeval stones. As soon as Chu Yan's price came out, there was a sudden shock in the auction room. Everyone turned their heads in surprise and looked at private room number 9 again. My God, who is this private room number 9? Every time I make a bid, it's so violent. That's right, rich people, definitely rich people. Yes. Willful, very willful. It looks like this medicinal pill and medicinal formula will be taken away by him again, maybe it's a big chamber of commerce. In the venue, there were voices of discussion, all kinds of speculations, and at the same time, they also had a strong interest in the identity of the owner of the number 9 private room. At the same time, as soon as Chu Yan's price came out, the lively bidding suddenly stagnated and became quiet. For a pill recipe of a 7th-grade medicinal herb, if the Chamber of Commerce cooperates with an alchemist, it will of course generate a lot of profit. But if the pill recipe is more than 1,000 yuan stones, converted into spirit stones, it is 100,000 spirit stones, and it is definitely not something that can be earned back in a short period of time. Therefore, many chambers of commerce and martial artists shook their heads helplessly after hearing this offer and withdrew from the competition. 1,100 primeval stones. Just when everyone thought that private room number 9 was about to succeed, a voice suddenly sounded. As everyone was surprised, they turned their heads and followed the voice to see that it was the private room where Chu Yan had previously competed with Chu Yan for the animal skin map. Chu Yan frowned slightly, glanced at the mysterious private room, and then shouted. 1,500 stone. Hiss. 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 A gasp sounded in the auction hall, and their faces were all filled with surprise. Whether it is a powerful martial artist or a major chamber of commerce, the heart has long been accurate. This pill recipe exceeds 1,000 yuan stone, so it is not very cost-effective. After all, refining pills, whether it is the remuneration with the alchemist, or the waste pill rates, these add up, the cost is still very high. However, this private room number 9 completely ignores these concerns. Every time the price is bid, it makes people's heart skip a beat. This gives people a feeling of spending a lot of money, and makes people who bid on the same field feel powerless in their hearts. To everyone's surprise, this time, the people in the mysterious private room did not compete with Chu Yan again, and simply chose to give up. In the end, under the awe-inspiring eyes of everyone, Chu Yan obtained the recovery pill and the pill recipe at the price of 1,500 yuan stones. Call. In the private room, Chu Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of the auctioneer dropping the hammer. It's finally here. With 10 recovery pills, I believe that the elder brother Chu Zhan and Li Wan Chupeng will recover quickly, and will not leave any hidden illnesses that will affect the long-term cultivation path in the future. After paying yuancher and taking the jade bottle from the stunning beauty, Chu Yan checked and confirmed it a little, then nodded and put it into the Rakshasa space. On the other hand, Chu Yan only glanced at the pill recipe and was deeply attracted. This pill is completely different from ordinary pills, and it can even be said that it has changed some traditions of refining pills and opened up a new way. The technique of Hedon. When the young pill is formed, another medicinal pill is added, and 2 medicinal pills with the same effect are combined into one, so as to greatly improve the medicinal effect. Value. So worth it. Chu Yan was extremely shocked in his heart. He was fortunate that he had photographed this pill recipe. With it, it would be of great help to his alchemy technique. Unconsciously, Chu Yan was completely immersed in the study of the pill combining technique recorded by the pill recipe. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to wake up when the auction was announced, his eyes shining brightly. Let's go. Chu Yan looked at Xinxingjia, who was full of doubts, and chuckled. At this time, Chu Yan couldn't wait, and wanted to go back and try this pill heating technique. Okay, Brother Chu, please. Xinxingjia nodded and said politely. The two left the private room and just walked to the first floor. Chu Yan, stop for me. The 2 waves of people flashed at the same time, blocking Chu Yan's way out, and shouted at the same time. #C195 Violent Murder. These 2 groups of people are Jiuxiao and Yin Xinping. The people on both sides looked at each other at the same time, and they were all startled. Obviously, they were a little surprised by the appearance of the other side. At the same time as he was stunned, a thin figure suddenly flashed and stood on one side, looking at Chu Yan with a sneer. His eyes were full of cold killing intent, and its purpose was self-evident. The 3 parties, at the same time, blocked Chu Yan at the exit of the auction. Chu Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't expect that when he came to buy something, he would offend a bunch of people. You guys step back, this Chu Yan, I want to take it away. Yin Xinping of Huashuanzong looked at the other 2 waves of people and shouted in a deep voice. As the first person in the outer sect of Huashuan sect, one of the three major sects, Xie has always been arrogant and never put others in the eye. Just you? Jiuxiao glanced at the red robe and red armor on Xie body, and of course he knew the identity of the other party's disciple of Xuanhuan, but so what? Xie heard Feng, looked at Jiuxiao, and was about to turn his face when he heard the lean man suddenly speak. Xuanhuan. This person must be taken away today. The lean old man's face was indifferent, but there was a hint of power in his voice. Xuanhuan. Bloody golden ape. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Xie and Jiuxiao were dumbfounded at the same time, looking at the old man with a slightly startled expression. I didn't expect that the blood-handed golden ape, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the innate realm of Luoyang King City, Mr. Xiong, also took action. However, today, Jiuxiao, Ling Tian sect, will not give up. This, Chu Yan, is my decision. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan and Xie, and announced their names proudly. Me too. My Xuanzong Xie will never let go. Xie grinned, revealing his mouth full of yellow teeth, and directly reached out and took out a meteor hammer. The three parties, at this time, released their own cultivation aura at the same time, suppressing each other, and staring at each other with fire. The atmosphere is tense. Chu Yan stood aside with a sneer on his face. His eyes shone brightly, constantly swiping back and forth over the three of them. Take yourself away. They are all joking. A bunch of idiots. Chu Wei said coldly. What? The three parties heard Feng, and turned their heads to stare at Chu Yan at the same time. Bold. At this moment, a voice exploded in the auction hall, and at the same time a thick and pure aura rolled towards Xuanhuan, Xie, and Jiuxiao. The breath was violent and turbulent, and it swept over in an instant. The three of them groaned at the same time, their bodies suddenly shook, their faces showed shock, and their faces paled instantly. Obviously, this aura crushing against the three of them is definitely not something they can resist. True martial realm powerhouse. In my Dixuan pavilion, those who do it, regardless of their status, will be killed without mercy. The sound is rolling, the momentum is raging. Walk. Jiuxiao glanced at Chu Yan, waved his hand, and took Qinzhong to turn around and leave. Xie and Xuanhuan looked at each other with unwilling expressions on their faces, and also raised their feet and left. Chu Yan, the situation is not very good, why don't we go out later? Xinjiao looked at Chu Yan with a worried look on his face. Immediately, he took out his golden yellow jade talisman, infused with infuriating energy, and after a golden halo flashed through the jade talisman, it returned to peace. Brother Shen, it's okay, you wait here for a while, I'll go out first. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, the corner of his mouth raised lightly, and then he walked towards the door. Passing through the resplendent hall, Chu Yan came to the gate of the auction house. As soon as Chu Yan appeared outside the gate, Xie and Xuanhuan gathered around with grinning faces. Chu Yan, I didn't expect you to dare to come out. Xie waved the meteor hammer and approached Chu Yan step by step, his breath slowly surging. On the other hand, Xuanhuan went around to the other side of Chu Yan, blocking Chu Yan's retreat. All around, many warriors who had just left the same auction venue saw this, and they all reunited and stopped to watch. Hey! One pick three, this kid can do it. Fool, if it were me, I wouldn't come out. As long as I hide in the Dixuan pavilion, no one can hurt. Look, that person is Xie of Xuanzong. On the first day of the outer door, his cultivation base has reached the third level of the innate realm, and his strength is extremely strong. What is that person of yours? That's Xuanhuan. Although his strength is only in the sixth level of the innate realm, his unique secret skills are very powerful, and he is also a master. In the crowd, various voices of discussion were heard everywhere, and the eyes looking at Chu Yan were full of sympathy. Chu Yan, hand over the items you photographed and all the primeval stones on your body. I, Xuanhuan, promise to spare your life. Xuanhuan measured Chu Yan up and down, only the skinny face, the pointed chin, the 3 short beards trembling slightly, and the triangular eyes, full of greedy light. Emperor Stone? Humph. This is the palace, and you actually robbed here? Chu Yan was slightly startled, looked at Xuanhuan, and said with a speechless sneer. After being in another world for so long, Chu Yan has also encountered many robberies, but it was the first time that he was as unscrupulous as he was. Chu Yan, if he let you go, you can't live. Today, you must die. Yin Shenping, hearing the discussions around him and hearing that many people knew his reputation, couldn't help but look a little more arrogant, pointed to Chu Yan with one hand, shouted sharply, and the air of domineering flew into the wind. Huashuanzong. What, Yin, I forgot to tell you. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth rose slightly and sneered. Huh? What? Yin Shenping's face froze, and he asked subconsciously. The last person who said this is dead. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yan's figure suddenly became violent, and he flashed 10 steps away in the blink of an eye, rushed to Yin Shenping, raised his fist and swung it out. Boom! The violent infuriating chi surged out and slammed heavily on Yin Shenping's chest, and the violent wind swept the audience instantly. Pong! The punch was like a spear, piercing Yin Shenping's chest without any hindrance, and the organs in the chest were sprayed. Within 10 steps, the ground is covered with flesh and blood, and the sky is raining blood. Swish! Chu Yan didn't stop at all, and suddenly retreated in front of Xinxingjia, a pair of extremely cold eyes, slowly twisted, and looked at Xuanhuan. At a glance, Xuanhuan, who was originally stunned and had a miserable face, flashed back like he was struck by lightning. Xuanhuan retreated a full 200 steps, then stopped and looked at Chu Yan. The corners of his eyes twitched wildly, his face full of horror. One punch. Just one punch to kill an innate realm triple heaven powerhouse. How is this possible? Not only Xuanhuan, but hundreds of people around, all of them were dumbfounded, their eyes widened, and they stared at Chu Yan as if they had seen a ghost. This is too strong. The powerhouse of the 3rd level of the congenital realm, smashed with one punch. The punch just now, like a sudden thunderbolt, suddenly slammed. Not only the power is amazing, but even more terrifying. Quick. Fast to the extreme. When everyone's attention was attracted by Chu Yan's words, he had already violently murdered. Not only Yin Shenping, but almost all of the hundreds of people present did not respond. However, at the next moment, Yin Shenping, the first person from the outer door of the Huaxian sect, who was a 3-level powerhouse in the Xiantian realm, had already been killed by a bombardment. #C196 Wang Zhan's Arena. Standing behind Chu Yan, Xinxingjia's worried expression turned into shock. Although he has long known that Chu Yan is very strong, and it is because of this that he tries to make friends with Chu Yan, but I never imagined that Chu Yan would be so strong. With a half-step Xiantian realm cultivation level, killing people by leaps and bounds, this is not a problem, but it turned out that it only took one punch. 100 paces away, Xuanhuan finally calmed down a little, looking at Chu Yan, all kinds of complicated expressions flickered. Finally, when he turned around, he quickly disappeared on the spot. As a lone warrior who does not rely on sex, being aware of current affairs and being cautious is the most basic rule of survival. Disappeared with Xuanhuan and Yang Yujiao. This woman, in the next breath of Yin Shenming, was killed, mixed into the crowd at the fastest speed. Then, from the gap in the crowd, a green light showed resentment and red eyes towards Chu Yan, but he left Dishuan Pavilion decisively. Afterwards, Chu Yan's cold eyes swept across the crowd, and the people who had woken up abruptly dispersed. Chu Yan glanced at the corpse on the ground, snorted coldly, turned back to greet Xinxingjia, and strode away. Half an hour later, in the south of Luoyang City, in a manor. In the luxurious living room, Chu Yan and Xinxingjia sat as the guest of honor. "Brother Chu, there is something I want to ask for your help, but I can't say anything." Xinxingjia's face was a little hesitant, his expression was cramped, he opened his mouth a few times, and finally opened his mouth and said, "But I don't mind." Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle. At the auction just now, Xinxingjia did his best to help him. At this time, as long as he opened his mouth, as long as it was not too much, he would agree to him. Looking at Chu Yan's eyes, Xinxingjia took a long breath and said slowly, "Brother Chu, in fact, I should be regarded as the young master of Dixuan Pavilion. The purpose of my coming to Luoyang Royal City is to find someone." "Young master? Is it?" Chu Yan was slightly startled. Although he was surprised, he could accept it, but he was a little puzzled by the vague words that Xinxingjia said. "Yes, in fact, Dixuan Pavilion is just a subordinate second-level chamber of commerce of another larger chamber of commerce, and my identity is one of the pre-selected successors of that big chamber of commerce." "Pre-select the successor?" "Yes, you also know that the big family is very strict with uncle successor's assessment, so this time, I want to ask you to help me," Xinxingjia said and asked Chu Yan again. "What do you think?" Chu Yan was still a little puzzled. As for the strength of the Dixuan Pavilion, today at the auction, the aura of the real martial artist could knock back the 3 Xiantian martial artists, which shows the strength of the Dixuan Pavilion. And according to what Xinxingjia just said, his identity in Dixuan Pavilion should be extremely high. Why does he still need his own help? "Brother Chu, in 3 days, the Dixuan Pavilion will have a ring battle. I want to invite you to represent me." "Playing on your behalf?" Chu Yan was stunned. "Yes, in return, I invite you to become the honorary elder of the Dixuan Pavilion. It's just a name, and it doesn't restrict your freedom at all. Every year, the Dixuan Pavilion will give you a gift of 10,000 yuan stones." Speaking of this, Xinxingjia looked at Chu Yan with burning eyes, looking forward to Chu Yan's reply. 1 year. 10,000 primeval stones. Just by participating in a ring battle, you can become the nominal elder of the Dixuan Pavilion. This? Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and strange lights flashed in his eyes. "Tell me about the arena battle." Chu Yan said straight to the key points, his face as usual. The Qingzhan Arena in Luoyang Kingdom has a long history. In addition to the trial tasks, there is also an important content, which is the Qingzhan Arena. After countless years of this arena battle, it has been an underground gambling for the major forces. Tools, so this time, one of the pre-air assessments of our family chamber of commerce. Right here. Xinxingjia paused for a while, then said. The arena battle is divided into 3 types according to the cultivation level, below the Xiantian realm, below the real martial realm, and 3 types of cultivation levels that are not limited. The family's assessment is to require 15 of us to continue to win, and we can choose the martial artist to participate in any one of them. In the arena battle, we can achieve as many consecutive victories as possible, in order to test our vision ability, Brother Chu, as long as you are willing to help me, I promise you. Before Xinxingjia could finish speaking, Chu Yan spoke directly. Hearing this, Xinxingjia's face stiffened, and then he stood up abruptly, his face flushed, and he was so excited that he looked at Chu Yan, his eyes full of surprises. The next day, the morning sun was golden, and the morning glow was like fire. Chu Yan was still wearing a black robe, and Xinxingjia left the manor and walked towards the Wangzhan Arena. The Wangzhan Arena is located in the east of the Wangzhan Palace. The two walked for about an hour before arriving at their destination. Within a palace enclosure with vermilion red walls on all sides, is the first ring known as the Luoyang King City. Wangzhan Arena. According to Xinxingjia's introduction all the way, Chu Yan is looking forward to this Wangzhan Arena more and more. The first person in Lingtian Zone, Huang Yutian, has maintained a record of 130 consecutive victories, and no one has surpassed it for decades. As soon as he walked to the door, Xinxingjia handed over 2 primeval stones and took Chu Yan into the arena. Entering the arena, 3 huge courtyards appeared in front of the 2 of them. In the middle of each courtyard, there is a huge arena, surrounded by thousands of people on all sides, with extraordinary momentum. At this time, there was a fight going on the arena, and the stands were full of people. Loud noise, deafening. Yes, it's pretty good here. Chu Yan nodded, his eyes burning hot. Haha, this is the Luoyang King City, where all the major forces gather, attracting all the attention. Xinxingjia chuckled and said, "Go, brother Chu, let's go to the number 1 ring." Chu Yan nodded and followed behind Xinxingjia to the courtyard on the left. Here, it is the place where the cultivation bases above the 5th level of the Xiantian realm compete with each other. Haha, second brother. Unexpectedly, you really came. At this time a laughter came. Chu Yan and Xinxingjia turned to look at the same time. The one who walked over was a tall young man, dressed in a splendid costume and jade ornaments, walking with dragons and tigers, with extraordinary aura. Behind him, followed by 2 warriors, both holding lingbao weapons, with a deep breath and powerful strength. Haha, 9th brother. Today is such an important day, of course I want to come. Xinxingjia chuckled lightly and responded enthusiastically. That's good, I thought. Ha ha ha, come, let me introduce the second brother. The young man in Chinese clothes stretched out his hand and pointed to a young man in green robe beside him, saying, "This is Chen Hao, and that is Yan Song. They are the direct children of the 4 major families. They have been trained by the senior members of the clan since childhood. Now their strength is in the 3rd level of the innate realm." Hee. While speaking, the young man in Chinese clothing showed a smug smile on his face, looking at Xinxingjia with a playful smile. Xinxingjia hesitated for a while, and was about to introduce himself, but heard that Chu Yan had already opened his mouth. In Xia Chu Yan, Ling Tianzong outer sect disciple. Outer disciple. As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, the 3 people on the opposite side showed disdainful smiles at the same time, squinting at Chu Yan. The outer sect is also good. Think of my Chen family. As the 4 major families, there are many seniors who hold the positions of inner sect elders in Lingtian sect. In the family, there are many disciples in Lingtian sect, even Lingtian sect Longmen disciples, outer sect. Well, that's okay too. Chen Hao, who was behind the youth in Huafu, spoke politely, and the contempt in his eyes could be seen by anyone. That's right, although there are no direct disciples of my Yan family in Lingtian sect, but among the 30 people in the inner sect of Wuxian sect, there are 3 of my Yan family's children. Hee, Lingtian sect's outer sect. It's all right. When Yan Song spoke, his chin was slightly raised, and his face was arrogant. Immediately, the smile on the young man's face became even more intense. Hee, okay, 9th brother, I'll go to register first. Xinxingjia chuckled lightly, greeted him, and left with Chu Yan. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to sit in a VIP seat in the south stand. At this time, above the ring, a person is shouting for a battle. This person is about 40 years old, but he is extremely strong, and his cultivation base has reached the 9th level of qi refining. I just won a game, and no one dared to come up. Come on, I'm not afraid of death, I'm Wu Gang, I haven't enjoyed it yet. Hashtag C197 Luoyang King List. Swish. A figure leaped onto the ring. This person is a young man in his 20s. His cultivation base is in the early stage of qi refining realm, and his true energy is strong. The young man came to power, and after meeting with Guigang, the battle began. In the two-person room, the first 3 moves are relatively conservative, and they test each other, each with its own merits. Give me a loss. After that, Guigang shouted loudly, clapped his hands out, and slammed into the ring. Bump. This trick directly photographed the young man who had just taken the stage into the ring. Guigang wins. Not far away, in the corner of the ring, the number on a light curtain changed to 3, which was Guigang's winning streak. Soon, another person stepped on the foot and stood with Guigang. Guigang is a very stable person. After trying 3 or 5 moves, he suddenly made a unique move and slapped his opponent off the ring with one palm. His palm technique is extremely strange. It is a combination of boxing technique and palm technique, and the switching between them is unexpected and extremely mysterious. Easy to win this one. The number in the corner of the ring became 4. Chu Yan sat in the stands and watched for a while, feeling a little dull. Brother Chu, let's take a look. It's not too late to challenge the rules when you are familiar with the rules. If you are interested, you can bet on a single victory or defeat or someone's winning streak. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Xinxingjie explained with a chuckle. Chu Yan nodded, but his eyes just swept to the 3 people who had just met at the door. Sitting not far, he was looking at the battle on the stage with disdain, frowned slightly, and asked Xinxingjie. Who was the one you called the 9th brother just now? Hee, today is the day when my family started the successor assessment, so I met him. This person is my cousin, the son of an elder of our family, and one of the pre-heirs of this family. So, if there are 15 people participating, wouldn't this ring battle be much more lively today? Brother Chu, according to the family assessment rules, one of the 3 levels of arenas is chosen. Therefore, I estimate that there will be 7 or 8 people in this number 1 arena, and the others may go to the other 2 arenas. Below the true martial realm? And unlimited cultivation? That's right, especially in the arena that is not limited to the level of cultivation. There is a lot of luck in it. Sometimes, in more than 20 consecutive games, you will encounter opponents with low strength, and you will continue to win. It's a mix of fish and dragons here. If this happens, will someone cheat? Yes. So the family rules that each person violates the rules more than 2 times, but he is disqualified. Therefore, even if he arranges people to fight with his own people, he will only have 2 fights at most. Most of them are used to help him recover his true qi and make a fool of himself. Look. It turns out that it's fair. Brother Chu, today, as long as you can help me enter the top 5, I will thank you. Xinxingjie hesitated for a moment, his face flushed, and he looked at Chu Yan and said solemnly. Top 5? Chu Yan asked in a daze. Yes, no matter the level of the arena, it requires a winning streak. Based on the previous results, it takes at least 30 consecutive victories to enter the top 5. 30 games? Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the top of the ring. At this moment, he saw Wu Gang being kicked off the ring with a punch, ending the challenge, and the number in the corner of the ring quickly changed from 5 to 0. Brother Chu, because this Wangzhan arena is involved in the underground gambling business of many major forces, once the winning streak exceeds 10 games, they will interfere with it. Therefore, winning streak is extremely difficult. Well, I see, 30 consecutive victories. Ha ha ha. Before Chu Yan could finish speaking, there was a burst of wild laughter behind him, extremely wild. With the sound of wild laughter, a young man with a big back and a round waist strode up to Chu Yan and Xinxingjie, and said with a smile. Shen Erlang, just because of you, I want to win 30 games in a row. You treat us all dead. The man said, his face sank, his eyes showed fierce light, and he stared at Xie with an aggressive attitude. Chu Yan's consciousness shrouded this person at will, swept away, and immediately frowned slightly. Body tempering realm triple cultivation. The same as Xinjia's body quenching realm triple cultivation base. Humph. Do you, Xuanhuan, like to eavesdrop on other people's speech? Xinjia met the opponent's gaze, never retreating, and snorted coldly. Okay, Erlang, it's good, let me tell you, as long as I'm staring at you today, as long as your warrior is on the field, I'll go up and kick him off the ring, I'll make you unable to win a game, ha ha ha. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he withdrew his glaring gaze at Xinjia, swept over Chu Yan, smiled teasingly, and threw his hand away. Brother Xin, this person. A chill flashed across Chu Yan's eyes, and he asked in a cold voice. Xinjia heard the words, sighed lightly, and said faintly. He is a direct descendant of the family, his name is Xuanhuan, and his status is much higher than that of my collateral line. Usually, he always bullies me and other collateral children. If it weren't for the Xian pavilion of our line, the family makes a lot of profit, maybe, ugh. After speaking, Xinjia sighed lightly, and suddenly, with a straight posture, he raised his head to look at Chu Yan with bright eyes. Chu Yan, this time, please. Chu Yan smiled lightly and nodded. At this moment, above the ring, a man with a long sword jumped onto the ring. Hey! The Ninth Brother's warrior is on the stage. Xinjia's face changed, and he murmured. Chu Yan followed his gaze and looked towards the stage. This man was thin and got into the ring. With just one move, he knocked the martial artist who was guarding the ring off the stage. At this time, standing on the ring, he opened his mouth to make an appointment. Under Xuanhuan, come up with the challenge. Between the words, there is obvious arrogance and provocation. Humph. I'm afraid you won't succeed. In the face of this man's high-profile posture, a sword-wielding martial artist flew to the ring and confronted Xuanhuan. These two are not weak. Chu Yan raised his brows and looked at the two facing off with interest. After all, it was Xinjia's family, the first martial artist to appear. Suddenly, the swordsman moved. Call. The whole person turned into a strong wind and rushed out. In his right hand, with the rising of infuriating energy, the Lingbao long knife brought out a splendid brilliance. Whoa! The sword-wielding warrior slashed down with a single slash, turning into 3 sword beams in midair, slashing straight, and covering Xuanhuan. Behind him, a distant stone giant elephant with martial spirit, the phantom is soaring. This sword-wielding warrior is obviously a first-level warrior of the heavenly realm. The long knife in his hand is actually a congenital spiritual treasure, and its power is amazing. Good come. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, stomped heavily on his feet, his body was like lightning, and he went up to meet him. Call out. Xuanhuan flipped over with one hand, and the long sword behind him was unsheathed, but it was also an innate spiritual treasure. He swung the sword and turned into a sword shadow that filled the sky, making people dazzled. These two have similar strengths. Chu Yan chuckled and said. Well, yes, these two people are probably already on the king list, so they have such strength. Xinjia said. Wang bang. Chu Yan was slightly stunned, and instantly remembered what he said to himself before leaving Ling Tianzong. Yes, this king list is the ranking of this Battle King arena. All warriors who enter the king list can get a lot of points and exchange resources in the Dishuan Pavilion Trading Hall of the Battle King Palace. Therefore, Luoyang Kingdom has countless talented warriors are all competing for the ranking of the king list. Xinjia knew that Chu Yan had come to the Battle King arena for the first time and explained. At this time on the ring, Xuanhuan and the sword-wielding warrior came to face each other, and the sword light and the sword shadow collided. Boom! Under the collision of terrifying forces, invisible energy swept out and rolled towards the stands, and the wind suddenly rose. Call out! Call out! Call out! The speed of the sword-wielding warrior and Xuanhuan was similar. Comparable. Above the arena, brilliance radiated in all directions, with afterimages all over the place. Bump! 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 The roar of the sword energy and the sword light and the whistling sound, one after another. Soon, within the time of 100 breaths, the two fought nearly 50 moves, but they still had no winner. Soon, the two separated their figures, stood facing each other again, handed each other's hands, and jumped off the ring at the same time. Draw. In the crowd above the stands, there was a sudden bang. In the arena, it is common to have a match between life and death, but such a draw situation is rare. Swish. While everyone was still discussing in amazement, a figure suddenly jumped onto the ring, raised his hand and shouted loudly. I, Yen Song, like you to challenge, it's a man, come up and fight. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of his fingers. Wearing a black robe and carrying a long sword. It was sitting on the stand, beside Xinxingjia. Chu Yan. #C1981 Punch 1. In Yen Song's eyes, there was obvious playfulness mixed with it. Brother Chu, don't pay attention to him, this person is the top 10 genius son of the Yen family of the 4 major families, and his strength is very strong, or wait for them to consume some hidden masters, before you enter. At this time, Xinxingjia, who was beside Chu Yan, quickly opened his mouth to persuade him. 4 families? Chu Yan suddenly remembered the Chen brothers he met in the last trial mission of Langya's secret mansion, and Jiuxiao, who seemed to belong to the 4 major families. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth lifted slightly, and a sneer appeared. This brother, since he's all here, doesn't he even have the courage to enter the ring? As a disciple of Ling Tianzong, are you not afraid of embarrassing the sect? Yen Song's small eyes flashed with a wretched light, staring at Chu Yan and shouting. It seems that Ling Tianzong is just like that. Except for one Huang Yutian, all of them are garbage. If you don't dare to come on stage, get out of the Wangbang arena, don't be ashamed here. Having said that, Yen Song even brought the loss and contempt, even the Ling Tianzong. Just when Chu Wei's eyes became colder and colder, he was about to get up. You have the guts to insult my Ling Tianzong. Above the stands, several figures in white robes stood up, filled with righteous indignation, stared at Yen Song in the stands, and shouted loudly. Among these people, there is one person with a white robe with a golden edge, and 2 huge gold characters Ling Tian are tattooed on his chest. Yen Song, since I dare to say that my Ling Tian sect is nothing more than this, then I will come to meet you. The inner disciple of Ling Tianzong in the white robe and Phnom Penh stood up abruptly, stared at Yen Song, and said angrily. The deep infuriating qi surged out, and his cultivation base had reached the middle stage of the 5th layer Xiantian realm. This number 1 arena, with his strength, has few rivals. When Yen Song saw it, his face sank, and he snorted coldly, saying, Humph. I challenged him, what do you mean by playing on his behalf? This is the Wangbang arena, which is the place to challenge, to replace the challenged, to come on stage, what is it? Could it be that you, Ling Tianzong, will rely on the number of people, is it? Otherwise, you can get on together, as long as you don't feel ashamed. I lose a game, what is it? Just right, let everyone see the shameless face of Ling Tianzong. Today, as long as he does not dare to fight, it is enough to show that you disciples of Ling Tianzong are timid. As soon as these words came out, several disciples of Ling Tianzong who stood up suddenly looked at each other in dismay, and turned their heads to look at Chu Yan subconsciously. This junior brother, that is my disciple of Ling Tianzong, can come to the stage to fight with him, don't let him look down on him. A disciple of Ling Tianzong in the stands said to Chu Yan. Yes, Yan Song's strength is only in the early stage of the second level of the Xiantian realm. If you lose, I will come to the stage, to help you take revenge. Yeah, he named you to challenge you. I can't say anything, but, as a disciple of Ling Tianzong, you should maintain the reputation of the sect. For a time, several Ling Tianzong disciples spoke out one after another, urging Chu Yan to come to power. Following the words of several Ling Tianzong disciples, the arena went up and down, and there were tens of thousands of people in the stands, all looking at Chu Yan. In the whole arena number 1, there was silence. Ha ha ha, don't you dare to come up, then give me 3 kowtows, and I will let you go. Yan Song's wretched face showed a mocking and wild laugh. From the beginning to the end, in his eyes, he always maintained a playful look, looking at Chu Yan. It's like watching an ant bullied by him. Kowtow. Above the stands, a murderous aura suddenly rose from Chu Yan's body, and blood flashed across his eyes. Immediately afterwards, as the figure in the black robe slowly stood up, the eyes of tens of thousands of people in the audience slowly widened. For a time, among the crowds in the stands, some special eyes also looked over. When these eyes looked at Chu Yan, they all glanced at Xinjia, who was beside Chu Yan. In the end, it was fixed on Chu Yan, which was full of playfulness. In their opinion, what kind of strength can a teenager who is less than 20 years old have? Facing the talented children of the Yan family of the 4 major families, at such an age, I am afraid that they will not even have the strength to fight back. These dozens of eyes seem to have seen the scene of Chu Yan being defeated and humiliated in the ring, as well as Xinjia's pig liver face. Among these gazes, the most surprising person was Yan Song's behind the scenes, Xinjia's 9th brother, Xindang. And Xuanhuan. Swish. The black shadow was like electricity, swept towards the ring, and stood firmly opposite Yan Song. Chu Yan glanced indifferently at Yan Song, who was 100 steps away, and said lightly, "The Yan family of the 4 major families? Did I, Chu Yan, refuse your challenge? Do you mad dogs like to bite people? Mad dog." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned, and looked at Chu Yan with disbelief. "Boy, you are courting death." After Yan Song was stunned, his face flushed and he roared angrily. The next moment, above the void above Yan Song's head, a yellow light suddenly appeared, and in the dazzling light, a human-shaped sand and stone giant walked out slowly. Earth Element 6-star Sandstone Giant Martial Spirit. Kill me? It's up to you? Is it worth it? Chu Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, his face was indifferent, and he said coldly. All around the stands, tens of thousands of people felt their scalps go numb when they heard that Chu Yan was still provoking Yan Song. "This boy, don't you want to live?" Repeatedly angering Yan Song, is this courting death? Yeah, it looks like he's not even in his 20s. He just called Yan Song a mad dog, and now he's saying that again. Today, he's probably going to die. No, this Yan Song seems to be a strong Wanbang, with a record of 20 consecutive victories, alas. It's a pity that he is so young. There was a lot of discussion, and there was a sound of regret. On the arena, Yan Song's infuriating energy had risen to the peak, his face was flushed, his eyes were ruthlessly facing Chu Yan, showing a cruel look. Suddenly, "Call out." Yan Song stretched out his hand and flipped it over, and a long Lingbao sword appeared, infuriating with infuriating energy, and the light of the sword was dazzling. The figure shot out violently, like a monster beast rushing towards food, and the long Lingbao sword in his hand suddenly swung out with all his strength, and in an instant, the sword roared and slashed towards Chu Yan. The knife gas is turbulent and violent. Seeing the sword slashing towards him, a cold light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and a mocking look appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next moment, Chu Yan moved. "Raise your fist, throw it out." Boom. The fist smashed the sword light in an instant, smashed heavily on Yan Song, and directly knocked him off the ring. What? Almost at the same time that Yan Song fell from the ring, a large exclamation sounded from the stand. Snapped. In the VIP seats in the grandstand, a teacup was crushed in Shindang's hand, but he didn't notice it at all, and stared blankly at the scene on the arena. Yan Song, lost? How can that be? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it if I killed Shindang. The genius son of the Yan family of the four major families was knocked out of the ring with just one move. This person, the strength is good, so strong. After being sluggish for a long time, Shindang Kai murmured with trembling lips. Facing all kinds of splendid eyes, Chu Yan stood on the ring with a calm expression on his face, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for his next opponent. Damn it, this young man is so strong, he won with one move. Get out of the way, I'm going to make a bet, let. Ling Tianzong really is a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger, so young, he has such strength. Not bad, I think his winning streak today is definitely not bad. Winning streak. I'll go for 10 games first, haha. Above the stand, the crowd immediately became noisy after a brief silence, and many people even got up and rushed to the upper betting point. At this moment, Chu Yan waited for his second challenger. #C199 Crazy Streak. This person, with a thin stature, is also in the middle stage of Xiantian Realm 2, holding 2 daggers and walking lightly. Heianzong Yanfei, please enlighten me. After bowing his hands in a salute, Yanfei's body was filled with true energy, his face was solemn, and he was ready to attack at any time. The Luoyang Kingdom was founded on the basis of sections. Within the territory of the country with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there are more than 10 million sects. However, in terms of strength, it is natural that Ling Tianzong, Huashuanzong and Shuiyue Pavilion are respected, above all sects. Please. Seeing the other party's attitude towards the client, Chu Yan also bowed his hand and said politely. Call out. Yanfei's figure suddenly flashed, and instantly a series of afterimages appeared, flying across the ring. The speed was astonishingly fast, and on the stands, he just felt a flower in front of him, and then he lost his trace. In the next breath, Yanfei, who surrounded Chu Yan with his body technique, flashed behind Chu Yan, suddenly stopped and stabbed with a knife. Bump. Chu Yan's backhand punch not only shook off the stabbing knife light, but at the same time, the punch was unabated, slammed into Yanfei's chest and knocked him off the ring. Easy. It's so easy. Moreover, it was another move that knocked a strange opponent out of the ring. Second game, win. Game 3, win. Game 9, win. The 13th game, win. Chu Yan's winning streak continued to increase, and the number of the light curtain in the corner of the ring was fixed above the number 15. Invincible, unstoppable. Moreover, the 15 battles were all one-shot defeats. Oh my god, this young man is so strong, he has already played 15 games, and in 5 more games, he will be on the king list. That's right, it seems that today's king list will be relisted again. Haha, I won, I lose 1 out of 10, it's cool. Damn it, I knew I'd bet on a 15-game winning streak, no, I'll bet on another 20-game winning streak. With Chu Yan's continuous winning streak, the enthusiasm of the crowd was completely ignited in the stands, and there was a lot of noise. In the stands on all sides, many warriors looked at Chu Yan on the arena with burning eyes. The strong are always respected. A strong man can easily arouse the blood in their hearts. At this time on the ring, Chu Yan's 16th opponent was standing with a sword, his eyes fixed on Chu Yan. Duan Jinghong. Wang Bang ranked 297th, and has an impressive record of 25 consecutive victories. He is at the peak of the second-level Xiantian realm. He has been in the Wangbang arena all the year round, and his popularity is very high. His presence made the number 1 arena, which had just been lively, quiet down again. The next moment, the long sword in Duan Jinghong's hand turned into a stream of light, directly smashing Chu Yan's heart. This sword, with the power of thunder, intends to pierce Chu Yan's sword. All-out sword. When he was fighting, he made a plan. The first move was to do his best and never let go. Seeing the sword light coming, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth lightly, brought out a sneer, and threw a punch. 3-stage attack. The fist is like a thunderbolt, and it rushes out. Boom. Duan Jinghong was hit by the fist force without any accident, and was thrown flying on his back, and he fell straight into the ring. Whoa. As Duan Jinghong landed, half of the people in the entire stand stood up, and the audience was silent, and the needles could be heard. How is this possible? It's okay to defeat the enemy with one move in front, This is the Qingbang powerhouse. VIP seat. Xuanhuan's strong body twitched violently, his pupils shrunk to the extreme, and a huge wave stirred in his heart. He simply did not want to believe the scene in front of him. No. No. Impossible, absolutely, never possible. Brother Chu. Good job. Xuanhuan's pupils also contracted, and in his eyes, a flame is beating. Outside the ring, Duan Jinghong was completely stunned. At the moment of landing, his face was sluggish and his eyes were blank. He did not believe that he would be defeated by a martial artist whose cultivation level was lower than his own. After a while, cheers like a tsunami erupted from the stands, and all kinds of heated discussions resounded throughout the number 1 arena area. No, it's too good. This young man actually blew Duan Jinghong away with one punch. I have a feeling, I feel like he can win 50 straight. Fart, you feel stupid, I've already made a bet, I'll bet 50 games, sure. In the stands, Shen Xingjia's eyes swept to Shindang and Xuanhuan not far away, his eyes blazing brightly. At this time, the two of them, who were also the pre-selected heirs of the family, were ashen, their faces were flushed, their blue veins burst out, and they looked like they wanted to eat people. Ha ha ha, cool, brother Chu, good work. Shen Xingjia picked up the wine glass beside him, drank it all at once, and laughed out loud. At this moment, in the VIP seat, Shindang finally couldn't hold his breath, and stood up together, turned around and bowed to the white-robed youth beside him. Brother Chen. Can I ask you to fight and defeat this man? Chen Hao in a white robe sat with his arms folded, when Fang slowly turned his head to look at Shindang, and said doubtfully. Brother Shen, my agreement with you is 1,000 yuan stone, and I will only shoot once. Are you sure you want me to shoot now? Hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed on Shindang's face. He turned his head to look not far away. Xuanhuan, who had a happy face, looked at Chu Yan on the ring, and finally, nodded fiercely. Swish! A white shadow, like lightning breaking through the sky, suddenly appeared on the ring. Clang! In Chen Hao's hand, a long spear flashed out, making a loud gunshot. Without further ado, Chen Hao's spear shook and attacked Chu Yan. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes saw Chen Hao, and it suddenly became cold, and the two cyclones in the body suddenly revolved, and the surging true qi doubled. Get out of here! Chu Yan shouted loudly, his right fist slammed out suddenly, and the black fist mark appeared instantly. With this punch, Chu Yan used 50% of his combat power to deal with Chen Hao in the late stage of the 4th stage of the innate realm, which is enough. The fist strength roared, and it was defeated by a touch, and the spear in Chen Hao's hand collapsed instantly. The fist strength remained unabated, slammed on Chen Hao, and immediately flew out. Chen Hao's total time from taking the stage to stepping down was no more than 3 breaths. And even 2 breaths faster than the previous one. His body fell to the ground, his blood surged up, and a wisp of crimson overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Chen Hao glanced at the black-robed figure on the arena dully. His face turned pale and pale. Struggling to stand up, Chen Hao only felt hot on his face, turned around angrily, and walked outside the arena. Following Chen Hao's hurried departure, the sky-shattering cheers erupted from the stands again. Under the huge noise, it attracted a lot of people from the other two arenas, rushing towards this side. At this time on the ring, the light curtain representing Chu Yan's winning streak showed the two numbers 17. Chu Yan's wonderful performance finally began to attract some real strong players. Some powerful and famous warriors came to power and challenged Chu Yan. These people, including disciples of powerful sects, children of noble families, and even elders of some small families, also came to power one after another. Some of them are extremely talented or possess high-level martial arts, and some have unique secret skills, and their strength is significantly higher than that of the same level of martial arts. However, no matter who got into the ring, they were all knocked off the ring by Chu Yan with one punch, without exception. Above the stands, the atmosphere in the crowd became more and more tense, and many people who had made heavy bets were all looking forward to it. How high will the black-robed youth go? #C200 Machine Graveyard. Game 20, win. Game 25, win. Game 29, win. In less than an hour, with one punch from Chu Yan, the number of the light curtain in the corner of the ring was set at 29. All invincible, Chu Yan won all the way. On the way here, according to Xin Xingjia's promise to Chu Yan, for each victory, Chu Yan will be rewarded with 100 yuanshi, and if he can reach 30 games, he will be rewarded with 200 yuanshi. 30 games, 200 yuan stone. That's a full 6,000 yuan stone. Chu Yan's eyes were scorching hot, and his eyes swept to the crowd. There was only one more game left, and it reached 30 games. 30 games. It was Chu Yan's promise to Xin Xingjia, and at the same time, after reaching 30 games, he could get 6,000 yuan stone. Therefore, Chu Yan is unwilling to stop at all, and only hopes that his opponent will come to power as soon as possible. Up to now, the infuriating energy consumption in Chu Yan's body is only less than 30%, and there is no need to swallow Tian Yuandan, and it will not be a problem to fight 30 times. There is a small building in the southeast corner of the number 1 arena. At this moment, on the second-floor attic of the small building, 3 figures stopped and watched in the direction of the ring. Among the 3, an old man on the back side cupped his hands and said softly, "Pavilion Master, this son is a warrior recruited by Xin Xingjia. It has just been verified that this son has just won the first place in the Lingtian sect's outer sect competition. His named disciple of the Lingtian sect's great dragon elder, you see if the original plan is." The gray-haired old man in the middle heard the words, his turbid eyes suddenly lit up, he turned around abruptly, and stared at the person who spoke just now, his eyes flashing again and again. Elder Dalong. He, it really is a famous teacher who has a high-level apprentice. In this way, the original plan should not be cancelled, and the third-level warrior should be changed to a second-level warrior. I want to see how much this child has. Is it fate? Second-class warrior. The old man with white beard and hair just finished speaking. The 2 gray-robed old men behind him were shocked at the same time, and he hesitated. The pavilion master, a second-level warrior, but the combat power equivalent to the 6th-level peak of the innate realm, this. Humph. Why don't you go soon? The pavilion master, with gray beard, snorted softly, and his tone sank. Yes, it belongs to do it immediately. Hearing this, the 2 old men's expressions changed drastically at the same time, and they hurriedly bowed away. When the 2 figures disappeared, the pavilion master of Dishuan Pavilion, Xuanhuan, reaching out to stroke his beard, he smiled softly, and muttered, Jier, believe in your vision as a father, this son, maybe he can really help you achieve great things. A faint chuckle echoed in the attic. Xuanhuan slowly turned around and walked towards the attic. The figure slowly dissipated, as if a puff of smoke was blown away by the wind. At this time on the ring, Chu Yan stared at the young man in front of him, and a suspicious look flashed in his eyes. Shafan Henry Zhang, in the mid-fifth stage of the Xiantian realm, please advise. The tall young man spoke with a soft tone and a faint smile on his face. As he spoke, he turned one hand and a pair of black gloves appeared, which he slowly put on his hands. Calm and confident. Chu Yan saw a trace of temperament on him that was different from other martial artists. Chu Yan. Cultivation is half a step innate. Make a move. Chu Yan politely returned the salute and raised his hand to signal. As soon as the voice fell, Fan Xiaoyang's face darkened, and a violent golden light and shadow suddenly rushed out of his body. A huge golden fist slowly appeared behind him, and 7 gold stars glistened on it. The thick infuriating qi burst out like a flood. Fan Xiaoyang threw out a fist, and a white fist was shocked, rushing towards Chu Yan. At the same time, just after the punching force rushed out of the ground, Fan Xiaoyang flashed and rushed forward, chasing after his punching force, and threw another punch. A new punch rushed out and mixed into the previous punch. The original fist, at this time, became 2 layers inside and outside, and the power immediately multiplied. However, Fan Xiaoyang did not stop, his figure flashed, and the same punch was thrown again, and the third fist mark rushed into the original fist mark again. At this time, the 3 layers of fist strength were superimposed, and the violent fist marks formed by mixing were shocking. On the arena, wherever they passed, the airwaves rolled and the wind was blowing, and they were crushed towards Chu Yan. Good. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he nodded secretly. Although this person was in the middle stage of the 5th level Xiantian realm, the martial arts of this move superimposed with fist marks were used, and the power of the boxing technique at least exceeded the 2nd order strength. Tower boxing. Fan Xiaoyang shouted violently, and his fists came with a bang. 3 hits. Chu Yan's eyes glowed like electricity, and the 3 cyclones in his body were spinning, and his true energy instantly soared by 30%. He stomped on his left foot and swung his right fist, bringing out a black flash of thunder. Boom. Fist to fist. Power for power. The fists collided, and the crazy and terrifying power exploded, like the roar of the gods, and the demons are now destroying the world. Call out. The black fist marks instantly shattered the golden fist marks and landed on Fan Xiaoyang. His body was thrown into the air, turned over several times in the air, and when he landed, he was already under the ring. Fan Xiaoyang looked up at Chu Yan on the ring with a look of astonishment, and his eyes were full of shock. Ding! A soft sound. In the corner of the ring, above the light curtain, the numbers jumped, 30. Whoa! When the number just flashed, the entire arena was boiling, and countless cheers, like the ocean, rushed towards Jiuxiao. 30 games. 30-match unbeaten streak. Oh my god, how long has it been? I don't remember it being out for almost half a year. That's right, it's half a year, 30 consecutive victories. Today, I can actually see it with my own eyes. Ha ha ha. However, it seems that this Chu Yan can still win, maybe, 50 games? Above the stand, various voices of discussion rose in all directions, spreading more and more widely, and everyone was watching Chu Yan on the arena, constantly praising him. In the VIP seat, Shen Xingjie jumped up excitedly, took a long breath, and walked towards the ring. Brother Chu, congratulations! You really did it. Go, and collect the reward first. Chu Yan was stunned and asked, Xiao Lei? What is the number of winning streaks? It doesn't matter, it can be accumulated once after 30 games, and it is impossible for people to challenge all the time. Xinxingjie chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and jumped off the ring. After that, Chu Yan and Xinxingjie walked towards the attic in the southeast corner of the number 1 arena. Take it, this is your reward. On the first floor of the attic, an old man in grey robe looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face, and handed Chu Yan a storage jade talisman. Among the jade talismans, there are 300 primeval stones and a token. 300 primordial stones are a lot of money for ordinary warriors, but for Chu Yan at this time, it can only be said that it is acceptable. Therefore, after Chu Yan collected the primeval stone, he turned his gaze to the token. Round, bronze material, the front is engraved with the 4 characters of Luoyang Wangzhan, but the back is engraved with the words 110 people kill. 30 people beheaded. Chu Yan was slightly stunned, looked at the token, and looked at the old man with some doubts. Little friend, this token is your certificate for the next time you come to participate in the Wangzhan arena. It will count the number of consecutive victories directly from 30. In addition, it is also a title, which represents your best arena record. The old man's face was kind, and he patiently explained to Chu Yan Dao. Understood, thank you. Chu Yan nodded. Afterwards, Chu Yan followed Xinxingjie out of the battle palace and returned to the manor where Xinxingjie was. After Xinxingjie greeted Chu Yan to sit down, he hurriedly left, and after a while, he turned back, but he held a jade talisman in his hand. Brother Chu, and my Dixuan Pavilion Elder Jade Talisman. There are 13,000 yuan stones in it. Thank you Brother Chu for helping me this time. Xinxingjie's face was full of excitement, and he gave away 13,000 yuan stones in a wave of his hand, without the slightest feeling of distress. Chu Yan took the jade talisman and chuckled, thank me now, it's still too early. Hearing this, Xinxingjie's face froze for a moment, and then he showed ecstasy, saying, could it be Brother Chu, you still want to? Yes, I am going to practice for a few days, break through the current cultivation base, and then challenge. Chu Yan said with a calm expression. Okay. Since that's the case, I have something to tell Brother Chu, which will help Chu Yan improve his cultivation. Xinxingjie laughed. Every elder who joins my Dixuan Pavilion will have a chance to enter the 1,000 machine graveyard of my Dixuan Pavilion. Qianji Cemetery. Chu Yan said in a daze. #C201 Ethereal Valley. Qianji Cemetery. Chu Yan said in a daze. Yes, this 1,000 machine cemetery is not in the Luoyang Kingdom, but in a valley of the Hongye Empire. This valley is a group of tombs in the Middle Ages that I have discovered in the Xuanhuan for thousands of years. It should be a medieval tomb. During the period, a powerful family's tomb site, it's a pity that hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the powerful family has been damaged, leaving only this family's tomb site. Xinxingjie said, his eyes became brighter and brighter, with a look of awe. What's in this 1,000 machine cemetery? Chu Yan asked. Brother Chu, how can I say it? It can be said that this 1,000 machine cemetery has everything, or it can be said that there is nothing. Xinxingjie looked a little embarrassed, laughed twice, and then said. According to the records of my Dixuan Pavilion over the past 10,000 years, some people who entered it have obtained powerful inheritance, some people have obtained terrifying spiritual treasures, some people have obtained countless primeval stones, and some people have obtained piles of heavenly materials. Earth treasure, but most people return empty-handed. That's why this place is called Qianji Cemetery, and there is only one person among 1,000 people. Hee. Opportunity? Yes, it's an adventure. Chu Yan chuckled and nodded. Of course, it's good to get this kind of blessed place, but if you don't get it, there's nothing to lose. However, Brother Chu must be very careful. The valley where the Thousand Machines Cemetery is located has a spiritual formation outside, which has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. The monsters in the valley are so powerful, even the prefecture-level monsters are extremely common. Xinjie looked at Chu Yan and reminded worriedly. It doesn't matter, even if I encounter an Earth-level monster, with my strength, there is no problem in protecting myself. Chu Yan stood up, nodded, and said with a confident smile. Afterwards, the two chatted about some details, and Xinjie took Chu Yan to a basement of the manor. The basement area is huge, and Xuanhuan Pavilion obviously wants to use this manor as a long-term site, so a large space is built under the manor. Xinjie took Chu Yan all the way through the dim basement group, and not long after, he came to a guarded room. After both Chu Yan and Xinjie showed their jade talismans, the two guards in gray robes let them into the room. Send the spirit array. There was nothing in this room, except for a purple light curtain that was 1 person high, spinning brightly. Brother Chu, this teleportation formation has been opened, and it will reach the valley of the Thousand Machine Graveyard. The teleportation formation in the valley will remain open until you return, take care. Xinjie stretched out his hand and gestured, looking at Chu Yan, his eyes flashed. Nodding, Chu Yan took a deep breath, strode forward, and slowly walked into the rotating light curtain. The spirit formation was running, and Chu Yan's figure disappeared. Ethereal Valley. One of the forbidden areas of Xuanhuan Pavilion, the entire mountain with a site of 1 million mu was sealed by layers of spiritual formations. Even if you have the ability to fly, you will never want to enter this ethereal valley. If you want to get in and out, the only way is the teleportation array of Xuanhuan Pavilion. Moreover, even if you enter the Voidling Valley, if you don't have a jade talisman with the identity of the elder of the Xuanhuan Pavilion or above, you will be killed by the spirit formation in the valley. This ethereal valley is really a strange place. Chu Yan was walking in the ethereal valley, and wherever his eyes passed, he was attracted by the big trees that covered the sky and the dense bushes. In the valley, there is abundant spiritual energy, the fragrance of birds and flowers, low-quality elixir, and spiritual grasses can be seen everywhere. From time to time, the sound of beast roars can be heard in the forest. In the sky, some unseen birds and monsters occasionally pass by, making loud and clear noises. Tweet. At the end of the eyes, above the continuous mountain range, layers of spiritual clouds and mist shrouded, and it looked like a fairyland. It was the first time for Chu Yan to see such a beautiful scenery. It seemed that there was an intoxicating atmosphere in the air, as if entering a paradise. Earth Spirit Grass? Sudden. Chu Yan saw a strange plant. 5 inches tall, with 4 leaves, the whole body is green, and the yellow brilliance on the leaves is flowing. It is the 3rd grade elixir, the Earth Spirit Grass. Call out. Before Chu Yan could get close, the Earth Spirit Grass shrank, and the whole body shrunk into the earth, and instantly disappeared. Huh? Still running away? Chu Yan's consciousness unfolded, and relying on the scattered scent of the Earth Spirit Grass around, he went all the way to the ground, trying to catch the Earth Spirit Grass. After a while, Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness in disappointment, shook it, and smiled bitterly. In the blink of an eye, this Earth Spirit Grass was actually underground, running without a trace, and it was impossible to find it at all. As expected of the Earth Spirit Grass. Chu Yan murmured, then stopped and walked towards a forest not far away. Quiet and empty, gloomy and dark. Chu Yan walked in the forest for about half an hour, and his mind gradually became nervous. The surroundings always gave him a sense of danger, as if there were some powerful monsters hovering nearby, watching. With his divine sense released, Chu Yan's infuriating energy circulated in his body technique unfolded, and he quickly flew through the forests, hoping to leave these forests sooner. Just when Chu Yan's consciousness probed the edge of the forest, there was just a hint of relief on his face. Suddenly, a mutation occurs. Call out. Call out. Call out. The sound of countless chi whistling and breaking through the air sounded, and what followed was a large black shadow. Monster. Chu Yan looked around, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of figures appeared around him, surrounding him. Hiss. When Chu Yan saw the shape of the monsters around him clearly, he suddenly gasped in shock. Woodling shadow monkey. At a glance, on the ground and on the trees, hundreds of black-haired little monkeys half-human height stared at Chu Yan with grinning teeth. These little black monkeys don't look much different from ordinary monkeys and beasts, but as long as you observe carefully, you will find that there is a faint black airflow flowing between their black fur, which is the special feature of the wood spirit shadow monkey. Mark. Profound level peak monster beast, equivalent to the strength of the 9th level celestial martial artist of the innate realm. It moves without shadows, and its sharp claws break gold. Based on these 2 points, any wood spirit shadow monkey is extremely difficult for Chu Yan to deal with. And now, in front of him, there are hundreds of them. White tiger and black pattern art. Thousands of mountains and snow. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan instantly launched the 10-star white tiger martial soul's natal soul skill, and his body instantly became blurred, as if it had melted into the air. Then, Chu Yan, who was in stealth, moved the 4 cyclones in his body like flying, and the secret skills of stepping on the snow on 1,000 mountains were exerted to the extreme, and they flew out of the forest like rays of light. Squeak. 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 In addition to the whirring of the wind, I could hear the irritable roar of the monkeys, because of my sudden disappearance. Running like lightning. In just a moment, Chu Yan rushed out of the forest and ran for dozens of miles. Call. In 50 breaths, Chu Yan appeared out of thin air, by the side of a huge lake, panting violently in his chest, his face pale. Almost died in that forest. If it wasn't for the natal soul skill of the white tiger mythical beast, white tiger black pattern technique. Facing hundreds of wood spirit shadow monkeys at the peak of the profound level, it is absolutely impossible to leave alive. Terrible. This ethereal valley is so dangerous, the monsters that are equivalent to the 9th level of Xiantian realm actually appear in groups. After calming down a little, Chu Yan looked up. There is a big lake that can see the edge in the distance, and you can see the whole view. The consciousness dispersed, Chu Yan carefully probed the surroundings, and after confirming that there was no danger, he found a big tree by the lake at random, and sat down with his legs crossed. Chu Yan took out a Tianyuan pill and swallowed it. It took only 50 breaths of time to perform the white tiger black marking technique, and the infuriating energy exploded in an instant, almost consuming 60% of the infuriating energy in his body. In this dangerous place, the infuriating energy must be restored as soon as possible. Close your eyes and concentrate, feeling the majestic medicinal power dissolve in the body, quickly transforming into the black Rakshasa, infuriating energy. Chu Yan could feel the rapid recovery of true qi, so his mind was slightly lowered, and his consciousness was divided into 2 parts. One part stimulated the medicinal power to restore his true qi, and the other part of his consciousness constantly probed the surroundings. Time goes by slowly. At this time, a pair of light green eyes were staring at the black figure under the tree under the clear green lake, which was 1,000 steps away from Chu Yan. Little by little, moved away from the water and approached quietly. #C202 Gongning Yue. Whoa. The water column is pouring into the sky, and the water is flying. Near the lakeside of Chu Yan, suddenly, a huge wave was set off, and a huge strange snake rushed out, its demonic energy surged into the sky, and it opened its mouth and spewed out water arrows, covering Chu Yan. Roar. Chu Yan suddenly woke up, looked up, and saw that the entire sky was completely blocked, and a large shadow came straight. Thousands of mountains and snow. True Qi surged, Chu Yan's figure immediately divided into two, and swept away from the left and right to dodge. Boom! The towering tree on the spot was pounced into countless sawdust by the huge monster, and it was sprayed in all directions. Is this Qing Shui swallowing the sky python? Chu Yan flashed 1,000 steps away before turning his head to look at it. In the field of vision, among the wood shards flying in the sky, a huge snake body with a dark blue body made Chu Yan's brows furrowed. Earth-level monster, Qing Shui swallowing the sky python. Escape. The pupils shrank. Chu Yan Qianshan stepped on the snow with all his strength, and while the swallowing python was still accelerating, he rushed towards the mountains in the distance at full speed. Hiss! The swallowing python, 1,000 steps away behind him, opened his bloody mouth, and one after another thick gray-white water arrows shot frantically. Chu Yan's consciousness swept behind him, his brows furrowed, and the thousands of mountains under his feet kept stepping on the snow. He pulled out the clear sky sword and slashed it with his backhand. Boom! Boom! One after another water arrows exploded, and a heavy rain fell in the sky. Chu Yan continued to run wildly, not daring to stop at all. All kinds of trees and weeds on both sides turned into phantoms and were left behind. Seeing that the water arrow couldn't help Chu Yan, the swallowing python let out bursts of roars, and the surging and violent demonic energy rushed towards Jiuxiao, triggering a dramatic change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a large black cloud gathered towards the top of Chu Yan's head, and the black pressure made the scalp numb. Damn, what level is this earth-level monster? It is so powerful. Chu Yan didn't dare to be neglected. He kept activating his true qi. His feet were like the wind, and he regretted that he didn't cultivate the movement technique of Qianshan Pakshu to the 3rd level. Otherwise, when the white tiger black pattern technique could not be used, encountering this kind of pursuit is simply not enough. Seeing the swallowing python getting closer and closer behind him, Chu Yan was so anxious that he swept his eyes around, looking for a way out. Boom! All of a sudden, the sky was dense as black clouds, and suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning fell, slashing towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan was shocked, and before he had time to think about it, he turned his body to the side and quickly avoided it. Click! As if a stick was hit on an egg, a huge boulder as tall as a person was struck by lightning and exploded, sending rubble everywhere. Swish! 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 Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, his whole body's infuriating qi was running to the extreme, his sword intent was lingering, and the clear sky sword in his hand was brilliant, and he suddenly slashed out. The 3 dazzling sword lights, like thunder and lightning, shuttled through the void, and the sword lights appeared, slashing at the neck, abdomen, and 7 inches of the swallowing python respectively. Clang! 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 The 3 lightning-like sword beams were all slashed, and there were 3 clanging sounds. 3 sparks spattered, with a dazzling luster. On the snake's body with scales like metal, only 3 white marks were left, not even the snake's skin was broken. Open. It's so tough. This sword can even break through the protective qi of Xiantian Realm's 7th layer, but it can't cut its outer skin? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face changed greatly, his heart tightened, and he continued to run wildly, no longer considering the plan to kill the swallowing python monster. Originally, the physical defense of monsters was stronger than that of humans, and this swallowing python was originally an Earth-level monster, and its physical defense was even more terrifying. Roar! The swallowing python that received Chu Yan's 3 swords was furious, and the speed of chasing Chu Yan skyrocketed again. The 1,000-step distance was instantly shortened, and at this speed, within a maximum of 100 breaths, he would catch up with Chu Yan. Call out! Call out! The thick spiral water arrow. The rapid fire was like electricity, and it shot at Chu Yan's vest. Swish! Thump! Chu Yan, whose true qi had not fully recovered, at this time, the remaining 30% of true qi in his body was less than 30%. He sensed a water arrow shot behind him, and hurriedly moved his body to avoid one, but when his body moved, shot by a second water arrow. Puff! A mouthful of dirty blood spurted out, and Chu Yan's face was as white as paper, showing that he was slightly injured. Earth-level monsters are too powerful. At this moment, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth overflowed, and the infuriating energy in his body was about to be exhausted, and the swallowing python behind him was getting closer and closer. Gradually, a look of despair rose in Chu Yan's eyes, and a bit of a biting chill grew in his life. Do you really want to die under the mouth of this monster? Chu Yan's eyes flickered, his thoughts were flying, the scenery around him whizzed past, and after images were drawn, the swallowing python kept roaring behind him, and the infuriating energy in his body quickly flowed away. Is everything coming to an end? Roar! At the moment when Chu Yan lost his mind, the swallowing python behind him finally caught up to 100 paces away, suddenly bounced, and flew towards Chu Yan again in the vertical air. The entire snake body swept through the air, like a hill whistling. Above the head, a large shadow hit, and the speed far exceeded Chu Yan's movement technique. In an instant, Chu Yan was shrouded in darkness, and the swallowing python opened its big mouth and moved towards the figure below, biting fiercely. Go! Chu Yan's whole body was shocked, and he looked in horror at the huge snake body that fell straight down above his head, and the giant mouth that seemed to be able to swallow everything. His heart suddenly tightened, and the coldness just now hit Chu Yan's heart again. Chu Yan's pupils shrank sharply, and in the sea of divine, a stormy wave was set off. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world had calmed down, all the wind and colors collapsed, and in the eyes, there was only that big bloody mouth, zooming in a little, a little. Really, is it really going to end? At this time, Chu Yan lost his mind and thought about life and death. Hundreds of millions of miles away from the ethereal valley, on the distant Zhongtian continent. Among the vast mountains, the mountains are stacked like the sea, and there is a Lingshan connecting the heaven and the earth. It is majestic, and it is countless times higher than all the peaks. Standing in the air and looking over, it is like seeing a giant standing in a grass, giving people a feeling of supporting the world, like a pillar of optimism. On the top of the foggy mountain peak, a magnificent palace group is located in the middle. The white jade of this palace is the wall, the golden bricks are paving the way, and the spiritual stone is the dome. A whole piece of paradise on earth. In the back of the peaceful and quiet palace complex, a light blue manor house looks elegant and fragrant, as pleasant as a painting. A large number of golden armored guards, holding golden weapons, guarded the four sides of this pale blue courtyard, showing that the identity of the owner of this courtyard was extremely noble. In the courtyard, there is a small lake. Countless spar stones emitting soft moonlight cover the bottom of the lake. At first glance, the moonlight on this small lake is like a silver moon on the ground, and its brilliance is holy. By the lake, wearing a light blue long gown, sitting down on the lake, with a beautiful face reflected, that peerless face, alluring the country and the city, is so beautiful that the heart is trembling, and there is a feeling of not daring to blaspheme from the bottom of my heart. Yu Rong is gentle. Blue silk hangs down her waist, a pair of slender hands gently caress the cloudy temples that are as smooth as water, the light blue gown swaying in the wind, like a willow swaying in the wind. Above the stunning face, a pair of spiritual eyes swayed with ripples, but the beautiful girl was in a trance, thinking about who was in the distance. This girl is Yue. Gongming Yue. At this moment, a figure of a lady stepped into the small courtyard, phoenix eyes swept over, and finally settled on the light blue silhouette by the lake. Her face was startled, then she sighed lightly, shook it slowly, and moved. Walk away. Yue, you're thinking about him again. #C203 Bone Sea Cemetery. Gongming Yue was lightly shocked, her eyes like autumn water looked at the lady, her jade lips curved up slightly, and she bowed slowly. Mother, I didn't. During the speech, a blush appeared on the snow-white little face, the indescribable beauty of soft and shy, sympathetic and pitiful. I said no. Every day, you are in a daze by this small lake, your brother Lin Feng is looking for you 5 or 6 times a day, and you don't pay attention to him. Seeing Yuer's expression, the lady's eyes showed a hint of pampering and teased. Hey, Yuer, your father has already posted the 8 zone posts today, already. The lady's expression suddenly changed, with a look of embarrassment on her face, but she didn't know how to open her mouth to continue. What? Mother, father, he really. Gong Mingyu's jade face suddenly changed, her flushing faded immediately, her face was pale, but her slender hands were clenched tightly and turned blue. Immediately, in her smart eyes, the lady nodded lightly. However, your father still set the time after 2.5 years according to your intention, so. The lady thought for a while, and said with a little embarrassment. So, Yuer, according to your father's wishes, you don't want to see Lin Feng all the time. After all, he is your father's most proud disciple. He is only 26 years old, and he has just broken through to the 4th realm of heaven transformation. No. Mother, no matter how high your cultivation is, I will never agree to. Before the lady could finish speaking, Yuer frowned, her spiritual eyes were slightly red, and she said with a resolute expression. Hearing this, the lady sighed again, her face slightly gloomy, and said. Yuer, he's just an ordinary person from a barbarian land. His identity is different from yours, just like the vast moon in the sky and the stubborn leaves on the ground. This is absolutely impossible. Even if he works hard, he will not be able to cross hundreds of millions of miles. He came to this holy land to find you. Let's forget him. No. Mother, brother Chu Yan will come, definitely. Yuer said, the sullen anger on her little face disappeared, her spiritual eyes flashed with brilliance, and her eyes were yearning, she said. One day, brother Chu Yan will appear from the sky, that day, it must be a day when the sky is full of colorful clouds and the silver moon is like water. Brother Chu Yan will be the same as when he appeared back then, like an unparalleled hero, dressed in all kinds of golden light, and descend from the sky, took my hand, smiled, and whispered Yuer's name. After she finished speaking, there was a ray of happy tenderness on Yuer's face, as if the endless clouds in the sky had melted away, the sky chirped slightly, and the bells reverberated. In the void valley. In Chu Yan's eyes, that black shadow, like the sky collapsed, fell straight down towards him. In an instant, Chu Yan's body suddenly shook, and a look of death appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a strand of blue silk slipped out of his arms and gently fell to the ground. Chu Yan's eyes looked at the blue silk with a faint luster, and his eyes were suddenly sluggish. Yuer. He opened his mouth lightly, and spit out 2 words that made his atrium and sea of consciousness tremble at the same time. A series of pictures kept flashing in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Brother Chu Yan, I will wait for you, forever. On that day, between heaven and earth. Yuer's voice echoed in the air, jingling like the wind. That piece, above the sky. The moon sprinkled a large piece of crystal, and under the irradiation of the flame, it was like a ruby in the sky, and it was as red as a didn flower blooming in the sky. The next moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, that familiar face was shattered, turned into a sky full of stars, and flew into the endless darkness. Do not. Chu Yan's roar rose into the sky, straight to Jiuxiao. The rumbling sounded like a rolling thunder, blasting through the entire ethereal valley. Roar. Suddenly, behind Chu Yan, a white light group broke through the void and came crashing down. The god of war of beasts, the white tiger martial soul, stepped out from the white light in the sky, and a pair of golden tiger eyes shot out 2 bright golden lights, piercing the night sky. The tiger roars in the sky. In the entire ethereal valley, the beasts whimpered and shivered. Chirp. Immediately afterwards, a group of 9-star red light, like 9 meteors, opened the sky and shot out a giant-winged divine bird with golden flames, like an extracelestial meteor, bringing out a sea of golden fire in the air. Fengming is shocking. Between heaven and earth, 10,000 birds sing in unison, and the sound shakes the world. 10-star gold-type martial spirit, god of war, white tiger. 9 stars fire-type martial spirit, Vulcan, Suzaku. 1 white, 1 gold, 2 ancient mythical beasts appeared at the same time, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind was surging, and the white tiger and Jiuxiao rushed towards the black water-swallowing python in midair. Squeak. At the moment when the white tiger martial spirit and the vermilion bird martial spirit appeared, the sky-swallowing python had a pair of light green snake eyes, its pupils shrank sharply, and the snake body trembled like pulp. To turn and run. Swish. The white tiger martial spirit shot out, the tiger body turned into electricity, and at the same time it was flying, its figure skyrocketed wildly. Snake suddenly pressed. Bump. The tiger palm as big as the city gate fell to the ground, making a loud noise that shook the world, and at the same time, within 100 miles of the entire ethereal valley, the mountains shook. For a time, tracts of woods overturned, and a rocky mountain that was very close collapsed, with a rumble. Beneath the tiger's palm, the earth-level monster, Blackwater-swallowing python, was like an earthworm, covered in blood, trembling and twisting. Call. At this moment, in the air, a golden flame swept across, the sparrow's mouth was wide open, and the large golden flame was like a flood from the sky, rolling down, spilling over the earth, covering all the range of sight. For a time, within 10 miles, the heat wave rolled and turned into a golden sea of fire. In the raging flames, whether it was trees, rocks, monsters, or land, all turned into black ash powder and quickly melted away. Hum. 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 At the same time, the powerful power of the white tiger martial spirit and the vermilion bird martial spirit stimulated the violent power of heaven and earth, and completely inspired the restrictions on the layers of spiritual formations in the ethereal valley. The next moment, after Baihu martial spirit and Suzaku martial spirit exhausted their spirit power, they turned into 2 auras and added to Chu Yan's body. The entire ethereal valley began to shake and tremble gradually, and the countless spiritual formations of the ethereal valley made a humming sound, shattering one after another, turning into a spiritual light that filled the sky, and dissipated between the heavens and the earth. At this time, in front of Chu Yan, under the sea of fire that quickly dissipated as the vermilion bird disappeared, above the large ash, bursts of illusory light and shadow appeared, as if they were separated from the void. The large illusory scene became clearer and clearer in Chu Yan's field of vision, and gradually turned into a real scene. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Yan's whole body was shocked, and his eyes were full of astonishment. This is a sea of bone cemetery. Large tracts of white bones are densely piled up in the dark fog-shrouded forest, like the ocean, boundless. Moreover, among these bones, there are some very special beings, some are like white jade, and the whole body is white, and some even exude a compelling aura, which is actually a sense of coercion. Countless such coercive auras converged into a river, rolling towards Chu Yan, causing Chu Yan to feel a sense of suffocation. His body immediately stiffened like a stone, and his entire body moved without a trace. What place is this? Chu Yan was shocked. The scene in front of him reminded him of the Rakshasa bone sea in Rakshasa Promise. However, it was an illusion in the sea of knowledge, and the sea of bones that he saw in front of him was so real, as if it really existed. #C20 for Holy Ghost. That is. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he was stunned to find that in a moment, all the coercion receded like a tidal wave, and in the sea of bones, among the 10,000 giant tombs, a towering giant tomb like a mountain gathered together. And go. In an instant, 10,000 auras of coercion merged into a group of dazzling rays of light, hovering above the mountain-like tomb, and gradually condensed into a real shape. A spirit pattern. At the same time as the spiritual pattern condensed, the mighty spiritual power formed a tornado of spiritual wind, which rolled up a large piece of skeleton on the ground for 9 days. Under the strong strangulation of the spiritual tornado, it turned into endless white powder. For a time, the entire sky turned from black to white, and became foggy, revealing a strange feeling of being cold and chilling. The spiritual pattern stretched and shrank, constantly releasing ripples of spiritual power, which penetrated to the giant tomb of the mountain below. Immediately afterwards, a tall human-shaped light and shadow emerged from the tomb and stood in front of Chu Yan. Holy Spirit. Remnant. Jian. Boom. The tall light and shadow are extremely unstable. Every time they say a word, their body suddenly trembles. Just after saying a few words, the entire body composed of light and shadow shatters and dissipates without a trace. At the same time, the spiritual pattern light group hovering above it turned into an electric light, and shot towards Chu Yan at an extremely fast speed. As soon as Chu Yan saw it, the light group had already rushed into Chu Yan's body. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan only felt the position of his brows, and after a slight heat, he returned to normal. Call. Call. The spirit pattern sank into Chu Yan's body for a moment, and above the entire sea of bones, a gust of wind blew up the sky. This gust of wind quickly formed, condensed into a hurricane, and contained the terrifying power of heaven and earth. Just like a gust of wind took away a leaf, the sea of bones was wrapped by the gust of wind, and disappeared at the end of the sky in the blink of an eye, and Chu Yan's eyes returned to the black mountain and forest that had turned into a sea of fire and ashes. Chu Yan stared at everything in front of him in a stunned manner, completely blinded. What was it just now? Dreaming? No, isn't this a daydream? Chu Yan muttered to himself, reached out and touched his brow, but he didn't touch anything. Forget it, don't care, find a place to restore infuriating energy as soon as possible, and continue to look for opportunities. After speaking, Chu Yan's figure turned into a shadow and quickly disappeared on the spot. 2 days later, the ethereal Taniguchi. Chu Yan, in a black robe, stood in front of the teleportation light curtain and looked at the mountains in the distance, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. In the past 2 days, Chu Yan carefully searched around in the ethereal valley, but apart from encountering a few powerful monsters, there was nothing else to gain. Except for the Bone Sea vision. Valley of Thousand Machines? Spirit runes? What exactly is it? Chu Yan's eyes glowed like electricity as he swept across the entire valley, thinking about it, and finally, turned around suddenly and entered the light curtain. Luoyang Royal City, Chu Family Mansion. In the room, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, practicing the Rakshasa Wu Jiju, and controlling the Rakshasa True Qi to circulate in the body over and over again. For a whole day, while Chu Yan was cultivating, his consciousness searched all over the body. Where is that spirit pattern? He clearly remembered that in the sea of bone that day, the spiritual pattern penetrated into his body, and a trace of warmth flashed between his eyebrows, which made him deeply believe that it was real. Therefore, the spirit pattern should be in his body. Although Chu Yan was convinced that the scene was real, but after several circles of divine consciousness in his body, he found nothing. There was a hint of disappointment in Chu Yan's eyes, and his consciousness returned to the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the white tiger martial spirit and the Suzaku martial spirit fell into a deep sleep state, and circles of faint halos emanated from them. Chu Yan touched the sea of consciousness lightly, and the information of the return of the 2 divine beasts told Chu Yan that he still needed to sleep for about a day. Thanks for your hard work. Thinking of the moment of life and death in the ethereal valley, Chu Yan was grateful and muttered when the 2 divine beasts ran wild to protect their masters. On the wooden bed, Chu Yan exhaled and took in his breath, slowly withdrawing his energy, and slowly stood up. Reaching out and flipping through it, a quaint elixir recipe appeared in Chu Yan's hand. This book is the recipe of the recovery pill that Chu Yan bought with a lot of money at the Dixuan Pavilion auction. The technique of Hedon. As an alchemist and a martial artist, Chu Yan certainly knew better than anyone else that the effect of medicinal pills on cultivation was just like this time in the Void Valley. Under the mouth of the monster. Therefore, Chu Yan immediately opened the furnace for alchemy, and while refining the recovery pill, he also practiced the technique of combining alchemy to improve his alchemy skills. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit medicines piled up, and the whole room suddenly overflowed with spirit energy, and the aroma of medicine was fragrant. These were all needed for the alchemy that Chu Yan had just exchanged at the Dixuan Pavilion Trading Hall. A small pile of elixir cost Chu Yan 900 yuan stone. No way, the more high-quality medicinal pills are, the more expensive the medicinal pills needed. In addition, Chu Yan has exchanged for 100 copies, can it be expensive? Tom. Immediately afterwards, the coffin furnace was summoned and fell to the ground, making a loud noise. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, Golden Dan Yen rushed into the furnace, the golden flame burst into flames, and the surrounding temperature rose violently. His eyes were slightly closed. In the sea of knowledge, Chu Yan carefully thought about the technique of combining pills. After confirming that it was correct, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Alchemy begins. Swish. 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 Chu Yan danced his hands like flying, and rubbed the spirit grass or spirit medicine into powder and put it into the furnace. The divine consciousness condensed the net, covered the coffin pill furnace, carefully controlled the pill fire, swallowed and burned the powder in the furnace, and slowly condensed the young pill. Boom! Half an hour later, the lid of the coffin pill furnace flipped over, and a lavender pill flew out and fell into Chu Yan's hands. Haha, it's done, the 7th grade restoration pill. Looking at the purple medicinal pill in his hand, Chu Yan showed ecstasy. It was not entirely because he had refined the recovery pill. In addition, the successful refining of this medicinal pill also marked that at this time, Chu Yan's, the level of alchemists, is broken again. A 7th grade alchemist. According to the alchemy method of the alchemy technique, 2 6-weight young elixir are combined into 1 elixir. Although 10% more elixir is consumed, the elixir rate is greatly increased. Originally, Chu Yan could not succeed in refining the 7th grade medicinal pill, and the yield was at most 50%. However, because 2 young pills are condensed in the furnace at the same time, Chu Yan can discard any of the young pills if there is a problem, but if they are both successfully condensed, they can be combined into 1. It is precisely because of this alchemy technique that Chu Yan's original level of a 6th grade alchemist has been abruptly raised to a 7th grade alchemist. This, of course, made Chu Yan ecstatic. The restoration pill that he spent a lot of money on was definitely worth the money. However, it is a pity that the 7th grade medicinal pill cannot be injected into the spirit pattern, so after Chu Yan collected the recovery pill that had just been refined, he planned to make another Qi refining pill. Chu Yan's current cultivation base is half-step innate. This Qi refining pill may be the last one before Chu Yan's breakthrough. In addition, this time, Chu Yan was going to refine some more, just in time to provide another batch of medicinal pills to his father's newly opened medicinal herb shop. Afterwards, Chu Yan checked the spirit grass needed for the Qi refining pill, and after confirming that it was correct, he turned on the fire. Infuriating with infuriating energy, the golden fire in the coffin furnace rose again. Rub the medicine powder, control the fire, condense the young pill. The refining process of Qi refining pill, Chu Yan is very familiar with the road, and it is very easy to refine. In less than 100 breaths, the 3 gray qi refining pills were slowly condensed in the furnace, exuding a strong fragrance that filled the entire room. Okay, right now, first-order spirit injection. Chu Yan's eyes flashed brightly, the air in his body swirled, and the Rakshasa, true qi rushed towards the pill furnace. At the same time, above the coffin furnace, on the side of the furnace body, a vague spiritual pattern emits a dazzling white light, which is the sign of the beginning of the infusion. At this moment, a flash of light suddenly lit up on Chu Yan's brow, and at the same time, Chu Yan's complexion suddenly changed drastically. A sharp pain like a needle stick began to spread in his sea of consciousness. Ah! The pain was so severe that Chu Yan was unbearable. He held his head in his hands, bowed his entire body slightly, and roared loudly. #C205, the Promise Rakshasa Refinement Domain. As the spiritual light between his eyebrows became brighter and brighter, in his sea of consciousness, the sea of spirit suddenly rolled over, and the rumbling violently trembled. That spiritual light shot towards the coffin furnace in front of him. Immediately, the spiritual patterns on the 6 sides of the entire pellet furnace lit up at the same time, emitting bursts of silver spiritual light, echoing the golden spiritual patterns on Chu Yan's brows. Swish! The next moment, the coffin furnace turned into a silver light, which shot directly at the golden spiritual pattern on Chu Yan's brow. It disappeared in a flash, but it entered Chu Yan's body and disappeared. Boom! Just after the coffin furnace entered Chu Yan's body, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness exploded, and the original trembling became violent shaking. For the wind, sweeping the entire world of consciousness sea. A scene of collapse and destruction occurred in the sea of consciousness. Finally, Chu Yan let out a final howl, and fell to the ground weakly, fainting. As Chu Yan fell to the ground, all the brilliance in the room disappeared. Everything is at peace. In a daze, Chu Yan opened his eyes, and the moment he regained consciousness, Chu Yan was blinded. This, is there? At this moment, in front of Chu Yan's eyes, is not his own room, but a strange world. In the sky, there is no sun, but it is bright. On the ground, there is no forest, but there is life. The rolling mountains are so dark that it is impossible to see the appearance of the mountains at all. Everything in the distance seems illusory and vague. Only within 10 miles below the feet, there are 2 huge palaces. That's right, it's your feet. At this time, Chu Yan was suspended in the void, standing at a height of 10,000 feet, overlooking the entire strange world. Is this my sea of consciousness? Staring in all directions, Chu Yan soon saw the figure of the mythical beast, the white tiger, on the nearest mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain, 3 groups of unawakened martial soul light groups floated quietly. Above the head, in the higher sky, the Suzaku martial spirit crossed the sky and brought out a string of golden flame meteors, which was extraordinary. With a movement of consciousness, Chu Yan fell towards the palace below. Hoo-hoo! With the rapid whereabouts of Chu Yan's body, the whistling spirit wind rang in his ears, everything seemed real. After landing, Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked at the 2 palaces in front of him. One big and one small, the shape of one of them, looks like something that Chu Yan is very familiar with. Coffin pill stove. No, it should be called the Coffin Palace now. The volume has been magnified countless times, and the 100-meter-tall body stands in front of Chu Yan, and on each side, there are shining spiritual patterns. Next to it is a taller palace, to be precise, it should be a tower-shaped palace. As high as 1,000 feet, a full 9 floors, the sky above the top of the tower, the golden spiritual pattern that Chu Yan has been looking for floats on the top of the tower, like a small sky, shooting down 2 faint rays of light, respectively, and the tower-shaped palace shrouded. On the first floor of the tower-shaped palace is a gate. This gate is terrifyingly large, bigger than the city gate of Luoyang Royal City, and the gate is covered with complex spiritual patterns, which makes people feel it's extraordinary. A trace of terrifying aura diffused out and floated in front of Chu Yan. This aura was cold, dark, bloody, and even with a hint of madness. Chu Yan had never felt such a terrifying aura, as if it could destroy the entire world. The breath swept past Chu Yan like the wind, sweeping across Chu Yan's side, making him only feel the cool breeze blowing from the back of his neck, and the hairs on his whole body stand upright. What the hell is this place? Am I dead? The hell here? Chu Yan's eyes swept around, his eyes were full of doubts, and everything in front of him was too unreal. Make him incomprehensible. However, when he saw the white tiger lying still on the highest mountain in the distance and the vermilion bird above the sky, Chu Yan was slightly startled, confirming that he was not dead. All this was true. You came. Suddenly, a heavy voice echoed in his ears, making Chu Yan's whole body tremble and startled. Who? Chu Yan turned around suddenly, swept left and right, stared back and forth. Where his eyes passed, there was nothing. What? The whole body shuddered. Chu Yan took 10 steps back abruptly, and looked up. However, he found that it turned out to be on the pagoda in front of him. At this time, the spiritual pattern had separated a more spiritual light to cover him, but the brilliance was extremely dim, so that Chu Yan didn't notice it at all. At this time, when he looked up at the golden spiritual pattern in the sky, he discovered the shallow spiritual light that was directed at him. You finally came. Now. I'll open the promised Rakshasa refinement realm for you. Hum. The Wanzhong Pagoda Hall hummed and trembled, and at the same time, above the gate on the first floor, a black light flashed, and 6 blood-red characters of Wu Ji Rakshasa refinement domain appeared, like a plaque hanging above the gate. The promised Rakshasa refinement domain. Is this really hell? Chu Yan saw the 6 bright red and bloody characters, as if there were bursts of Yin and devil crying, and could not help but feel a chill down his spine, and his whole body shuddered again. Knack, knack, knack. The next moment, the door, with a harsh rubbing sound, slowly opened in front of Chu Yan. Just as Chu Yan's pupils slowly opened and widened following the thick door, all of a sudden, the door that was opening suddenly stopped. Boom! With the stop of the door opening, the entire tower hall made a roar, the tower city also stopped shaking, and everything was calm. What? Stop, stop. This is the end. Chu Yan looked at the palm-width door, only to feel the darkness in front of him, and almost fainted. What is this? If you want to open it, what happens if you open a seam? Walking slowly to the door, Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked at it, then put his head on the crack of the door and looked inside. It was dark, and only some gray-black airflow could be seen filling the entire interior space, and some strange shadows were looming in the black fog, and it was impossible to see the appearance at all. Just when Chu Yan's hand pressed the door and tried to push it, Chu Yan's eyes were blurred, and the surrounding scene spun rapidly. Swish! Chu Yan only felt himself transformed into a stream of light, shuttled towards the endless darkness. Slowly, Chu Yan only felt his whole body tremble, and his body finally felt a little bit of consciousness. With all his strength, he opened his eyes hard, and suddenly, the light appeared in front of him again. In front of him is his own room, and everything in front of him is exactly the same as before he fainted. Is it really a dream? Chu Yan shook his still a little dizzy head, struggled to stand up from the ground, his eyes swept across his eyes, and his face froze immediately. The coffin furnace is gone. After a little stunned, Chu Yan's eyes flashed with light. Immediately, divine consciousness surged and arose in the sea of consciousness. Really? His sea of consciousness was completely different from before, from the original nothingness to a space the size of 100 miles. On the ground in the middle of this space, there are 2 palaces, one large and one small, and on the gate of the tower-shaped palace, the gate of Wu Ji Rakshasa refinement domain is written in blood red, which is extremely clear. On the blurred mountain peak in the distance, the 5 martial spirits are all entrenched in the mountain peak, and even the originally sleeping White Tiger and Suzaku have woken up at this time. Is this true? Chu Yan's face was full of disbelief. #C206 Mystery Child. Then, Chu Yan's consciousness moved, the brilliance in front of his eyes flashed, and the coffin furnace slammed to the ground, the same as before. In the sea of knowledge, the coffin palace disappeared. Don't care about the rest, the coffin furnace is here, so don't be afraid. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, turned the coffin furnace a few times, and checked it carefully. The coffin furnace has not changed from before. The only difference is that the vague spiritual patterns on the furnace body have become much clearer at this time. Turning out the flashing pill fire, Chu Yan tried to make another qi refining pill. In the end, including the completion of the first-order spirit infusion and the second-order spirit infusion, Chu Yan found that although the coffin furnace was still the same as before, Chu Yan felt that there was something different there, which made him always have a hint of doubt in his eyes. Afterwards, Chu Yan continued to refine the medicinal pills, poured spirits, and carefully paid attention to the coffin pill furnace, but still found nothing, so he was completely relieved. 3 hours later, Chu Yan collected all the refined medicinal pills and prepared to go out to deliver the medicinal pills to his father's shop. However, when he collected the coffin pill furnace and entered the Rakshasa space, it was different from usual. Under the urging of divine consciousness, the coffin pill furnace flew directly into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, turned into a coffin palace, and sat in a tower-shaped palace. Next to him, he recovered to the scene Chu Yan saw when he was in the sea of consciousness. Shaking his head, Chu Yan frowned slightly. He couldn't figure it out anyway, so he simply ignored it. After packing up, Chu Yan left the house, went to the street, and headed towards the shop. Walking on the crowded street, Chu Yan's consciousness was fully opened, covering the surrounding area within 1,000 paces. After returning from Voidling Valley last time, Chu Yan has now developed a habit of expanding his consciousness at all times to prevent sudden dangers. After not walking very far, Chu Yan suddenly stopped and his face changed slightly. His consciousness encountered a strange person, and he bounced straight back. Chu Yan's consciousness has been strengthened by the Blood God pill, which is more than 5 times that of a martial artist of the same rank. Therefore, in the innate realm, it is impossible for anyone to rebound his consciousness, unless the other party is the powerhouse above the real martial realm. Suddenly turning his head to look, in an alley, 2 adult men were carrying a child, constantly scolding and slapping the child's face. And the 7 or 8-year-old child was holding a piece of dough in his arms, crying with tears all over his face. "Little brat, let you steal? Clap. Let's see if you're still stealing." Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned slightly, released his consciousness again, and covered the child. Sure enough, as soon as the consciousness touched the child's body, it was like hitting a big mountain, and it suddenly bounced back, even causing Chu Yan's sea of consciousness to tremble slightly. Strong. Stop. Chu Yan took out a handful of gold coins and threw them at the 2 big men. Snapped. Just 10% of the physical strength, the gold coin thrown out also carried a powerful force, directly smashing the 2 adult men to the ground. Facing the terrified eyes of the 2 men who fell to the ground, Chu Yan strolled over, and a pair of cold eyes made them tremble. "Forgive your life. Lord Martial Artist, spare your life. Tom. The 2 hurriedly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Chu Yan. "Take it. Get out of here. Remember, beat the child later, die." As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, the 2 men, with their faces as white as paper, nodded desperately in agreement, picked up a few gold coins, and ran away. At this time, in the alley, there were only Chu Yan and the 7 or 8-year-old boy. Chu Yan raised his eyes and looked at the child. At this time, seeing that no one was hitting him, the child lifted the muscle cake in his arms and chewed hard. He was dressed in sloppy clothes, full of holes, his immature face was a little dull, and his big eyes were completely lackluster. This is... Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes were fixed on the child's eyebrows. Under the black mud stain, there was a spiritual pattern. A spirit pattern of 9 colored flames. This spiritual pattern is extremely small, and it is almost invisible. If Chu Yan hadn't looked at it carefully, coupled with the martial artist's body, it would have been impossible to find this group of spiritual patterns the size of the tip of a needle. Subconsciously, Chu Yan reached over, trying to wipe off the stains on the child's forehead, but when Chu Yan's hand was about to touch the child's forehead, snapped. A small hand suddenly lifted up and firmly grasped Chu Yan's hand, with terrifying power. Chu Yan's face changed greatly, the 4 cyclones in the body were running wildly, Rakshas's true energy surged out, and the whole body's strength exploded instantly, wanting to withdraw his right hand. However, it doesn't move. You. Who are you? Chu Yan asked with a face full of astonishment, blood flashing in his eyes, and he looked at the child in front of him. Grabbing Chu Yan with one hand, the other hand continued to bring the noodle to his mouth, still eating with a dull expression, without any change in his expression. Seeing that the child didn't respond, Chu Yan was very anxious, but this person was extremely powerful, and he couldn't compete with him at all. Suddenly, Chu Yan frowned. Then, Chu Yan pondered for a while, the consciousness in the sea of consciousness quickly condensed, and rushed into his body following the child's arm. This time, because of the physical contact, Chu Yan's consciousness rushed into the child's body smoothly, but it happened unexpectedly, the aura in the child's body was chaotic, and his own consciousness went straight to the child's sea of consciousness without any stagnation. Boom! Chu Yan's consciousness slammed into the child's sea of consciousness, and there was a loud bang. At the same time, the child in front of him suddenly shook, and a gleam of light flashed from his dull eyes. Well. Who dares to be rude to this king? Look for. In vain, a violent and ferocious aura was released from the child's body. He slowly turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and the colorful brilliance kept flashing in his big eyes. Ah. It's you. When the child's colorful eyes met Chu Yan's, the child's whole body was shocked, and he suddenly let go, with a look of horror on his face. The aura and coercion that had made Chu Yan's whole body stiff, suddenly became messy. Obedient. Really obedient, you, don't come here. Delivered, really delivered, please let me go. What? With the last shout, the trembling child suddenly turned around, jumped into the air, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Flying in the sky. At this moment, Chu Yan looked up at the sky with a dull face, completely blinded. Not to mention how surprising this child has the ability to fly in the sky, you must know that this is not like the low-altitude suspension and gliding of the real martial arts. Chu Yan is now surprised that why this child sees him is like seeing a ghost. Moreover, the nonsense that was said in his mouth could not be understood at all. All kinds of doubts crowded into a pile in Chu Yan's mind, making Chu Yan's consciousness tremble, and he couldn't understand why. After a while, Chu Yan, who had recovered a little, took a deep breath, shook his head gently, and walked away from the alley. Not long after, Chu Yan arrived at the drugstore. After chatting with Fu Bo a few words, I learned that the business in the store is very good, and my father has been busy running the elixir outside and is not in the store. Putting down the 100 bottles of medicinal pills, Chu Yan left the store and headed towards the south of the city. 3 days have come, and today, Chu Yan is going to go to the Wangbang Arena to continue the challenge. After arriving at Dixuan Pavilion's manor in the south of the city and calling on Shen Xingjia, The two walked all the way towards the Wanbang arena.